Chapter 1. Are you late on your first day as a teacher? The sun is blazing and the sky is clear. Fire Country, Konoha Shinobi Village. Ninja School, Classroom. Uzumaki Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, with a speechless expression on his fox-like face, watching the Jōnin leaving the classroom one after another, and finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted angrily, "Hey! Everyone has been taken away. Where is our Class 7 teacher? Could it be?" Uzumaki Naruto suddenly thought of a possibility. His face changed drastically, and a trace of panic appeared in his eyes. "The reason why the teacher of Class 7 has not appeared yet is because I stole the seal scroll last night, causing Class 7 to be deprived of the qualification of ninja. It is indeed reasonable to think so, because except for Class 7, all the Jōnin of this class have been taken away by the team leader. Instead, their Class 7 waited here for 40 minutes and didn't even see a hair of the team leader. It's over. It's over." Uzumaki Naruto wanted to cry but had no tears. It's over. It's completely over. If little Sakura and Sasuke knew that it was because of him, Uzumaki Naruto, that Team 7 was deprived of their ninja qualifications, they would probably be killed on the spot by these two guys. Uchiha Sasuke sat on a chair, crossed his hands and lowered his chin, looked coldly at Naruto who was daydreaming, and said in a proud and sarcastic tone, "Idiot, Jōnin has more things to do than you think. The reason why he hasn't shown up yet is that he must be dealing with important things. Jōnin will be late? Funny. Only powerful ninjas can become Jōnin, and powerful ninjas are very busy. The reason why he hasn't shown up yet must be that he is busy dealing with tasks. Sasuke is so handsome." Haruno Sakura ignored Uzumaki Naruto and secretly looked at the distant Uchiha Sasuke with a cold and calm temperament, with a face full of fantasies. "TSK, what are you bragging about?" "Of course I know." Uzumaki Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to refute Uchiha Sasuke, his light blue eyes turned around in a gloomy way, as if he had thought of something funny. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, under the suspicious gaze of little Sakura and Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto moved the chair to the door of the classroom, and then stood on the chair to clamp the blackboard eraser between the door cracks. "It should be okay to put it here, right?" Uzumaki Naruto pinched his chin and looked at the blackboard eraser trap he had just completed. Uzumaki Naruto had already imagined the scene of the teacher leading the 7th class walking in and being hit on the head by the blackboard eraser, and he began to cover his mouth and chuckle secretly as he thought about it. "Advertisement, hee. As the leader of Class 7, you dare to be late. Let me teach you a lesson. You will be embarrassed later." Haruno Sakura raised her delicate face and looked at the blackboard eraser stuck in the door. Then she frowned and looked at Naruto, accusing him unhappily. "Naruto, what are you doing? As members of Class 7, today is the first time we meet the leader. We have to give him a good first impression. You will only make the teacher have a worse impression of us." Haruno Sakura accused Naruto on the surface, but in fact, she was secretly happy in her heart. "Yeah, good. Naruto, you did a great job. It's better to do a few more pranks and teach the late teacher a lesson. He dared to make me wait for so long." Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly and said, "Huh, childish tricks. Most of the teachers leading the team are Jōnin. How could a Jōnin fall into such a low-end trap like yours? All graduates of the ninja school are in teams of 3, 2 men and 1 woman, forming a competition. The teacher who leads the Jōnin team, or the captain, is almost always a Jōnin-level ninja, or at worst a special Jōnin-level ninja. Even if Naruto throws a kunai with all his strength, he can't hit a Jōnin-level ninja, let alone a naive trap." Uzumaki Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Sasuke, although you say that, you still hope that the trap will work, right?" Uchiha Sasuke opened Naruto's hand and said indifferently and proudly, "Don't confuse me with a super idiot like you. You are far from me." Hole. What did you say?" Uzumaki Naruto's smile froze, and a hashtag gradually appeared on his forehead. Anger ignited in his eyes, and he grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's collar fiercely, as if he was going to fight him. "Stop it, you loser. You are far inferior to me." Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and stared at Uzumaki Naruto coldly. "Naruto, let Sasuke go." Haruno Sakura pulled Uzumaki Naruto away. Uzumaki Naruto let go of Uchiha Sasuke and said aggrievedly like a deflated balloon, "Sakura-chan, it was obviously him who scolded me first." Haruno Sakura put his hands on his soft waist, glared at Uzumaki Naruto angrily, and scolded, "Don't bother Sasuke in the future. Don't go against Sasuke everywhere. It's all your fault. B*************. Uzumaki Naruto immediately directed his anger at Uchiha Sasuke after being accused by little Sakura. The air in the classroom was filled with gunpowder. Uzumaki Naruto glared at Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura glared at Uzumaki Naruto. Advertisement creaky, the subtle sound of the door opening resounded throughout the classroom, causing everyone in the classroom to fall into silence, and everyone turned their heads to look at the person who pushed the door in. Are you guys having a male competition? I can wait until you finish before entering the door. A faint teasing voice resounded throughout the classroom, and a handsome man walked into the sight of Class 7. The man had messy white long hair and wore a loose black yukata without patterns. The black yukata formed a sharp contrast with the white hair. He was very slender, about 185 centimeters. He was Yagyu Tsuki, a time traveler. So handsome. Is he the leader of our Class 7? Haruno Sakura covered his mouth, with light pink peach blossoms in his eyes, looking at Yagyu Tsuki with a fangirl attitude. Oh my god. So handsome. Although he looks lazy, he is a top handsome guy, even more handsome than Sasuke. TSK. This guy looks even more arrogant than Sasuke. You will be embarrassed later. Uchiha Naruto chuckled secretly, peeking at the blackboard eraser that was slowly falling towards Yagyu Tsuki. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly. Although he had just ridiculed Naruto's trap as childish, he still subconsciously stared at the blackboard eraser that was falling on Yagyu Tsuki's head. Everyone in the audience was paying attention, and the blackboard eraser slowly fell towards Yagyu Tsuki. Suddenly, the scene in front of the 7th team was blurred, and a subtle ripple appeared in the space. Uchiha Naruto and Yagyu Tsuki exchanged positions. The blackboard eraser hit Uchiha Naruto's head, making his whole body covered with chalk dust, and the whole person became dusty. Haruno Sakura and Sasuke were slightly startled, looking at Uzumaki Naruto standing at the door in disbelief. The teacher who led the team just stood at the door. How come Naruto suddenly stood at the door? Uzumaki Naruto was confused, looking at Yagyu Tsuki in the distance. He picked up the blackboard eraser in a daze, looked at the blackboard eraser in a daze, and then looked at Yagyu Tsuki in the distance. Hey, did I switch places with the teacher? Is this true or not? It's fake. Uzumaki Naruto was confused. Chapter 2. This teacher is a bit pretentious. I've never seen such a stupid person who was so embarrassed by his own trap. Yagyu Tsuki sat on a chair with his legs crossed, took out a strawberry-flavored lollipop, unwrapped it and put it in his mouth, sipping it lightly, deliberately showing a contemptuous attitude and looking at the Uzumaki Naruto in the distance, who was confused and embarrassed. Yagyu Tsuki pointed at Naruto with a lollipop and said with a faint smile, "How should I put it? You seem to have a talent for comedy. When did this guy?" After hearing the voice, little Sakura and Sasuke turned to look at Yagyu Tsuki at the same time. They didn't understand what happened just now. Yagyu Tsuki could actually exchange positions with Uzumaki Naruto. After Uchiha Sasuke was stunned for a moment, the corner of his mouth slightly raised and said to himself, "Is this the strength of Jōnin? Interesting. The team leader seems to have some ability. It should be very interesting in the future." Uzumaki Naruto patted the chalk dust on his hair, looked at Yagyu Tsuki's extremely annoying attitude, pointed at Yagyu Tsuki and shouted angrily, "Damn it! You are so late for so long, but you still dare to be so arrogant. What's so good about you? Damn it! The team leader is so pretentious, even more so than Sasuke." Sorry, I was busy dealing with women's affairs last night. After all, as an excellent adult, there are always a few bad peach blossoms around me. Yagyu Tsuki smiled lightly without any apology, raised a finger and said, "It is also worth mentioning that the big sisters who accompanied the wine last night were very sexy. The truth. He drank until dawn in the Orange Street last night, and then slept until the afternoon." After hearing this, everyone in Team 7 was silent. Haruno Sakura was confused. Busy dealing with bad peach blossoms? The women who accompanied the wine last night were very sexy? What this means is that the handsome team leader went to the Orange Street to drink with sexy sisters last night, which led to his lateness today. Uchiha Sasuke's mouth was slightly touched, and he felt speechless. He just thought that the team leader was late because Jōnin had a lot of things to do. But what is the truth? The fact is that the team leader was drunk and stayed up late today. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and yelled angrily, "*****. Today is such an important day, but you are late because you are drunk and stayed over, and you are drinking with the older sisters. What is there to do? You are just playing. Advertisement, don't say that. It is also the duty of a ninja to socialize with women. Yagyu stood up, put his hand on the top of Sasuke and little Sakura's head, and said lightly, "Anyway, hello, I am Yagyu. Because a lot of annoying things happened. I will be your teacher of class 7 from today." Yagyu looked down at Uchiha Sasuke and said with a faint smile with a sense of disgust, "Please give me more advice in the future, you annoying little brats." Huh. Uchiha Sasuke shook off Yagyu's hand, snorted coldly, and said nothing. So handsome. Haruno Sakura raised her little face and looked at Yagyu Tsuki's handsome profile. Because she was obsessed with him, she had completely ignored Yagyu Tsuki's annoying remarks. So annoying. Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth. Seeing Haruno Sakura's infatuation, he was burning with anger in his heart. Yagyu Tsuki, is that right? Really annoying. Sasuke is already arrogant enough, and Yagyu Tsuki is even more arrogant. Damn, how can one be more arrogant than the other? And one is more pretentious than the other. Tomorrow there is something important. Go to the 7th training ground at 5 in the morning. Remember, don't eat anything from now on, Yagyu Tsuki said, sighing secretly in his heart. It's so troublesome. If there is no reward for breaking the system, I have no interest in taking over the stinky brats of Team 7. As for the team test at the 7th training ground tomorrow, it was Kakashi who asked me to do this. Since I have already taken over Team 7 because of the system reward, I might as well let Kakashi owe me a favor. Uchiha Sasuke asked, "What will happen if I eat?" "You will die." Yagyu Tsuki smiled faintly, with a dangerous aura, as if warning everyone in Team 7 that if they eat without permission, they will have a serious consequence. Is this the world of ninjas? Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly and slowly clenched his fists. The fact that eating will kill you should be related to tomorrow's activities or tasks. After all, being a ninja is a different world than being in school. Ninjas are accompanied by death. You will die. Is tomorrow's task very dangerous? Haruno Sakura's heart trembled, and he swallowed secretly, with panic in his eyes. Is it that as soon as you become a Jōnin, you have to carry out a dangerous task with a high mortality rate? See you tomorrow. Yagyu Tsuki paused when he was about to leave, put his hands in his pockets and looked at everyone in Team 7, saying, "I almost forgot to say it." "What?" Everyone in Team 7 was puzzled. Advertisement. I hate those brats who haven't even grown all their hair yet, especially those who like to make a lot of noise. Yagyu Tsuki smiled slightly, and then disappeared directly with the teleportation. It seems quite interesting to be a teacher who educates those brats who haven't even grown all their hair yet, and it can also kill time. Everyone in Class 7 was speechless. He found a woman to drink wine all night, and said that the students were annoying brats. You tell me this is a teacher? Is there a teacher like this? Moreover, is the leader who says so much reliable? Hole. Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. His whole body seemed to be on fire, and he roared like a fox with hair exploded. I don't care if you are a Jōnin or a leader. Tomorrow I will definitely teach you a lesson and make you a playful guy. Embarrassed? This is the first time Uzumaki Naruto has met a guy who is more infuriating than Sasuke. Don't hold back tomorrow. You'll be the last one. Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, glanced coldly at Uzumaki Naruto, and then left the classroom quickly. He was going back to organize his ninja tools to prepare for tomorrow. After all, he might have to perform a difficult mission tomorrow. Sasuke is so handsome. Haruno Sakura looked at Sasuke's proud back and gradually showed a fangirl expression. She is now very worried about tomorrow, the so-called mysterious mission that will kill her, but Sasuke is very calm and not afraid of tomorrow's mission at all. Haruno Sakura is very entangled now. Sasuke is very handsome, but Mr. Yagyu is more handsome. But Mr. Yagyu is handsome, but his personality seems to have some problems. What to do? It's so hard to choose. Whether it's Mr. Yagyu or that arrogant guy Sasuke, one is more pretentious and more arrogant than the other. Do they like to show off so much? Damn it. Uzumaki Naruto was so angry that his teeth hurt. The most abominable thing is that after Sakura sauce, after the fart Sasuke committed a fellow, he still made an idiom to the ode Mr. Liu Sheng. Chapter 3. Will the system be activated after awakening the wood style? The sun is setting in the west. The streets are crowded with people, and the atmosphere is noisy. Alas, the little brat is so troublesome. The marshmallows are so delicious. Liu Shengyue sat cross-legged on the roof of the Hokage building, his snow-white long hair swaying gently in the breeze, eating soft marshmallows with a bored look, watching the noisy Team 7, walking on the street in the distance. He, Liu Shengyue, just turned 20 this year. He likes tall and proud black silk queens, cute and soft white silk loli, and even more relaxed and happy salted fish life. If he has money, he will go to the Oiran Street to drink with the big sisters. If he doesn't have money, he will just take a few S-level bounty missions and hunt those S-level rebel ninjas who are becoming famous. Relaxed and happy, do whatever he wants. This is the life he wants. He traveled to the ninja world 20 years ago and became a newborn baby in Konoha. When he was 4 years old, he automatically awakened the strongest blood limit in the ninja world. The power of wood style. It is definitely not a 4-bedroom, 1-living-room house like Yamato, but the real wood style power, the strongest bloodline limit with the power of the sacred tree. When awakening the wood style bloodline limit, he also obtained the strongest physique sage body, which can instantly absorb natural energy into sage mode, and his chakra directly soared to the level of the tailed beast. Maybe this is the so-called welfare of the time traveler. There is no shortcut to becoming stronger, only hard work can make you strong? Wrong. He has never made any effort since he was a child, but he already has super Kaga level power. To be honest, he was confused for a day when he first gained the power. After all, he was an ordinary office worker otaku in his previous life, and he had super Kaga level power after he was reborn. So as a time traveler, you always have to do something, right? Become a Hokage to protect the ninja world? Become a rebel ninja to dominate the ninja world? But he didn't choose any of them, because being a Hokage is troublesome, and being a villain is also troublesome. It's rare to be reborn and travel through time and space. He just wants to live as he pleases. Pretending to be a badass, picking up girls and having a harem is the way to go. He became a Jōnin at the age of 4, started taking S-level high-difficulty missions at the age of 8, and became famous in the ninja world at the age of 12. He was called the new ninja god by the ninja world. When many people in the ninja world thought that he would become the 5th Hokage, he just took the huge sum of money he got from the mission and threw it away. With fame, strength, and money, he must travel around the world. Pretending to be a badass, picking up girls, and drinking with a big sister is much more interesting than fighting with people every day. Advertisement, therefore, he has a character that is free-spirited, willful, and self-centered. Unfortunately, things are unpredictable. Lu Shengyue stretched lazily, holding the bamboo stick that had finished eating marshmallows, and looked at the backs of the 3 members of the 7th team who were gradually going away. A month ago, when Yagyu was having a great time in the tavern, the old man from the 3rd generation sent Umbu to come to him and invited him to be the leader of Team 7. He said that with his strength, he could suppress 9 tails, and the power of wood style could effectively suppress the tailed beasts. Of course, Yagyu refused on the spot. I am having a great time, and you want me to be the teacher of Team 7? Is there something wrong with your brain? But I never expected it. A few days later, the old dog from the 3rd generation came to him. Yagyu really didn't expect that this old man was so thick-skinned. There were obviously many conflicts between the two of them, but he could still come to him with a licking face. Yagyu was very annoyed and almost dismantled the 3rd generation at that time. But I never expected it. A system called the Strongest Teacher was actually opened. The system was initially bound to Team 7. As long as you are the teacher of Team 7, you can get rewards by signing in to Team 7. The stronger the strength of all the members of Team 7, the better the sign-in rewards you get. Speechless. Lousy is already a Kaga level expert, and you tell me there is still a broken system? Fate wants me to teach Team 7 a lesson, right? Finally, Lu Shengyue asked the 3rd generation old dog to pay a sky-high price and agreed to be the leader of Team 7. Although he agreed because of the system reward, he still took this opportunity to squeeze the 3rd generation. Although Lu Shengyue's current Kaga level strength, coupled with the wood style power that can attack and defend like a plug-in, is already a dimensionality reduction strike in the ninja world. But the system reward is a free power. How can he give up the free power? Moreover, even if he is invincible now, it is a bit hard to say in the future. After all, there will be 6 paths level experts in the future, or even the top experts of the Otsutsuki clan. So the more power you have, the better, and you can do whatever you want only if you are invincible. Anyway, work hard, brats. The sign-in reward for the master depends on you. Lu Shengyue threw the bamboo sticks back, put his hands behind his head and lay on the roof of the Hokage building, closing his eyes and feeling the cool breeze. The stronger the strength of the whole team of Team 7, the better the sign-in reward. In the future, we have to teach Team 7 to become stronger, right? It's so troublesome. But teaching Team 7 to become stronger, and then I can get more benefits. It's not bad to think about it. Advertisement, you will catch a cold if you sleep here. A figure appeared in an instant and stood beside Lu Shengyue. Lu Shengyue slowly sat up, touched his chin like an old uncle, and looked at Shi Rihong scrupulously. The cute face was full of heroic spirit, and the plump giant looked soft and elastic, which made people want to play with it. The white and round legs were quite slender, and the small and exquisite jade feet were enough to make foot control ecstasy. Perfect. Sister Honghong, you are still so awesome. It's okay. It's okay. Please take care of me when the time comes. Lu Shengyue looked at Shi Rihong lazily and said teasingly with a slight smile on her lips, I'm looking forward to how bad the white porridge you make is. Shi Rihong sat beside Lu Shengyue with her legs crossed, gathered her hair on both sides behind her ears, looked at Lu Shengyue with a smile, and said, Really? Then I might put drugs in the porridge. She just heard from the third Hokage that Lu Shengyue returned to the village, so she wanted to meet Lu Shengyue and say hello. Lu Shengxiao deliberately put on a surprised expression and said, Aphrodisiac? It's unnecessary. I know I am handsome and excellent, but you don't have to be so hungry. Shi Rihong said speechlessly. You haven't changed at all. You are still so annoying. Lu Shengyue is really annoying. He has always liked to tease himself. He is obviously a younger brother who is a few years younger than himself, but he is still inferior to him every day. Reverse Tiangang. Lu Shengyue was speechless. If someone says I hate you to my face, even I would be sad. Yuhi Kurenai said, Do you think I would believe it? Lu Shengyue is so thick-skinned that she would run to her house for a meal when she was hungry. How could she be so thick-skinned that she would be sad after a few words? Who would believe it? Lu Shengyue replied, Really? The two were silent for a moment. I never thought you would become a teacher, Yuhi Kurenai said. When she learned that Lu Shengyue returned to the village to serve as the leader of Class 7, she was a little confused. Lu Shengyue's personality would make her a teacher? This is too outrageous. According to what she knew about Lu Shengyue, he was a man who did whatever he wanted, lawless, willful, and always liked to bully her with tyrannical power. Lu Shengyue only did things that he was interested in, but he was not interested in things. Even if a lot of people died at his feet, this man could watch the show with a smile. It can be said that he has a bad personality, but such a person like Lu Shengyue would actually become the teacher of Class 7? It's weird no matter how you think about it. Chapter 4 Chatting with Yuhi Kurenai, The Conspiracy of the Third Generation. Yagyu Tsuki replied lazily, With greater ability comes greater responsibility. It is the responsibility of adults to pave the way for young ninjas. Yuhi Kurenai said with a half-smile, Since you are so responsible, do you want me to praise you? Yagyu Tsuki said, You can praise me more. Use all the good words you know on me. Yuhi Kurenai asked, So, what's the truth? Yagyu Tsuki will pave the way for young Jōnin? I don't believe you. The truth. Of course it's interesting. Yagyu Tsuki said with a matter-of-fact expression. Ninetales container, Uchiha's orphan, and a civilian ninja with no strength. There should be a lot of funny things happening. Sorry, Sister Honghong. This is also a lie. After all, the broken system must be hidden. I knew it. Yuhi Kurenai stuck out her tongue. Yagyu Tsuki asked, Do you hate Ninetales? Yuhi Kurenai was slightly startled. She didn't understand why Yagyu Tsuki suddenly asked this question. After thinking seriously for a while, she didn't answer the question directly. My parents died in the Ninetales riot. Yagyu Tsuki continued to ask, Do you hate Uzumaki Naruto? Yuhi Kurenai frowned slightly and said in a deep tone, Ninetales is Ninetales, and Uzumaki Naruto is Uzumaki Naruto. Yagyu Tsuki gave a thumbs up and said admiringly, You are actually quite sensible, and you have more brains than the trash in the village. People say that big breasts are brainless, but you have both breasts and brains. Can I punch you? Yuhi Kurenai smiled slightly, with a dangerous feeling in her smile, and there seemed to be thick, black smoke behind her. She wanted to punch Yagyu Tsuki in the face now. Yagyu Tsuki's way of praising people can really make people angry to death. Both breasts and brains? Is there such a way to praise people? Advertisement, yes, but I will fight back. I treat everyone equally regardless of gender, age or age. Yagyu Tsuki nodded. Yuhi Kurenai was speechless. What do you think of Team 7? Yuhi Kurenai asked. She was quite worried that with Yagyu Tsuki's personality, would she really teach Team 7 to grow up? The duty of the team leader is to let the Jōnins understand what ninjas should do and point out a direction for the Jōnins. Tell the truth. She was quite worried that Yagyu Tsuki would take Team 7 to the tavern to find those hostesses to drink. Yagyu Tsuki said, Do you want to tell the truth? Yuhi Kurenai said, Of course. Yagyu Tsuki chuckled. How should I put it? The truth is often quite hurtful. Naruto is stupid. Sasuke is pretentious. And little Sakura is ****h, but Ninetales is quite sunny, and he is a stinky kid with a strong mental quality and can withstand pressure. If I were Uzumaki Naruto, I would become a rebel ninja, and after becoming stronger, I would directly destroy the entire village and kill those trash who gossip behind my back every day and call me a monster. Yagyu Tsuki's light smile made Yuhi Kurenai unable to guess whether he was telling the truth or a lie. Tell the truth. He really thought that Uzumaki Naruto was really resistant to pressure. He had been bullied every day since he was a child, and people threw stones at him and called him a monster every day, but he still had such a good attitude. If that's the case, Yagyu Tsuki touched his chin, thought for a moment, raised a finger, and said with a slight smile, "The first thing to kill is the third-generation old dog, and the second is Danzo, the sewer rat. After all, these two old men are quite annoying." Well, Yuhi Kurenai's lips moved slightly, and a chill appeared on her back. In the end, she didn't dare to respond to Yagyu Tsuki's words. After all, it was too dangerous to speak in the village, not to mention that she was speaking on the Hokage building. If an ordinary ninja dared to say such a thing, he would definitely be caught on the spot by the Umbu hiding in the dark and tortured severely. Only Yagyu Tsuki dared to speak like this in the village. After all, Yagyu Tsuki is strong enough to do whatever he wants. But the question is it really okay to speak like this standing on the top of the Hokage building? The fourth-generation couple expects the people in the village to regard Naruto as a hero who sacrificed himself to seal 9 tails. But what is the truth? Yagyu took out a string of candied haws like a magic trick and said vaguely while eating, "The fact is that the old stubborn people in the village want to train Naruto into a humanoid weapon to protect the village. Under the guise of protecting the village, it is easy to brainwash people. The will of fire is really a convenient tool." Yagyu has not finished speaking. Advertisement Yui Kurenai gently pulled the corner of Yagyu's clothes and whispered in Yagyu's ear, "Yagyu, you should say less." Yagyu's remarks are getting more and more dangerous. If the third Hokage hears it, how will it end? It's okay. It's just a chat. The great third Hokage, why would you care about my nonsense? Yagyu Tsuki waved his hand, not paying any attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was eavesdropping. He just discovered Sarutobi Hiruzen. The old guy was eavesdropping secretly. Uzumaki Naruto has been oppressed since he was a child and was regarded as a demon fox who destroyed the village. But how many people were present when the 9 tails were sealed? Yagyu Tsuki paused and pointed at Yuhi Kurenai with a candied haws. "Sister Hong Hong, I have an interesting question. Since there are not many people at the sealing site, why does the whole village know that Uzumaki Naruto is the container of 9 tails? The whole village knows it. Even the babies know that Uzumaki Naruto is the container of 9 tails. And why didn't our great third Hokage stop the people in the village from bullying Uzumaki Naruto day after day?" Yagyu Tsuki said to herself, "When a person is in the dark, even a faint ray of light can be a salvation, not to mention a little kid who has been bullied since birth." Yuhi Kurenai bit her lips lightly. She didn't understand what Yagyu Tsuki said because she had never thought about these issues, and she had never been exposed to these things. However, she knew what Yagyu Tsuki wanted to express. And it was indeed as Yagyu Tsuki said. Why did the whole village know that Naruto was the container of 9 tails? Don't you understand? But it's normal. Yagyu Tsuki touched Yui Kurenai's little head and deliberately put on a proud expression and said, "If Sister Hong Hong can be as invincible as me, she will naturally be able to see a lot of things." Change the subject. After all, this topic is indeed a bit difficult for Sister Hong Hong. Yagyu Tsuki dared to say it because the third Hokage couldn't do anything to him, but Yuhi Kurenai is just an ordinary special Jōnin. Yuhi Kurenai felt the warmth of Yagyu Tsuki's palm, and a blush appeared on her fair face. She opened Yagyu Tsuki's hand in a panic and said tenderly, "You are so disrespectful." Wong, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared instantly. "Ah, you little brat." Sarutobi Hiruzen put one hand behind his back and smoked a cigarette slowly with the other hand, and said with a smile, "It's good to chat and reminisce about the past, but you've said enough today, so let's stop here." Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude was very gentle on the surface, but his smart and old eyes seemed to reveal a warning. Chapter 5 The Will of Fire of the Third Generation. Yagyu accurately revealed the truth. Kurenai hurriedly knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Hokage-sama." Yagyu Tsuki glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly, deliberately showing a disdainful attitude and said, "Stinky old man, You have lived to this age. Hasn't anyone taught you what etiquette is? Eavesdropping on others talking about love will be struck by lightning. Nonsense. Kurenai's pretty face was slightly red, and her fair little hand secretly pinched Usuki's waist. Talking about love? Yagyu Tsuki is so annoying. Every day he knows how to defeat the superior and say things that make people misunderstand. Tsuki, I know what you want to say, but the village is the foundation of ninjas and the home of all ninjas. The duty of the Hokage is to protect the belonging of ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly took a puff of cigarette, exhaled a pale smoke, turned around and looked at the whole noisy village with a warm smile on his face. Where the leaves flutter, the fire will continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Where there is light, there must be shadows. As long as they harm the village, whether they are family or friends, they will all be regarded as enemies. This is the mission of the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen said earnestly. Watching the new buds grow gradually, you will understand the importance of the will of fire in the future. The will of fire. Yuhi Kurenai thought for a moment. Her father also talked about the will of fire before he died. What exactly is the so-called will of fire? I hate listening to your so-called righteousness, and I am not interested in listening to the old man preaching to me. It is always difficult to argue out the reason for the collision of ideas. Lu Shangyue ate candied haws and looked at the bustling streets indifferently. You said where there is light there must be shadows. This is a very good statement. I give you full marks, but I can only see shadows. Naruto is the vessel of nine tails. You spread this news, right? Yagyu Tsuki swallowed the candied haws in his mouth, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen indifferently, and said, The Umbu who monitors Sasuke every day is the man of Danzo, the old fox, right? You. Sarutobi Hiruzen was interrupted by Yagyu Tsuki before he could finish his words. Yagyu Tsuki waved his hand and said in a teasing tone, There is no need to rush to refute. I know everything you do. After all, as a time traveler, of course he knows a lot of things. Anyway, you spread the news. In Naruto's darkest period, your so-called will of fire will be his only salvation. The starting point of the will of fire is very good, to let everyone give up hatred and understand each other. But you and Danzo are too hard. You old foxes are already rotten and stinky. Advertisement, the so-called will of fire. Is it to protect the village or the people in the village? A village is a village with people, and a village without people is a wasteland. Of course, I am not interested in your little things. It is not the village that can keep me here, but it is interesting enough here. Lu Shangyue is not interested in participating in the affairs of the village, let alone whether the village lives or dies. He lives as he pleases. I just want to be happy. There is no need to care about the life and death of others. You are such a brat. Team 7 will be handed over to you. Although your mischievous personality is hard to understand, I am confident in your strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. But if you are going to harm the village, I will do my best to stop you. He was not particularly angry, because being angry with Yagyu Tsuki would only make him angrier. After all, this brat was very good at making people angry, and he couldn't do anything to Yagyu Tsuki. Although Yagyu Tsuki had personality problems, his strength was still very reassuring, not to mention that he had the power of wood style that could suppress Nine Tails. With Yagyu Tsuki by Naruto's side, Nine Tails could be prevented from going berserk again. The village could no longer bear the grief of Nine Tails' rebellion. Do you want to try it now? You have always wanted my secret, mass-produced ninjas who can use wood style, but I advise you, an old man, to live one day at a time. Yagyu Tsuki smiled slightly, with a dangerous smile, and the faintly revealed chakra gave people a sense of deterrence. You. Shi Rihong's face changed slightly, and panic appeared in her eyes. She hurriedly grabbed Lu Shangyu's hand, looked at Lu Shangyu's dangerous smile, and shook her head with worry. Oh my god. What to do now? With Yagyu Tsuki's willful character, he might really do something like fighting with the third Hokage in the Hokage building. Don't worry, Sister Hong Hong. I respect the elderly and love the young. I was just joking with the old guy. Yagyu Tsuki stuffed the candied haws into Yuhi Kurenai's mouth. Dealing with the third-generation old dog in the village may affect the sign-in reward, so let's just let this old guy fend for himself for now. Yuhi Kurenai was suddenly blocked by the candied haws and subconsciously made a nasal hum. Everyone in the audience was speechless. Yagyu Tsuki respects the elderly and loves the young? Bullshit. When Yagyu Tsuki was 12 years old, he burned Sarutobi Hiruzen's beard in public, and when he was 15 years old, He bullied a whole class of students in the ninja school and made them cry. You call this respecting the elderly and loving the young? When Yagyu Tsuki is in a good mood, it's okay. But when he is in a bad mood, he cares about you being old or young. Advertisement not to mention the old and the young. When Yagyu Tsuki was on a mission before, he even pressed a beautiful ninja passing by Rock Shinobi Village to the ground and beat her until she cried. And that beautiful ninja seemed to be the granddaughter of Tsuchikage. Then Yagyu Tsuki gave the reason that the woman's expression looked too arrogant, and she liked to bully such high-ranking women. Tell me, what kind of person is this? My lovely Team 7 is more important than you think. If you continue to do things secretly, it will be troublesome to find the murderer. Yagyu Tsuki's face sank, a trace of cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and a huge chakra burst out, causing the entire Hokage building to tremble violently. Just kill all the people in the upper echelons. If it was Team 7's life or death before, it didn't matter, but now Team 7 is his important tool, a tool that gets the sign and reward. In other words, it is a cash cow. If the village leaders cause trouble and the growth rate of Team 7 slows down, it will affect his progress of signing and rewards. Good. Outrageous chakra. Yuhi Kurenai's pretty face turned pale, and she had difficulty breathing under the suppression of chakra. It was the first time she felt this level of chakra. I have something to do today. I'll give you a chance to treat me to a meal another day. See you another day. Yagyu Tsuki put away the chakra, touched Yuhi Kurenai's little head, and then disappeared directly. Shameless. Who wants to treat you to a meal? Yuhi Kurenai was speechless. Give me a chance to treat you to a meal? Who wants this broken opportunity? Alas. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and disappeared using the instant body. Yuhi Kurenai was the only one left on the top of the Hokage building. Yu has changed a bit. He obviously hates noisy kids, but he actually values Class 7. Is this the sense of responsibility after becoming a teacher? Yuhi Kurenai ate a candied Haws and looked at the direction where Lu Shengyu had disappeared, with a beautiful arc at the corner of her mouth. You also gradually changed from that willful brother to a responsible man. It would be great if he could change his willful personality through the process of being a teacher. Obviously, he is very charming when he is serious. Chapter 6 The Hungry Class 7. Is being late a test? Early morning. The white mist was hazy and the breeze was cool. The slowly rising sun was covered by the sea of clouds, and the light golden sunlight cut through the morning mist, shining on the land and making everything sparkle. The whole village was very lively today, and all the Jōnins walked out of their homes with great expectations, because from today on, they were real ninjas. Of course, Team 7 was not so happy. Will I die? Uzumaki Naruto looked anxious. His lips became dry and cracked due to lack of water, and the whole person lay on the ground in a mess, surging like an earthworm. At this time, he was like a refugee without food. I'm so hungry, so thirsty, so sleepy, so cold. I really want to eat ramen in big mouthfuls. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything since yesterday, and it was already past 4 o'clock when he woke up. At that time, he was so scared that he ran all the way to the 7th training ground, fearing that he would miss the critical moment of the mission because of being late. But after Uzumaki Naruto ran to the training ground, he didn't even see the hair of Yagyu Tsuki. It was obvious that Yagyu Tsuki was late again. Uchiha Sasuke sat with his back against the tree trunk, glanced at Uzumaki Naruto coldly, and said sarcastically, "Idiot, you are too noisy. What are you bragging about? I think you are also very hungry." Uzumaki Naruto retorted weakly. Yagyu Tsuki said not to eat anything, but in order to be able to show off in front of little Sakura, he did not drink a drop of water since yesterday. Uchiha Sasuke raised his chin slightly, showing a sense of coldness and arrogance, and said in a proud tone, "I said, don't confuse me with you. If you can't even stand hunger, I advise you to give up being a ninja." Cole. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were full of anger, and he was about to refute Uchiha Sasuke. Gurgle gurgle. The strange sound resounded throughout the venue. Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto could hear that this strange sound was someone's stomach growling. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura both looked at Uchiha Sasuke at the same time. The gurgling sound came from Uchiha Sasuke's stomach. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help laughing, pointing at Uchiha Sasuke and laughing. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke, you are so embarrassing. You are so hungry but still talking nonsense. Sasuke was talking nonsense the previous second, and his stomach was gurgling the next second. So funny. Advertisement Sasuke. Haruno Sakura blushed slightly, turned her head away, and pretended not to hear the gurgling sound. Uchiha Sasuke blushed slightly, turned his head away, and snorted. Huh, someone who is late on the first day. What can he teach us? To be honest, very bad impression. He had a very bad impression of Yagyu Tsuki, because Yagyu Tsuki said not to eat anything, and then he really didn't eat anything, so this embarrassing situation happened now. Haruno Sakura said with a forced smile, Don't say that. Mr. Yagyu may have encountered some troubles, or is dealing with some very important things. Let's wait patiently. She seemed to be comforting everyone, but in fact she was cursing Yagyu Tsuki in her heart. ****, what a joke. 6 o'clock. It's already 6 o'clock. It's already an hour beyond the agreed time. What the hell is this Yagyu Tsuki doing? I haven't eaten anything since yesterday, and Yagyu Tsuki has the nerve to be late? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are handsome. If you make me angry, I will punch you in the face. Gurgle. Haruno Sakura's stomach made a hungry sound. She suddenly looked up at Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing that Sasuke didn't seem to care about the sound, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, Sakura-chan, you must be hungry too. Don't worry about that ********** Yagyu Tsuki. Let's go eat ramen together. Uzumaki Naruto laughed heartlessly, but he hadn't finished inviting Haruno Sakura to eat ramen. Naruto. Haruno Sakura's face darkened. Hashtag appeared on his forehead. His whole body seemed to be burning with flames. He clenched his white fists and walked towards Uzumaki Naruto. Plop! Uzumaki Naruto was knocked to the ground by Haruno Sakura, lying on the ground with violent convulsions, and a fiery red bump slowly rose on his head. Sakura. Sakura-chan? Uzumaki Naruto covered his head and looked at Haruno Sakura in fear. Haruno Sakura's pretty face turned red with embarrassment, and she glared at Uzumaki Naruto angrily, saying, When people are hungry, their stomachs will growl, right? If you laugh again, I will beat you up. I've already beaten you up. Uzumaki Naruto complained in a low voice. Time passed slowly, and 30 minutes passed. All members of Team 7 were quiet, and everyone was very tired. Naruto lay on the ground, holding his hungry stomach, and muttered weakly, Damn, Yagyu Tsuki, this be *************** D. I must kill you. I really want to eat char siu ramen. Enough, I want to go back. Uchiha Sasuke's face was cold, his hands in his pockets, turned around and prepared to leave. He no longer had the patience to wait. There is time to wait aimlessly, but you should practice hard to gain strength. Haruno Sakura sat on the tree trunk, forced a smile, and weakly persuaded, Let's wait. What if Yagyu teacher is really busy, and you may be disqualified as a ninja if you go back like this? You seem to have made a mistake. Ninja is just an identity. Even if I fail to become a ninja, I will definitely gain strength. Uchiha Sasuke slowly clenched his fists. A trace of cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and the back of Uchiha Itachi appeared in his mind. Strength is everything. Even if I fail to become a ninja, I will definitely gain enough power for revenge. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura was frightened by Sasuke's murderous aura. It was the first time she saw such a cold Sasuke. Advertisement. Hey, what are you pretending for? Uzumaki Naruto smacked his lips. Wait, is there a possibility? Haruno Sakura suddenly thought of something, pinched his white chin and said thoughtfully, No matter what, Yagyu-sensei is a Jōnin. As a Jōnin, he is late for the mission. Don't you feel it strange? What do you mean? Uzumaki Naruto was puzzled. Uchiha Sasuke paused, turned around and looked at Haruno Sakura indifferently, waiting for Haruno Sakura's subsequent speech. Haruno Sakura said seriously, Maybe there is no mission today, but a test. Teacher Yagyu may be late on purpose to test our endurance as ninjas. She just thought about a lot of things and thought that how could a great Jōnin be late, and specifically ordered Team 7 not to eat, which may be a test of Team 7's endurance. Therefore, we can judge whether Team 7 is qualified to become ninjas. Test? Naruto and Sasuke were slightly stunned. Haruno Sakura said, Think about it, when ninjas are on a mission, they will encounter all kinds of problems, and they may not have food for a few days, but they still have to lurk to obtain intelligence. Boring tricks, but it does fit that guy's character. Uchiha Sasuke pondered for a moment, then sat on the ground and continued to wait for Yagyu Tsuki. Haruno Sakura's speculation was reasonable. After all, how could a great Jōnin be late? Test? What test? What are you talking about? Uzumaki Naruto was confused. Ah, idiot. Haruno Sakura sighed. An hour later, gurgle gurgle. The hungry sounds of all the members of Class 7 resounded throughout the venue, but everyone was forced to remain silent. They vowed to pass this endurance test. Hey, good morning. The cool breeze blew the grass, and Lu Shengyue appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Teacher Lu Sheng. Everyone in Class 7 was ecstatic. Since Teacher Lu Sheng would appear, it meant that Class 7 had passed this endurance test? What's with your expression? Even if you look at me expectantly, there is no reward. Lu Shengyue scratched his head and said without any apology, Anyway, sorry, I overslept. Chapter 7 Scumbag Teacher. All the power of the first generation. After hearing Lu Shengyue's words without any apology, all the members of Team 7 were stunned at this moment. Everyone looked at Lu Shengyue, who was yawning with an expression as if they were teasing me. Woke up late? What does this mean? It means that there is no such thing as a bullshit endurance test at all. The reason why Team 7 had to endure the torture and wait for more than 2 hours is entirely because Lu Shengyue overslept. Haruno Sakura recalled what happened just now. She confidently said that this was an endurance test and even analyzed the process of many ninjas starving. But what is the truth? The fact is that she thought too much. Lu Shengyue was just sleeping in. Haruno Sakura turned her head awkwardly, and her fair cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She recalled her confident attitude just now and now wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. What a joke. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* hours, and you are sleeping in at home. Damn it. I must teach you a lesson. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were full of anger, and he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. Naruto, calm down first. Jōnin has a lot of things to do. Teacher Yagyu should have been busy with a mission last night. Haruno Sakura pulled Uzumaki Naruto, forcing a smile to smooth things over, but in fact he was cursing Yagyu Tsuki in his heart. I don't care what you Jōnin have to do. It's because of you that my skin has become worse. Two idiots. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Naruto and little Sakura coldly, then looked at Yagyu Tsuki with indifference and pride, and said in a deep voice, all the tasks of the team leader should be related to the team, and when the team leader is a team leader, he rarely takes tasks alone. Uchiha Sasuke raised his chin slightly, showing a sense of pride and confidence, and said, Yagyu Tsuki, you didn't have any tasks last night? Sasuke had met many Jōnin in the clan before, so he knew a lot of things that the team leader had to do. Almost all the team leaders were related to the team. After all, they had to lead the new generation of Jōnin to familiarize themselves with the task process and cultivate the growth of the new generation of Jōnin. Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura both stared at Yagyu Tsuki with puzzled faces. Lu Shungyue touched his chin and said thoughtfully, what the red-eye kid said is right, but last night, how should I put it? I was indeed busy dealing with a lot of things. Strictly speaking, it can be considered a mission. It would be a waste of time to explain in detail. Anyway, there were indeed a lot of things. All the members of Class 7 were speechless. It seemed that teacher Lu Sheng had said nothing. If he had the time to say these nonsense, he could have explained the reason clearly. Red eye? Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly. It was the first time he heard someone say that he had red eye. Haruno Sakura looked curious and said politely, please explain it to us, teacher Lu Sheng. If possible, please keep it short. Everyone in Class 7 was a little curious about what happened that made them wait here for more than 2 hours while hungry. Drinking, picking up girls, and killing people. Lu Shungyue raised 3 fingers and explained what happened last night in a concise and clear manner. To be honest, advertisement, I was almost busy to death last night. Last night, he first went to instruct Hinata for a while, then went to the tavern in the early morning to drink with the older sisters, and then around 3 or 4 in the morning, he went to wake up Yui Kurenai to drink and chat. During this period, several Umbu ninjas had been secretly monitoring him. In the end, he was very impatient and killed all the Umbu ninjas who were monitoring him. Those Umbu ninjas were all subordinates of Danzo. Obviously, Danzo had been beaten by him before, but he still had the mind to think about his with style power. Courage is commendable, but it's a pity. The moment he awakened the power of wood style, he had all the power of the first generation, which was definitely not a power that the third generation and Danzo could match. It is also worth mentioning that he had gained a lot of favorability in the past. After all, as an excellent time traveler, he had to flexibly use the plot to gain favorability. And the easiest person to improve favorability is Hinata. All the members of Team 7 were stunned. Their expressions gradually changed from confusion to anger, especially Haruno Sakura's angry gaze. as if he wanted to eat Yagyu Tsuki alive. That's the lame excuse? Is this what you call being busy? What the hell? Although I didn't understand the phrase killing people, I just said that he was drinking and picking up girls. Mr. Yagyu was drinking and picking up girls last night, so they had to wait for 2 more hours, and even endured the 2 more hours of hunger. What a joke. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Which teacher in the whole ninja world would ignore his students because he was drinking with a woman? You damn scumbag. You said that drinking with a woman is an important thing? I'm going to tear you apart. Haruno Sakura was angry, and a hashtag appeared on her forehead. Her whole body seemed to be burning with rage. She couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't maintain the image of a good child. She rolled up her sleeves and prepared to beat Yagyu violently. She was still defending Yagyu until just now, imagining that Yagyu was a handsome and good teacher. But what is the truth? The fact is that Yagyu is a frivolous scumbag. He totally failed to fulfill his duties as a teacher. He was drinking and playing with a woman, causing Class 7 to wait for 2 more hours, and even endured the hungry and miserable wait. B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Master Yagyu is a top handsome guy. I will punch him hard. Don't say that. There is no such thing as a scumbag. They're just playing around. Yagyu Tsuki raised a finger and said earnestly in an educational tone, adults also have their own difficulties. As a teacher, I will teach you a lesson. It is also a man's duty to comfort lonely women. As the saying goes, don't let go of the S***T. Don't let down your wife. S***T. S***T. Die, scumbag. Haruno Sakura's cheeks were slightly red, and his eyes showed shame and anger. He pounced on Yagyu Tsuki like a cat with its fur standing on end. Don't let go of the S***T. Don't let down your wife? Class 7 is full of children. The teacher actually taught children these things? So bad. Sakura-chan, calm down. Uzumaki Naruto stopped Haruno Sakura. Get out of the way. Haruno Sakura elbowed Uzumaki Naruto, and then rushed to Yagyu Tsuki again. She was almost crying because of Yagyu Tsuki. She had to punch Yagyu Tsuki today, otherwise she would not be able to relieve her hatred. Don't be so angry, it's just a joke. Yagyu Tsuki grabbed Haruno Sakura's wrist, then grabbed Haruno Sakura's hair with the other hand, and pressed Haruno Sakura to the ground without much force. Haruno Sakura snorted after being pressed to the ground. The pain in her wrist caused her to frown. It hurts. Don't look at me as gentle and a teacher who is easy to get along with. I am a man who will take action when it's time. Even if it's a crying woman, I can kick her away with one foot. Yagyu Tsuki smiled faintly, with a sense of badness. Although the 7th class is a bunch of troublesome brats, it is much easier to get along with than those stinky old men. After all, they are really disgusting when they say one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. On the contrary, the stinky brats in the 7th class are stupid, but at least they speak their mind. Yagyu Tsuki whispered in Haruno Sakura's ear, "Be quiet, little Sakura." Haruno Sakura felt the warmth in her ear, and her fair face turned red. Her eyes showed shyness, and she responded like a shy little girl. Okay, Mr. Yagyu. Haruno Sakura complained in her heart. A gentle and easygoing teacher? Bullshit. Grabbing the head of a female student and pressing her to the ground roughly. You call this gentle and easygoing? But Mr. Yagyu is so handsome. Yagyu Tsuki let go of Haruno Sakura and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Uzumaki Naruto covered his slightly painful head, stared at Haruno Sakura, and shouted angrily, Hey, why? Why am I the only one who gets beaten? And Sakura-chan, you are obviously pressed to the ground. Why are you still shy and blushing? In the end, it was only me, Naruto, who got beaten. Chapter 8. On the first day of signing in, the fire was extinguished. Enough of the jokes. Anyway, let's introduce ourselves first. Lu Shengyue sat on a rock, took out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and put it in his mouth, looking at the people in Team 7 calmly. I'm Yagyu Tsuki. I'm 20 years old this year, and I'm the most special ninja in the village, even more special than the legendary Sannin. You've got a great deal by letting me be your teacher. I like sweets, I hate spicy food, and it's hard to say who I respect the most. Dreams, interests. I like beautiful women, whether they're soft and cute Lolita, cold and cool queen, or sexy young woman. As long as they're beautiful, they're my type. But if they make me angry, even if they're the most beautiful girl in the world, I'll beat them up and make them cry. The thing I hate the most is to teach you little brats. Yagyu Tsuki clapped his hands and said with a faint smile, "That's about it. It's your turn to introduce yourself." After listening to Yagyu Tsuki's self-introduction, all the members of Class 7 were speechless. Teacher Yagyu seemed to have introduced a lot of things, but in fact, there was only a little useful information. After listening to a long paragraph, Class 7 only knew what Teacher Yagyu liked to eat and that he liked all beautiful women. Moreover, Yagyu Tsuki can be a teacher for Team 7, which is a great bargain for Team 7. Is it really good to praise yourself like this? Uzumaki Naruto raised his hands excitedly. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My favorite food is ramen. My favorite food is Ichiraka ramen, and the person I respect the most is the third Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto pushed his forehead protector. With a sunny smile and a firm tone, he said, "I will get everyone's recognition, and becoming Hokage is my dream. Speak directly and do what you say. This is my ninja way." Becoming Hokage is his dream, a dream that he must fulfill even if he dies. People I hate. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Sasuke and showed a disgusted expression. People I like, my favorite type. Uzumaki Naruto was shy and glanced at Haruno Sakura a few times. Really? Yagyu Tsuki sipped his lollipop and looked at Uzumaki Naruto lightly. The dream of Ninetales is to become Hokage, and the person he respects the most is actually the third-generation old dog. But it is normal, after all. In the darkest period of Ninetales, the encounter secretly planned by the third-generation old dog became a ray of light in the darkness for Naruto. Using the will of fire to brainwash people is a very convenient will. My name is Haruno Sakura, and my dream is the person I like, the person I respect. Haruno Sakura blushed and twisted her face, secretly looking at Uchiha Sasuke next to her, and then secretly glanced at Yagyu Tsuki's face. Sasuke is handsome, but Yagyu teacher is more handsome. It's so hard to choose. Advertisement, tisk. Uzumaki Naruto pouted. Uchiha Sasuke, I have nothing to say, but I have one ambition. I must kill that man with my own hands. Uchiha Sasuke sat on the steps, his hands crossed and his chin lowered. The figure of Uchiha Itachi appeared in his mind, and his eyes revealed a strong and cold murderous intent. He is an avenger. Hatred is his motivation to survive. No matter what, he will gain strength, and then avenge his dead tribesmen. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura looked at Sasuke worriedly. Isn't it me that Sasuke is talking about? Uzumaki Naruto was startled, and he was panicking. Alas, so the brats are troublesome. Yagyu Tsuki secretly sighed. The brats of Team 7 are really troublesome. The dream of the Ninetales brat is to become Hokage, and the ambition of the Uchiha orphan is revenge. Haruno Sakura, a love-crazy love brain. Hot-blooded man. Pretending man. A love-crazy girl. Troublesome to death. Broken system. It really makes trouble for people. Ding. He officially starts signing in. Sign in for one day and get B-level fire style. How huam ya sure. The system's crisp and pleasant female voice sounded in Yagyu Tsuki's mind. The sign-in rewards will change with the overall strength of Class 7. The stronger the overall strength of Class 7, the better and more rewards there will be. The system said. Lu Shengyue asked in his heart, broken system, does the reward include lifespan? Tell the truth. When the system appeared, the reward he wanted most was infinite lifespan. After all, it is rare to travel through time and reincarnate, so he must want to live longer. Even if the power is strong, it is useless if the lifespan is limited. To put it bluntly, be immortal and want to live forever. Answer, the reward is everything in the world, and the infinite lifespan that the master wants. The system answered truthfully. Advertisement. Lu Shengyue joked in his heart. Really? Then tomorrow's sign-in reward will be changed to infinite lifespan. The system said, no, the reward is obtained randomly, and the system elf cannot change the reward content. With the current comprehensive strength of the 7th team, the reward level is limited and infinite lifespan cannot be obtained. Please understand, Master. Lu Shengyue said in his heart, don't be so rigid. We are partners after all. The system said, the system is one of the Master's abilities. It's a dead joke, boring. Lu Shengyue complained in his heart. System, your self-introductions are all very good, so let's start the formal assessment. Yagyu Tsuki raised a finger and said lightly, the assessment content is not that difficult. Once, as long as someone in your Team 7 can touch me once, you will all pass the assessment. Time limit, 3 hours. He currently plans to let Team 7 understand how powerful and domineering he is, so that it will be easier to train Team 7 in the future. Yagyu Tsuki instructed, use kunai or ninjutsu. No matter what means you use, you must attack with the intention of killing me. All members of Team 7 were slightly startled. It was just a test, but they had to be prepared to die. Huh. Uchiha Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Interesting. Using kunai is too. Haruno Sakura pinched his collar with his hand, looked at Yagyu Tsuki with a worried face, and was interrupted before he finished speaking. It's okay. It's okay. Attack as you like. Lu Shangyue waved his hand and said in a casual tone, if you can really kill me, you can become famous in the ninja world, and Danzo will kneel down to thank you. After all, you helped him solve a demon that he can't overcome in this life. There are countless Kage-level strongmen in the ninja world, even if they dream of killing him, but how many people in the ninja world can compete with him head-on? But you definitely can't. Lu Shangyue paused, raised his chin slightly to show a sense of arrogance, and the slightly raised corners of his mouth gave people a sense of sarcasm. After all, you are very weak. Encourage the little ghosts a little bit, so that these tools have motivation. Very, very weak? After Naruto was stunned for a moment, a surge of anger surged in his heart, and his face turned red and his eyes were furious. I'm going to smash your smiling face. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly ran, clenched his fist, and hit Yagyu Tsukishima's face hard. Very good, that's the momentum. Yagyu Tsukishima grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's hair, pressed Uzumaki Naruto heavily to the ground, looked down at Naruto's angry face, and said lightly, but I haven't said to start yet. Don't be too impatient, stinky kid. Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and asked coldly, what if you fail? Depriving the qualifications of a ninja doesn't seem to have any deterrent effect. Yagyu Tsukishima pointed at Sasuke with a lollipop and said with a slight smile, if you don't pass the test, I will strip all your clothes and hang them at the entrance of the village for people to take pictures at will. Uzumaki Naruto asked, All stripped? Yes, all. Yagyu Tsukishima deliberately prolonged his voice. All the members of Team 7 were silent. A sense of crisis rose in everyone's heart. Looking at the smiling face of Mr. Yagyu, it was difficult to judge whether the punishment was true or false. But, with Mr. Yagyu's character, this punishment should be true. If I were to be punished like this, it would be more desperate than being deprived of my ninja identity. Haruno Sakura said cautiously, I'm a girl. Yagyu Tsuki smiled. Then I'll strip you naked and let me enjoy it slowly. Must pass the test. Everyone in Team 7 made up their minds that they would go all out no matter what and must pass Mr. Yagyu's test. Chapter 9: The Gap in Strength and Yagyu's Teachings. Since there is punishment, there must be reward. If you can pass the test, I will treat you to barbecue. You can order the highest quality meat. Yagyu Tsuki picked up Uzumaki Naruto and threw him at Uchiha Sasuke's feet. The high-quality meat in all the shops in the village is very expensive. Many ninjas even perform tasks day and night just to eat that bite of high-quality meat. He is an excellent teacher after all. If the little brats perform well, he must give some benefits. After all, sugar and whips should be used together. Of course, the money for ordering high-quality meat will be charged to the account of the third-generation old man. The highest quality meat. Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura's eyes lit up. They are now as hungry as refugees. If there is a pile of high-quality meat in front of them, they will be willing to eat it until they die. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly, boring rewards, can we start the test now? I really want to see the strength of Jōnin. He was not interested in eating any barbecue. What he wanted to know most now was what the gap was between him and Jōnin. Jōnin. Yes, let's start now. Yagyu Tsuki sipped his lollipop and scratched his cheek with his fingers in distress. Jōnin? What kind of rubbish is Jōnin? These stinky brats actually naively thought that their strength was only at the level of Jōnin. Not to mention those useless Jōnins. Even if the shadow was placed in front of them, it would be futile. It would be troublesome to explain, and there was no need to explain. Let's let Team 7 think so for the time being. It would be interesting to see Team 7 gradually discover the truth and show shocked expressions in the future, right? After Yagyu Tsuki announced the start, swish, Uchiha Sasuke was the first to react. He took out 3 kunai and threw them at Yagyu Tsuki. He was very confident in throwing kunai. Ong, a cold light flashed, and 3 kunai flew into the air, stabbing at Yagyu Tsukishima's head at a very fast speed. Kunai? This thing can't hurt me even if it is multiplied 100 times. But judging from the position you threw it, the purpose should be... Yagyu Tsukishima raised his hand and casually slapped the kunai away. Behind. Yagyu Tsukishima turned around and looked at Sasuke, who appeared behind him. So what if you can see through my thoughts? Uchiha Sasuke was slightly stunned. He never expected that Yagyu Tsuki could see through his thoughts and attack routines in an instant, but now there is no time to change the combat routine. Just go. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Sasuke quickly formed seals with both hands and spit out a bright red high-temperature flame from his mouth. After the flame flew out, it turned into a boulder-like fireball. Advertisement: the boulder-like high-temperature fireball burned fiercely, leaving large traces on the ground wherever it passed, and blasted towards the calm Yagyu Tsuki at a very fast speed. Fireball? The power is indeed quite impressive, even comparable to some Chōnin. Yagyu Tsuki sipped his lollipop and looked at the approaching high-temperature fireball calmly. Uchiha brats are considered very strong among Jōnin, but there is no need to defend against attacks of this level. Boom! The high-temperature fireball like a boulder engulfed Yagyu Tsuki, and the raging fire burned a concave mark on the ground, and thick black smoke rolled with the flames. Haruno Sakura looked at Yagyu Tsuki engulfed by the flames and exclaimed, "Yagyu teacher." Uzumaki Naruto accused, "Hey, Sasuke, you're too heavy. If I beat you up seriously, I can pass the test, right?" Uchiha Sasuke used the Scarlet Sharingan, looking at the burning area of the flames indifferently and arrogantly. "It can be, but what do you mean by seriously injured?" Yagyu Tsuki walked out of the flames unscathed, not to mention being injured. Not even a hair was burned. Lu Shangyue fanned the black smoke with his hands and said with a disgusted expression, "Cough, cough, cough. I choked to death. You want to seriously injure him with just a broken great fireball? Don't be ridiculous. No harm at all." All the members of Class 7 were shocked, looking at the calm and composed Yagyu Tsuki in disbelief. The great fireball that Sasuke had just used was very powerful, but Yagyu-sensei was swallowed by the great fireball without any defense, but he was still calm and unharmed. Not even a strand of white hair was burnt. No harm at all. How is it possible? Uchiha Sasuke was stunned. With his arrogant and confident personality, he couldn't believe what was really happening in front of him when he saw Yagyu-sensei was unharmed. Until just now, he still thought that after Yagyu-sensei was swallowed by the high-temperature fireball, he would at least be burned by the flames. But what is the truth? Yagyu-sensei resisted the great fireball that he used with all his strength without any harm. You know, the great fireball is his strongest fire style at present, and it is also the fire style he has been learning since childhood. But Yagyu-sensei's calm attitude is as if he was not attacked by anyone, and he didn't care about his full-strength attack at all. Is this Jōnin's strength? Advertisement: there is such a big gap between me and Jōnin. What a joke. Unbelievable. Unacceptable. But that's the truth. Yagyu Tsuki looked at Sasuke in a daze and said with a faint smile, "Don't show that expression. Don't worry. No adult will be serious with children. I will help you test with a playful attitude. Know your strength and yourself. Since you can't defeat the enemy head-on, use your brain to think more. The brain is also part of strength. Don't be a reckless man who can only do things without thinking. It's common to fail even if you give your all, right?" Yagyu Tsuki said in an educational tone, "The invincible strong are also human beings. Since they are human beings, they must have weaknesses. Of course, if your brains are just for decoration, just pretend I didn't say anything." Tisk. Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly, thinking about what teacher Yagyu said. People must have weaknesses? It is indeed as Mr. Yagyu said. Since we cannot defeat the enemy head-on, we need to retreat temporarily and look for opportunities. Bang! Uchiha Sasuke threw 2 gray balls, which turned into a large cloud of smoke after landing. He took advantage of the smoke to cover Yagyu Tsuki's vision and turned around and ran quickly into the forest. Temporarily distance yourself from Mr. Yagyu, and then look for opportunities to make long-term plans. Being attacked by such a terrible fire style, he can stand unscathed. Fortunately, I didn't attack rashly just now. Haruno Sakura felt scared in his heart. He carefully put away the kunai and turned around to chase Uchiha Sasuke quickly. "Sasuke, wait for me." Uchiha is a little kid, but at least he is smart. He can understand what I mean immediately and make the right judgment on the spot. Even if Yagyu Tsuki is in the smoke, he can clearly perceive the movement trajectory of Sasuke and little Sakura through the passive skill of Sage Body. Uchiha is a smart kid, but Haruno Sakura, this kid has no opinion at all. He just follows Sasuke around. But bullying the kid is quite interesting. Cough, cough, choking to death. Yagyu Tsuki fanned the smoke with his hands and said speechlessly, "Red-eye disease, you damn thing. Even if you don't have childish tricks, I will let you retreat at will. Chapter 10 Strength Gap, The Power of Wood Style. The breeze blew, and the smoke dispersed. I'm afraid these little ghosts will hide for a while, so let's have a snack first. Lu Shengyue walked to the ground and took out a black, exquisite lunchbox. He opened the lunchbox and looked at the neatly arranged desserts inside. Sister Hong Hong is still so virtuous. She got up early to make lunch for me even though she was drunk. It's quite comfortable to have a caring sister around. When he traveled through time as a baby, his parents died in the mission, so he was taken care of by Shiri Home. Although Lu Shengyue has been a human for 2 lives, even if his body is still a young child, there is no need for others to take care of him. But ask yourself, which man in the world would refuse to be taken care of by a beautiful sister? What's more, she is a beautiful sister who is 7 years older than me. It is said that a woman who is 3 years older than me will hold a gold brick. I will hold 2 directly. Teacher Yagyu, come and fight me. When Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura were hiding themselves and looking for Yagyu Tsuki's flaws, Uzumaki Naruto jumped directly in front of Yagyu Tsuki. Uzumaki Naruto crossed his arms, smiling brightly and resolutely, and said with passion, Sasuke, that coward can hide. But I, Uzumaki Naruto, am standing here. Let's fight it out in an open and square manner. I will defeat you in the open and become a formal ninja. Retreat? Wait for the flaws? Know yourself? Know your strength? Since you can't defeat the enemy head-on, then use your brain to think about things? He didn't think about so many things, in short, just one word. Do it. Why bother so much? Just do it directly. In secret, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Naruto's behavior, frowned slightly, and cursed inwardly, super idiot. My current strongest fire style couldn't hurt Yagyu-sensei. What can you, Uzumaki Naruto, do? Idiot. You just got beaten by Yagyu-sensei, but you still have the nerve to run over and provoke. Haruno Sakura held his forehead. Obviously Sasuke couldn't do anything to Yagyu-sensei, but Naruto dared to stand in front of Yagyu-sensei openly. But it's okay. Let's use Naruto to find Yagyu Tsuki's flaws. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes condensed, and his eyes turned into a scarlet Sharingan, staring at Yagyu Tsuki in the distance. Although Naruto's behavior was very idiotic, it was also a good opportunity to find Yagyu-sensei's flaws. Just like what Yagyu-sensei said, since he is a human, he must have weaknesses, and he will definitely reveal flaws when he attacks. Well, how should I put it? I'm a little cute in a silly way. Yagyu Tsuki's mouth twitched slightly, and he scratched his white hair in distress. Since he was called the new ninja god, this was the first time he heard someone dare to say that he wanted to fight him in a fair fight. Advertisement, what's more, he was a hairless, stinky kid. This is what is called a bear's heart and a leopard's courage. Such a kid old man wants to fight with himself. He has to weigh how much weight he has. But you nine-tails kid are really G cruel. Uzumaki Naruto tightened his forehead protector and said in a firm tone, Go ahead, Yagyu teacher. I will let you know how powerful I am. Let's start the fight quickly. Sakura-chan, are you watching? Now it's finally my turn to show off. Sorry, wait until I finish my snack. Lu Shengyue picked up a sticky meatball and threw it into his mouth. He chewed it and showed off deliberately, saying in a proud tone, It's a love bento made by a beautiful sister. Yeah, delicious. Lu Shengyue nodded with satisfaction. Hole. We are almost starving to death, and you are still in the mood to eat snacks. I will beat you to the ground. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were full of anger, and he pounced on Lu Shengyue like a fox with frizzy hair. I'm so hungry. I want to eat too. Damn it. Multiple shadow clone technique? Uzumaki Naruto crossed his fingers, and a large amount of white smoke came out of his body, and there were more than a dozen figures in the white smoke. Let's go together. If we defeat Teacher Lu Sheng, we will have free barbecue. Oh. Look, I'm going to knock you away with one punch. It should have been me who knocked Mr. Yagyu away. Don't take my credit. Hole. Stop squeezing me. Hey, you stepped on my foot. I'm so hungry. Mr. Yagyu's lunchbox looks so delicious. Damn, I want to eat it too. All Shadow Clone ran out of the smoke, and more than a dozen Shadow Clones surrounded Yagyu, forming a siege like a net. Shadow Clone is indeed a very convenient ability, but the way you use it is a bit funny. Yagyu did not move, still sitting cross-legged on the ground, eating snacks one bite after another, looking at the Shadow Clone approaching infinitely. Although I can instantly solve all the clones with just one move, it will delay my time to eat the love bento, not to mention that it is made by Sister Hong Hong. Yagyu Tsuki said in a seductive tone, Since you work so hard, the teacher will give you a special reward. Keep it a secret and don't tell anyone else. With style cutting, Yagyu Tsuki tapped the ground with his finger. Boom, boom. The ground shook violently. Large cracks appeared on the ground, and several giant tree roots rose from the ground. All the tree roots were like sharp spears, instantly piercing all of Naruto's shadow clone. Bang, 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 shadow clones turned into white smoke and disappeared one after another, leaving only the confused Uzumaki Naruto's real body. Advertisement Vortex Naruto looked at the giant tree roots around him, all of which were surging like living things, and muttered in confusion. So awesome, so handsome, so awesome. Not to mention the Vortex Naruto was stunned. Sasuke and little Sakura, who were watching all this from a distance, were also shocked by the wood style used by Yagyu Tsuki. Controlling tree roots? I have never seen such a strange ability, but the ninjutsu that Yagyu teacher just used is very strong. Yagyu Tsuki is stronger than I thought. Uchiha Sasuke used the Scarlet Sharingan to stare at Yagyu Tsuki, who was sitting on the tree trunk in the distance and eating snacks leisurely. He had been staring at Yagyu Tsuki just now and saw that Yagyu Tsuki did not make a seal, but just pointed his finger at the ground to launch that powerful ninjutsu. And Uchiha Sasuke looked at those giant tree roots that were as sharp as spears, and a chill of fear gradually emerged from his back. If Yagyu teacher was a real enemy, the move just now would be enough to completely solve Naruto. Is this the strength of Jōnin? Tisk. Uchiha Sasuke punched the ground. He couldn't touch Yagyu-sensei from the front, but he couldn't find any flaws in Yagyu-sensei. That's right. Yagyu-sensei has flaws all over his body. Whether he is concentrating on eating snacks or talking frivolously, he has huge flaws. But the problem is, Yagyu-sensei's strength makes these surface flaws dispensable. Is it going to stop here? Damn it. Uchiha Sasuke's face was terribly cold. What a joke. I am an Avenger, carrying the hatred of all Uchiha. How can I stop here? If I can't pass a test, how can I have the face to seek revenge on that man? Yagyu-sensei is so handsome. Haruno Sakura was infatuated with him, looking at Yagyu Tsuki in the distance with loving eyes. She didn't think so much, she just thought Yagyu Tsuki was strong and handsome. Chapter 11 Only plugins are above all else. It's good to be full of enthusiasm, but with the current strength of your Team 7, you can't touch me even if you multiply it 100 times. Go away and think honestly until I am satisfied. Yagyu Tsuki sat cross-legged on the top of the giant tree root. With a slight movement of his fingers, the tree root spiraled up like a giant snake and directly slapped Uzumaki Naruto away. Wa-ea, Teacher Yagyu, remember this. Uzumaki Naruto was slapped away with a confused face. After reacting, he was already in a state of leaping into the air, and then hit Uchiha Sasuke very accurately. Idiot you. Uchiha Sasuke was thinking about something. When he noticed Uzumaki Naruto falling from the sky, the two were already close to each other. Then, the two people's mouths were pressed together. Uzumaki Naruto rode on Sasuke, and the two people's mouths were pressed together as if they were glued together, and the two people stared at each other fiercely. Naruto, get off Sasuke. Haruno Sakura didn't finish his words. Seeing the strange scene of Naruto and Sasuke kissing, he was stunned. Ugh. Naruto and Sasuke separated quickly, and they turned to one direction each, while covering their necks and retching like they were drunk. You idiot. I will. Uchiha Sasuke glared at Naruto coldly, and before he finished his threatening words, he was greeted with retching again and again. Ugh. Disgusting. Damn Naruto, I will definitely kill you in the future. Sasuke, you be asterisk 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 D. Uzumaki Naruto was furious, and grabbed Sasuke's collar fiercely, just as he was about to say something. Naruto. Haruno Sakura was angry, with rage burning in his eyes, clenching his fists, and walked towards Uzumaki Naruto step by step, and even the ground seemed to shake with every step. At that time, in the ninja school, due to an accident, Uzumaki Naruto took Sasuke's first kiss. Now he is doing this? Go to hell, Naruto. Sakura. Sakura-chan, listen to my explanation. It's all because of that guy Yagyu-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto's heart trembled. His face turned pale and his legs were weak as he fell to the ground. Looking at Haruno Sakura approaching step by step, his expression of panic was as if he had seen a ghost. Advertisement, Ding, Team 7 growth value +1. Team 7 current growth value, 5 points. The system said, Team 7 growth value reaches 100, and the sign-in reward can be increased. In addition to getting points for strength, the state of mind can also increase points. It should be that Uchiha's state of mind has undergone some subtle changes just now. Yagyu Tsuki said to himself, growth value is a bit like leveling up by beating monsters. Anyway, work hard, you little brats. How much benefit the teacher can get in the future depends on the efforts of you tools. Others work hard. I get stronger. Very good. You can become stronger without working hard. This is an excellent time traveler. Hard work can neither surpass genius nor bloodline limit. But only plugins are above everything. Lu Shengyue was thinking about things while eating snacks. Although the power of wood style is very useful, it can be used for both attack and defense, and he can also use Sage Mode without limit. Even if Uchiha Madara is resurrected, he can suppress it. But sometimes it is necessary to upgrade and get some fancy and useful abilities. After all, using abilities that the enemy has never seen can implement more effective pretense. If you can sign in to get Zanpakuto or abilities like domains, it should be very interesting, right? No matter how much you look, there is nothing you want to see, and I hate men's direct gazes. Are you a stalker? Can you stop staring at me so disgustingly? Lu Shengyue closed the lunchbox and glanced at the big tree next to him. Advertisement, hahaha. Your way of speaking is still so annoying. A hearty laugh sounded, and a white-haired uncle walked out from behind the tree. He was wearing a red Japanese-style dress, brown coarse cloth pants, and a forehead protector with the word engraved on his head. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Lu Shengyue brewed coffee and said in a casual tone, do you think I care about being hated by men? Jiraiya glanced at the forest in the distance, then looked at Lu Shengyue and said, it seems that my worries are unnecessary. Things seem to be going smoothly. He learned the day before yesterday that Lu Shengyue was going to be a teacher, and he was the leader of Class 7. This news really made him a little unbelievable. With Lu Shengyue's willful character, he would actually go to be a teacher of Class 7? You know, Lu Shengyue hates little brats, and has always been in an attitude of doing whatever he wants. With this character, he would actually go to educate young Jōnin? A bit outrageous. Even in his own intimate paradise novel, there is no such outrageous plot. But today, although Yagyu Tsuki's character is still so bad, he is indeed educating Team 7 well. Jiraiya put his hand on Yagyu Tsuki's shoulder and said in a deep voice, the child of the 4th generation, Naruto is in your hands. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, he traveled around the world to investigate intelligence, but failed to prevent the tragedy that ravaged the entire village. He once thought that Uzumaki Nagato was the child of prophecy, but Uzumaki Nagato died in the Ninja World War, and then he thought that Namikaze Minato was the child of prophecy, but Namikaze Minato died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Who was the child of prophecy that Toad Sage said? He even thought of Yagyu Tsuki, the child of prophecy that Toad Sage said. After all, Yagyu Tsuki is a natural strong man in the true sense. Team 7 is more important than you think. They are my lovely workers. Lovely students. Yagyu Tsuki almost said tool people. Team 7 is of course important. After all, it is a cash cow for getting rewards. The corners of Lu Shengyue's mouth slightly raised, and the faint smile gave people a sense of frivolity. He said in a mocking tone, if you have time to care about this trivial matter, you should take a closer look at the top. If you think that I am the only one showing my fangs, the top leaders will suffer a great loss. Lu Shengyue took a sip of coffee and continued, those damn stinky old men don't think they can still enjoy their old age. They don't have much time to live a peaceful life. Akatsuki organization is already acting in secret, and Orochimaru is also preparing to destroy the village. Are you talking about Akatsuki? I heard rumors about Akatsuki a few months ago. They seem to be an organization with the purpose of capturing the tailed beasts. Jiraiya frowned slightly, recalling the information about Akatsuki he heard a few months ago. Jiraiya said, if they really aim at the tailed beasts, Naruto may also be their target. Chapter 1. Jiraiya made up his mind about the identity of Akatsuki leader. Really? That's it. It doesn't matter. I'm invincible anyway. Lu Shengyue sipped his coffee. The bitter taste made him frown slightly. He took out a lollipop and threw it into the coffee and stirred it. I know more about Akatsuki than you. Ask a question in a limited time. You can ask any question by paying 30,000 coins. Ask me quickly. No one in the entire ninja world knows more information than him. In terms of information, he knows 80% of the information in the ninja world, and even knows what will happen in the future. This is a time traveler. You know about Akatsuki? Jiraiya was slightly startled. Akatsuki was an organization that had never shown its face. He also knew about such an organization by chance, but Lu Xingyue actually said that he knew about Akatsuki. Lu Xingyue said, "Everything?" Jiraiya frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Who was the leader of Akatsuki?" Lu Xingyue did not answer, but smiled and raised his left hand. "Smelly boy." Jiraiya's mouth twitched slightly, and he took out his wrinkled wallet speechlessly. Looking at the only 40,000 coins left in the wallet, he felt a pain in his heart. He hadn't done any missions in recent years, and he lived on the royalties from writing novels, but using 30,000 coins to buy a bit of information about the leader of the Akatsuki organization was a huge bargain. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, took out 30,000 coins from his wallet, and put it on Lu Xingyue's palm. "To be honest, I didn't expect you to ask the leader directly. This is a very interesting question. After all, he was your former disciple." Lu Xingyue put away the 30,000 coins and slowly raised the corners of his mouth to show an interested expression. He really didn't expect the lecherous old man to ask the most fatal question directly. Normal people would first ask questions like how many members of the Akatsuki organization there are and how strong the Akatsuki organization is, right? But the lecherous old man actually asked the leader of Akatsuki directly. He should be planning to sneak into the organization to investigate after knowing the identity of the leader. But selling information is easy and profitable, so I can sell more information in the future. Yagyu Tsuki said, "Uzumaki Nagato." As soon as these words came out, Jiraiya's face changed drastically, and finally he was completely confused, and his past experiences emerged in his mind. Uzumaki Nagato? The leader of Akatsuki is Uzumaki Nagato? Advertisement: the one who has the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the former child of destiny, Uzumaki Nagato? Jiraiya's face was ugly, and he asked hurriedly, "Uzumaki Nagato who has the Rinnegan?" He really couldn't believe that Uzumaki Nagato was the leader of the Akatsuki organization, but he knew Yagyu Tsuki was not fooling around. Although Yagyu Tsuki often has a playful mentality, he is also a man who will be serious when he should be serious. Yagyu Tsuki said, "Yes, it's the former beloved disciple you were thinking about." Jiraiya was silent. He still found it hard to believe that the war orphan he had saved and the disciple he had worked hard to train would actually be the leader of Akatsuki, who was a scourge to the world and aimed at capturing ninja beasts. If that was true, it would be equivalent to indirectly creating the Akatsuki organization, because Uzumaki Nagato was his former beloved disciple and the boy he once regarded as the son of prophecy. "It's rare for us to meet, so let's not talk about such heavy things. I heard that the Mist Village is asking you to repay a debt of 150 million. Jiraiya regained his cheerful state, patted Lu Xingyue's shoulder, and laughed heartlessly. "Stinky boy. What did you do to the Mist Village to owe them so much money? You are really something." Lu Xingyue waved his hand casually and said in a casual tone, "It's nothing to worry about. It's just that one of the 7 ninja swords was destroyed. Terumi Mei has finally reached menopause. She actually valued a broken toy so much. A few months ago, when he was on an S-level mission to capture a rebel ninja, he encountered Raiga the Black Hoe, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. At that time, he felt that Raiga was too damn pretentious, so he directly dismantled the Raiga sword, one of the 7 ninja swords. Because of this, the Mist Village hated him. It's just a broken toy. There's no need to make it so expensive, right? Terumi Mei actually wants me to compensate for the sky-high debt of 150 million? You dead fool, just dream about collecting money slowly. Broken toys." Jiraiya was speechless. The 7 ninja swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen are the most valuable treasures of the Mist Blade Village, but such a priceless ninja sword was actually called a broken toy by Yagyu Tsuki. Only Yagyu Tsuki dared to say that. "By the way, is it possible that you are the so-called child of prophecy?" Jiraiya touched his chin and looked at Yagyu Tsuki with a lazy attitude. Huh. Even Yagyu was slightly startled. He didn't expect that the lecherous old man would say such a nonsense after being silent for a while. Advertisement: "Just kidding, just kidding. I have something to do. Let's talk slowly over a drink another day." Jiraiya didn't say anything more, turned around, and prepared to leave the 7th training ground. Although he looked relaxed and cheerful on the surface, he had actually made up his mind in his heart that he would confirm the identity of the leader of the Akatsuki organization in person. Yagyu picked up the lollipop in the coffee, put it in his mouth and sipped it gently to feel the sweetness of the sugar, and asked lightly, "Do you want to go?" Jiraiya scratched his head and said with a smile, "Knowing the information is one thing, but some things need to be confirmed in person. After all, I am their teacher." Yagyu said with a faint chuckle, "Don't die, stinky old man. I am looking forward to the ending of your novel. If you see Tsunade, say hello for me." Jiraiya turned around, waved his hand, and left. Tsunade? Yagyu sipped the candy in his mouth, thinking about things thoughtfully. I haven't seen Tsunade yet. After all, this giant girl is running around the world, and there is no chance to meet her. But there will always be a chance to see the legendary top giant in the future. I've eaten and drunk. Lu Shengyue slowly stood up, stretched lazily, and briefly moved his muscles. Then, let's continue this ghost hunting game. Are you guys squatting in a group? You haven't even discussed the plan yet. There's still an hour left. I advise you to try your best. Lu Shengyue glanced at the air watch on his wrist, and then looked at the forest where Team 7 was in the distance. If you continue like this, your excellent teacher will strip you naked and hang you at the entrance of the village. If you like exposure, just ignore what I said. After all, everyone has their own aspirations and hobbies, but swinging a toothpick-like bird to expose yourself is more or less embarrassing. People who are powerless without power actually naively believe that they can do something after gaining power. You are powerless and stupid now. What is the difference between you and the Knight of Genocide? Since you are being thrown stones by disgusting fools, pick up bigger stones and throw them back. If someone insults you as a monster that destroyed the village, beat that person until he kneels down and admits his mistake. Yagyu Tsuki's voice sank. Change is the first step to becoming stronger, and thinking is the second step to becoming stronger. Think more about what is around you, what is in your pocket, and what you can do now. Although these words are the thoughts of the weak, I, such an invincible man, have never thought about what I should do when I am powerless. But these words are very suitable for educating the current Class 7 and can strengthen the mentality of Class 7 so as to gain more growth points. Troublesome tools. Please work hard to grow quickly. The teacher still has to use new strength to pretend. I only slept for 3 hours last night, but I still worked hard to type. Chapter 1-3 At the beginning of Dihua, does Yagyu Tsuki have a weakness? At this time, in the forest. Clan extermination? Damn it. Uchiha Sasuke's face was gloomy, his eyes showed cold anger, and his tightly clenched fists were enough to prove the huge emotions in his heart. What Yagyu teacher said was right. What is the difference between my current situation and the day of the genocide? On the day of the genocide, I could only watch helplessly, and now I am also watching helplessly. People who are powerless without power actually naively think that they can do something after gaining power. Yagyu teacher's words sounded very infuriating, as if he was mocking me who wanted to gain power. But this guy is right. Damn it. I am a genius of the Uchiha clan. Hehe. In this case, I will show you. Throw a stone. Uzumaki Naruto looked lonely, with a hint of sadness in his eyes, recalling the things he had experienced before. Since he was old enough to understand, he was called a monster and a nine-tails fox who had killed countless people. He was thrown stones at by people every day when he walked on the street. Have you hated him? Yes. But gradually, he also met some people who recognized him. He once heard the grandfather of the third generation say that only those who are recognized by everyone are Hokage. So from then on, he vowed to become the Hokage of the village, and Hokage became his firm dream. Want to be recognized, want to become Hokage. Haruno Sakura could not understand what Yagyu said about exterminating the clan and throwing stones, because those words were said to Sasuke and Naruto, but she was in a heavier mood than Sasuke and Naruto now. Because there was only 1 hour left for the test, if it continued like this, she would be punished, and those extremely shameful things would happen. What is around me? What is in my pocket? What can I do now? Haruno Sakura pinched her chin and thought seriously about Yagyu's words. The more she thought about it, the more depressed she felt. I'm usually such a smart person, but now I can't think of anything. B******************************** D. Think about what you can do now. If you keep going like this, you will be seen by that scumbag Yagyu-sensei. Come on, little Sakura. Pocket. Uzumaki Naruto put away his thoughts, touched his trouser pocket with a puzzled look on his face, and touched a bulging frog wallet. There is a wallet in the pocket. Oh, I understand. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fist and hit his palm, showing an expression of sudden enlightenment and understanding everything. What? It's such a simple question. What do you mean? Haruno Sakura and Sasuke looked at Naruto in confusion. Could it be that Naruto, the idiot, understood what Yagyu-sensei meant and thought of some useful plan? Uzumaki Naruto touched his nose and hummed with a smug look on his face. Advertisement. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly, don't keep us in suspense, tell me. Think about what's in your pocket. Of course it's your wallet. Uzumaki Naruto took out his frog wallet, touched the bulging frog wallet, and showed a painful expression. What Mr. Yagyu meant is that as long as we pay, we can pass the test. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his face against the frog wallet and said with tears in his eyes, "This is the money I have saved for a long time." Sasuke and little Sakura were speechless. Alas, I am so stupid. I actually believed Naruto. I just naively thought that the idiot Naruto could come up with a good plan. You are stupid. How could Mr. Yagyu care about our little money? He should mean that we should think hard and use everything we can. Haruno Sakura was angry. Hashtag appeared on his forehead, and he clenched his fist and knocked Naruto to the ground. Naruto is really annoying. There is not much time left, but Naruto is still in the mood to fool around and waste the precious time left. Sakura-chan, Sasuke obviously thinks so too. Why did you only hit me? Uzumaki Naruto covered his slightly painful head and looked at Haruno Sakura pitifully. Uchiha Sasuke blushed slightly, turned his head away and snorted, Idiot. I'm so stupid. Just now, I actually thought that Naruto's idiotic suggestion made sense. A stable daily life can easily make people forget themselves, and they must reorganize their mentality. How could Sasuke be like you? If you keep fooling around, I'll beat you up. Haruno Sakura glared at Naruto fiercely. You've already beaten him. Uzumaki Naruto complained. Uchiha Sasuke ignored the nonsense of Team 7 and stared at Yagyu Tsuki in the distance with a Magatama Sharingan. Since it was just a test, there must be a test to pass the test. What is Yagyu teacher testing Team 7? When introducing himself, Yagyu teacher seemed to say a lot, but in fact he only introduced what type of women he liked. Could it be that Yagyu teacher deliberately introduced himself like this, waiting for someone in Team 7 to find this breakthrough? It makes sense. After all, Yagyu teacher has emphasized the weakness several times. But in order to implement this plan, all members of Team 7 must work together. So Yagyu teacher is also taking this opportunity to test the teamwork of Team 7, right? Working together to find the weakness and then implementing teamwork. This is indeed in line with Jōnin's test standards. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Naruto and little Sakura and said coldly and arrogantly, "You two cooperate with me. I have a way to meet Yagyu Tsuki." Although this plan is very abstract and loses the pride of the Uchiha clan, the ridicule of Yagyu teacher is really enough to make people angry. What can be done? Then I will show you. Team 7 began to talk about the plan. Advertisement at this time. On the other side, Yagyu Tsuki sat cross-legged on the top of the tree root, supporting his face with his hands with a bored look, and a pure black eagle flew on his shoulder. Master Yu, the plan of Team 7 is... Eagle summoning beast said respectfully, just overheard the plan of Team 7. Oh, interesting. After listening to it, Lu Shengwe said with a smile, the red-eyed kid can actually come up with such an interesting plan, but it's a bit abstract. The Red Uchiha clan is really down and out. The Uchiha kid actually thought that the words I said when I introduced myself were deliberately fabricating a weakness so that Team 7 would have a breakthrough to pass the test. Women will become my weakness? To be honest, it's a bit abstract. Dihua is too serious. Very funny. Those who can control desires are strong, and those who are controlled by desires are waste. The two are completely two different concepts. How could I be influenced by a woman? He said all his true feelings when introducing himself. Whether it's a soft and cute loli or a high and cold queen, he really likes all beautiful women. What's wrong with a man pervert? But, although he likes beautiful women, no woman can be his weakness, and no woman can influence his emotions. Just play around, be a scumbag. Be a sober scumbag. Ding. Gain 5 growth points. The system said, Team 7 now has 10 growth points. Yagyu Tsuki said to himself, these brats can actually strengthen their mindset through transformation, but it's a good thing to get points, but it's a bit abstract. This point addition is indeed very abstract. The tools speculated on him and started to transform, and then strengthen their mindset of wanting to win in a disguised way, so that all members of Team 7 achieved a subtle growth. Let's just transform. It's a good thing to get points, although it's a bit different from what I thought at the beginning. But it doesn't matter. Uchiha brats are quite smart. They can think of so many things in an instant, but they are a bit too smart. Uchiha is very smart. Yagyu Tsuki chuckled lightly. I'll just look forward to the performance of the brats. Chapter 1 for the highlight. Seduction technique. Coffee. It's really hard to drink. Yagyu sat cross-legged on the ground and was quite bored. Just as he lazily drank coffee with a straw, a sharp cold light flashed by, and several kunai with detonating talismans attached to them bombarded him from 4 directions in a siege manner. Detonating talismans? You are indeed more aware than before, but I said, this attack from the lower class is meaningless. Yagyu took a sip of coffee and sensed the kunai with detonating talismans approaching him without raising his head. Yagyu slowly raised a finger, and a light blue chakra condensed on his fingertips. The chakra slashed in all directions like a sharp blade. Boom! All the kunai were blasted into ashes by the chakra, and all the detonating talismans around Yagyu exploded violently at the same time. The fire burned fiercely, and the thick smoke billowed. See Weishan Hai Wu In. In the moment when Lu Shengyue was attracted by the detonating talisman, Uchiha Sasuke appeared quietly behind Lu Shengyue, without any hesitation, and quickly made seals with both hands. Lu Shengyue stood up without looking back, took out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and threw it into his mouth, and said to Uchiha Sasuke behind him, "It's good to use the detonating talisman as a cover to implement a double attack, but the speed of releasing the moves is too slow. While you are slowly making seals, I can kill you countless times. Is it the Great Fireball again? A boring trick. And the speed of releasing the moves is too slow. During this time, I can deal with this kid countless times. It should be said that the moves that require seals are meaningless. The real strong ones can get whatever they want with a clap of their hands." Lu Shengyue said, "But I am a good teacher who can release the sea, and I will wait politely for you to finish your skills. Alas, what a trouble. I have to lower my strength to accommodate the young chicks. If I fail to suppress my strength, I am afraid I can slap these brats to death. Brats, can you see the blue in the distance? That is the sea that the teacher has set for you. Fire style, great fireball technique." Uchiha Sasuke ignored Yagyu Tsuki's words and spit out a high-temperature flame from his mouth. After the flame landed, it formed a fireball as big as a boulder. The fireball left a mark on the ground wherever it passed, and the raging fire directly engulfed Yagyu Tsuki. "It's okay to be slow, as long as I can hit you," Uchiha Sasuke sneered. "Then what?" Yagyu Tsuki blew a breath, and a gust of wind containing chakra blew out of his mouth, which directly blew away the fierce flames, patted the dust on the black yukata, and looked at the confident Uchiha Sasuke lightly. Advertisement wire. A temporary change of plan? Yagyu Tsuki glanced at the wire on his body, then flicked the wire with his fingers, and the wire sounded like a piano. There was no wire in the plan of Team 7, because the Uchiha Kid changed the plan temporarily after the attack with the detonating tag failed. It is indeed a very smart way of attack to use the wire to tie up the enemy while releasing the fire style. To be honest, Uchiha Kid passed, but now I'm just trying to see if I can get more points. Tisk, it's still unscathed. Uchiha Sasuke's sneer froze, and his scarlet eyes showed disbelief. History repeats itself. Before, Yagyu teacher could withstand the Great Fireball without any injury, and this time he could withstand the Great Fireball without any injury. No matter how many times you see this situation, it will make people feel unbelievable. Don't be too proud, the attack is not over yet. Uchiha Sasuke pulled hard, and several steel wires emerged from the soil. The other end of the steel wires wrapped around Lu Shengyue's body like a snake. "I got you." Uchiha Sasuke's cold and arrogant smile was accompanied by a sense of confidence and pride. Lu Shengyue sipped the lollipop lightly and said with a faint smile, "Do you want me to praise you?" "Umph." Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly and pulled back with both hands. Then he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull Yagyu Tsukishiro. Damn it, is this Jōnin's strength? Yagyu Tsukishiro lightly hooked the wire with his fingers and deliberately said in a very lewd tone, "I caught you. You can't pull me, right? But I can pull you." Under the heavy force of Yagyu Tsukishiro's hooked fingers, Uchiha Sasuke rose up from the ground without any resistance and flew quickly towards Yagyu Tsukishiro. Damn it! Uchiha Sasuke let go of the wire, but it was too late to let go now. Yagyu Tsukishiro raised his leg and kicked Sasuke in the abdomen. Although he was very careful not to use force, he still kicked Sasuke out with one leg. Bang! Uchiha Sasuke flew out like a cannonball, rolling on the ground for several rounds before stopping. The severe pain in his abdomen caused his expression to twist, and he spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Ugh! Uchiha Sasuke covered his aching abdomen, gritted his teeth, and endured the severe pain to get up. After getting up, he staggered and spat out a large amount of blood, and then fell to the ground with weak legs. Lu Shengyue looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was spitting blood in embarrassment, and complained speechlessly, "There is no need to be so embarrassed. I have been very careful and didn't use any force. Is the Uchiha Kid made of paper? Advertisement: if I had used a little bit of force just now, I'm afraid I could have kicked the Uchiha kid to death on the spot. It's a bit scary. Let's use less force next time. It's really difficult to coax a child, and it's hard to control the heat. Do it. Uchiha Sasuke got up, used the Scarlet One Magatama Sharingan, and stared at Lu Shungyue with an ugly face. Careful and not using force? What a joke. Careful and not using force, but he still kicked me and seriously injured me. Is the gap between me and Jōnin really that big? Damn it. I'm calling you. Nine-Tails kid. Yagyu Tsuki stepped lightly on the ground and injected powerful chakra into the ground. Boom boom, wide cracks appeared on the ground, revealing more than a dozen shadow clone of Naruto hidden in the ground. All shadow clone was shattered by Yagyu Tsuki's chakra, turned into a group of white smoke and disappeared directly out of thin air.
This
Uchiha Sasuke was confused, staring at the calm Yagyu Tsuki in a daze. Teacher Yagyu actually knew that Naruto's shadow clone was hidden in the ground. How did this guy find out? It's not over yet. Go to hell, scumbag. Haruno Sakura jumped out from behind the tree, holding a kunai and slashing at Yagyu Tsuki's defenseless back. Confidence is good, but blind confidence is stupid. Yagyu Tsuki grabbed Haruno Sakura's neck with his backhand and pressed Haruno Sakura heavily to the ground. After Haruno Sakura was pressed to the ground, the pain in her back made her snort lightly, and then she grabbed the steel wire on the ground, and a kunai was tied to the other end of the steel wire. The sharp kunai flew into the air and quickly slashed at Yagyu Tsuki's face. Transform? Yagyu Tsuki tilted her head slightly, and the kunai passed by her face. The kunai that flew behind Yagyu Tsuki turned into white smoke with a bang, and the vortex Naruto flew out of the white smoke and fell towards Yagyu Tsuki. I have been patient for so long, and it is finally my turn to show off. Let you see the ninjutsu that can defeat the third-generation grandfather. Uzumaki Naruto, who fell towards Yagyu Tsuki, put his hands together and made a seal. Seduction technique. Chapter 15. The truth is revealed only when it is vague. Spanking a little kid. Bang, pale smoke appeared out of thin air, and the vortex Naruto turned into a blonde beauty, with sandy blonde hair combed into twin ponytails, a fox-like six-paths beard on her face, a tall and proud figure curve that was very hot, and most importantly, she was wearing nothing. Brother Yagyu, you have to catch me well. Uzumaki Naruto, who turned into a blonde beauty, raised her hand delicately from the sky, wanting to take this opportunity to hug Yagyu directly. Sasuke and little Sakura had a solemn expression, staring at the scene of the beautiful woman Naruto hugging Yagyu. Go, Naruto. This is the most important move in their plan, creating an opportunity for Yagyu teacher to catch and transforming into a beautiful woman Uzumaki Naruto, so as to achieve the goal of meeting Yagyu teacher. How should I say it? Yagyu slowly raised her hand. Seeing this scene, Haruno Sakura's mouth corners slightly raised, showing a beautiful arc. Sorry, Mr. Yagyu, we won this test. Even if Mr. Yagyu knew it was Uzumaki Naruto, he would subconsciously catch the beauty falling from the sky, right? What's more, it's a naked beauty. You are stupid and cute. I have played with many women of this level. Yagyu suddenly grabbed the neck of the beautiful woman Naruto, and then pinched the giant root formed by Naruto's chakra. It's quite realistic. Give you a 4. Yagyu pinched Naruto's giant root with a little force, and directly crushed the giant root formed by chakra. The so-called transformation is just to use chakra to create an imaginary picture. Although Naruto's bear after transformation is top-notch, it is just 2 balls of chakra. But using transformation requires controlling chakra, and Naruto's transformation is not just a single transformation into someone, but a direct creation of an imaginary picture. This requires very precise control of chakra. Naruto can't even concentrate chakra properly, but he can use this high-level seduction transformation. From another perspective, Nine-Tails is also a little genius. Bang, after the giant was crushed, Uzumaki Naruto changed from a beautiful woman to her true form. You are totally wrong, little brat. Yagyu let go of Uzumaki Naruto, and then raised his leg and kicked Uzumaki Naruto away. Bang, Uzumaki Naruto rolled on the ground for several circles, and then lay in front of Sasuke with his butt sticking up. Hole, I want. Uzumaki Naruto's face was angry, and he hadn't finished speaking. Get out. Uchiha Sasuke pushed Uzumaki Naruto away, and stared at Yagyu with a Scarlet One Magatama Sharingan with an ugly face. Wrong? It stands to reason that the plan is perfect, and it is difficult to find any flaws. But Yagyu teacher actually said it wrong. So what went wrong? Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Naruto coldly, then looked at Yagyu Tsuki in the distance, and said with a stiff face, I didn't expect this idiot to succeed. Lie. Advertisement. He really thought that the plan this time was perfect. Detonating talisman, fire style, steel wire, turning into kunai, as a Jōnin. Your plan is perfect, but it is a fatal problem to speculate on other people's weaknesses without authorization. Yagyu Tsuki sat on Haruno Sakura, crossed his hands, and looked at Sasuke and Naruto indifferently. If I were a real enemy, your blind confidence would be a death wish. The last step of the plan is stupid. As a teacher, I will teach you a lesson. Yagyu Tsuki looked serious, and looked at everyone in Team 7 with an educational attitude. Listen carefully. All members of Team 7 listened carefully. Real seduction is to be vague and revealing. Wearing revealing clothes is attractive, but being naked and asking for a hug is just a brainless nympho. Yagyu looked at Naruto with disgust and said in a mocking tone, Your seduction is simply rubbish. Don't use the image of a nympho and insult such a sacred word as seduction. Being naked is meaningless, but wearing revealing clothes and being vague and revealing can arouse the desire of most men. For example, a tall woman wearing only black stockings is much more fun than wearing nothing. All the members of Class 7 were speechless. Obviously, what Mr. Yagyu said before was very good. Blind confidence is indeed a fatal problem. But the topic changed and he actually started to criticize seduction. Uzumaki Naruto pointed at Yagyu Tsuki angrily and shouted angrily, ****, just wait for me. I will definitely become Hokage in the future, and then smash your smiling face. You actually said that my seduction is rubbish? Damn it. Yagyu Tsuki said casually, well, very good. Just work hard on this. I will look forward to you defeating me. Ding. The system said, gain 1 growth point. Team 7 currently has 11 growth points. Angering the Ninetales brat can actually gain points. So funny. Ah, damn it. Uzumaki Naruto gnashed his teeth in anger, but the pain in his abdomen made him unable to attack. The more indifferent Yagyu Tsukishiro's attitude was, the more angry he felt. How can a scumbag invite you? Haruno Sakura lay on the ground, feeling the weight of Yagyu Tsuki, cursing Yagyu Tsuki in her heart. Suddenly, she was slightly startled, looking at Yagyu Tsuki's defenseless state, revealing a sly smile. Opportunity. The opportunity to touch Yagyu teacher. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for being careless. Advertisement. Haruno Sakura quietly moved her hand and secretly grabbed Yagyu Tsuki's wrist. When being called a scumbag by a cute student, even I will be very sad. Yagyu Tsuki grabbed Haruno Sakura's hand and directly grabbed Haruno Sakura to the ground again. Scum? Scum is scum. It's over. It's rare to be reborn and travel through time. Let me pretend. Let me feel good. What's wrong? Hiss, it hurts. Haruno Sakura took a breath, and the pain in her wrist made her frown. Sad? Cute student? What a nice thing to say. Naughty children need education, and naughty women even more so. Lu Shungyue raised his hand and slapped Haruno Sakura hard. Haruno Sakura closed her eyes tightly and shouted in fear. Sasuke, Naruto, Pa! The crisp sound resounded throughout the venue. After seeing this scene, everyone in Team 7 was dumbfounded. Well, Haruno Sakura snorted softly, feeling the intense pain in her buttocks, and 2 tears gradually emerged from the corners of her eyes. Huh, but buttocks? Am I being spanked by Lu Sheng teacher? She just thought Lu Shungyue would spank her hard, but she never thought that Lu Shungyue would spank her buttocks. He is indeed a scumbag, and his good appearance is wasted. Well, how should I put it? The feel is just a... Lu Shungyue felt the touch of his palm and said with a little surprise, I just didn't expect that you were the type who looks thin when you are dressed, and has flesh when you are undressed. The butt is quite fleshy. Haruno Sakura struggled violently, with shame and anger in his eyes, and cursed with a red face and crying, pervert, hooligan, damn scum. Let me go quickly. Teacher Lu Sheng, this stinky hooligan, actually has the nerve to comment on the feel? Chapter 16, Class 7's Choice. Give up or wait to die. Hard mouth but soft bottom. I quite admire stubborn women. It is also the teacher's responsibility to discipline the bad-tempered female kid. Yagyu Tsuki raised her hand and slapped Haruno Sakura's bottom again. Pa! The crisp sound rang out again, and everyone in Class 7 was stunned. Sakura? Sakura-chan? Uzumaki Naruto was confused and stared at this scene. He couldn't believe that Haruno Sakura, who had a hot temper, would be pressed to the ground and spanked by teacher Yagyu. Oh my god. So envious. Hiss. It hurts. Haruno Sakura took a breath of cold air, and his bottom was in pain as if it was on fire. A sense of shame for being spanked surged in his heart. His eyes were slightly red and he showed shame and anger in his eyes. He cursed angrily. Damn pervert. Let me go quickly. It is the teacher's responsibility to discipline children? Teacher Yagyu is a pervert. I am a ninja after all, but I was pressed to the ground and spanked, not to mention in front of Sasuke. How can I face Sasuke in the future? And if Ino hears this, I am afraid that Ino will laugh to death. Still talking hard. Why are you so naughty? Do you like being trained by me so much? Yagyu Tsuki raised his hand and slapped Haruno Sakura's buttocks, which were already in great pain. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned. He had never seen such an outrageous scene. Although it was like an adult educating a child, it felt very strange to watch. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head. What should I do now? Should I stop Yagyu teacher? But it seems that there is nothing wrong with the teacher educating the student. I have also been spanked by Irika teacher before. Yagyu Tsuki asked, is it wrong? Woo-woo. Haruno Sakura was beaten and cried. I was wrong. Haruno Sakura raised her red face and looked at Yagyu Tsuki stubbornly with tears in her eyes. Wrong? What was wrong with me? It was just the pervert Yagyu teacher who wanted to take this opportunity to bully me, right? She now truly realized that Yagyu Tsuki said that if the test failed, he would punish Team 7, which should be true. If the test failed, Yagyu Tsuki would probably really lock her in the room and strip her naked. What a pervert teacher. Yagyu Tsuki let go of Haruno Sakura, smiled with satisfaction and said, a good child is one who can correct his mistakes. Advertisement, pervert, hooligan, scumbag. Haruno Sakura covered his painful buttocks, limped towards Sasuke and the others, and cursed Yagyu Tsuki secretly while feeling the pain in his buttocks. Although it was impossible to see through the pants, there was no need to see that the buttocks were red. The teacher spanked the female student's buttocks? This is simply a big pervert. Uzumaki Naruto asked cautiously, Sakura-chan, are you okay? I look like I'm okay. Haruno Sakura's eyes were full of anger, and he punched Uzumaki Naruto several times, as if he was venting the humiliation he had just suffered. Bang, bang, bang. Uzumaki Naruto was knocked to the ground by several punches, covering his head with several layers of red envelopes, and wailed aggrievedly, why do I always get beaten? It's all because of that B************* D teacher Yagyu. Yagyu clapped his hands and said, let's stop the happy joke here. Haruno Sakura covered his painful buttocks, blushed, gritted his teeth, and stared at Yagyu with shame and anger. This look seemed to want to scrape Yagyu to death. Happy joke? Who is happy? Only you, the pervert, are happy. Of course. Haruno Sakura cursed in his heart, afraid that he would be spanked if he said it out loud. Lu Shengyue sipped his lollipop lightly and asked with a faint smile, let me ask you, what does it take to be a qualified ninja? Uzumaki Naruto didn't even think about it and blurted out, become a Hokage. Lu Shengyue said, well, very good. It's a good thing to have a dream. I'll give you 1 point. Ninjas must be calm and judge carefully. People who break the rules are trash, but people who don't know how to value their companions are even worse than trash. Haruno Sakura touched his nose, raised his little head proudly, and recalled what he heard from a gray-haired, decadent man yesterday. People who can't protect their companions don't deserve to be called ninjas. Lu Shengyue complained, do you think ninjas are giant babies who need others to take care of them everywhere? But the answer is okay. I'll give you 4 points. 3 points. Haruno Sakura frowned slightly. There's nothing wrong with my answer. Why did I only get 3 points? Is the full score in Mr. Yagyu's heart 5 points? Strength. Ninjas need strength, and only those who have strength are ninjas. Uchiha Sasuke's abdominal pain gradually disappeared, and he stood up with his hands in his pockets and looked at Yagyu Tsuki coldly. Yagyu Tsuki gave a thumbs up and said in admiration, 8 points. Advertisement. Haruno Sakura's mouth twitched slightly. It seems that Yagyu's full score is 10 points, and my official test answer was very standard, but it's not bad. After all, Naruto, that idiot, only got 1 point. Wait, why do I care about the score? Yagyu Tsuki said, no matter whether the path you take is correct or not, it is always a good thing to have a firm attitude. Gaining strength with the awareness of death is the first step to becoming a strong person. He likes people with a firm attitude, whether they are good or evil. As long as they have a firm attitude, he appreciates it. On the contrary, he hates those who waver in their thoughts the most. That's right, I'm talking about the third-generation old dog, who said that those who harm the village are enemies, and then let Orochimaru, the dead demon, defect. Ninjas need fancy moves, and showing off to the enemy is the romance of ninjas, and Lu Xingyue paused slightly. Power enough to trample everything. Lu Xingyue burst out chakra, and as the chakra burst out, the murderous intent emerged. The powerful chakra formed an airflow, shaking out a pit centered on him on the ground. Boom, boom, the terrible breath produced by chakra instantly covered the entire 7th training ground, and cracks appeared on the violently shaking ground. This terrible chakra also attached to vitality, causing young seedlings to break out of the ground. After these young seedlings absorbed chakra, they instantly turned into giant trees. So scary. All the members of the 7th team were pale, and everyone looked at Lu Xingyue in panic. They even had difficulty breathing due to the suppression of chakra, and a sense of crisis that they had never experienced before surged in their hearts. Lu Xingyue put away his lazy attitude, looked down at Team 7 indifferently and proudly, and said in a deep voice, "You have 3 minutes left. If you give up now, I can't indulge you to be ninjas. If you continue, you will die. There are always many choices in life. Now it's your turn to make a choice. Choose whether to give up and be a coward who lingers on, or to attack me with the awareness that you will die. What should I do now? Brats." Hoo-hoo. Haruno Sakura's pretty face was pale, with horror in her eyes. Her legs were weak, and she fell to the ground. Her breathing began to become heavy. She had only one idea in her mind now. Give up. Give up this test. Lu Shang's strength is too terrible. There is no hope even if you continue. And Lu Shang's murderous intention is a real killing intention. Chapter 1729. What a terrifying aura. Naruto felt the terrifying chakra and stepped back several steps in fear, with cold sweat rolling down his cheeks. It was the first time for him to feel such heavy chakra and cold killing intent. At this time, the space was sealed. Naruto, you idiot. Get away from that man quickly. Yagyu Tsuki's chakra makes me very annoyed. Ninetales opened his eyes suddenly, and a trace of fear flashed in his light golden eyes. He raised his huge claws and slammed the prison bars. What the hell are you doing, little brat? It was still sleeping until just now, and after feeling Yagyu Tsuki's chakra, it woke up directly like a nightmare. Yagyu Tsuki's huge chakra containing vitality reminded it of the Senju Hashirama at that time. Compared with Uchiha Madara, it was more afraid of Senju Hashirama. The huge chakra that Yagyu Tsuki burst out has the same level of deterrence as Senju Hashirama, and even better than Senju Hashirama at that time. I have outlasted Uchiha Madara, 1st generation and 4th generation, and now another Yagyu Tsuki appears? Damn Naruto, he really makes trouble for me. Suddenly, Yagyu Tsuki. Remember this? Ninetales showed heavy sleepiness and slowly closed its pale golden animal eyes. It was forced to fall asleep by Yagyu Tsuki. Who, damn. Uchiha Sasuke breathed heavily, kneeled on the ground with weak legs, and looked at Yagyu Tsuki in the distance with horror on his face. He gritted his teeth and supported the ground with his hands to get up, but his legs had lost consciousness due to fear. I'm so scared that my legs are weak. This situation is very similar to the feeling of helplessness and fear on the night of the genocide. Am I going to experience the same embarrassing and weak experience on the night of the genocide? What a joke. Giving up can continue to be a ninja? That sounds good. What's the difference between giving up and dying here? Even if I die, I will become a Hokage to show you. Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth and climbed up, looking at Yagyu Tsuki with a firm expression. But because of Yagyu Tsuki's terrible chakra, his legs were weak and trembling. Although Yagyu teacher said that as long as Team 7 gave up this test, he could indulge Team 7 to continue to be ninjas. But, being given alms to become a ninja, what's the difference between this and death? Becoming a ninja is the first step of your dream. Only by working hard to fulfill your dream can you have the meaning of life. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke was slightly stunned, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised an arc. This super idiot. What the super idiot said is right. What's the difference between giving up and dying? From that day on, I have made up my mind and have the ambition to complete it even if I die. Uchiha Sasuke pulled out the kunai and stabbed it hard into his soft and numb legs. The pain gradually made him regain his sanity. Fail here, retreat here. If you give up because of fear and are given charity to be a ninja, How can you say that you want to gain strength? And what qualifications do you have to say that you want to complete revenge? No matter what the price, I will gain enough power for revenge. Even if I have to linger on, I will kill that man. After Uchiha Sasuke regained consciousness in his legs, he gritted his teeth and supported his legs with his hands to force himself to stand up, staring coldly at Yagyu Tsuki in the distance. Ong, the Scarlet Sharingan with one Magatama, rotated and evolved into a Sharingan with two Magatama. Naruto. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura's pretty face was pale and weak. She looked at Yagyu Tsuki in panic, and then looked at the backs of Naruto and Sasuke. She really couldn't understand it. Yagyu-sensei was so powerful and had said that they could continue to be ninjas even if they gave up. Advertisement, but Naruto and Sasuke were still planning to resist Yagyu-sensei, who Team 7 couldn't defeat. Is belief really that important? Is it more important than being alive? She had parents and friends, and had never experienced pain since she was a child, so she couldn't understand Naruto and Sasuke's dreams and ambitions that they had to fulfill even if they were prepared to die. Ding! The system reported. Gained 29 growth points. Team 7 now has 40 growth points. Don't be stupid. Yagyu Tsuki looked down at Team 7 indifferently and proudly. His eyes slightly glared, and he burst out with more powerful chakra. The sky was gradually covered by dark clouds, and the haze covered the entire 7th training ground. So passionate. I like it. To be honest, I didn't expect that Uchiha Sharingan could take this opportunity to change. He planned to strengthen Team 7's state of mind from the beginning. But Sharingan evolved into a double Magatama, which was a complete unexpected gain. So scary, even scarier than just now. Under the pressure of this heavy chakra, all members of Team 7 subconsciously stepped back a few steps and panically blocked their heads with their hands, but Yagyu Tsuki didn't move at all. This guy, I'm afraid he's stronger than that man. Uchiha Sasuke looked ugly, staring at Yagyu Tsuki in the distance. He felt that Yagyu Tsuki's chakra was stronger than Uchiha Itachi. Lu Shungyue said indifferently, I'm not that annoying. Those who have the courage to challenge me, fulfill their dreams, fulfill their ambitions, and want to live are all admirable things. But sometimes you have to retreat when you know it's difficult. Put the drawn sword back into the scabbard, and those who can draw the sword freely are worthy of admiration. Lu Shungyue glanced at Haruno Sakura and continued, fear is by no means a sin. It is a process of understanding one's own weakness. It is a very smart judgment to want to live hard. Whether it is to become a Hokage or want revenge, these are things that can only be done by living. Try to live hard is the most basic wisdom, and a firm belief is a true ninja. Although it sounds good to complete your dream even if you die, don't really die. Lu Shungyue put away his chakra, restored his usual lazy attitude, and said with a slight smile, anyway, you have passed. Congratulations on becoming a ninja. Advertisement, be firm in your belief and live hard. Only by combining the two can you become a strong person. Today, we have already taken a lot of advantage from the tools of Team 7 and gained a lot of points. There is no gain if we continue, so let's stop here for now. Past. All the members of Team 7 sat on the ground, still maintaining the defensive posture of covering their heads with their hands. Everyone looked at Yagyu Tsuki with confused faces. They couldn't react to the passing for a while. After all, Yagyu Tsuki's attitude changed too quickly. Passed. Haruno Sakura gradually smiled, stood up and jumped to cheer. Yeah, I finally passed the test. Naruto and Sasuke were not as happy as little Sakura because they knew that it was Yagyu Tsuki who deliberately let them pass this test. With the current comprehensive strength of Team 7, they could not touch Yagyu Tsuki at all. Boring test. Uchiha Sasuke wrapped the wound with gauze, his eyes showing anger. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't touch Mr. Yagyu. Is the gap between me and Jōnin so big? I must become stronger. I must gain strength. Uzumaki Naruto held the back of his head with both hands, looked at Sasuke's arrogant state, and said with a pout, TSK, what are you arrogant about? You are obviously very happy to pass the test. He felt that he performed well in this test, so he could speak with his back straight. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke ignored Naruto, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards Yagyu Tsuki in the distance. Hole. I have made a great contribution this time, but you dare to be so arrogant. Uzumaki Naruto was ignored by Sasuke, and a hashtag appeared on his forehead. Sasuke's arrogant attitude really made him very angry. Yagyu Tsuki, your acting is very bad. Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and looked up at Yagyu Tsuki calmly. He could see that Yagyu Tsuki was acting the whole time during the last test, and he didn't even take it seriously from beginning to end. With the chakra that Yagyu Tsuki just burst out, if this guy took it seriously from the beginning, all the members of Team 7 would die instantly. Chapter 18 Etiquette Education, Sasuke's Question. Really? That's it. Lu Shengyue took out a lollipop, unwrapped it and put it in his mouth, smiling and teasing. After all, how can an excellent adult like me be serious with a child? The feeling of an elephant carefully caressing an ant. Can you understand this good intention? To be honest, he was quite serious, carefully controlling his strength, for fear that he would kill the 7th team, the Toolman and Cash Cow, with a slight mistake. He was a man who liked to use his ultimate as a basic attack. When he fought with others in the past, he always used his ultimate, such as the Tree World Birth and True Several Thousand Hands, which were all his basic attacks. Alas, it was hard to carefully control the strength and worry about crushing the ants. Lu Shengyue touched Sasuke's head, ruffled Sasuke's hair, and said with a smile, "Go see the sea if you have a chance." "That's the sea I let you go." Uchiha Sasuke moved Lu Shengyue's hand away, and the figure of Uchiha Itachi appeared in his mind. With a hint of hatred in his eyes, he asked coldly, "Do you know Uchiha Itachi?" It's good to ask the teacher if you have questions, but before asking questions, Lu Shengyue slowly raised his hand. Uchiha Sasuke was full of doubts. Pa Lu Shengyue slapped Sasuke, and Sasuke flew a long distance into the air. After rolling on the ground for several circles, he lay on the ground with his 4 legs up in the air and a confused face. Lu Shengyue said, "It's okay to act tough with others, but if you act tough with me, I'll kill you." It's okay for Uchiha to act tough with others, but he dared to run to me and act tough with me? I like to bully those weak people who act tough all day long. Sasuke, are you okay? Haruno Sakura was worried and ran over to help Sasuke up. Uzumaki Naruto covered his mouth and couldn't help laughing. He pointed at Sasuke, who was stunned by the slap, and laughed with gloating. "Ha ha ha, it's finally your turn to get beaten. I used to get beaten, but now it's finally Sasuke's turn." Cool. Comfortable. It's so comfortable to see Sasuke embarrassed. Uzumaki Naruto walked to Yagyu Tsuki, patted Yagyu Tsuki's waist with satisfaction, and said with a smile, "You guys are still good at doing good things. Teach Sasuke a lesson." Yagyu Tsuki didn't say anything, sipped the lollipop in his mouth, looked at the smiling Uzumaki Naruto lightly, and then smiled slightly, with a sense of danger attached to his smile. Pa Yagyu Tsuki slapped Uzumaki Naruto with his backhand, and Uzumaki Naruto flew out. After rolling on the ground for several circles, Uzumaki Naruto lay on his back with 4 legs in the air and stars in his eyes next to Sasuke. "You're too much." Haruno Sakura's face changed slightly. Just when she was about to blame Yagyu Tsuki, she saw Yagyu Tsuki's slowly raised hand. She recalled the spanking before. Now her buttocks were still red and aching. In the end, she was afraid and silently took back the words on her lips. Haruno Sakura glanced at Sasuke, then at Uzumaki Naruto, and a sense of crisis surged in her heart. Advertisement Haruno Sakura's head turned quickly, and he forced a cute smile and said politely, "Teacher Yagyu taught you a good lesson." "Sorry. Sasuke, Naruto. I'm really afraid of being spanked." Lu Shengyue touched Haruno Sakura's little head and said admiringly, "Well, very good. Although you have a perky little, and a terrible personality, but at least you are polite." Is that so?" Haruno Sakura's smile froze, anger flashed in her eyes, and a feeling of rage surged in her heart. She slowly clenched her white fist and wanted to punch Lu Shengyue away. "Damn pervert. Smelly hooligan. What do you mean by perky little butt? I am still in the growth stage, and I will definitely grow rapidly in the future. This is the first time I have seen a teacher comment on the small breasts of female students. First whip them with a whip, and then give them a sweet date? Is there such a compliment? Are you praising me or scolding me again? Just wait for me. I will tear your smiling face apart when I become stronger." At first, I thought Mr. Yagyu would be a gentle and handsome guy, but I didn't expect that he was a top pervert with a good appearance. Such a face that girls like is useless. Who? Haruno Sakura took a long breath, and after scolding Mr. Yagyu in her heart, she felt refreshed. Yagyu Tsuki looked at Naruto and Sasuke, who were stunned, and said in an educating tone, "You are my students. I support you to act like a big shot with others, but you must be polite in front of me. At least treat others politely like a teacher." All the members of Class 7 were speechless. Mr. Yagyu actually had the nerve to say that he was polite? He always flirted with girls in a frivolous manner, sneered and mocked the students for being too weak, pressed the female students to the ground and spanked them, and then casually beat the male students. You tell me, this is being polite? Mr. Yagyu is so thick-skinned. If the 7th team is really like Mr. Yagyu, I'm afraid they can turn the village upside down. Uzumaki Naruto jumped up, waiting with eyes like a fox with hair flying, pointing at Yagyu Tsuki and said angrily, **hole. You have the nerve to say you are polite. Yagyu Tsuki slapped Naruto with a backhand slap. Advertisement, Naruto is so brave. Haruno Sakura covered her eyes and couldn't bear to watch. She couldn't believe that Naruto had just been taught a lesson, but he dared to accuse Mr. Yagyu in person. Was he afraid that he had not been taught enough? I didn't hear what you said just now. Yagyu Tsuki put his hand to his ear, deliberately showing a puzzled expression, as if he really didn't hear what Naruto said. I said, you be ******************. D. Uzumaki Naruto got up and was about to repeat what he just said, but when the words came to his mouth, he hadn't finished speaking. Naruto. Nine Tailsome. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke immediately understood what he meant, turned his head away, and a blush appeared on his face. He said in a weird tone, yeah, Yagi teacher, I knew that there was a good side to the rude brat, just like a woman with a strong personality can also have soft spots. After all, people are creatures that can be tough. Yagi Moon clapped her hands and said, the pleasant etiquette education ends here. Now you can start asking me questions. The corners of the mouths of all the members of Class 7 were slightly touched. Although they wanted to refute Yagi teacher's words, everyone held back as agreed. After all, it is really embarrassing to get beaten. A pleasant etiquette education? I think you are the only one who is having fun there, right? Haruno Sakura blushed slightly and lowered her head shyly. A woman with a strong personality can also have soft spots? What are you talking about? Listen to what you were talking about. Is this what a teacher should say to a student? So shameful, so pervert. Yagyu, ahem. Uchiha Sasuke almost called out Yagyu Tsuki by name, but immediately changed his words and said in an awkward tone, Yagyu-sensei, do you know Uchiha Itachi? Chapter 19. Who is stronger between me and Itachi? I will win. Uchiha Itachi, what a memorable name. I know him. After all, he is the #1 beast in the Beastwood expulsion. Of course, I ranked this beast list myself. Yagyu sucked on a lollipop, recalling Uchiha Itachi's story. It's a good thing to firmly protect the village, but Uchiha Itachi is a little crazy. Protect are two very romantic words. But to protect the village and avoid war, he killed the whole family and his parents directly. This is simply a crazy thing. Nothing can beat parents. So in Yagyu's eyes, no matter what Uchiha Itachi has saved the village, he can't change that he is a beast who killed his parents. If Yagyu faced this problem, there would be no need to hesitate for a second. He would directly take action to destroy the village. At that time, he didn't witness the night of the genocide, because he was busy catching the S-level rebel ninja, and then because of the difficulties encountered during the mission of Yuhi Kurenai, he wanted to save Yuhi Kurenai. The time when Sister Hong Hong encountered difficulties was exactly the night of the genocide. It is hard to imagine that there is no one behind such a coincidence. In the end, Yagyu found out the truth. At that time, Sister Hong Hong encountered difficulties during the mission. It was the damn Uchiha Obito who was behind it. The purpose was to worry that he would hinder the plan of genocide. But the problem is that he is not interested in participating in the genocide. Yagyu said, Uchiha Itachi is a beast with average strength. Although he is a super S-level rebel, only a third-rate Tsukuyomi is interesting. Who is Uchiha Itachi? Uzumaki Naruto was confused. It was the first time he heard someone talk about Itachi, but Sasuke seemed to care about Itachi. He should be an important person. Is the super S-level rebel very powerful? Uchiha. Haruno Sakura looked at Sasuke with a strange expression. If he remembered correctly, Sasuke was the only one left after Uchiha was exterminated. Uchiha Sasuke was emotional, and the scene of the night of the genocide appeared in his mind. With cold, murderous intent in his eyes, he asked excitedly, where is that guy? Uchiha Itachi? He had asked many Jōnin in the village before, but none of them told him about Uchiha Itachi. Today, he was finally able to ask about Uchiha Itachi. He wanted to find Uchiha Itachi and avenge Uchiha. Revenge was his motivation to survive. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto were startled by Sasuke's anger, and then they looked at Sasuke with worry. Could it be? Haruno Sakura was slightly startled. She recalled what Teacher Yagyu said. Uchiha Itachi was a beast who killed the whole clan. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi was still alive? And the person Sasuke wanted to kill was that Uchiha Itachi. And Uchiha Itachi was a super S-level rebel ninja. Advertisement: A-class rebel ninja is Jōnin strength, S-class rebel ninja is Kage level strength, and the strength of super S-class rebel ninja is scary just thinking about it. Eat a piece of candy. Calm down, brat. Yagyu Tsuki took out a piece of candy and threw it to Sasuke, saying lightly, with your current weak strength, it's futile even if you find Itachi. Use your brain to think about what you should do most now. If he had no interest in Sasuke's life or death before, but now all the members of Team 7 are his tools, that is, the so-called cute cash cow. If the Uchiha brat ran over to die, then he would lose a lot of benefits. At present, he must let Team 7 work hard to become stronger so that he can get more sign-in rewards. Of course, even if the Uchiha brat now runs over to find Itachi, it's okay. At most, he will be beaten up by society. After all, the beast Itachi still likes Sasuke very much. I know that I will definitely get the power to complete my revenge. Uchiha Sasuke took a long breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, picked up the candy at his feet and looked at it and said, "And I hate sweets." Uchiha Sasuke did not eat the candy, but threw it to Naruto next to him. Uzumaki Naruto ate the candy and muttered, "What? It's obviously delicious." He was really hungry now, and he was almost too hungry. Uchiha Sasuke asked, "Teacher Yagyu, who is stronger between you and Uchiha Itachi?" Hearing this, all the members of Team 7 stared at Yagyu Tsuki, waiting for Yagyu Tsuki to answer this question. Although Naruto and little Sakura heard about Itachi for the first time, they were still very curious about who was stronger between Yagyu and Itachi. After all, Uchiha Itachi was a super S-level rebel ninja. Yagyu Tsuki touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "Who is stronger?" It's hard to say. After all, the little beast's pupil power is still quite troublesome. He is much stronger than the third-generation old man. Uchiha Itachi is a beast, but his strength is still quite strong. Both Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu are very strong, especially Susanu's exclusive ability, Ten Fist Sword. Ten Fist Sword is a very dangerous sealing skill. Uzumaki Naruto widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Uchiha Itachi is so powerful? He is even more powerful than the third-generation grandfather. In his eyes, the third Hokage is the strongest ninja. Will he lose?" Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly. "I will win." Yagyu Tsuki smiled slightly, and his smile gave people a sense of confidence. The beast Uchiha Itachi is very strong, but can Itachi beat the first Hokage? Advertisement: he will be beaten to death by the first Hokage, and his current strength is stronger than the first generation at that time. Will he lose? He will win. Uchiha Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. It seems that Yagyu teacher said that Itachi is very strong, even much stronger than the third Hokage, just to pave the way for this sentence. Uchiha Sasuke was emotional, stood up and grabbed Yagyu Tsuki's clothes, and said excitedly, "Give me strength. I can accept any price. I want enough strength to fulfill my ambition now. I just taught you to respect your teacher, right?" Yagyu Tsuki slowly raised his hand, just when he was about to slap Sasuke away. "Yagyu teacher, please help me practice." Uchiha Sasuke hurriedly changed his words, with a trace of fear in his eyes. "Wow, Sasuke, you are such a mean guy. You actually asked Yagyu-sensei to help you practice first. Damn it, I want to be stronger too." Uzumaki Naruto didn't understand the previous content and even felt a little sleepy, but he was no longer sleepy when he talked about practicing to become stronger. Uzumaki Naruto hugged Yagyu Tsuki's legs and said pitifully, "Yagyu-sensei, help me too. I want to be stronger too. How can I let Sasuke take the lead? I must become stronger too." Haruno Sakura bowed slightly and said politely, "Yagyu-sensei, I trouble you too. It's okay to be surpassed by Sasuke. After all, Sasuke is a genius. But if I was surpassed by Naruto, this idiot, I would feel very angry just thinking about it." Yagyu-sensei just said that Uchiha Itachi is stronger than the third Hokage, and then Yagyu-sensei will win against Uchiha Itachi. What does this mean? It means that Yagyu-sensei is stronger than the third generation. Although being stronger than the third generation may be an exaggeration, it seems that Yagyu-sensei is not lying. So, we must hold Yagyu-sensei's thighs. It is a rare opportunity to be helped by Jōnin to practice and become stronger. Chapter 20: Pay tuition, and you will become stronger. Being too clingy will make girls dislike you. The only way is to play hard to get. Lu Shungyue glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, who was hugging her thigh, then raised her leg and threw Naruto away. Ninetales changed his face faster than a woman. He was still chirping and clamoring to beat the teacher just now, but after hearing that he had become stronger through practice, he hugged the teacher's thigh directly. Of course, it is a good thing that Team 7 can consciously generate the idea of becoming stronger. After all, the benefits obtained from the sign-in reward are linked to the overall strength of Team 7. But the problem is, if you teach Team 7 to become stronger too casually, it will be counterproductive and make Team 7 have the illusion that it is their duty as the teacher. We must let the tools understand that there is no free food in the world. Lu Shangyue pinched his chin, deliberately put on a distressed attitude, and said, "It's a good thing to have the awareness of becoming stronger. If you are too weak, it will embarrass me, but what should I do? As an excellent adult, I have a lot of things to do. I have to make money to make a living. I have no time to coax a little kid to practice. After all, money is important." Okay, Haruno Sakura lost. Uchiha Sasuke lowered his head and gritted his teeth. He understood the reason for asking someone for help. Lu Shang teacher agreed out of kindness, and Lu Shang teacher refused. It was right. I can only think of a way. Even if no one teaches me to practice, I will gain enough power for revenge. Yang Shang teacher, this is the money I have saved for a long time. Uzumaki Naruto took out the frog wallet, stared at the frog wallet and hesitated for a moment, and handed the wallet to Lu Shangyue with a painful face. He didn't consider a lot of things that Jōnin had to do like Sasuke and little Sakura, but just listened to Lu Shangyue's superficial words. Since money is important, just pay the tuition. As a teacher, I will teach you a lesson. The world of adults is very dirty. Giving benefits can solve many problems. Don't take help for granted. Lu Shangyue took the frog wallet, patted the slightly heavy wallet, opened the wallet and looked at the full stack of money inside, revealing a satisfied smile. Naruto, you are quite smart in doing things. My little frog. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to cry but had no tears. Looking at the little frog that Lu Shangyue stuffed into his pocket, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly because of the pain. At first, he planned to use the money he had saved for a long time to invite Haruno Sakura out for a date for a day to celebrate becoming a genin. Now it's good. The money is gone, and there is no way to date Sakura-chan. Yagyu Tsuki patted Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder and said righteously, "Don't show that expression. Money is the root of a man's mistakes. The teacher has the obligation to stop you from making mistakes. I will gladly accept this tuition fee. Stinky brat, you still want a date? Give it to you. Of course. As a qualified adult, I am not interested in snatching the stinky money of a little brat. But tuition fees are another matter. Advertisement. It is natural for teachers to collect tuition fees, right? My tuition fees." Uchiha Sasuke took out a black retro wallet, bit his lips and hesitated for a moment, then threw the black retro wallet to Yagyu Tsuki. Since the night of the genocide, he has only thought about gaining power for revenge and has no interest in anything else, so all the subsidies he has received since he was a child have been converted into banknotes and stored. Money and power, it's easy to measure, right? Paying tuition fees can make you stronger. It's a good deal. Don't be so polite. Even if you don't give me tuition, I will consider teaching you to become stronger. Yagyu Tsuki opened the black retro wallet and looked at the thick stack of banknotes inside. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Uchiha kid is a bit rich. Just the huge amount of money in the wallet can be comparable to the reward for S-level missions. This kid's family should have a lot of money. After all, when the Uchiha clan was exterminated, all the property of the clan members before their death was allocated to Uchiha Sasuke by the third generation. The third generation old dog is hypocritical enough. After ordering the extermination of the Uchiha clan, he can still pretend to care about the Uchiha orphans. Kill your whole family first, and then give you a sweet date? Quite funny. Yagyu teacher, this is my tuition. Haruno Sakura had a speechless expression on his face, took out a light pink wallet and put it in Yagyu Tsuki's palm. How can a teacher ask students for money? Tuition? I have never heard that the team leader Jōnin would charge tuition. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* to buy new clothes. Very good. I will guide you to become stronger. After all, you are all my lovely tools, ahem. Lu Shengyue coughed lightly and continued. You are all my lovely students. Team 7 is a tool who gets the sign-in reward, but it is still a bit cute. It is much better to get along with the chattering brats in Team 7 than to get along with those useless people who can only flatter. Uzumaki Naruto pointed at Yagyu Tsuki and yelled unhappily, Hey, 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 I heard it clearly. You just wanted to say tool, didn't you? Yagyu Tsuki said in a casual tone, Girls hate men who are fussy. No wonder Pingxiong has always disliked you. Haruno Sakura's fair face flushed. She stared at Yagyu Tsuki with shame and anger, and said tenderly, Yagyu teacher. Yagyu teacher is so annoying. What's wrong with Pingxiong? Is Pingxiong guilty? What's so good about Juru? It's so troublesome to take Juru to do tasks. Besides, I will definitely grow up quickly in the future. Let's wait and see. Sakura-chan, am I disliked? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Haruno Sakura expectantly, wanting Haruno Sakura to refute Yagyu Tsuki's words. Sorry. Haruno Sakura scratched his cheek awkwardly, turned his head away, and didn't dare to look at Uzumaki Naruto. This attitude was already a disguised answer. Advertisement, it's over. It's over. Sakura-chan hates me. Uzumaki Naruto looked ashen and collapsed on the ground like a deflated balloon. Teacher Yagyu, give me strength. Uchiha Sasuke ignored the nonsense of Naruto and little Sakura and put his hands in his pockets and looked at Yagyu Tsukishiro coldly. He just wanted strength now. Nothing else mattered. Yagyu Tsukishiro said, practice is a good thing. Anyway, let's eat first. Only when you are full can you have the energy to become stronger. Uzumaki Naruto heard that he was going to eat, put away the feeling of loss in his heart, and asked with bright eyes, barbecue? Yagyu Tsukishiro nodded. Barbecue? Uzumaki Naruto asked with expectation, high-quality meat? Wrong. It's the most high-quality meat. Yagyu Tsukishiro deliberately prolonged the sound. Yeah, long live Mr. Yagyu. Naruto and Haruno Sakura cheered enthusiastically. They had never eaten the best quality meat since they were young. After all, the best quality meat was extremely expensive in their eyes. With the savings from Jōnin's mission, they would hesitate before ordering the best quality meat. Not to mention Uzumaki Naruto, who lives on subsidies. Not to mention the best quality meat in the barbecue restaurant. It was rare for Naruto to have enough food when he was a child. Boring. I'm not interested. Uchiha Sasuke was not interested in eating barbecue. He just wanted to gain power immediately. Gurgle. Uchiha Sasuke just finished his pretentious words, and his stomach made a hungry sound. Uchiha Sasuke's face blushed slightly in embarrassment, turned his head and snorted, Even Yagyu was speechless. Just eat when you are hungry. What's so pretentious? Alas. Troublesome brat. Let's go. Yagyu led Team 7 to the barbecue restaurant. Chapter 21. Engaged to Hinata? I want to find 7 wives. The moon is bright in the sky, and the stars are twinkling. The Hyuga family's residence. Puff. Yagyu Tsuki sat under the eaves, eating a sugar-coated watermelon that was chilled to the perfect temperature, and boredly spit out the watermelon seeds like a machine gun. From tomorrow, Team 7 will start formal training. For the time being, let's teach Team 7 how to control chakra, and then everyone go and make balls. Rasengan is a non-attribute ninjutsu. All members of Team 7 can learn it. It is troublesome to teach them one by one, and it will also affect the progress of obtaining points. So just teach all members of Team 7 Rasengan directly, and Rasengan can also evolve into many moves, which will be much more convenient to teach Team 7 in the future. After all, the team must be neat and tidy. Yagyu brother, are you okay being a teacher? Hyuga Hinata sat next to Yagyu Tsuki. She was wearing a loose black yukata, her snow-white skin was tinged with light pink, her short hair was slightly moist, and her whole body exuded a faint fragrance. When she learned that Lu Shengyue was going to be a guest, she immediately put down her practice and ran to take a bath, fearing that she would have the sweat smell after practice. It's okay. It's just a little troublesome. Lu Shengyue gently pinched Hinata's cute face, feeling the soft touch of her fingertips, and secretly sighed in her heart. Loli has 3 advantages, soft and cute, easy to push down. Loli is so good. I want to hug and play. Loli control? What's wrong with men perverting? Raising Loli is the kingly way. Hyuga Hinata looked at Lu Shengyue's face so close, and her fair and cute face turned red. She shyly turned her head away and didn't dare to look at Lu Shengyue, and whispered in a soft voice, Lu Sheng brother, you are too close. So close. The distance is so close. So shy. Lu Shengyue touched Hinata's little head and said with a faint smile, don't be so shy. I held you in my arms when I was a child. Little Hinata was not so shy before. She always wanted to sleep with him, and she held him like an octopus when she slept. But now little Hinata is very shy, and even faints when she is shy to a certain extent. Alas, the child has grown up. It's true that he is a scumbag, but he is sober. Some women are just for fun, and some women need to be treated well. Hinata is a good girl, so she should be cultivated well. But for those who see that he is very strong and want to get close to him and take the initiative to send him to the door, he will select some good-looking ones and play with them hard. It's just a show, just for fun. After playing, we will pat our butts and leave. Who the hell do I know you when we meet again? But good women must be collected. After all, as the saying goes, don't treat good girls badly, don't let go of little sluts, and choose the best for your harem. Hyuga Hinata blushed and lowered her head, looking at her fair and tender feet, with shyness in her eyes, and muttered in a mosquito-like voice, "No, no. Advertisement Yagyu brother is so annoying, always saying things that make me shy. In the past, I always pestered Yagyu brother, and I would also clamor to be held by Yagyu brother to sleep, but now I have grown up, if I sleep together, it would be too weird. After all, sleeping together is something that can only be done after marriage." Really? Yagyu picked up Hyuga Hinata, put Hinata on her legs, looked at the shy and cute Hinata, and said teasingly, "Sleep with brother tonight. I will teach you all kinds of things." Hyuga Hinata moved her, but to make herself sit more comfortably, raised her little face and looked at Yagyu curiously. "What's the matter? How should I say it?" Yagyu looked at Hinata's innocent expression, and a sense of guilt surged in her heart. "Since you are so cute, I will tease you for a while longer." "Sorry, Hinata. Adults are all terrible." Yagyu Tsuki raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and deliberately used a very lewd tone to whisper in Hinata's ear, "Of course." After listening, "Do. Hyuga Hinata's petite body trembled slightly, the blush on her cheeks became more obvious, and wisps of steam seemed to come out of her little head, and the whole person was completely confused. Her brain crashed. Yagyu Tsuki pinched Hinata's red face and laughed heartlessly like an old uncle. "Ha ha ha ha, you are really cute. It's always so fun to tease Hinata when you are bored." Hyuga Hinata fainted with her head tilted. Cough, cough, cough. A light cough sounded, and Hyuga Hayashi walked out of the room and walked to Yagyu Tsuki with a serious face. "Smelly boy, I'm still alive." Hyuga Hayashi's resolute face was full of seriousness, and he stared at Lu Shangyue with a stern look like an eagle, and said in a deep voice, "It's okay to come to our Hyuga every day to eat and drink, but you dare to tease my daughter in front of me." That's what he said. But because Lu Shangyue is very close to the Hyuga clan, the Hyuga clan has increased its voice in the village. Because Lu Shangyue is strong enough, the village leaders have to look at Lu Shangyue's face before they want to reform the Hyuga clan. The village leaders are still very afraid of Lu Shangyue, this time bomb. So Hyuga Hayashi is very grateful to Lu Shangyue, but teasing my daughter to faint in front of me is another matter. Lu Shangyue waved his hand and said apologetically, Sorry, I thought you were asleep." "Smelly boy." Hyuga Hayashi's face darkened. Hyuga Hayashi lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of pale smoke, and said thoughtfully, "If you like Hinata, you can get engaged first, so that I can have my grandchildren in advance." He recognized Yagyu Tsuki's strength and character. Yagyu Tsuki rarely promised others anything, but she would definitely do what she promised. But he hated Yagyu Tsuki's character of doing whatever she wanted. But it would be a good thing if Yagyu Tsuki could marry Hinata. By then, the top leaders of the 5 major countries would know that their Hyuga clan had such a strong person as Yagyu Tsuki. And, in the future, Hinata's children might have Yagyu Tsuki's strongest bloodline limit in the entire ninja world. Perfect. Yagyu Tsuki chuckled lightly and said, "You can actually speak human words. It is indeed a good suggestion. You prepare a few 100 million betrothal gifts, and I will marry Hinata tomorrow." Advertisement get married? Hyuga Hinata slowly opened her eyes. The first sentence she heard after waking up was Yagyu Tsuki's words of getting married. Suddenly, she was stunned again. Hey, get married? Am I going to marry brother Yagyu? How did things suddenly turn out like this? Hyuga Hinata secretly glanced at Yagyu Tsuki, looked at Yagyu Tsuki's handsome profile, and recalled what Yagyu Tsuki had just said. "We have to do those things after marriage, right? So shy." Hyuga Hinata tilted his head and fainted again. Hyuga Hayashi was about to say something. Hundreds of millions of betrothal gifts? Is Yagyu Tsuki going to eat people? Yagyu Tsuki said, "I am a man who wants to open a harem." "What do you mean?" Hyuga Hayashi was puzzled. "How can a man as good as me take only one wife? I have to find at least 7 wives. Harem is a man's romance. Don't underestimate a man's desire." Yagyu Tsuki glanced at the Hyuga clan lightly. "Will you give up a whole garden for a lotus?" "I want the lotus and I want the garden too." Scum. I want them all. A real man should have a harem. You, B asterisk 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 D. Hyuga Hayashi's face turned red with anger. He was a very traditional old stubborn, so he couldn't agree with what Yagyu Tsuki said. Ding. It's past 12 o'clock. Start automatic sign-in. Get the secret challenge ticket, Tsunade chapter. Signed in for 2 days. Yagyu Tsuki was slightly stunned. Secret challenge ticket? Tsunade chapter? Anyway, I have something to do. Yagyu Tsuki put Hinata gently beside him and raised the corners of his mouth slightly to show a playful smile. See you another day, father-in-law. Yagyu Tsuki disappeared instantly. Nonsense. Who is your father-in-law? Hyuga Hayashi was so angry that his teeth hurt. He took a deep puff of cigarette and exhaled a pale smoke. Chapter 22. Complete the challenge. The power of 100 heroes. In the retro dojo, Yagyu Tsuki lazily leaned on the sofa and said in his heart, "What the hell is the secret challenge coupon?" Answer: secret challenge coupon. You can get rewards by completing the challenge. The system said in a light and pleasant female voice. Secret challenge coupon, Tsunade chapter. Please successfully mate with Tsunade once within 3 days. You can get the power of 100 healings by completing the challenge. Huh. Even Yagyu Tsuki was slightly startled. The content of this challenge was outrageous enough. It can satisfy desires and get rewards. There is such a good thing? The power of 100 healings. The power of 100 healings is a power that many ordinary ninjas in the whole ninja world dream of, because mastering the power of 100 healings can have weak Kaga level strength, and at worst can advance to the elite Jōnin level. Of course, currently, only Tsunade in the world can use the power of 100 healings. After all, this thing is a skill she developed herself. The power of 100 healings is divided into 3 stages: perfect medical ninjutsu, instant burst of strange power, and 100 healings mark that can store chakra. It is indeed a very convenient reward. But the problem is, the power of 100 healings is strong, but he doesn't take it seriously. After all, he has the power of Tsunade's grandfather, and Tsunade's power of 100 healings is just a granddaughter's move in his eyes. After all, he can complete instant self-healing through chakra. Of course, the more power the better. Is this the so-called welfare of the time traveler? It's quite funny. The system said, if you refuse the challenge or fail the challenge, you will stop signing in for a week. Please accept the challenge. Yagyu Tsuki said speechlessly in his heart, are you kidding me? Your broken system is only valuable for signing in. If you stop signing in for a week, what is the meaning of this broken system? If you refuse the challenge, you will stop signing in for a week? You must let me sleep with Tsunade, right? What's this? Is the system worried that I don't have any luck with women? But let's be honest. Well done. The secret challenge coupon is really great. The sign-in reward is random. I am just a system elf. I can't change the punishment of random rewards. The system said, the system is one of the master's abilities. The master's behavior of insulting the system is insulting the master's own ability. Please stop the self-abuse. I am just a system elf. What can I do? Lu Shungyue's mouth twitched slightly, and he sipped the lollipop in his mouth and said with a smile, a mere system can actually complain. It's so funny. The broken system is quite talkative. The system said, may I ask if the master accepts the challenge? After accepting the challenge, the secret challenge coupon will transfer the master to Tsunade's location. After 3 hours, the master will be transferred back to the scene. Advertisement. Lu Shungyue said speechlessly, 3 hours? Do you think I have kidney deficiency? Add 5 hours. He has no reason to refuse this challenge. He can enjoy it and gain strength benefits. Moreover, refusing it will affect the progress of signing in for a week. It would be too hypocritical to refuse it. Just do it. Besides, he also wanted to see the legendary top-level giant sister. The system said, answer, time is the rule of the challenge ticket. The system cannot help the master to add time. Yagyu said impatiently, don't talk nonsense. Start the challenge. The system said, yes, start teleporting. Wang Yagyu disappeared out of thin air. The scene changed. In the hotel, in the room. Hoo. Shizen, bring the wine. Tsunade was lying on the ground with a bottle of wine in her arms and snoring. Her cute and delicate face was faintly flushed. The sleeping posture formed by the big character was very generous. The 2 giant balls rose and fell with her breathing, and a large area of snow-white skin was exposed because of the loose clothes. Alas, I'm drinking in my dreams. Kato Shizen sighed, and then picked up the quilt to cover Tsunade. Sleep well, Master Tsunade. Kato Shizen got up and checked the barrier in the room. After finding that there was no problem with the barrier, she lay on the floor, covered herself with bedding, and prepared to sleep. She always set up a barrier in the room before going to bed. After all, Tsunade was one of the legendary Sannin. What if the enemy came to her? But there is no problem with the barrier. As long as someone appears within the barrier, Tsunade and Shizen will wake up instantly to welcome the enemy. Yagyu Tsuki appeared out of thin air. Who? Kato Shizen suddenly stood up and jumped back, took out 3 poison needles from the leather tied to his legs, and looked at Yagyu Tsuki with a vigilant face. Who was this white-haired man? The barrier didn't react. She was taken out of the village by Tsunade a long time ago, so she has never seen Yagyu Tsuki once. Don't make noise, be quiet. Yagyu Tsuki disappeared in an instant, appeared behind Kato Shizen, and then hit Shizen's neck with a knife. What a fast speed! Lord Tsunade, run away. Kato Shizen was confused, fell heavily to the ground, and then fell into a state of sleep. Since the noisy woman has been dealt with, then, Yagyu Tsuki turned and looked at Tsunade, who was sleeping soundly. Tsunade? Lu Shengyue touched his chin and looked at Tsunade calmly. Her face is cute and delicate, her temperament is heroic, her white and round legs are quite slender, and her small and exquisite milky white jade feet are very cute, enough to make foot control want to play with them. Her figure is hard to describe. Very top-notch. This is the first time Lu Shengyue has seen such a top-notch figure like Tsunade, especially those 2 soft and huge breasts, which made him want to bury his face in them and suffocate to death. Thin waist, big bear, and perky butt. Tsunade, really great. What a good woman. I'll give you full marks for now. Advertisement for now. Seal your actions to facilitate the actions later. Don't hate me. Lu Shengyue put his hands together, and the huge chakra poured into the ground. Cracks appeared on the ground, and young seedlings broke out of the ground along the cracks. After all the young shoots absorbed the chakra, they instantly turned into hard vines, which wrapped around Tsunade's limbs like a python. Who are you? Tsunade suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Lu Shengyue coldly with her amber pupils. She glanced at the vines wrapped around her limbs, frowned slightly, and thought to herself, who is this white-haired man? He can actually break into the barrier silently. Is he using a space-time ability? Anyone who enters the barrier will be discovered. Even a Kaga-level strongman will be discovered, because this is the rule of the barrier. But since this white-haired man can break into the barrier silently, he should have used space teleportation to pass through the barrier, right? Lu Shengyue said. Me? I'm just a pervert passing by. What's your purpose? Tsunade exerted force on her limbs, trying to tear off the python-like vines, but the fact made her eyes reveal a look of surprise. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't tear off the vines, or she couldn't use any force at all. These vines are actually absorbing my chakra. Tsunade's expression gradually became cold. Things seemed to be much more dangerous than she could imagine when she was awake. Purpose? How should I put it? There are a lot of things happening. It will be very troublesome to explain to you. Lu Shengyue snapped her fingers, and the python-like vines forcibly separated Tsunade's legs. Stupid. Let's make a long story short. Tsunade stalled for time, while concentrating on the chakra stored in the 100 healings mark. Lu Shengyue raised a finger and said with a smile, Sleep you? Huh. Tsunade looked at Lu Shengyue in a daze. She never expected Lu Shengyue to give such a concise and clear explanation. Moreover, Tsunade has traveled around the world for so many years, but this is the first time she has seen someone who can say such shameful words with confidence. Tsunade now understands that she cannot communicate with the dead white-haired man in front of her. Don't waste your energy. I'm not interested in playing with a dry old woman. Lu Shengyue pointed her finger at Tsunade's forehead and sealed the woman's 100 healings mark for the time being, in case Sister Juru's chakra is overconsumed and she becomes a dry old woman. Tsunade frowned and scolded. Don't say those stupid things. Who are you? You actually know my ability so well. Who is this dead white-haired man? He actually knows my ability so well that he can even seal my 100 healings mark. Moreover, these vines that can absorb chakra are very similar to the ability that Grandpa Hashirama used before. Does this white-haired guy have the same bloodline limit as Grandpa? Wood style power. The wood style power used by the dead white-haired guy is definitely not a defective clone, but a real bloodline limit, which can absorb the wood style power of chakra. The dead white-haired guy. Wood style power. Looks very handsome. This image, this ability, is completely consistent with the rumored Yagyu Tsuki. You are Yagyu Tsuki. Tsunade gradually widened her eyes and stared at Yagyu Tsuki in disbelief. Chapter 2-3 Tsunade's Doubts and Yagyu Tsuki's Goal. You old woman actually know me. As an old woman, you are quite fashionable. Lu Shengyue walked in front of Tsunade and stroked Tsunade's round legs. Tsunade's face darkened and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Old woman? The dead white-haired guy was actually touching my legs. What on earth was he planning to do? Interrogation? The curves are perfect, the muscles are even, and the skin is delicate and smooth. I can play with these beautiful legs that have been trained to the right place for a year. They are really tempting. Lu Shengyue tore off Tsunade's pants and looked at the large area of white skin exposed by Tsunade. A trace of admiration flashed in his eyes, and a bad smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Tsunade bit her lips lightly, her cute and delicate face flushed. She glared at Yagyu Tsuki with shame and anger, and said sarcastically, the dignified ninja god of the new era would actually do such a despicable thing as a sneak attack. The god of ninja was the name of Hashirama's grandfather when he was alive, but the 5 major countries actually used it to call the dead white-haired boy, calling the shameless and despicable man the god of ninja, which is more or less a bit funny. Yagyu Tsuki is a ninja in the village. Why did he suddenly attack me? Yagyu Tsuki and I have no grudges, never had any disputes, and even today was the first time we met. Sleep with me? How is it possible? With Yagyu Tsuki's strength and appearance, it is too easy to find a woman. Could it be the secret of the first generation? Yagyu Tsuki has the same blood limit as his great-grandfather, so he hopes to gain further power and wants to torture some secrets from me. Hashirama's granddaughter? Tsunade said coldly, idiot. You've got the wrong guy. I don't have any secrets of the first generation. Damn it. If Lu Shengyue hadn't taken advantage of someone's misfortune, how could he have been tied up by vines? You seem to have done something wrong. Anyway, add some fun. Lu Shengyue tore Tsunade's clothes, took out a pair of special black stockings that were transparent, and put the black stockings on Tsunade's round legs. Lu Shengyue touched his chin and looked at Tsunade, nodding with satisfaction. Well, perfect. Skin is white, milk abalone is light pink, and beautiful legs and black stockings reveal white skin. Perfect. Very good. You, Even with Tsunade's heroic character, he was glaring at Lu Shengyue with shame and anger at this time, but he was blocked by vines before he finished speaking. What the hell is the damn white-haired guy doing? Sleeping with me? Is this guy really going to play it? Tsunade was getting mad now. She had been in a relationship before, but no one had ever seen her body, and there hadn't even been too much contact. But now, she was actually seen naked by a stranger, Yagyu Tsuki, who had never had any contact with her before, and even put on strange and embarrassing socks for her. Advertisement, is she sick? Tsunade's mouth was blocked by vines, so she couldn't open her mouth to insult Yagyu Tsuki. No matter what she said, she could only make a sound of Now she could only glare at Yagyu Tsuki with a murderous cold gaze. If gazes could kill, Yagyu Tsuki would die countless times. Yagyu Tsuki gently stroked Tsunade's cheek and said in a very lewd tone in Tsunade's ear, let's work hard together. I don't plan to let you fall asleep easily tonight. The fierce battle began. Tsunade blushed and glared at Yagyu Tsuki. She wanted to die now. She drank and slept well, and then was attacked by the white-haired guy for no reason, No wonder she won money today. Hiss. It hurts. Yagyu Tsuki. I will kill you. Time passed slowly, and soon it would be 3 hours. Yagyu Tsuki took a long breath, tidied up her messy clothes, covered Tsunade's delicate body with her feather robe, and said, Are you a pervert? You will catch a cold if you sleep with your butt naked. Very cool. Very cool. If I had to describe it, it was like being sucked by a vacuum cleaner. Ding. Complete the challenge. Get the power of 100 heroes. The system said, 3 hours have passed. Start teleporting back to the city. Since you've worked so hard, I'll reward you with a piece of candy. Lu Shengyue took out a piece of candy and threw it into Tsunade's giant room. A piece of candy after the battle. It's better than living a god. The old woman can suck more than the young. Let's have fun together next time. Bye. Lu Shengyue disappeared out of thin air and was forced to be teleported back to the village by the rules of the Secret Realm Challenge. Although Tsunade is very old, he looks about 20 years old, and he will always look about 20 years old. Lu Shengyue. After the vines disappeared, Tsunade fell to the ground, tore Lu Shengyue's feather clothes violently, and hit the ground with his white fists to vent his anger. Boom! Tsunade punched a huge hole in the ground, and rocks and dust rolled violently. Yagyu Tsuki, right? Very good, very good. Don't let me find you. I'll tear you apart if I find you. Tsunade's cute and delicate face was terribly gloomy, and her amber eyes revealed cold, murderous intent. This was the first time she had such murderous intent since she was a child. She really wanted to kill Yagyu Tsuki. She swore now. She must kill Yagyu Tsuki no matter what. Advertisement, damn white hair. Dare, dare. Tsunade bit her lips hard. Her face flushed and then blue. Well, Kato Shizen slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, Tsunade put on his clothes. Tsunade-sama. After a moment of confusion, Kato Shizen hurriedly got up and looked for Tsunade's figure. After seeing Tsunade's unharmed state, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade-sama, what happened? Kato Shizen looked at the destroyed hotel and the huge pit on the ground and felt a sense of self-blame in his heart. The hotel was destroyed, and there were many pits on the ground. During the time I fell asleep, there must have been a fierce battle. Alas, it's all my fault for being too careless, so I was knocked unconscious by the enemy and left Tsunade-sama alone to fight the enemy. If Tsunade's hemophobia attacks during this period, it will become a fatal weakness. What? Nothing happened. Tsunade lowered her head, and her long light golden hair covered her eyes, making it impossible to see her current expression. Where are the enemies? Kato Shizen glanced at the whole scene. Since Tsunade-sama was unharmed and the body of the white-haired man was not found, but the hotel was destroyed into a wasteland, it was enough to prove that a very fierce battle had taken place. So, where are the enemies? Did the white-haired man retreat? Tsunade gnashed his teeth and said coldly, dead. Kato Shizen looked at Tsunade's state and asked in a daze, Tsunade-sama, do you know that white-haired man? Dead? There are no corpses of the white-haired man around, so the white-haired man should have retreated, right? But Tsunade-sama's state is so strange. Tsunade said coldly and proudly, idiot. How could I know that kind of trash? Knowing Yagyu Tsuki? Yagyu Tsuki, go to hell soon. Kato Shizen scratched his cheek and looked at Tsunade with a strange expression. Tsunade-sama seems to be very angry now? Tsunade forced himself to suppress the murderous intent in his heart, stood up and patted the dust on his clothes, restored his usual generous attitude, forced a smile and said, Shizun, let's find a place to drink more. Ninja in the village, right? Yagyu Tsuki, you wait for me. I will kill you. Chapter 24 Unmarked Ninjutsu, Bloodline Limit. The sun is blazing and the sky is clear. The 7th training ground. Teacher Yagyu is not late today. All the members of Class 7 looked at Yagyu Tsuki, who was lazily leaning on the sofa and eating snacks in front of him. Oh my god. Teacher Yagyu is not late today, and he arrived at the 7th training ground before Class 7? It's outrageous. Huh? Yagyu Tsuki yawned lazily. He challenged Tsunade in the early morning last night, and then fought happily with Tsunade for 3 hours. When he returned to the village, it was already completely bright, so he moved the sofa to the 7th training ground to sleep. Yagyu Tsuki sighed. Alas, I worked so hard for so long last night, and today I have to train the brat. It's so troublesome. Everyone in Class 7 was speechless. This should be a complaint in his heart, but Teacher Yagyu actually said it in front of us. I'm a good man who will do things for money. You can rest assured. I will guide you to become stronger. Before you officially start training, you can ask me questions. Lu Shengyue crossed his hands and looked at the people in Team 7 indifferently. Don't ask too many questions, it's troublesome. Teacher Lu Sheng, I have a question to ask you. Haruno Sakura looked curious and recalled the test of Team 7 yesterday. Lu Shengyue said casually, tell me, if you ask about your girlfriend, I'm still single, but you have to queue up if you want to pursue me. Although he does whatever he wants and has a bad personality, there are many female ninjas who want to pursue him, and even some daimyo will take the initiative to come to him to get engaged. Because he is currently the strongest in the entire ninja world and has the strongest blood limit. Who is chasing you? Haruno Sakura complained, and then asked curiously, when you tested us yesterday, you used a ninjutsu that can control wood, right? But I remember you didn't make a seal at that time. Why can you use ninjutsu without a seal? Haruno Sakura clearly remembered that at that time, Uzumaki Naruto used Shadow Clone to besiege Teacher Yagyu, and then Teacher Yagyu tapped the ground with his finger to launch a powerful tree root to solve Naruto. She had heard from the teacher in the ninja school that all ninjutsu needed to be used through seals and then condensed chakra. But Teacher Yagyu obviously didn't make a seal. Why could he still use powerful ninjutsu? Advertisement curious. Haruno Sakura was very curious. Well, you asked a good question. You were talking about this move, right? Yagyu tapped the ground with his fingertips, and the chakra containing life force flowed into the ground. The ground shook violently and cracks appeared. Countless light green seedlings broke out of the ground, and after absorbing chakra, they instantly turned into sharp giant vines. Lu Shangyue flicked his finger, and all the vines rose up from the ground like pythons, crashing into a small rock mountain in the distance, and then directly smashed the rock mountain into pieces. So powerful. All the members of Team 7 were shocked, looking at the small rock mountain destroyed by the vines in the distance in disbelief. Lu Shang teacher can easily destroy an entire rock mountain with just a flick of his finger. If this attacks a person, it's scary to think about it. Moreover, Lu Shang teacher really doesn't have a seal. You can control it at will, and you can also change the shape. Lu Shangyue flicked his finger, and all the vines entangled together, turning into a huge, sharp spear, and then the spear smashed a huge crack on the ground. Then all the vines dispersed and entangled together again, turning into a villa that looked very impressive. Lu Shangyue chuckled lightly, although it's just a normal attack. It's no different from you throwing kunai casually, but it's still a very convenient move. He didn't brag. This was just his normal attack. As long as chakra is injected into the ground, the vines that absorb chakra can be controlled at will. Of course, ordinary attacks of this degree are meaningless in the eyes of real Kage-level masters. It's just for convenience. The vines that entangled Tsunade last night were vines strengthened by natural energy. It can be said that using natural chakra is also part of the wood-style bloodline limit. Controlling the roots of the sacred tree through natural energy, the roots of the sacred tree have the ability to absorb chakra. This is the real power of wood style. Like Yamato's wood style, it's better not to mention it. After a moment of confusion, Naruto Uzumaki looked at Yagyu Tsuki with his starry eyes and said expectantly, So cool. Such a powerful move, Yagyu teacher. Please teach me this move. You can manipulate the vines at will and change the shape at will. Yagyu teacher's move is too cool. Yagyu Tsuki raised his chin slightly, put on a proud attitude, and said, Very cool, right? Very cool. Naruto Uzumaki glanced at Sasuke. Advertisement. He has already imagined the scene in his head. When Sasuke and little Sakura encounter a crisis in the future, Sasuke will be beaten to his knees and beg for mercy by the enemy, and then he will appear in Haki and control countless vines with a flick of his fingers and defeat all the enemies. At that time, Sakura will also look at him like a fangirl, right? Uzumaki Naruto drooled from the corners of his mouth. He imagined the fantasy scene in his mind, covered his mouth and said with a smile, He. Sasuke was beaten to kneel down and admit his fault, and then I appeared in Haki, and Sakura-chan looked at me like a fangirl. So cool. It's cool just to think about it. Idiot. You have already said what you thought in your heart. How could Sasuke kneel down and admit his fault? Haruno Sakura's face sank. Hashtag appeared on his forehead, and he punched Uzumaki Naruto several times angrily. I looked at Naruto like a fangirl? I feel sick just thinking about it. Bang! Uzumaki Naruto was knocked to the ground. He climbed up and covered the red envelope on his head, looking at Haruno Sakura aggrievedly. Sakura-chan. Uzumaki Naruto was just enjoying his fantasy and didn't realize that he had let the cat out of the bag. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Naruto Uzumaki, put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, Super idiot. I'm very sorry, Mr. Yagyu. Please continue to explain. Haruno Sakura carried Naruto Uzumaki and hurriedly apologized to Yagyu Tsuki. Yagyu Tsuki looked at all the members of Team 7 and asked, Do you want to learn? Yes. Haruno Sakura and Naruto nodded vigorously. Only Uchiha Sasuke frowned and looked at the giant vines around him thoughtfully. Really? No. My ability is a bloodline limit, and it is also the only bloodline limit in the world at present. Yagyu Tsuki raised a finger, and a light blue chakra condensed at the fingertips. The chakra contained a strong vitality. If you want to use the move just now, you must at least have the same bloodline limit as me. In that case, what's the point of you performing that move just now? Haruno Sakura was speechless. Since they couldn't learn it, why did Mr. Yagyu perform it again? Is teacher Lu Sheng showing off his strength? Lu Shangyue said for granted. Of course, because you want to play with handsomeness. It is fun to see your expectation and lonely expression. What is the tool for power to satisfy desire? Everyone has a speechless expression. Looking at Lu Shangyue's indifferent attitude, the more you look at it, the more you look at it. I like to pretend so much, especially Mr. Lu Sheng, who is a hippie smiley face, was installed again and again. He used to think that he could not install it than Sasuke, but he did not expect teacher Liu Sheng to be more pretend. Let me also pretend. Idiot, I knew it was a bloodline limit from the beginning. Uchiha Sasuke snorted. He did think about bloodline limits at the beginning. So when Yagyu Tsuki asked Team 7 if they wanted to learn, he did not follow Naruto, the idiot, to join in. What is a bloodline limit? Uzumaki Naruto's head was full of question marks. I'm so grateful. Chapter 25. I told you to use the Great Fireball, not the meteorite. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes condensed, and his eyes turned into Scarlet 2 Tomo Sharingan, and he said in a proud tone, Bloodline limit is a natural power, and my eyes are also bloodline limits. What a bullshit. Uzumaki Naruto curled his lips. Yagyu Tsuki looked at Uchiha Sasuke indifferently, the Scarlet 2 Tomo Sharingan, and said, Red eye disease is a very impressive bloodline limit, but how much can you see with these eyes? On the night of the extermination of the clan, he opened a Magatama in anger, and yesterday's test opened another Magatama. To be honest, it's quite funny. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly. Yagyu Tsuki said, I told you yesterday that you are very slow in making hand seals. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at the vines in front of him and said coldly, the ninjutsu you use without hand seals should be the unique ability of the bloodline limit. Normally, all ninjutsu require hand seals. I will practice the hand seal speed myself. So handsome. Worthy of being Sasuke. The fire style is also very powerful. Haruno Sakura looked at Sasuke with a crazy face, and then looked at Naruto with disdain. Compared to Naruto is a well-known tale, and even chakra can't be used properly. Ugly girl, what do you know about me? Uchiha Sasuke's face turned cold and said in a deep voice, Great Fireball is Uchiha's unique fire style. How can an idiot like Naruto use it? Great Fireball. It was the first fire style he worked hard to learn in his childhood, and it was also the first fire style he proved to his father. But Haruno Sakura, a mere ugly girl, actually compared him with Uzumaki Naruto. What can Haruno Sakura understand about me, and what can he understand about Uzumaki Naruto? He hates Uzumaki Naruto, but he also understands Uzumaki Naruto, because they have similar experiences. Ugly. Ugly girl? Haruno Sakura's smile was stiff, and anger gradually emerged in his eyes. His fair little hands slowly clenched into fists, wanting to punch Uchiha Sasuke away. When she was a child, she was said to have a wide forehead. At that time, she was very inferior every day. But since she met Yamanaka Ino, Ino gave her the courage to be confident. Since then, she thinks she is still very cute. But Sasuke actually said she was an ugly girl? What a joke. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ looked at Sasuke's cold face, and finally put away his fist silently. Damn. So handsome, there is no way to do it. Uzumaki Naruto was furious, grabbed Sasuke's collar, and said angrily, "How dare you say Sakura-chan is an ugly girl? Sakura-chan is so cute." Uzumaki Naruto said with a displeased look, "Besides, it's just a great fireball. I'm going to be a Hokage man. There's no need to use this useless fire style. TSK. It's just a great fireball. What's so arrogant about it? Let go, idiot." Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and looked at Uzumaki Naruto indifferently and proudly. Yagyu Tsuki looked at the noisy Team 7, raised his head to look at the blue sky, sipped the lollipop in his mouth, covered his eyes with his hands and sighed. "Ah, let me go. The stinky brats are really troublesome. Go to hell, annoying stinky brats." Yagyu Tsuki said calmly, "I'll tell you some advanced knowledge that you can't get in the ninja school." Advanced knowledge? All the members of Team 7 were slightly startled, and Uzumaki Naruto immediately let go of Sasuke and looked at Yagyu Tsuki with expectation. Advanced knowledge that can't be touched in the ninja school? It should be very powerful. I'll tell you once, you listen carefully. Yagyu Tsuki raised a finger, and a light blue chakra condensed on the fingertips. Under his precise control, chakra wrapped around his finger like a little snake. Yagyu Tsuki said, "All ninjutsu require hand seals, which is common knowledge that all wild dogs know. But why do we need hand seals to use ninjutsu? Ask me now. Why?" Team 7 was very supportive. Yagyu Tsuki said, "Because hand seals can help users to condense chakra more conveniently to launch ninjutsu. If you can freely control chakra, you can easily simplify hand seals, and even use all ninjutsu with one hand seal. I just touched the ground with my finger, which is actually a hand seal. As long as you can use your own chakra at will, it doesn't matter what the hand seal is." Uchiha Sasuke immediately denied. "How is it possible?" finger touching the ground is a hand seal? How is it possible? Except for Yagyu teacher who has used it, I have never seen anyone who can make hand seals so casually. Touching the ground with fingers can use ninjutsu. It should be a unique ability of bloodline limit. Even the top genius ninja, Uchiha Itachi, can't do it. Simplify the hand seal to such a casual level. You are so eager to deny something you haven't seen. Your eyes are even more useless than an old woman's. Lu Shengyue stood up and smiled confidently. I will show you once. I will charge for more performances. Although I rarely use low-level moves, I will use Great Fireball with great difficulty to teach you little brats. Open your eyes and watch carefully. This is how Great Fireball is used. Fire style, Great Fireball. Lu Shengyue raised 2 fingers and spit out a high-temperature flame at the small rock mountain next to him. After the flame flew out, it turned into a huge meteorite that looked like it was burning with flames. The meteorite-like Great Fireball engulfed the rock mountain and burned the small rock mountain in an instant. The power of this Great Fireball is at least dozens of times that of Sasuke's Great Fireball. Advertisement whether it is power or size, it is an existence that Sasuke cannot match. Yagyu Tsuki clapped his hands and chuckled. That's about it. After all, it's a low-level trash move, not worthy of being used in a high-class Great Fireball. He didn't brag. If you change to any B-level fire style, the power is several times more than the Great Fireball just now. After all, the power of the move depends on the amount of chakra of the user. All the members of Team 7 were stunned, staring blankly at the place in the distance that was burned into a wasteland. Just now, such a large rock mountain was actually burned, and the blazing fire emitted a terrible high temperature like destruction. You actually only made 1 seal. Uchiha Sasuke retracted his gaze from a distance and looked at Yagyu Tsuki in disbelief with the scarlet double-grooved Jade Sharingan. He had been staring at Yagyu Tsuki with the Sharingan from beginning to end. When Yagyu Tsuki used the Great Fireball, he really only made 1 seal, and it even felt that the seal was unnecessary. How is this possible? Unbelievable. Besides, is this really a Great Fireball? Uchiha Sasuke turned his head and looked at the area in the distance with a raging fire again. You told me that the meteorite-sized fireball just now was a sea-level fire-style Great Fireball? Who are you kidding? I have been learning Great Fireball since I was a child. How come it is not so powerful? And Yagyu-sensei only made 1 seal, and the power is dozens of times stronger than all the seals he made. The size is also dozens of times more. You use C-level as S-level? The C-level fire style used by Yagyu-sensei is almost as powerful as S-level fire style. Is this the strength of Jōnin? There is such a big gap between me and Yagyu-sensei. What a joke. Chapter 26, Can the winner command the loser within 1 day? Wow, so awesome. Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura stared at the area burned by flames in the distance, and a sense of shock gradually rose in their hearts. How outrageous. Very outrageous. When Team 7 was in the ninja school before, they had seen some teachers use fire style to perform, but this was the first time they saw a fire style that could burn down an entire rock mountain in an instant. No wonder when testing Team 7, Teacher Yagyu didn't do anything. If Teacher Yagyu had used a random fire style at that time, he would have burned all the members of Team 7 to ashes. What's more, a fire style that can burn down an entire rock mountain in an instant. Is this the power that a sea-level fire style should have? If I remember correctly, Haruno Sakura's pretty face was flushed by the high temperature of the flames. Looking at the fire that was gradually extinguished in the distance, she swallowed a spit secretly and muttered to herself, Great Fireball is a C-level fire style, right? But the Great Fireball used by Yagyu-sensei is as powerful as the legendary S-level. Although she has never seen the legendary S-level fire style, the fire style Great Fireball used by Yagyu-sensei is far more powerful than the C-level. Damn. Although you are a pretentious guy, but you are really handsome. Uzumaki Naruto was very excited, gesticulating excitedly and said, if Sasuke's Great Fireball is a sesame seed, then Yagyu-sensei's is a meteorite. He did not deliberately belittle Sasuke, because that was the fact. If the Great Fireball used by Sasuke is compared to the size of a sesame seed, then Yagyu-sensei's Great Fireball is a meteorite with destructive power. There is a huge difference. Teacher Yagyu, can you teach me Great Fireball? I also want to use such a powerful fire style. Uzumaki Naruto pulled the corner of Yagyu Tsuki's clothes, his eyes full of excitement, looking at Yagyu Tsuki with expectation. If I can learn such a powerful fire style, when Sasuke is easily solved by the enemy in the future, and Sakura-chan is in a critical moment of danger, I will appear in a handsome posture and solve all enemies with a great fireball. Perfect. Oh my god. So cool. Just thinking about it feels so good. Great Fireball is the lowest end fire style? Bullshit. Great Fireball smells so good. Everyone in the audience was speechless. Just now Uzumaki Naruto was still mocking that Great Fireball was the lowest end garbage fire style. But after seeing teacher Yagyu use the powerful Great Fireball, his attitude changed 180 degrees. He immediately forgot what he said before, and licked his face and was eager to learn Great Fireball. Face. Take a look. What kind of face is Naruto having? Stinky brat. Even Yagyu was speechless. This Ninetales brat changed his attitude faster than a woman. He just said that Great Fireball was rubbish. This damn kid. Pure brat personality. Yagyu teacher, I have a question. You and Sasuke both use Great Fireball. Since you use the same fire style, why is your power so much stronger than Sasuke's? Haruno Sakura asked curiously. Although she is a top student in the ninja school, she has never figured out the reason. Obviously they all use Great Fireball. Why is there a huge gap? I don't understand. Advertisement, good question. As the saying goes, big bears have no brains. No wonder you are so smart. Yagyu glanced at Naruto and Sasuke with disdain and said, you are much smarter than these two idiots. The flat bear brat can grasp the key problem, but Naruto and Sasuke are two stinky brats. One is full of thoughts of learning cool moves to show off, and the other is that after being defeated by Great Fireball, he only thinks about gaining power immediately. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly. Tisk. Uzumaki Naruto curled his lips. Big Bear is brainless. No wonder I'm quite smart. Haruno Sakura was slightly startled, thinking about what Yagyu said. After she reacted, her pretty face flushed, and she glared at Yagyu with shame and anger and said, I will grow up quickly in the future. Mr. Yagyu's words sounded like he was praising me, but in fact he was mocking me for having small breasts in disguise. How can you praise someone like this? If you want to praise it well. Really? I'll look forward to it. Yagyu stared at Haruno Sakura's very flat steel plate with a regretful look, and sighed secretly in his heart after looking at it for 2 or 3 seconds. Alas. Sad. It's useless. You. Haruno Sakura gritted his teeth and glared at Yagyu Tsuki in shame and anger. I'll bear it. I'll bear you once more. Yagyu Tsuki said, back to the point. No move has a fixed power. It all depends on the user's personal ability, or more precisely, the amount of chakra and the degree of use of chakra. After being able to accurately control chakra, you can simplify the seal into one. Of course, it's difficult to simplify the seal into one seal. There are very few ninjas living in the world who can do this. It's really difficult. Because this is a necessary skill above Kage level, there are very few ninjas living in the world who can do this. But at present, the only person in the whole ninja world who can do it is Yagyu Tsuki. Making a random seal is considered a face-saving thing for you. The real strong ones can get whatever they want with a clap of their hands. Chakra control. Haruno Sakura was a little confused. When she was in the ninja school, she never touched the knowledge of chakra control. Today was the first time she heard the term chakra control. Uzumaki Naruto held his hands behind his head and said with a smile, What? Although I didn't understand. Anyway, Sasuke is weak. Uchiha Sasuke's face sank, and he looked at Naruto coldly with 2 Tomo Sharingan, and said angrily, What did you say? I said your fire style is weak. Uzumaki Naruto glared at Sasuke. He still remembered that Sasuke mocked the ugly little Sakura. Advertisement. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed with anger, and he sneered and mocked. You mean you are stronger than me? How dare you say that with a mere tail? He knew that his fire style was far inferior to that of Yagyu-sensei, but it was okay for Yagyu-sensei to mock him for being weak. But what right did you, Uzumaki Naruto, have to say that I was weak? It was totally intolerable. Teacher Yagyu. Haruno Sakura was worried. She wanted Yagyu to stop Naruto and Sasuke. Yagyu looked at the aggressive Naruto and Sasuke, scratched his white hair in annoyance, and sighed silently. Alas, spare me. 2 dead kids, so troublesome. Yagyu clapped his hands and said with a faint smile, Since you are so loving, let's compromise happily. For the time being, let's use the competitive mentality of the tool people to increase the speed of practice and speed up the points. Compromise? Team 7 was puzzled. Yagyu raised a finger and suggested, All the content just explained is related to your practice. Let's have a competition. The one who completes the practice first is the winner. The winner can command the loser at will within 1 day. Vortex Naruto hit his palm with his fist, and a strong fighting spirit ignited in his heart. He said with passion, "Oh, Teacher Yagyu, let's do it. Order Sasuke at will within one day?" It was so cool. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and glanced coldly at Uzumaki Naruto. His cold eyes seemed to tell Naruto to wait for death. Haruno Sakura gently pulled the corner of Yagyu Tsukishiro's clothes, put his hand to his mouth and whispered, "Teacher Yagyu, I asked you to stop them, not to add fuel to the fire. Why did you propose this kind of competition that deepens the conflict?" "Because it's interesting." Yagyu Tsukishiro smiled slightly. Naruto and Sasuke both have a competitive heart. Competition can effectively improve the speed of practice, because the little brats have never thought about losing to each other. Improving the speed of the toolman's practice can speed up the points, and speeding up the points can get better sign-in rewards. Perfect. The students work hard and the teachers become stronger, although it's a bit contrary to the sky. But work hard, troublesome cash cows. Haruno Sakura sighed with his hand on his forehead. Teacher Yagyu is hopeless. Chapter 27, Chakra's Nature Transformation. Uzumaki Naruto pushed his forehead protector with his thumb and said with a bright and confident smile, "Teacher Yagyu, let's start practicing. I will definitely master a fire style that is more powerful than Sasuke. Teacher Yagyu should teach us fire style, right? Once I master a powerful fire style, I can show off with Sasuke." "Wait, Sasuke. The winner of this game must be me, Uzumaki Naruto. Teacher Yagyu is going to teach us fire style?" Haruno Sakura wondered. Uchiha Sasuke didn't say anything, but put his hands in his pockets and looked at Yagyu Tsuki expectantly. "Fire style? Very good. If I can master a stronger fire style, my strength will definitely improve a lot." No. Your chakra is wind attribute, and learning fire style is useless." Yagyu Tsuki looked at Uzumaki Naruto calmly and said, "There is no need to stick to fire style. Only by learning what suits your attribute can you become stronger." Chakra attribute? Team 7 was confused. Except for Uchiha Sasuke, who knew a little bit about it, it was the first time for Naruto and little Sakura to hear about chakra attribute. Uchiha Sasuke asked in confusion, "Yagyu Tsuki, what is your attribute?" When he was a child, he had taken a test in the Uchiha clan, and he had a chakra of fire and thunder attributes. It can be said that people with Uchiha bloodline are all ninjas with fire attributes, because fire style is the standard of the Uchiha clan. I taught you to respect the elderly and love the young, right? Or do you have a masochistic tendency and like to be severely whipped by the teacher? Yagyu Tsuki looked at Sasuke calmly, then slowly raised his hand to slap him. It's good to like to act like a loser, but you also have to be polite, right? I, Yagyu Tsuki, am a good ninja who respects the elderly and loves the young. Uchiha Sasuke saw Yagyu Tsuki raising his hand, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart, gritted his teeth and changed his words. "Yagyu teacher, please tell me, what attribute of ninja are you?" Attribute? How should I put it? I have? Or should I say fusion? I am a ninja who has fused 7 chakra attributes and all nature transformations. Yagyu Tsuki smiled faintly, with a sense of confidence. Possessing all chakra attributes and fusion of all chakra attributes of nature transformation, these are completely two-dimensional concepts. The moment Yagyu Tsuki awakened the power of wood style and obtained Sage Body, he automatically possessed all chakra attributes of nature transformation. And after sleeping with Tsunade last night and obtaining the power of 100 healings, he even further improved the yang attribute of nature transformation. To be honest, it's so cool to cheat. The Secret Realm Challenge is really great. If I sign in for a secret challenge in the future, Kagaya, then after sleeping with Kagaya, maybe I can directly possess all the power of the chakra ancestor. Of course, the premise is that there must be such a challenge. Advertisement, all attributes? So amazing. Haruno Sakura pinched his collar, with a light pink love in his eyes, and looked at Yagyu Tsuki with a crazy expression. All attributes should be amazing, right? Although Yagyu teacher is a scumbag, his personality is bad, but Yagyu teacher's face is very popular with girls, his figure is also very perfect, and his strength is also very strong. From another perspective, Yagyu teacher is simply a perfect boyfriend. Haruno Sakura glanced at Sasuke, but Sasuke is also handsome. What to do? It's so hard to choose. Is it amazing to have all nature transformations? Uzumaki Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, pinching his chin and frowning. He really couldn't understand what all attributes, what nature transformations with all attributes, and what nature transformations that combined all attributes were. It sounds like it's amazing, but I have no idea. Yagyu Tsuki said with a long tone. Super amazing? It's troublesome to explain, but these contents will be used later, so I'll just explain it to the tools for now. Many Jōnin can't master more than 2 chakra nature transformations at the same time. Let's whip the 3rd generation first. The 3rd generation Old Dog is a ninja with all attributes of Grandmaster, but he can't integrate all nature transformations. Yagyu Tsuki said, it means that what the 3rd generation Old Dog can't do, I can do easily. It's easy to understand, right? What the 3rd generation Grandpa can't do, Yagyu teacher can do easily? Uzumaki Naruto stared in disbelief. In his eyes, the 3rd Hokage is the strongest ninja in the village. Is Yagyu teacher more powerful than the 3rd generation Grandpa? How is it possible? Hokage is the greatest and most powerful person in the village. Uchiha Sasuke asked coldly, is the 3rd Hokage powerful? He was complaining silently in his heart. Mr. Yagyu just taught me that people should respect the elderly and love the young and be polite. Then what? Then Mr. Yagyu called the 3rd Hokage an old dog. Is this what is called respecting the elderly and loving the young? Yagyu said, how should I put it? It should be considered super powerful. After all, the 3rd generation was called the strongest ninja when they were young. The 3rd generation Old Dog was indeed very strong when he was young. He was considered one of the strongest ninjas in the entire ninja world, and the strongest that ordinary ninjas could achieve. Of course, the 3rd generation Old Dog, so-called one of the strongest, or even the strongest, is only limited to ordinary ninjas without blood limit. After all, the old man Tsuchikage was still young at that time. Advertisement. But now, the 3rd generation Old Dog is exhausted, and his overall strength can barely reach the weak Kage level. This old man is useless. Uchiha Sasuke hesitated for a moment and asked directly, who is stronger, you or the 3rd Hokage? He wanted to use this opportunity to judge Itachi's strength. Yagyu Tsuki said that he could fight with Uchiha Itachi, so who is stronger, Yagyu Tsuki or the 3rd Hokage? Haruno Sakura bowed slightly and apologized in a well-behaved manner. I'm very sorry, Yagyu-sensei. Sasuke's question is very rude. You don't have to answer this question. The 3rd generation is the current Hokage in the village, and Yagyu Tsuki is the leader of Class 7. Asking Yagyu-sensei or the 3rd generation who is stronger in the village is a very rude question. But the person asking the question is Sasuke, and it has nothing to do with me, Haruno Sakura. Yeah, Sasuke, good question. Well done. Uzumaki Naruto glared at Sasuke and said angrily, Sasuke, your question is too much. 3rd generation Grandpa is the greatest Hokage. He respected 3rd Hokage very much and thought that 3rd generation was the greatest Hokage, even the greatest ninja in the entire ninja world. His dream of becoming a Hokage was also influenced by 3rd Hokage. Please answer me. Uchiha Sasuke ignored Naruto and stared at Yagyu Tsuki eagerly. Yagyu Tsuki crossed his hands on his legs and said in a proud and confident tone, stupid question. The so-called strongest of the 3rd generation Old Dog is just a mortal born in an era without me. I will win no matter who the enemy is. Although he has never fought with the 3rd generation Old Dog, he will definitely win anyway. Because the 3rd generation, who is now almost dead, is only weak Kage level at best, while he has super Kage level power. There is no need to say a few moves, just a sage art, true several thousand hands, and the 3rd generation Old Dog can be beaten into a pulp. Will you win? All the members of Team 7 were stunned and looked at Yagyu Tsuki in disbelief. They could see that Yagyu Tsuki was not joking, but was very serious when answering this question. That is the Hokage who stands above all the ninjas, and Yagyu teacher actually said with certainty that he would win in a battle with the 3rd Hokage? Oh my god, is it so outrageous? Haruno Sakura recalled Yagyu Tsuki's self-introduction when Yagyu Tsuki said this. You are lucky to have me as your teacher. Haruno Sakura bit his lips lightly. Maybe our Team 7 has picked up a treasure. Maybe Team 7 really got a big bargain. Yagyu Tsuki glanced at Sasuke. It is also worth mentioning that Uchiha Itachi can instantly kill the 3rd generation Old Dog. He could tell what Sasuke was thinking at a glance. After all, the idea of this stinky brat was too easy to understand. If the Uchiha beast exerted his full strength, he could indeed instantly kill the current 3rd generation. Chapter 28 is spiritual practice about climbing trees. Uchiha Sasuke's face was terribly gloomy. He clenched his fist and hit the tree trunk hard. He gritted his teeth and said to himself coldly, Uchiha Itachi, Can Uchiha Itachi kill the third generation in an instant? He couldn't understand how strong Yagyu Tsuki was, but at least he knew that the third Hokage was very strong, and Uchiha Itachi could kill the third generation in an instant. No matter how difficult revenge is, I must complete it. If there is no revenge, what is the meaning of my life? Uzumaki Naruto held the back of his head, kicked the small stone at his feet away, and said with a pout, "SK, the third generation grandpa is very powerful." Yagyu teacher said that he could beat the third generation grandpa, and then said that Uchiha Itachi could also beat the third generation grandpa. What? The third generation grandpa is the greatest Hokage. He really respects the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen from the bottom of his heart. Yagyu Tsuki waved his hand and said in a casual tone, "It's okay. You will understand the greatness of Yagyu teacher in the future." Alas, in terms of brainwashing Ninetales, the third generation old dog is really good. He was not interested in continuing the boring topic. After all, it was important to let the tools start to practice hard and gain growth points. Let's stop chatting here and get back to the point. When you can flexibly control chakra, the power of all your moves will be greatly improved. The previous Great Fireball was like this. Yagyu Tsuki clapped his hands and pulled the thoughts of Team 7 back to practice. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Yagyu Tsuki with Sharingan and asked excitedly, "After being able to flexibly control chakra, will the power of Great Fireball be the same as yours?" "It's hard to say. At least you will become stronger." Yagyu Tsuki raised his chin slightly, showing a feeling of contempt and ridicule, and said, "You don't have to compare with someone as invincible as me. It's better to find a weak waste to compare with, such as Uchiha Beast." Uchiha Beast? After a moment of confusion, everyone in Team 7 realized that Yagyu Tsuki was talking about Uchiha Itachi. But yeah, Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura looked at Uchiha Sasuke with strange expressions. Although the beast was scolding Uchiha Itachi, it sounded strange. After all, Sasuke's last name was also Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke didn't pay much attention to it and asked excitedly, "As long as I can control chakra, can I defeat that man?" Advertisement Yagyu Tsuki said, "It's hard to say, but controlling chakra is the basis of everything, which will make it easier for you to gain power in the future." Enough. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists suddenly, with cold murderous intent in his eyes, and a sneer on his slightly raised mouth. "Finally, after so many years, I can finally start to gain power." Although controlling chakra is only the cornerstone of becoming stronger, it is enough to make Uchiha Sasuke emotional, because he can finally see the hope of gaining the power of revenge. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto both looked at Uchiha Sasuke with a little concern. Sasuke's current state made them feel unfamiliar. "And you little brat, learning the basics of controlling chakra can take you one step closer to the dream of becoming a Hokage." Yagyu Tsuki glanced at Uzumaki Naruto. "Oh, whether it's controlling chakra or anything else, I will work hard to become a Hokage for you to see." Uzumaki Naruto smiled brightly, raised a thumb, and said, "Don't worry, Teacher Yagyu. I will definitely learn to control chakra. After all, how can I lose to Sasuke?" Yagyu Tsuki touched Haruno Sakura's little head and said with a faint chuckle, "Hirakuma kid, although you don't have any dreams, and you don't have the slightest ambition, you are just a follower. But if you are surpassed by Naruto, I will laugh until I am weak when I play Pochi." Haruno Sakura blushed. "Teacher Yagyu is so annoying. What kind of words are you talking about? Are these words a child should listen to?" But Naruto surpassed him. Haruno Sakura gritted her teeth. It would be too embarrassing to be surpassed by Naruto. Little brats are troublesome, but they are still easy to fool. Yagyu took out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth, sipping it lightly, and looked at the state of the 3 members of Team 7 indifferently. After all, they are still a bunch of brats, and it is easy to be incited. Uchiha Sasuke adjusted his mentality, put his hands in his pockets, and asked coldly, "Teacher Yagyu, how to control chakra? It is more effective than theory and practice. The first thing you have to do is..." Yagyu paused slightly. "What should you do first?" All members of Team 7 were silent, waiting for Yagyu's explanation. Yagyu walked to the tree, tapped the trunk with his hand, and said, "Climb the tree." Climbing a tree? Everyone in Class 7 was dumbfounded, looking at Yagyu Tsuki with an expression that said, "You are kidding me? Climbing a tree? What a joke. Yagyu-sensei is really a joker." Yagyu Tsuki repeated, "Climbing a tree." Uzumaki Naruto asked, "It's just climbing a tree?" Yagyu Tsuki said affirmatively, "It's just climbing a tree." Uzumaki Naruto widened his eyes, pointed at Yagyu Tsuki like a fox with its fur standing on end, and shouted angrily, asterisk asterisk hole. I think you are just kidding us. There is no ninja who needs to climb a tree. I can easily climb to the top of a tree when I was 4 years old. Climbing a tree? Ninjas still need to climb a tree? Funny. I can climb to the top of a tree in one breath when I was 4 years old. Ah, you dead kid. Yagyu Tsuki sighed. Yagyu Tsuki looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was fooling around indifferently, and said in a cold voice, Naruto, if you keep fooling around, I will strip you naked and hang you at the entrance of the village, so that everyone can admire your underdeveloped tadpole. Advertisement, tadpole. Haruno Sakura's fair face flushed, and she secretly complained in her heart. B asterisk 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 D. The rogue teacher said something that would embarrass girls every day. Dead scumbag. Stinky rogue. Pervert who spanks girls. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Naruto and sneered. Shut up, tadpole. Uzumaki Naruto covered his mouth in a hurry after hearing the threat, and then glared at Uchiha Sasuke viciously. You can effectively control chakra by climbing trees. I will teach you a super powerful move later. Anyway, just watch carefully. Lu Shangyue put his hands in his pockets and walked on the surface of the tree roots with his feet. He walked to the top of the tree step by step. Amazing! Everyone in Class 7 looked at Lu Shangyue, standing on the surface of the tree trunk with his feet in disbelief. Is this the so-called control of chakra? Yagyu jumped to the ground, raised a finger and said, First, you need to do 2 things. 1. Feel the flow of chakra. Yagyu raised the second finger and said, 2. Control the chakra to flow to the soles of your feet, just like the feeling when using fire style. The difference is that using fire style will make chakra flow to the throat, while climbing a tree will make chakra flow to the soles of your feet. Yagyu said mysteriously, I'll give you 1 day. The winner who completes the training first will be given a special reward by the teacher. The winner can also order the loser to do anything within 1 day. Uzumaki Naruto asked expectantly, special reward? Is it that super powerful move? Who knows, maybe. Yagyu waved his hand and turned to walk towards the sofa in the distance. Uzumaki Naruto punched his palm and said confidently, the super powerful moves belong to me, and you Sasuke, you arrogant guy, just wait for me to order you to make a fool of yourself. Wait until you can do it, idiot. Uchiha Sasuke turned and looked at the tree, slowly revealing a cold and dangerous smile. The winner commands the loser? Naruto, you idiot, just wait to die. And super powerful moves. I must be the first to complete the training and obtain the power that teacher Yagyu said. The power is at hand. Chapter 29 Yagyu Tsuki. Tsunade is also a member of the harem. Uzumaki Naruto pinched his chin and fell into deep thought, thinking about what Yagyu Tsuki had just said. After a moment, he knocked his fist against his palm, with an expression of sudden enlightenment. Oh, let chakra flow to the soles of the feet, right? What? Such a simple thing is too easy to understand. Teacher Yagyu, watch my performance carefully. Uzumaki Naruto tightened his forehead protector, walked to the tree with a confident smile, and then closed his eyes and made seals with his hands, looking very much like that. Really? I'll look forward to it. Yagyu Tsuki leaned lazily on the sofa, hooked up the black eye mask covering his face with his fingers, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto in the distance. Could it be that Naruto? Haruno Sakura looked solemn, looking at Naruto who looked like he was standing in front of the tree. Could it be that Naruto has mastered the tree climbing skills? Could it be that the last one? Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly, a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes, and he stared at Uzumaki Naruto who was standing in front of the tree. Could it be that this last one has mastered the skills of climbing trees? What a joke. Just watch. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, and a breeze blew up the dust under his feet. He raised his feet and stepped hard on the surface of the tree trunk, and then ran to the top of the tree with all his strength. Just ran 2 steps. Bang! Uzumaki Naruto fell on his back, smashing a large piece of dust on the ground. Aw, it hurts, it hurts. Uzumaki Naruto hugged the back of his head with severe pain, and he rolled on the ground with tears in his eyes, surging violently on the ground like a maggot. Everyone in the audience was speechless. Wind attribute chakra? Yagyu Tsukishiro glanced at the big tree in front of Naruto lightly, and there was a knife-like scratch on the surface of the trunk. Nine Tails did condense chakra just now, but the chakra flowing to the soles of his feet was not ordinary chakra, but chakra with wind attributes. Although this dead kid is chattering, he is also a genius in disguise. Is this what is called miracles with great strength? But he just used too much strength. Ah, I knew you were an idiot. Haruno Sakura covered her eyes with her hand, and she had no eyes to look at Uzumaki Naruto. She just saw that Naruto was really like that, and she had the illusion that Naruto could climb a tree for a moment. Super idiot. Even Uchiha Sasuke was speechless. He just thought that Uzumaki Naruto had mastered the skill of climbing a tree for a moment. Hole. You can't climb a tree either, and you have the nerve to say that to me? Uzumaki Naruto climbed up, covered the back of his head that was in great pain, and glared at Sasuke unhappily. Damn it. Advertisement, I was clearly imitating the movements of Mr. Yagyu when climbing a tree, but why can't I stick to the trunk properly? How do I climb a tree? I said, don't compare me with you. I am the one who bears the name of Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke walked to the tree with his hands in his pockets, slowly raised his foot and pressed it against the trunk of the tree. After 2 seconds, his face turned slightly red, and he silently retracted his raised foot. How to do it? How to climb? If I continued to climb up just now, I would probably fall down like the idiot Uzumaki Naruto and fall on my back in an embarrassing and ugly state. The corners of Yagyu Tsuki's mouth slightly raised, showing a sense of sarcasm, and said, strange. How can the great genius of our Uchiha clan quietly retract his feet? It's really strange. Uzumaki Naruto covered his stomach, pointed at Uchiha Sasuke, and laughed. Ha ha ha, arrogant Sasuke, you can't do it either? You still have the nerve to talk like it's the truth. Shut up, it's so noisy. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, blushed and turned his head away in embarrassment. His hands in his pockets clenched into fists, and a surge of anger derived from embarrassment surged in his heart. Don't be so shy. Everything has a first time. And it's also worth mentioning that the Uchiha beast can easily do it at the age of 3, which you can't do until now. Yagyu Tsuki glanced at Sasuke lightly and said in a sarcastic tone, do you understand what I want to say? To be honest, I still like to watch the self-righteous genius make a fool of himself. And comparing Sasuke, who has a strong sense of self-esteem, with his enemies is the easiest way to stimulate Sasuke's desire to win. People with strong self-esteem are often the easiest to train. Damn it. Uchiha Sasuke's face darkened, and he felt anxious and hit the tree trunk hard with his fist. Uchiha Itachi can do it at the age of 3? Damn it. How to do it? Haruno Sakura ignored everyone, sat on the ground hugging his legs, lowered his head and stared at his white toes, thinking thoughtfully about what Yagyu Tsuki said. How to control the chakra to flow to the soles of the feet, and how to maintain the chakra at the soles of the feet. Teacher Yagyu said it was very similar to using fire style. When using fire style, the chakra flows to the throat, and when climbing a tree, the chakra flows to the soles of the feet. This technique should be applicable to all ninjutsu, right? Let's try it. Haruno Sakura stood up and patted the dust off her buttocks. The pain in her buttocks instantly spread throughout her body, causing a trace of shame and anger in her eyes. She cursed Yagyu Tsuki pervert in her heart. Advertisement, the spanking she received yesterday has not healed today. Haruno Sakura adjusted her mood, made seals with her fair little hands, closed her eyes and felt the flow of chakra. After a while, she raised her white and tender pink jade feet, gently pressed against the surface of the trunk of the tree, walked up several steps, and then landed steadily on the ground with a backflip. Suddenly, the faces of the people in the audience changed slightly, and they looked at Haruno Sakura in disbelief. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, Sakura-chan is amazing. Sakura-chan can actually walk several steps. So amazing. Uchiha Sasuke looked ugly, gritted his teeth and whispered to himself, damn ugly girl. She can actually walk a few steps. Does that mean I am worse than this guy? Smart kid. Lu Shengyue lazily lay down on the sofa, covering his eyes with a black eye mask. He was going to take a comfortable nap now. After all, he didn't sleep well last night because he fought with Tsunade for so long. Tsunade's sister Ju-Ru. Ju-Ru should be looking for me like crazy now. I feel that things will become very troublesome in the future. But I must take Tsunade into the harem. After all, that woman has a great face and figure. But it's a bit troublesome to take Tsunade. That woman now wants to peel my skin. Anyway, sleep first. Little brat, work hard. You must complete the training within 1 day. If you fail to meet my expectations, don't expect me to teach you super powerful moves. Trash are not qualified to become stronger. The weather is so good today. The teacher plans to take a nap. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. After that, Yagyu Tsuki began to sleep seriously. Uzumaki Naruto pouted and looked at Yagyu Tsuki lying comfortably on the sofa. he said with an unhappy face. We are working hard here, but that guy is sleeping there. Idiot, say less. Do you want to be punished by Yagyu teacher? Uchiha Sasuke snorted and turned to a place far away from Team 7. He will concentrate on training from now on. What Uchiha Itachi can do, I must be able to do too. And Haruno Sakura has already mastered the trick. How can I lose to a mere ugly girl? I must be the first to complete the training and get the super powerful moves that Yagyu teacher said. Chapter 30 Consulting Advice, Haruno Sakura's Jade Feet. Time passed slowly, and a few hours later, Haruno Sakura sat on the ground with her legs hugged, humming a little tune and playing with a kunai. Her fair and delicate face was full of joy, looking at Naruto and Sasuke who were practicing hard in the distance. She can now climb 3/5 of the tree, while Naruto and Sasuke can only climb 1/5, so she is in a very good mood now, because it is the first time that she has surpassed the genius Sasuke head-on. As for surpassing Naruto is a matter of course. Although she can climb 3/5 now, she will feel powerless when climbing up, which means that she can't stabilize the chakra condensed on the soles of her feet for a long time. There is still a lot of chakra left. Why do I feel powerless? Haruno Sakura puffed up her mouth slightly, recalling the feeling when climbing the tree. It's called a feeling of powerlessness, but it's more like the more you climb up, the more your feet hurt, and then you can't stabilize your chakra. Wait until Mr. Yagyu wakes up and ask him. Sakura. Uzumaki Naruto backflipped from the tree and landed, hesitantly glanced at Haruno Sakura, and the words he wanted to say stopped at his lips. Finally, he mustered up the courage to run to Haruno Sakura's side. Sakura. Sakura-chan. What's wrong? Haruno Sakura glanced at Naruto. Sakura-chan, that's it. Ahaha, today's weather is so nice. Uzumaki Naruto stammered and couldn't say a word, scratching his head awkwardly with his hands and grinning foolishly. Haruno Sakura frowned slightly and said unhappily, If you have something to say, please say it quickly. I am also very busy. That's right. I want to ask you how to climb to such a high place as you. If there is any trick, please tell me. Uzumaki Naruto looked embarrassed. He had said before that he would surpass Sasuke and little Sakura and become the first person to complete the training in Team 7, and now he was asking little Sakura for the trick. Although it was embarrassing, I had to ask, because if I continued like this, I would not be able to surpass Sasuke. If I fell behind Sasuke and became the loser, I would be ordered by Sasuke to do anything in one day. It was embarrassing to think about it. I can lose to little Sakura, but how can I lose to Sasuke? Only Sasuke. I must win. There is no trick. Do you want to listen to some suggestions? Haruno Sakura said, smiling secretly in his heart. Just now Naruto said so nicely, and in the end he still came to me to ask for the trick. But there is no way. Who made me the fastest progressor in Team 7? She is a little proud now. Advertisement, but what is the trick? If there is one, I would like to know. If you want to listen, just tell me secretly, don't let Sasuke hear it. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Sasuke in the distance, then leaned his head towards Haruno Sakura. Boring. In the distance, Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, looked at the big tree in front of him coldly, pretending to be completely indifferent, but actually secretly eavesdropping on the conversation between Naruto and little Sakura. Suggestions? Just listen reluctantly. What should I do? Haruno Sakura tapped his chin with his finger, tilted his head with a distressed expression, and deliberately kept the secret. He secretly glanced at Sasuke, who was eavesdropping in the distance, and shouted with a smile, Sasuke, do you want to listen together? Uchiha Sasuke was caught eavesdropping, and a trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. He turned and walked towards the tree farther away, and said coldly without looking back, I'm not interested. Don't bother me. Haruno Sakura's face froze. Are you kidding? B*******************. What's your attitude? I'm kind enough to give you advice. Hey, what a boast. Uzumaki Naruto pouted, then looked at Haruno Sakura expectantly and said, Sakura-chan, let's not worry about Sasuke. Just tell me your suggestions. Okay, the suggestions are... Haruno Sakura covered her mouth with her hand, deliberately speaking in a very low voice, and stole a few glances at Sasuke in the distance. She found that Sasuke was still eavesdropping there, but he probably didn't hear anything. Oh. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, and said suddenly, that's what happened. Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, staring coldly at the scratches on the tree. On the surface, he was thinking about things seriously, but in fact, He pricked up his ears to eavesdrop on Haruno Sakura's suggestions. But unfortunately, not to mention the advice, not even a word was heard. Tisk. Uchiha Sasuke ignored him and began to practice climbing trees on his own. I am a genius of the Uchiha clan. There is no need to listen to the advice of the ugly girl. I understand. Thank you, Sakura-chan. After listening to the advice, Uzumaki Naruto turned around and trotted all the way to the big tree and said confidently, "Look at me surpassing Sasuke in one breath." Uzumaki Naruto closed his eyes and made a seal, recalling Haruno Sakura's advice, adjusted his chakra, and suddenly opened his eyes, running quickly on the surface of the tree trunk, running 2/5 of the progress in one breath, and then took out a kunai and scratched the tree trunk. "Sasuke, you are still far away. I will definitely win this game." Uzumaki Naruto fell to the ground and looked at Sasuke in the distance with a mocking look. Damn it! Uchiha Sasuke looked up and saw the scratches that Uzumaki Naruto had made on the tree, and his cold face gradually became gloomy and terrible. Advertisement, damn it. Naruto, a mere tail-ender, a mere super idiot, has completely surpassed me, and by a long distance. I am afraid that I will not be able to catch up with the long distance that Naruto has surpassed in a short time. Meaning, now I, Uchiha Sasuke, am the slowest person in Team 7? What a joke. I am an Avenger. How can I be surpassed by Naruto? Uchiha Sasuke has a strong self-esteem and cannot accept such a thing at all. Time passed slowly, and an hour later. Yagyu Tsuki lifted the eye mask, sat up and yawned lazily. Ha! I slept so comfortably. Although sleeping with a woman is very comfortable, sometimes it is good to sleep alone. Ding! Gained 15 growth points, and the current growth value is 55 points. When the system saw Yagyu Tsuki waking up, it immediately began to report the progress. 15 points? I'm a bit disappointed. Lu Shengyue grabbed his messy white hair and looked at the 7th team who were practicing in the distance. The progress of the tools in the 7th team was very slow. At present, only Haruno Sakura has almost completed the training. Most of the 15 points of growth should be attributed to Haruno Sakura, but now there are 55 points, which is still considerable. It should be able to advance and upgrade soon and get better sign-in rewards. Haruno Sakura saw Lu Shengyue waking up, stole a glance at Naruto and Sasuke in the distance, and then trotted to Lu Shengyue, put his hands behind his back and asked politely, "Teacher Lu Sheng, please tell me the trick of climbing a tree." She wanted to sneak away. She wanted to be the first person in the 7th team to complete the training. Lu Shengyue dug his ear hole with his little finger and answered lazily and casually, "Are there any tricks?" "I think there are. I have never thought about such things. I was already the strongest ninja at the age of 4. He was already a Super Kage level strongman when he awakened at the age of 4, so he never considered the tricks of low-end training such as climbing trees. Is that so? Teacher Lu Sheng is very powerful." Haruno Sakura bit her silver teeth lightly. Looking at Lu Shengyue's indifferent attitude, she felt angry and wanted to beat Lu Shengyue severely. So, I hate asking Lu Shengyue for advice. Lu Shengyue always takes it for granted that many things are simple with an indifferent attitude. So annoying. Teacher Lu Sheng, can you please help me take a look? Haruno Sakura sat on the sofa, untied his shoes, and put his feet on Lu Shengyue's legs. Looking at the snow-white and light pink jade feet in front of him, even Lu Shengyue was slightly startled. Huh? The jade feet are quite cute. Yagyu Tsuki teased. What do you mean? If you want to seduce me, you should stick your butt out. But there's no benefit in seducing me. What the hell? Haruno Sakura spread her small and delicate toes slightly, puffed her mouth in distress and said, "I'm about to climb to the top of the tree, but every time I get close to the top, I feel a sense of powerlessness as if my chakra has disappeared, and my feet hurt when I get close to the top of the tree. Is there something wrong with the way I use my chakra?" Chapter 3-1 Is Team 7 the only one that has not completed any mission so far? Really? It's just a blocked acupuncture point. Yagyu Tsuki took out a lollipop, unwrapped it, put it in her mouth, and sipped it lightly. She glanced at Haruno Sakura's jade feet with disdain and said, "Can you take it away? It's really smelly." Hiraguma has very little chakra, and his body is not as resistant as Naruto's. If the chakra flows to one point for a long time, it will cause a very common acupuncture point blockage. You are the one who stinks. Haruno Sakura blushed, hurriedly retracted her jade feet, hesitated for a moment, and then raised her feet to smell them lightly. Stinky A****. Fragrant. Yagyu teacher is so annoying. Haruno Sakura asked curiously, "What does acupoint blockage mean?" Yagyu said lightly, It's a very common problem. You can recover after a good sleep. It's like you really want to fart, but no matter how hard you try, you can't fart. Then after a while, the fart will go out by itself. It's easy to understand, right? It's easy to understand, but I didn't fart. Haruno Sakura's fair face flushed. She stared at Yagyu with shame and anger, and said delicately, "Yagyu teacher, you are really annoying. You can obviously explain it in another way. Who really wants to fart? So annoying. I didn't fart. I'm a girl. How can a girl fart?" Yagyu said casually, "Don't say that. Even top beauties have a dirty side. It's common to secretly suck the straw of a boy you like." Common fart. Haruno Sakura was speechless. I can't communicate with Yagyu teacher at all, but chakra blockage requires a good sleep to recover? Haruno Sakura glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, who were practicing hard in the distance. If he slept for a while, he would be the slowest person in Team 7. Haruno Sakura gently pulled the corner of Yagyu Tsukishiro's clothes, gritted his teeth and said, "Teacher Yagyu, please help me. I want to complete the practice as soon as possible. Do you have a way to solve the problem of acupuncture point blockage?" Being surpassed by Sasuke doesn't matter, but being surpassed by Naruto, it would be ridiculous to say it out. Since there is a concept of problem, there must be a solution. Yagyu Tsukishiro grabbed Haruno Sakura's jade feet and said lightly, "Bear it, it will hurt." "I will bear it again. It really stinks." Yagyu Tsukishiro's fingertips emitted light blue chakra, and then lightly tapped the acupuncture points on Haruno Sakura's feet. He had never learned medical skills before, because no matter how serious the injury was, he could heal himself instantly through natural energy. But since Tsunade gained the power of the 100 healings after the battle, he instantly possessed the strongest medical means in the entire ninja world. So solving the blockage of acupuncture points is easier than eating. It obviously has no taste at all. Haruno Sakura's rebuttal has not yet finished, and a heart-wrenching pain spreads from the sole of his foot, and this pain quickly spreads in the brain. Hiss, it hurts. Haruno Sakura took a breath of cold air, looking at Lu Shangyue with tears in the corners of her eyes. This burning pain is like a cramp, and it is a very serious cramp. Advertisement. Haruno Sakura bit her teeth hard, and the pain made her fair face turn red, and her expression gradually began to distort. This cramp really hurts. Does it hurt so much? Lu Shangyue gently scratched Haruno Sakura's sole with her fingers. Ha 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 ha. Haruno Sakura laughed while in pain, and suddenly pulled back her foot and stared at Lu Shangyue with tears in the corners of her eyes, and said angrily, "You are sick. So annoying. I was in so much pain." But Teacher Yagyu was still in the mood to fool around. And he was laughing while in pain. So embarrassing. Yagyu Tsuki couldn't help but laughed out loud. Pfft. Yagyu Tsuki pointed his thumb at Sasuke and Naruto in the distance and said, "It's over. I don't have time to fool around with you. If you're a little slower, you'll be surpassed by them." "It's obviously you who's fooling around," Haruno Sakura complained. "Teacher Yagyu is so annoying. Wait, when I become stronger, the first person I will teach Teacher Yagyu a lesson is Teacher Yagyu. Teacher Yagyu must be taught a lesson, and then his character must be corrected. Everything you think is written on your face." Lu Shangyue touched his chin, stared at Haruno Sakura's face, and said, "Let me guess, you want to teach me a lesson." "It's a very courageous dream." Haruno Sakura's mouth twitched slightly. It was embarrassing to be exposed in front of him, but he still said, "When I become stronger, I will beat you and tell you how to respect girls." "Well, very good. I will look forward to it and work hard in this direction." Lu Shangyue nodded with satisfaction. "If Pingxiong Xiaogue can really beat me, then the overall strength of Team 7 will reach a very outrageous level, and then my sign-in reward will be invincible. But it's a pity. Fantasy is fantasy after all. Hate it." Haruno Sakura glared at Yagyu Tsuki angrily, then turned around and paused when she was about to leave, turned around and faced Yagyu Tsuki, and said politely, "Thank you, Teacher Yagyu." After saying that, Haruno Sakura trotted all the way to the big tree. She could now clearly feel that the chakra in her legs flowed very smoothly, and she could control the chakra more easily than before. Teacher Yagyu was annoying, but she was very capable when she was serious. Since Team 7 is working so hard, I will also work a little harder and try to finish the subsequent plot. Yagyu Tsuki took out the Intimate Paradise and flipped through the erotic content in the book. As he read it, his eyebrows frowned slightly. The scumbag in the book of the lustful old man. The scumbag who plays with women at will. This white hair, this appearance, is exactly me. Am I so willful? Ding. Advertisement. Gain 10 growth points. and the current growth value is 65 points. Very good. Yagyu Tsuki glanced at Team 7 in the distance, who were working hard to practice. Just climbing a tree can quickly earn points. When the tools start learning to roll balls, the points will probably fly. Very good, a bright future. By the way, how long do you want to see it? Even if you wait for a long time, there is nothing you want to see? Or are you like that lecherous old man, a fan of my illegitimate fan? Lu Shengyue closed the book and glanced at the distance. He had just noticed that someone was secretly monitoring him. Swish, an Umbu ninja appeared in an instant and stood straight in front of Lu Shengyue. Sorry, Mr. Lu Sheng, I was afraid of disturbing you from reading, so I have been waiting for you to finish reading. The Umbu female ninja bent down slightly. Her tone was cold and indifferent. She seemed to be apologizing, but in fact, her cold tone did not show any apology. Her apology was just a superficial statement. In fact, she was monitoring Lu Shengyue, or more accurately, monitoring what Lu Shengyue was doing with Team 7. She is the direct subordinate of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third generation ordered her to monitor Yagyu Tsuki and see what Yagyu Tsuki is doing with Team 7. Because all the teams are on missions, only Team 7 has never done a mission. Yagyu Tsuki waved his hand and said lightly, monitoring is monitoring, there is no need to say superficial words. You are just a lackey of the third generation. I am not interested in making things difficult for you. A weakling. The third generation old dog will not live for a few days. Let him look at me a few more times before he dies. There is no need for me to take action. The third generation old dog will die in a while, because Orochimaru, the dead demon, is already undercurrent. By then, just eat snacks and watch the show, watching a dog-eat-dog game between master and apprentice. Hokage-sama asked me to pass it to you. The Umbu female ninja frowned and threw the scroll to Yagyu Tsuki. Yagyu Tsuki's words made her feel angry, but due to Yagyu Tsuki's strength and mission, she suppressed her anger. Lackey? Not interested in making things difficult for the weak? Yagyu Tsuki is really bold. The last words of the third generation? Yagyu Tsuki opened the scroll and looked at the contents indifferently. The contents were all the tasks that Team 7 had to do, including tasks of finding cats and dogs, tasks of helping others look after the house, and even tasks of coaxing babies. It's common for cats to run away from home when they are in heat. When this idiot is tired of being played with by wild cats, he will run back home and cry. Are you kidding me? A ninja is needed for this kind of thing. What do third-generation old dogs think of ninjas? Yagyu Tsuki tore up the task scroll, raised his head and leaned lazily on the sofa, looking at the blue sky and white clouds above, and said with disgust, Ah, it's so troublesome, so troublesome. It's inexplicable. The stinky old man is really troublesome. Umbu female ninja was speechless and sighed secretly in her heart. So I hate to monitor Yagyu Tsuki, because Yagyu Tsuki is too willful and reckless. Chapter 32 Childhood Sweethearts are the strongest. Answer. Master, leading Team 7 to perform tasks can also effectively gain growth points. The pleasant voice of the system elf sounded in Lu Shengyue's mind. Lu Shengyue said in his heart, Do you need to tell me? Of course I know. Do you know the system better than me? Leading Team 7 to perform tasks can indeed gain some growth points, and if the enemy encountered is stronger, Team 7 can also become stronger by fighting with the enemy, and can also increase the speed of practice by fighting with the enemy. He originally planned to do this, but the premise is to wait for Team 7 to complete the tree climbing practice, and then learn Rasengan while performing tasks. This way, you can gain growth points for performing tasks, and you can also speed up the speed of learning Rasengan through enemies. Kill two birds with one stone. Perfect. Master is so powerful. The system elf was speechless. Do I understand the system? I am the system. The master is really the opposite of Tiangang. Please pay attention, Mr. Lu Sheng. Always having an indifferent attitude may lead to the loss of something important. Mao Yuxiyin glanced at the torn task scroll and sighed secretly in her heart. Hokage-sama is the same. The whole village knows how willful Yagyu Tsuki is. He even asked Yagyu Tsuki to take Team 7 to look for cats and dogs. Hokage-sama should at least find a few B-levels to deal with the missions that will encounter enemies. Alas, the missions of passing messages are often the hardest for us, the workers caught in the middle. You too. You should be more careful in the future. Yagyu Tsuki sat with his legs crossed, playing with a black leather wallet, opened the wallet and looked at the full money inside, with a slight smile on his face. Is Umbu so profitable? In case you spend it recklessly, I will help you save it reluctantly. Thank you so much. Yuzuki Yugao's face changed slightly, looking at the leather wallet in Yagyu Tsuki's hand, which was all her belongings in her pocket. This guy. When? What a fast speed. I didn't even notice that Yagyu Tsuki took my wallet. Yagyu Tsuki could actually take my wallet quietly. Is this guy's strength really as outrageous as the rumors say? Mao Yuxiyin raised her hand, gritted her teeth and said coldly, "Give me back the money." She worked hard to make money, and her only dream was to marry her current lover. That is, marrying Yu Guangjifeng was her dream. So this money is very important. Money is for use. You use it, I use it. Cold women also have weaknesses. I hate women who make faces at me. Lu Shengyue took out the lollipop in her mouth. Her hand trembled slightly, and the lollipop disappeared out of thin air, replaced by a pair of black lace pants. Make faces at me? Advertisement who spoils you? You. Mao Yuxiyin was stunned for a moment, and her legs fell to the ground, staring at Lu Shengyue with shame and anger through the mask. After her pants disappeared, they turned into a lollipop stuffed inside. Exchange out of thin air? What did Lu Shengyue do? And, is this how power is used? The way Lu Shengyue uses power is simply a gangster pervert. You're still wearing lace, you're quite a flirt, woman. Lu Shengyue lifted the mask of Yuzuki Yugao, looked at Yugao's cold and indifferent face, and then threw the black lace on Yugao's face. On the surface, she is cold and superior, and speaks like she eats gunpowder, but secretly she is wearing a contrast of taste, so people often have another side. Speaking of which, I am really an excellent man now. If someone had been so rude to me before, I would have slapped him a few times and he would have been seriously injured and hospitalized. At that time, Tsuchikage's granddaughter Kuroki was there, putting on a stinky face and pretending to be a big shot, and she was beaten by herself and cried loudly, so Yuzuki Yugao was considered to have picked up the bargain. Alas, only I am in a good mood today. Are you curious about how I did it? It's not that difficult. Swapping objects is the same as substituting for a body. As long as you can. Lu Shengyue raised a finger and explained the move of swapping objects out of thin air, but before he finished explaining, scum. Mao Yuxiyin glared at Lu Shengyue with tears in her eyes, put on the mask again, and put the pants in her pocket. She didn't care about the wallet being robbed. She stood up and used the instant body to disappear out of thin air. She had to go back and deal with it because it was sticky with a lollipop. Lu Shengyue is really damned. Waste a candy for me. Lu Shengyue touched his pocket and found that the candy had been eaten. When he eats sweets, it can promote cell activation. This is also a very strange physique, so he has developed the good habit of eating sweets since he was a child. Yagyu Tsuki put his hands on his mouth and shouted like a loudspeaker, "Stinky brats, seeing how hard you work, the teacher will also go to the tavern to work hard. You must complete the training before dark, otherwise you can't learn super powerful moves. If you're hungry, you can just nibble on some grass. Anyway, don't bother me if you haven't completed the training." After that, Yagyu Tsuki disappeared out of thin air. Just nibble on some grass? All the members of Team 7 were speechless. Which teacher in the whole ninja world would say that students should nibble on some grass when they are hungry? ****. We are working hard to practice here, and this guy went to drink with the big sister. Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth, and his eyes were burning with anger. What is this? Haruno Sakura walked to the sofa and looked at the cardboard box placed on the sofa. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the cardboard box and took a peek. He was slightly startled by the full box of snacks inside. Snacks? Did Teacher Yagyu forget to take it away? Or did he deliberately leave it for us in Team 7? Can it be eaten? Advertisement, it should be fine. I haven't eaten for a day. Persimmon cake? Uchiha Sasuke walked to the sofa and looked at the snacks in the carton. There were still a lot of persimmon cakes in it. He liked to eat persimmon cakes very much, but his favorite was sweet and sour tomatoes. Barbecue restaurant. Many Jōnin sat together to eat. Today was the monthly Jōnin gathering. Yagyu Tsuki supported his face with his hands, picked up a piece of barbecue and shook it gently, and said with a bored expression, "Isn't there any other store in the village? Why do you eat barbecue every day?" He hates eating greasy food. Yagyu, don't play with food. Yuhi-hung rolled her eyes at Yagyu Tsuki, then picked up the meat that Yagyu Tsuki was playing with and put it on Yagyu Tsuki's plate. Alas, Yagyu Tsuki is still a playful person. It would be better if he could be more mature. Lu Shengyue took a big sip of wine and said with a faint smile, "Sister Hong Hong, be careful of wrinkles if you do too much." Really? Who should I blame? Shi Rihong smiled and raised her fair little hand to pinch Lu Shengyue's waist without anyone noticing. Too much trouble? Lu Shengyue was so bold that she dared to dislike her sister for being too troublesome. There's no need to pinch me. Even I would cry out in pain. Touch your legs to fill my wounded heart. In this cold world, only your thighs can bring me a little warmth. Lu Shengyue sighed and touched Shi Rihong's beautiful legs. Sister Honghong's legs are still so great. The skin is delicate and smooth, and the legs are slender and full. It's really awesome. Why are you so many perverse ideas every day? Shi Rihong slapped Lu Shengyue's back of the hand hard, but she didn't particularly resist being touched by Lu Shengyue's legs. If someone else touched her so frivolously, she would turn against her and attack on the spot no matter who it was. But Yagyu Tsuki, if the child wants to touch her, let him touch her. All the Jōnin in the audience pretended not to see it. After all, they have been used to the little romance between Yagyu Tsuki and Yuhi Kurenai since the past. Many Jōnin in the audience stole a glance at Sarutobi Asuma. Almost all the ninjas in the village knew that Asuma was chasing Yuhi Kurenai, but it was definitely impossible. After all, Yagyu Tsuki and Yuhi Kurenai were childhood sweethearts and had a deep relationship since childhood. How could you, Sarutobi Asuma, a drop from the sky, win? How could a drop from the sky win over a childhood sweetheart? Chapter 33 Pure Love is the way to go. Sorry, I'll smoke a cigarette. Sarutobi Asuma lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, felt the burning sensation of the smoke passing through his lungs, exhaled a pale smoke, looked at Yagyu Tsuki and Yuhi Kurenai who were fooling around, and sighed secretly in his heart. Do I still have a chance? Probably not. After all, Yagyu Tsuki has been touching Yuhi Kurenai since the beginning, and Yuhi Kurenai did not show strong resistance. What does this mean? It means Yuhi Kurenai cares about Yagyu Tsuki very much. The barbecue restaurant was reserved by Jōnin tonight, and those present were people who had known each other for a long time. So Sarutobi Asuma did not go out to smoke. Yagyu Tsuki saw Asuma's state, and he held a chopstick in his mouth and imitated smoking. After taking a breath, he said, "Hiss, the cigarette hurts my heart." He knew that Asuma had been pursuing Yuhi Kurenai recently, and after being rejected by Yuhi Kurenai again and again, Asuma did not give up and persisted. To put it nicely, it is infatuation. To put it bluntly, it is a dog licker. Still want to chase Sister Honghong? Go to hell, licking dogs is behind dogs. Maybe after a while, Sister Honghong will become my shape. Sarutobi Asuma's mouth twitched slightly, and Yagyu Tsuki imitated his smoking behavior, which was completely mocking him. Killing people also needs to destroy their hearts, right? Don't make trouble. Yuhi Kurenai rolled his eyes at Yagyu Tsuki. Sister Honghong, ah? Yagyu Tsuki opened her mouth. Yuhi Kurenai was slightly startled, glanced at Asuma sitting opposite, and then looked at Yagyu Tsuki's behavior of opening her mouth to wait for food, and shook her head with amusement. Yagyu Tsuki was deliberately mocking Asuma, right? Childish ghost. But it's pretty cute. Just satisfy your childish behavior once. Be careful of the heat. Yuhi Kurenai picked up a piece of meat, gathered the hair on the side of her face behind her ears, blew gently on the hot barbecue with her red lips, and then put the meat into Yagyu Tsuki's mouth. Yagyu Tsuki is sometimes really cute, although it is very annoying most of the time, and it has been annoying since childhood. Sister Honghong, can you be a little more considerate? Lu Shengyue pouted, obviously meaning to let Yuhi Kurenai wipe his mouth. Eat your meal well. Yuhi Kurenai picked up a handkerchief to wipe Lu Shengyue's mouth. Ouch. Still pretending. I'll deal with you when I get home. Advertisement, ah? Sarutobi Asuma sighed, feeling Lu Shengyue's eyes like looking at a loser, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hatake Kakashi looked at the scene of Lu Shengyue and Yuhi Kurenai flirting with a pair of dead fish eyes, then patted Asuma's shoulder hard and said, "Give up." Lu Shengyue and Yuhi Kurenai are childhood sweethearts, and they have lived together since childhood. How can Asuma win over childhood sweethearts? And when Kurenai Yuhi encountered troubles while doing a mission and was trapped in Cloud Shinobi Village in the Land of Lightning, Yagyu Tsuki came to her directly and used violence to make a scene in Cloud Shinobi Village. As for her feelings, what can you Asuma compare with? Might Guy raised a thumb. A gleam of light flashed through his white teeth, and he said with a hearty and passionate smile, "This is youth." Sarutobi Asuma was speechless. Sister Honghong. Yagyu Tsuki supported her face with her hands and looked at Kurenai Yuhi lightly. What's wrong? Kurenai Yuhi tilted her little head and looked at Yagyu Tsuki in confusion. You are really a good woman. Yagyu Tsuki raised the corner of her mouth slightly and gently pinched Yuhi Tsuki's delicate face. Is this the first day you met me? Yagyu Tsuki opened Yagyu Tsuki's hand and said unhappily, Don't pinch my face, you are disrespectful. Yagyu Tsuki is so annoying. She only knows how to offend her superiors every day. Lu Shengyue gently stroked Shi Rihong's face and deliberately used a very sexy tone to whisper in Shi Rihong's ear. Come with me tonight. I will teach you a lot of things. Sister Hong Hong, what a virtuous woman. I can be the captain of the harem completely. I'll go with you. Yui Kurenai tapped her chin with her finger, pretending to be hesitant, and said after thinking for a moment, okay. Yui Kurenai winked playfully and said in a joking tone, when you can stay away from those strange women, I can consider going with you. She knew that Yagyu Tsuki loved to play, and there were many excellent female ninjas around her. She was a woman with traditional ideas. How could she accept the man she liked to have a harem? Pure love is the kingly way. Yagyu Tsuki said jokingly, don't say that, I'm also thinking about you. After all, I'm a very fierce man. Strange woman? Sorry, Sister Hong Hong. After a while, a strange woman with a huge P*** will come to the door, and it is very likely that she will even make a big fuss in the village. Yagyu Tsuki now clearly remembers the look in Tsunade's eyes when she left that night. That look was like saying I will kill you. Alas, so troublesome. Tsunade is so troublesome. You are happy and I am happy too. We are all happy. Is it necessary to be so violent? What do you mean? Yui Kurenai blinked blankly, not understanding what Yagyu Tsuki meant at all. Advertisement considering me? A very fierce man? What does this mean? Yagyu Tsuki covered her mouth with her hand and whispered in Yui Kurenai's ear. It means, rogue. Yui Kurenai's fair face flushed, and she pinched Yagyu Tsuki's waist hard. Are you afraid that I will be tired? So you want to start a harem? Yagyu Tsuki is really bold. Yui Kurenai stood up and looked at the Jōnin present and said, I have something else to do. I have to prepare for the mission of Team 8 tomorrow. Yui Kurenai looked at Yagyu Tsuki and chuckled. You eat slowly first. I'll go back first. Don't tease Hinata in the future. She is still a little girl. Yui Kurenai warned Yagyu Tsuki in her ear, and then turned around and left quickly. She really had something to do, because the mission of Team 8 tomorrow was very important. Don't worry, I won't tease you. Yagyu Tsuki waved his hand. Yagyu, I'm quite surprised that you can be the team leader. Sarutobi Asuma took a puff of cigarette and exhaled a pale smoke. After Kurenai left, he was finally able to interrupt. When Kurenai was here, he could only watch Yagyu Tsuki and Kurenai being affectionate. Sarutobi Asuma said, I heard that your Team 7 didn't accept the mission. With your personality, you are not interested in accepting those missions, but refusing to accept missions will affect the growth of the Jōnins. He heard that Yagyu Tsuki was going to lead the Team 7 before, and he was very surprised after hearing it. With Yagyu Tsuki's willful personality, would he actually run over to take over the Team 7? Then I heard yesterday that since Yagyu Tsuki formed the Team 7, he has been refusing to accept missions, which gave the third Hokage a headache. To be honest, Asuma is a little worried about the future of the Team 7, because the number of completed missions and scores are linked to the subsequent Chunin exams. Now, most of the new Jōnin teams have done many missions. For example, their 10th team has completed 4D level missions. Only the 7th team has not done any missions, which may be far behind the Jōnin of the same class. But think about it. With Yagyu Tsuki's personality and strength, how could she lead the team to take those D-level missions? Because all D-level missions are part-time jobs. What about finding cats, finding dogs, and helping others to watch the store? But even these jobs are tasks. As long as they are tasks, they will be linked to the Jōnin score. Alas, the reason why Yagyu Tsuki became a teacher should be that it is fun, right? I can only say that it is difficult for the young Jōnin of the 7th team to have such a willful teacher like Yagyu Tsuki. Chapter 34. Is Class 7 being lazy or undergoing special training? Yagyu Tsuki deliberately mentioned Yui Kurenai, with a faint smile hiding a hint of teasing, and said, I didn't do anything worth paying attention to. I flirted with Sister Hong Hong every day, hugged Sister Hong Hong to drink, and ate the lunchbox made by Sister Hong Hong. That's all. He deliberately concealed the training of Team 7 in order to make Team 7 a big hit in the Chunin exam. On the day of the Chunin exam, all members of Team 7 will be able to rub out Rasengan. At that time, everyone will be very shocked, and at the same time, they will also admire that Yagyu Tsuki has a good teaching skill, and can even let Uzumaki Naruto, a last-place person, learn the Rasengan of the ultimate form change. There may also be people who say, wow, Yagyu Tsuki is so strong himself, but he has such an excellent teaching ability that he can let 3 little kids who have just become Jōnin learn the Super A-level Rasengan in a short time. Yagyu Tsuki is waiting for this day. Everyone's expressions will be very interesting then, right? Of course, in order to satisfy these pretentious things, all members of Class 7 must learn Rasengan thoroughly before the Chunin exam. The students work hard. I pretend. I am the one who is happy. Everyone in the audience sighed secretly. Yagyu Tsuki did not take Class 7 to do the mission. Did they just fool around the whole time? Alas, Class 7 has such a teacher, and their future is bleak. Yagyu Tsuki is very reliable as a teammate, but as a teacher, it is a bit difficult to evaluate. Ha ha ha. Saratobi Asuma smiled stiffly, scratched his head, and said awkwardly, "Really, that's pretty good. What nonsense am I talking about? Pretty good? What is pretty good?" Yagyu Tsuki's words are just to deliberately anger me, right? I am actually smiling weakly. He has always regarded Yagyu Tsuki as a strong rival in love, although he unilaterally believes that Yagyu Tsuki is a strong rival in love. But Yagyu Tsuki didn't take it seriously at all. He hugged Yuhi Kurenai and drank at home every night. Even if Yuhi Kurenai resisted, it was useless because Yuhi Kurenai couldn't do anything to Yagyu Tsuki. And Saratobi Asuma pursued her honestly. He insisted on giving Yuhi Kurenai a bouquet of flowers every day, and also gave her some delicious food brought back from the mission. But Yagyu Tsuki didn't care so much. He just hugged Yuhi Kurenai, and Yuhi Kurenai didn't show much resistance. Alas, do women like scumbags? Don't honest people have love? Ding, gained 20 growth points, and the current growth value is 85 points. Advertisement, all members of Team 7 completed the tree climbing training. Yagyu Tsuki thought to himself, these tool people are practicing very fast. Anyway, let's start teaching Rasengan as soon as possible. Just climbing a tree can get a lot of points. If all members of Team 7 master Rasengan, the points will probably fly. Moreover, after the 7th team mastered the Rasengan, they could help me show off during the Chunin exam. Students work hard, and I become stronger. Students work hard, and I show off. Now that I think about it, the system doesn't seem as broken as I imagined. Yagyu Tsuki stood up, patted Saratobi Asuma on the shoulder, and accused him in an educational tone. The food you sent to Sister Hong Hong last time was terrible. Don't send such spicy things next time. I love sweets. He would spend money recklessly when he had money, so he would often be short of money. When he was short of money, he would go to the Hyuga clan or Yuhi Kurenai's house for free meals. So every time Asuma sent food, he would eat it up casually. Saratobi Asuma's hand holding the cigarette trembled, and his mentality was a little broken by Yagyu Tsuki's words. The food he insisted on sending to Yuhi Kurenai was eaten up by Yagyu Tsuki. He even complained that it was unpalatable after eating it. What the hell are you eating? Is it what you should eat? Damn. Chakra. Might Guy. Saratobi Asuma Might Guy. Gaichai. Hataki Kakashi. Yagyu Tsuki is very arbitrary, but he is also a very face-conscious person. If Team 7 is lazy and weak, it will make Yagyu Tsuki embarrassed. So if Yagyu Tsuki didn't plan to manage Team 7, then there was no need to take over Team 7 in the first place. Since Yagyu Tsuki took over Team 7, why didn't he do any missions? Hataki Kakashi pinched his chin and muttered thoughtfully, could it be that Yagyu gave Team 7 special training again? Very likely. What's the reason? Everyone in the audience was puzzled. Advertisement Hataki Kakashi said, my intuition, special training? Saratobi Asuma was slightly stunned, lit a cigarette and took a deep puff, and took a deep look at the place where Yagyu Tsuki sat before. Thinking about it this way, it is indeed possible. Yagyu Tsuki seemed to be too troublesome and refused to do those D-level missions. But in fact, he wanted to improve the overall strength of Team 7, first to prevent mistakes when doing missions later. Instead of rushing to compete for D-level tasks, he first instructed Team 7 to practice hard, which can not only cultivate Team 7's teamwork, but also get higher scores when doing tasks later. It is indeed in line with Yagyu Tsuki's education method. Although Yagyu Tsuki is a very self-centered person, this man will do everything perfectly as long as he decides to do it. Alas. Saratobi Asuma had a bitter mouth and exhaled a pale smoke. Why didn't I find such a good education method? It really deserves to be Yagyu Tsuki. No. It should be said that it really deserves to be the man that Yuhi Kurenai likes. You is secretly training Team 7? Is he planning to take the Chunin exam? Might Guy said with a serious expression, which was rare for him. The Chunin exam will start soon, and Team 7 can't get stronger even if they train now. I want to apologize to you. Our Team 3 is very strong, especially Lee. Lee is the most hardworking ninja I have ever seen. He is a hard-working genius. His efforts from childhood to adulthood will never lose to Team 7's efforts in a short period of time. Hard work will not deceive him. That kid will prove his hard work to everyone in this Chunin exam. Might Guy's expression was firm. Hard work can surpass genius. This is Rock Lee's Ninja Way. Witnessing Rock Lee's implementation of Ninja Way is Might Guy's only dream now. Saratobi Asuma said, "Then I have to apologize to Yagyu too. Don't look at our 10th team like that, but Shikamaru and the others are all excellent ninjas. I will help them sign up for this Chunin exam." The overall strength of Team 7 is very weak, especially Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto is the real tale. Although it sounds bad to say this, it is the fact. Haruno Sakura studies well, but his overall strength is mediocre. Only Uchiha Sasuke is worth looking forward to. Even Yagyu you can improve the overall strength of Team 7 in a short period of time. Team 7 will definitely fail in the Chunin exam. Unless Yagyu you can let Team 7 learn powerful ninjutsu in a short period of time. Of course, this kind of thing is just talk. After all, how can Jōnin master powerful techniques in a short period of time? He didn't deliberately belittle Team 7, and everything he said was the truth. Uzumaki Naruto always scored 0 in every exam, and he couldn't even use chakra freely. Naruto was the real tale in everyone's eyes. Haruno Sakura is a good student, but it is useless because his talent is very mediocre. The only one worth looking forward to in Team 7 is Uchiha Sasuke. So even if Yagyu Tsuki is training Team 7 now, he can't become stronger before the Chunin exam, unless Team 7 can learn some particularly powerful ninjutsu in a short period of time. Otherwise, it will be in vain. Hatake Kakashi didn't say anything. His intuition told him that things were not that simple. Chapter 3-5 Little Sakura's Decision to Use the Student's Backdoor. The moon was bright in the sky, and the stars were twinkling. The 7th training ground. Uzumaki Naruto's clothes were torn, his face was covered with dust, his whole body was dirty and covered with mud. His legs were weak and he fell to the ground, raised his head to look at the scratches on the top of the tree, and said with heavy breathing, Who? Sasuke, I won this competition. Uchiha Sasuke sat with his back against the tree. His whole body was also dirty and covered with mud. He looked up at Uzumaki Naruto tiredly and said in a deep voice, Idiot, it was obviously me who climbed to the top of the tree first. The two of them had already completed the tree climbing training, but in order to decide who was the winner of this training, they chose a tree taller than the tree used for training and started a tree climbing competition for several hours. In the end, the two were exhausted and could not tell who was better, whether it was the speed of climbing the tree or how high they could climb. This time the two were completely evenly matched. Naruto looked at Haruno Sakura next to him, pulled the corner of his mouth to reveal a tired smile, and said, Sakura-chan, did you see it just now? It was me who climbed to the top of the tree first. Haruno Sakura knelt on the ground with her whole body weak, listening to the quarrel between Naruto and Sasuke, and the fatigue in her heart became stronger. She scratched her cheek in distress, and finally did not answer Naruto's question. I am the first person to complete the tree climbing training, right? I am the first person to complete the tree climbing training and climb to the height specified by teacher Yagyu. Although I am the first person to complete the tree climbing training, Naruto and Sasuke climbed to a higher position. She also wanted to climb to a higher height, but unfortunately, neither her energy nor her chakra could support her to climb to the height of Naruto and Sasuke. Her chakra had been used up long ago. The cool breeze blew the dust, and Yagyu appeared in front of Team 7 out of thin air. Yagyu Tsuki raised his hand and smiled and greeted. Hey, are you still arguing? Seeing you two so loving, I feel relieved. Before he arrived at the 7th training ground, he could hear the chattering of Naruto and Sasuke from a distance. Yagyu-sensei. All the eyes of the 7th class lit up. Yagyu-sensei, please teach me that super powerful move. I have completed the tree climbing training, and I climbed much higher than Sasuke. After seeing Yagyu Tsuki, Uzumaki Naruto's tired mood was swept away, and he hurriedly ran and crawled to kneel in front of Yagyu Tsuki. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Naruto coldly, stood up and put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, Idiot, we climbed the same height, and I climbed to the highest point first. Damn Naruto. He actually twisted the facts in front of Yagyu-sensei. I am the winner, I must win, and then get the super powerful move that Yagyu-sensei said, and become the winner to order Naruto at will within a day. It was me who climbed to the top first. You big idiot. How could you be stronger than me? Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha glared at each other fiercely. Haruno Sakura sighed. She did not participate in the debate about winning or losing because she did not have the same urgent desire to become stronger as Naruto and Sasuke. She did not have any dreams or goals at the moment. She was completely determined to learn whatever Yagyu-sensei taught her. Naruto Uzumaki hugged Yagyu-sensei's legs, raised his face and said pitifully, "Teacher Yagyu, it was me who climbed higher, right? You must teach me some super powerful moves." What he was most worried about now was that Yagyu-sensei did not teach him super powerful moves, and then he was judged as a loser in the training and was ordered around by the arrogant Sasuke for a day. Advertisement, how terrible. It was terrible just to think about it. "Get out of the way, you little brat." Yagyu Tsuki raised his leg and threw Naruto out of the vortex. After Naruto rolled several times in the air, he lay on the ground with his 4 legs up in the air. How should I put it? Yagyu Tsuki pinched his chin, looked at the big trees in the distance, looked at the scratches on the big trees, and said after a moment, "The first person to complete the training was Haruno Sakura, but Naruto and Sasuke climbed higher. It's a bit difficult." Yagyu Tsuki glanced at Haruno Sakura lightly, and his light chuckle seemed to hide a knife in his smile. "Hirakuma, I'll leave this question to you. As the first person to complete the tree climbing training, you have the right to decide who can learn the super powerful moves. You can only choose 2 people." Hey. Haruno Sakura's expression gradually became confused, and he pointed at his fair face with his finger. "I choose? What does it mean? I always feel that Mr. Yagyu has something to say. Only 2 people can be chosen, which means that one person in Team 7 can only watch the other 2 learn super powerful moves. If I have to choose, of course it's me and Sasuke, right? I can take this opportunity to exclude Naruto during the training period, creating more opportunities for me and Sasuke to spend time together. And there is also Yagyu-sensei, a super handsome guy, to guide the training. It should be quiet if Naruto is excluded, right? Because Naruto is really annoying." "Sakura-chan." Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth and looked at Haruno Sakura expectantly. "Humph." Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, leaned against the tree, and looked at Haruno Sakura coldly. "I." Haruno Sakura's mouth moved slightly, and the words stopped abruptly when they reached her lips. Uzumaki Naruto's words rang in her mind. "Becoming Hokage is my dream, a dream that I must fulfill even if I die." Sasuke wants to gain power because he has the ambition of revenge, and Naruto wants to gain power because he has the dream of becoming Hokage. But I don't have any dreams. Sasuke and Naruto both need that super powerful move now, right? Is it really okay for me to easily deprive Naruto of the opportunity to become stronger, just because Sasuke is handsome and Yagyu-sensei is a super handsome guy? After I become stronger, it seems meaningless. Let's give it to Uzumaki Naruto this time. Haruno Sakura forced a smile, looked at Yagyu Tsuki with a forced smile and said, "I choose Naruto and Sasuke. I will become stronger in the future." She currently has no dreams, no goals, just wanting to be an ordinary ninja and perform ordinary tasks. That's all. Although she said before that she wanted to become stronger and defeat Yagyu-sensei, and teach Yagyu-sensei how to respect girls, it was just angry words. How could an ordinary ninja like me defeat Yagyu-sensei? Advertisement, really? Yagyu Tsuki sipped her lollipop and looked at Haruno Sakura with a little disappointment. "Brat, what's the point of answering the same as I thought? No dreams, no goals, just wanting to be an ordinary ninja. This is more or less a bit difficult for me." "Yeah, long live Sakura-chan." Uzumaki Naruto cheered enthusiastically. "Humph." Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, and his fists slowly loosened. Even with his cold and arrogant personality, he was very nervous at that moment. Lu Shungyue looked at Haruno Sakura, who was forcing a smile, and said lightly, "Since you have made a decision, don't put on such a disgusting smile. Why should you accommodate yourself and help others?" Haruno Sakura turned his head away, biting his lips lightly without saying anything. "You are the first person to complete the training. The teacher has the obligation to give excellent students a back door. Let me make an exception and use your back door once." Lu Shungyue walked to Haruno Sakura, put his hand on Haruno Sakura's little head, and said with a faint smile, "If you don't have a goal, then go find a goal. There will always be a reason for you to want to become stronger. Anyway, let's learn together this time. It's so troublesome, but it's understandable. After all, Haruno Sakura is just an ordinary person. But if the cash cows of Team 7 were not there, the ambition to become stronger immediately would affect the content of the sign-in reward. Can Sakura-chan also learn super powerful moves? Long live Teacher Yagyu." Uzumaki Naruto jumped and cheered. Go through the back door?" Haruno Sakura frowned slightly, She always felt that this sentence was strange. Go through my back door once? Are you sick? After Haruno Sakura reacted, a blush appeared on her fair face, and she stepped back in panic, covering her buttocks. Yagyu teased lightly, a stinky brat who knows everything will be hated by adults. Compared to a woman who knows everything, I prefer to paint white paper yellow. To be honest, it's a bit amazing. At the age of Pingxiong, he can actually understand going through the back door. He can understand so many things at a young age. What will happen in the future? Bro. Haruno Sakura glared at Yagyu in shame and anger. As a beautiful teenage girl, it's normal for me to know a little bit, right? Besides, Mr. Lu Shang is so annoying. He actually said he would take the back door from his students. Pervert teacher. Lu Shangyu clapped his hands and said, "The joke stop here, everyone sit down." Chapter 36, The Most Special A-Rank, Rasengan. All the members of Class 7 sat down immediately, waiting for Yagyu Tsuki's explanation. Teacher Yagyu, what should we do about the tree climbing winner? Since I am the winner who climbed to the highest point, I can order Sasuke around for a day, right? Uzumaki Naruto raised his hand to ask, and looked at Uchiha Sasuke sarcastically while speaking. Order Sasuke around for a day? It's so cool to think about it. I will order Sasuke to make a fool of himself countless times in a day, and this arrogant guy should be very embarrassed by then, right? Idiot. You are the loser. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Naruto indifferently, and that look seemed to tell Naruto to wait for death. Order Naruto around for a day? I'll kill you. First, let Naruto kneel down and apologize to me. Yagyu Tsuki suggested, win or lose. It seems that there is such a thing. Since you haven't decided the winner, let's compromise in this competition. How to compromise? All the members of Class 7 were puzzled. Yagyu Tsuki raised a finger and said with a smile, from now until tomorrow night, all of you little brats will be my dogs. Great proposal, right? Huh. The faces of all the members of Team 7 changed drastically. Logically speaking, the so-called compromise should at least be a tie between Naruto and Sasuke, and the victory or defeat will be left for the next competition, right? Being a dog for Yagyu teacher for a day? Is there such a compromise? Hey, you guy. Uzumaki Naruto was angry before he finished speaking. Are there any problems? Yagyu Tsuki's face turned cold, and he looked down at Uzumaki Naruto indifferently. Uzumaki Naruto was startled and hurriedly changed his words. No. No. Yagyu Tsukishiro said indifferently, let's make it like this from now on. If you can't decide the winner, all of you will obey my orders within one day. If you are very resistant to this proposal, then try to decide the winner, you little brats. Uchiha Sasuke's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and glared at Naruto. Damn it, it's all Naruto's fault. Obey Yagyu teacher's orders within one day? I'm afraid that Yagyu teacher will play a dog. Next time I must surpass Naruto, this super idiot who is at the bottom. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were full of anger, and he glared at Uchiha Sasuke fiercely. Damn it, it's all Sasuke's fault. Next time I must win. I must surpass Sasuke, this arrogant guy. Ding. Gained 2 growth points, and the current growth value is 87 points. Yagyu Tsukishiro said in his heart. This kind of thing can easily arouse the competitive spirit of the brats. Advertisement very good. Do I want one too? Haruno Sakura blinked and pointed at his face. Of course, you are Team 7. Yagyu Tsuki nodded slightly. Haruno Sakura's expression gradually solidified, and a wave of anger slowly rose in his heart, cursing Naruto and Sasuke in his heart. What a joke, bastards. It's all Naruto and Sasuke's fault. They had to have a tree climbing competition when they had nothing to do. Now, I'm also dragged down by you two bastards. Obey Yagyu teacher's orders within one day. Is it possible that Yagyu teacher wants to take my back door? Ah, so annoying. I want to die. Damn it, next time. Next time I will definitely win. How can I lose to this guy Sasuke? Uzumaki Naruto said firmly, he must beat Uchiha Sasuke. Haruno Sakura grabbed Naruto's hair. His smile gave people a dangerous feeling, and there seemed to be thick, black smoke behind him. He said, Naruto, if you compete again in the future, I will kill you. Next time? Want to do it next time? If there is a tie next time, I am afraid that I will have to serve Mr. Yagyu as a dog again. Sakura. Sakura-chan? Uzumaki Naruto looked terrified and looked at Haruno Sakura with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Although the order is interesting, let's practice for now. Listen carefully, you little brats. I will only explain it once. Yagyu sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at all the members of Team 7 indifferently. Suddenly, all the members of Team 7 stopped fooling around, and everyone looked at Yagyu seriously. They were all looking forward to the super powerful moves that Teacher Yagyu said. Tree climbing practice is to control the flow of chakra. What we need to do now is to release chakra. Yagyu raised a finger, and light blue chakra emerged from the fingertips. Uzumaki Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground. His hands folded in front of his chest, tilted his head and asked with a puzzled look, "Release chakra? What's the use of doing this? Release chakra? It sounds very powerful." Ninetales, kid. Good question. Yagyu flipped his hand and took out a palm-sized iron body like a magic trick, and then threw the iron body in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Try to crush it. Who is Ninetales kid? My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto complained, picked up the hard iron body on the ground, and then squeezed it tightly until his face turned red, but he still couldn't make the iron body deform. Uzumaki Naruto threw the iron body to Yagyu Tsuki's feet, pointed at Yagyu Tsuki and said unhappily, "Are you kidding me? How can I crush this iron body? Even you can't do it." "I can do it." Yagyu Tsuki picked up the iron body at his feet and easily and casually squeezed it into a thumb-sized iron ball. All the members of Class 7 were surprised that Yagyu teacher could easily crush such a hard iron body. Uzumaki Naruto's mouth twitched. He was just talking in anger, but Yagyu teacher could really do it. This strength is a bit scary. You can easily move the iron body with force, but what if you use chakra to destroy it? Yagyu took out another palm-sized iron body, and light blue chakra emerged from his palm. Advertisement, it's meaningless to just release chakra, but what if you control chakra to rotate and compress it? The light blue chakra in Yagyu used palm rotated and turned into a small light blue tornado, and then the small tornado was compressed into an energy ball. The iron body twisted and deformed with the rotating chakra and was finally blasted into ashes by the light blue Rasengan. See, you can easily destroy the hard iron body. Yagyu patted the dust on his palm. Wow, so awesome. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes gradually widened, and he looked at the iron ash piled on the ground, and then looked at Yagyu excitedly with stars in his eyes. It's so cool to be able to easily destroy the hard iron body and release chakra. Chakra can actually be used like this. Haruno Sakura covered her mouth with her hands, and a huge wave of shocking emotions surged in her heart. She couldn't calm down for a long time thinking about the scene just now. Release chakra to destroy the hard iron body? Oh my god. When I was in the ninja school before, I never came into contact with this knowledge. It's difficult to release chakra, and it's even more difficult to control the release chakra. This move should be very difficult to learn, right? Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly and stared at Yagyu Tsuki with the Scarlet 2 Tomo Sharingan. He had been staring at Yagyu Tsuki with Sharingan just now, but with his Sharingan, he couldn't see through the operation method of Yagyu Tsuki when using chakra. Is it very difficult? It should be quite high. This is the Rasengan developed by the 4th Hokage during his lifetime. It is also the most special non-marked attack ninjutsu. While speaking, Yagyu Tsuki glanced at Uzumaki Naruto lightly. Rasengan is indeed a very special move. It is a move developed by the 4th Hokage to protect your mother, Ninetales kid. Rasengan is the ultimate form change. Currently, few people in the world can use this move. Yagyu Tsuki touched his chin and said thoughtfully, the basic power is a level, but the learning difficulty depends on talent. After all, many Jōnin can't use the form change to the ultimate. He couldn't judge the difficulty of learning Rasengan, because he used to have a playful mentality and completely learned Rasengan in just 3 minutes. Because the moment he awakened the power of Wood style at the age of 4, he had completely mastered the form change, and almost all Wood style moves were the ultimate form change. But I didn't expect the Rasengan that could be mastered in 3 minutes before would be used in teaching one day. It's quite funny. Yagyu teacher, how long did it take you to learn Rasengan? Uchiha Sasuke asked. Since there are only a few people in the world who can use Rasengan, and many Jōnin can't master the form change, how long did it take the always confident Yagyu teacher to learn Rasengan? Uchiha Sasuke's question is more or less a bit sinister. 3 minutes, to be precise, he can master it right away. The 3rd generation old dog should have a record of this genius who has mastered the form change the fastest in history. Yagyu Tsuki said. 3 minutes. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned. So amazing. Haruno Sakura's eyes were full of peach blossoms, and he looked at Yagyu Tsuki like a fangirl. Yagyu teacher can master the Rasengan in 3 minutes, which is enough to easily destroy the hard iron body. Oh my god. It's a bit outrageous. Chapter 37 Lightning Style, The Power of Rasengan. 3 minutes? Look at me. I can learn Rasengan in 3 seconds. After listening to this, Uzumaki Naruto raised his hand and imitated the posture of Yagyu Tsuki using Rasengan, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hold back a bit of chakra. Although Rasengan is the ultimate of form change, it is only the most basic foundation. Adding the attributes of your own chakra can enhance the power of Rasengan, and there will be some miraculous effects according to the attributes. Yagyu Tsuki ignored Naruto and raised his palm to emit light blue chakra, which was compressed and rotated to form Rasengan. Rasengan is just an empty shell, a move that the 4th generation did not complete before they died. For example, Thunder Attribute. Yagyu Tsuki's hand holding Rasengan trembled slightly and injected Thunder Attribute chakra into Rasengan. The light blue Rasengan gradually turned pale blue, and the high-speed rotating Rasengan was covered with a layer of electric current. Lightning Style. Rasengan. You can also change the size. Yagyu Tsuki injected a large amount of chakra, and the Rasengan wrapped with lightning gradually expanded, and finally turned into a giant chakra energy ball full of dangerous aura and terrifying lightning. Yagyu Tsuki played with the giant lightning-style Rasengan, looked at the confused Team 7, and said with a faint smile, "It's a very convenient move, right?" Team 7 listened carefully. Haruno Sakura looked at the giant lightning energy ball, and a trace of fear and dread flashed in his eyes. "Keep it away. No matter how you look at it, this chakra energy ball is very dangerous, right?" Yagyu Tsuki said, "This is chakra's nature transformation. The most basic Rasengan has no attributes, but after being injected into chakra nature transformation, it will produce some attack effects with attributes. Injecting chakra nature transformation into the Rasengan is the final stage that the 4th Hokage failed to complete before his death. By the way, you can also throw it out." Yagyu Tsuki threw the Rasengan out, and the giant Rasengan wrapped in electricity leaped into the air, leaving huge scratches on the ground wherever it passed, until it hit the large rock mountains in the distance. Boom boom, the giant Rasengan swallowed several rock mountains, and the sharp lightning cut the rock mountains into countless small pieces. In the end, the rock mountains were all turned into ashes, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Hiss! Everyone in the audience took a breath of cold air, and everyone looked at the distance in disbelief. The scorched earth wasteland wrapped in electricity gradually stunned all the members of Team 7. Even Sasuke, who was always cold and arrogant, was dumbfounded at this moment. All the members of Team 7 were stunned, looking at the destruction caused by Yagyu Tsuki's attack in the distance. The rocks that were just fine were destroyed by Teacher Yagyu's attack, and even a super large pit was smashed on the ground. Just one attack, only one attack. This can no longer be described as powerful. It is simply a natural disaster. All the members of Team 7 were shocked and speechless, and they couldn't suppress the shock in their hearts for a long time. It was the first time they saw such a terrible and outrageous ninjutsu. There are such terrible and outrageous ninjutsu in the world. Yagyu Tsuki's lightning-style Rasengan completely refreshed the 3 views of Team 7 and also refreshed Team 7's understanding of ninjutsu. Team 7 used to think that throwing a kunai, spraying a great fireball, and using a shadow clone were enough to be a ninja. Because they had never been out of the village, nor had they seen any big scenes, they were all just out of the ninja school and had never seen the world. Uchiha Sasuke, the only one in Team 7 who had seen a lot, was also seeing such an outrageous move for the first time, because during the night of the extermination, Uchiha Itachi was almost unilaterally slashing people with a knife. Advertisement, that's about it. The Thunder Attribute Rasengan is more inclined to control. In terms of power, the Wind Attribute Rasengan is better. Yagyu Tsuki raised his hand, pointed at the wound on his palm that was healing quickly, and said lightly, "Injecting nature transformation into the Rasengan will cause a great backlash to the user. If you want to use a tribute Rasengan without injury, you must at least be able to heal yourself instantly. With the current ability of you little brats, let alone using self-healing ability, even nature transformation is out of the question. All attribute Rasengan will cause a huge backlash when used. It can be said that this is the rule of attribute Rasengan, but Yagyu Tsuki's passive self-healing ability can instantly heal all injuries. After turning on Sage Mode, the self-healing ability reaches an outrageous level. Even broken hands and feet can be instantly healed. With the current ability of the Tool People in Team 7, even if they can inject nature transformation into the Rasengan, they will become disabled after using it. Of course, since there is a problem, there is a solution. Thanks to Tsunade for giving me the power of 100 healings. After Team 7 masters the Rasengan, we can teach them how to use it first, and then start learning Chakra's nature transformation. The self-healing ability of the power of 100 healings can just make up for the backlash caused by Team 7's tools using the attribute Rasengan. As for Sage Mode, no hope. With Team 7's current ability, there is no way they can master Sage Mode. You damn brats, hurry up and work hard to become stronger. The teacher is going to draw out the immortality from the sign-in reward. To this extent, Uchiha Sasuke slowly clenched his fist, gritted his teeth, and stared at Yagyu Tsuki. The extent that Yagyu teacher said was the power that he wanted to obtain in his dreams. You start practicing from the basics, and when you can use Rasengan, consider injecting nature transformation. Yagyu Tsuki took out a bag of balloons, threw the balloons in front of Haruno Sakura, and said, "Blow up a few balloons." "Okay, Yagyu teacher." Haruno Sakura sat on the ground, took out a few balloons very obediently, and then blew up several balloons neatly. All members of Team 7 are now respectful and look at Yagyu Tsuki very politely. Stinky brat. Yagyu Tsuki was speechless. These dead kids changed their faces so quickly. After seeing the power of lightning-style Rasengan, they changed their faces and became very polite on the spot. Haruno Sakura held the blown-up balloon, looked at Yagyu Tsuki in confusion, and said, "Teacher Yagyu, why are you blowing up balloons?" "Shut up, just watch." Yagyu Tsuki picked up a balloon. Light blue chakra emerged from his palm, and then the balloon exploded with a bang. Rasengan is divided into 3 stages. In the first stage, feel the flow of chakra, and then release chakra to burst the balloon. The technique is the same as climbing a tree. Use the feeling of climbing a tree to release chakra. 3 days. I will give you 3 days to complete the initial stage. Those who fail to complete the training within 3 days will have to wear a forehead protector engraved with waste for the next month. Yagyu Tsuki took out 3 forehead protectors. There was no symbol representing the village on the forehead protectors, but 2 big words, waste, were engraved on them. 3 days was a bit rushed, but there is motivation only when there is pressure. Advertisement, waste? All the members of the 7th team looked at Yagyu Tsuki, who was holding 3 special forehead protectors in his hand. The forehead protectors were also engraved with the word waste very clearly. If you walk around the village wearing this broken forehead protector, no matter who you meet, you will be laughed to death. What a joke. You must complete the training within 3 days. Lu Shengyue walked to Haruno Sakura with his hands in his pockets, showing a vicious and cruel smile, bending down and whispering in Haruno Sakura's ear, "In terms of chakra control, you are the best person in Team 7. If you don't complete the preliminary stage in 3 days, I will consider using your back door. It should be very painful. Don't let me down." Back door. Haruno Sakura's face turned pale, and he stepped back a few steps in panic, covering his buttocks. His face turned pale and weak for a while, and then turned red with shame. He stared at Lu Shengyue with tears in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat Lu Shengyue alive. Is Lu Sheng teacher kidding? But it looks like it's real. I just respected Lu Sheng teacher and thought Lu Sheng teacher was an excellent strong man, but this guy is really a dead pervert. Use the back door? What a joke. B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** start the mission tomorrow. Let's practice happily while doing the mission. See you at the 3rd generation old dog's place tomorrow. After saying that, Yagyu Tsuki disappeared out of thin air. Ding! Get the sign-in reward. Sign-in reward content. Chakra amount doubled. Yagyu Tsuki thought to himself. Chakra amount doubled? It is indeed a considerable reward. After all, the power of all moves is linked to the chakra amount, but the problem is, this level of reward is meaningless. The damn cash cows of Team 7 should get stronger quickly so that I can get a meaningful sign-in reward. Mission? Yeah, I can finally start the mission. Uzumaki Naruto cheered excitedly. When he was in the ninja school, he was looking forward to carrying out missions as a ninja. 3 days, within 3 days, I must complete the initial stage of Rasengan. Haruno Sakura gritted her teeth and raised her middle finger in the direction where Yagyu Tsuki left. Her whole body seemed to be burning with rage. Her strong fighting spirit made Sasuke and Naruto stunned. Sakura-chan. So scary. Uzumaki Naruto was frightened, and his legs went weak. What did Yagyu-sensei just say to Sakura-chan? Why did Sakura-chan suddenly become so scary? Chapter 38. Team 7 looks like the legendary Sannin. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the Hokage chair. smoking one cigarette after another, exhaling pale smoke, looking at the Jōnin information recorded in the scroll, shaking his head and sighing. Many of the new Jōnin teams this year have completed many D-level missions, and some teams have even performed C-level missions. Just yesterday, the 10th team led by Hokage completed a C-level mission and defeated a Chōnin rebel ninja without the help of the team leader Might Guy. Currently, only the 7th team has not done any missions. Even if it is a D-level mission to find cats and dogs to help people watch the store, it is still a mission. The progress of mission completion is related to the advancement of Chōnin. The Chōnin exam is a place to test the strength of young Jōnin. If you want to advance to become a Chōnin, you need to look at your strength and the evaluation of the progress of mission completion. Now is definitely not the period of the Ninja Village War. You can't become a Chōnin just by being strong. Teams with low progress in mission completion are not eligible to apply for the Chōnin exam. Sigh. Team 7 has never done any missions. If they send Umbu to monitor, they will be chased away by Yagyu Tsuki. What is Yagyu Tsuki doing with Team 7? Yuzuki Yugao used the instant body to appear out of thin air, knelt on one knee in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said respectfully, "Report to the Hokage, Yagyu Tsuki and others have arrived." She is in a surprisingly bad mood now, and even feels sick when she sees a lollipop. Who would give a lollipop to someone else? After robbing someone's wallet, he still gave them a lollipop? Yagyu Tsuki is a pervert. Is this the style of a strong man? What a new era ninja god. Sarutobi Hiruzen put away the scroll, nodded slightly and said, "Yeah?" After Yuzuki Yugao reported the mission, he used the instant body to lurk in the dark. It seems that there is no one around the Hokage building, but in fact there are many Umbu in the dark, all waiting for the Hokage's order. Bang! The door of the office was violently pushed open. The rough sound of the door opening startled the Umbu lurking in the dark. In full view of everyone, Yagyu led Team 7 into the office. "You are still alive, stinky old man." Yagyu wore a loose black yukata, with messy white long hair casually scattered. She looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly, showing a sarcastic smile and said, "Just find a place to die. It may be easier to die now. Do you want me to help you order a coffin?" "Don't worry, I'll treat you." All members of Team 7 were speechless. Teacher Yagyu has always taught them to respect the elderly and love the young, and to be polite as a ninja and a human being. Then what did Teacher Yagyu do? Curse the Hokage to die? Help the Hokage order a coffin? You call this respecting the elderly and loving the young? Is there such a way to respect the elderly and love the young? And treat? Whose family invites a coffin? Is there such an outrageous invitation? Advertisement, stinky boy. I am the Hokage. Even though I am an old man now, I have the responsibility to protect the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not angry. He swept his eyes across the faces of all the members of Team 7 and said gently while smoking a cigarette, "How can I leave with peace of mind before I witness the young seedlings grow and become stronger? At least before leaving, I have the obligation to correct your twisted personality." A trace of sharpness flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's old eyes, and he looked deeply at Yagyu Tsuki. The stinky boy is good in every way, but he is a problem. Yagyu Tsuki sat on the guest sofa, crossed his legs and said lazily, "The so-called obligation is wishful thinking. If I just throw some cells to you, you will be able to smile foolishly in the coffin after you die. Correct a twisted personality? Quite funny." The old dog of the third generation dreams of having his own cells, and then cultivate a large number of ninjas who can use the power of wood style without any loss. Although I don't lose anything, just by randomly dropping some blood, I may be able to cultivate some ninjas who can use wood style. But it's disgusting. Using the cells in my own blood to cultivate others is simply disgusting, like physiological nausea. I will just press the snakes on those rubbish. This is more effective than studying the cells in the blood. If you, the old dog of the third generation, were a top-notch beautiful girl, I would give you all my cells. But unfortunately, you are a stinky old man. Put yourself in a difficult position to help others succeed? Wrong. Totally wrong. Put others in a difficult position to help yourself succeed. This is a qualified time traveler. Uzumaki Naruto folded his hands in front of his chest, sat cross-legged on the ground, and said like a deadbeat, "I heard there is a mission today? Third generation grandpa. I am already a ninja who can handle everything on my own. Please assign me some difficult missions, even if it is to catch some traitors. Just give me a few A-level missions. If there are no high-level missions, I will sleep here tonight until you give me a mission." Uzumaki Naruto knew that Team 7 would carry out a mission today, so he had to take on a difficult mission. Since it was the first time Team 7 had a mission, they had to take on a very difficult mission. Only by taking on very difficult missions can one be considered a ninja who can handle everything on his own. After this period of hard training, he could clearly feel that he had become stronger. Of course, he had to complete difficult missions after becoming stronger. He wanted to tell everyone in the village that he, Uzumaki Naruto, was an excellent ninja from now on by completing very difficult missions. So he had to carry out a difficult mission today, at least a B-rank mission to catch a rebel ninja. Naruto. Haruno Sakura looked at the tantrum Uzumaki Naruto, his eyes gradually burning with anger. Hashtag appeared on his forehead, and he grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's collar and punched Uzumaki Aikido several times. Don't mess around in front of the Hokage. The old man in front of him, who looked like he had no temper, was the third Hokage, the most powerful and greatest ninja in the village. Advertisement: what if Naruto made the third Hokage angry, and all the members of Team 7 were severely punished? But, well said Naruto. Team 7 is to carry out difficult missions, and then I can show off to Ino Pig. Bang! Uzumaki Naruto fell to the ground with a few punches. A fiery red bag appeared on his head, and his butt was sticking out and his whole body was twitching violently. Uzumaki Naruto rolled his eyes, twitching and muttering, Sakura? Sakura-chan. Sakura-chan has been very violent recently, even more terrifying than before. Ever since Yagyu-sensei said something to Sakura-chan, Sakura-chan's temper has become more and more irritable, and she will beat me up if she gets a little angry. Haruno Sakura grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's head and pressed him hard to the ground, making him kneel down to apologize, and apologized to Sarutobi Hiruzen in a panic. I'm very sorry, Hokage-sama. I will teach Naruto a lesson right now. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flashed with fear, and he complained pitifully, Sakura-chan, you have already taught me a lesson. Shut up. Haruno Sakura glared at Naruto. Damn it. Yagyu-sensei insisted on saying something about taking the back door, which made me not sleep well last night. So annoying. Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, looked at Naruto and Sakura, who were fooling around indifferently, and cursed inwardly. Super idiot. Difficult mission? Very good. Sometimes, Naruto, this idiot, can say something useful. He also wanted to perform difficult missions, and then prove to everyone the power of Uchiha, and prove to everyone that he, Uchiha Sasuke, is the strongest genin among all the genins in this class. It's good to be energetic, and young people should be energetic. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the fooling Team 7 with a complex look in his eyes, took a deep puff of cigarette, and exhaled a pale smoke. Alas, it really looks like that. The current state of Team 7 is very similar to that of Orochimaru and others in the past. It can even be said that stupidity, indifference, and violence, these 3 points of Team 7, are exactly the same as the legendary Sannin. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind emerged with the back of Orochimaru, who defected from the village in the past, and a feeling of loss gradually surged in his heart. Chapter 39. Wave Country Mission. Dasna, you little brat, I've taught you to respect the old and love the young, right? The old third-generation dog is having a hard time breathing now. Can you please stop bullying such a weak old man? Yagyu glanced at everyone in Team 7. I'm very sorry. I'm going to teach Naruto a lesson now. Haruno Sakura grabbed Naruto Uzumaki's collar and was about to teach Naruto Uzumaki again. No matter how rude he is, Yagyu-sensei is a Jōnin, and as a Jōnin, he will definitely care about the Hokage. Yagyu-sensei has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Sundra boy, what if he gets angry to death? Yagyu walked in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, bent down and grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's beard, and the slightly raised corners of his mouth gave people a bad feeling, and said in a mocking tone, "You said it, old man?" All members of Team 7 were speechless. They just thought that Yagyu-sensei was going to teach them to respect the Hokage, but they never expected it. Yagyu-sensei is even worse. I always feel that. Yagyu-sensei has a bad relationship with the third Hokage. Hee, brat. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and opened Yagyu Tsuki's hand with force. In a moment, his eyebrows relaxed, and a trace of sharpness flashed in his old eyes, and his whole body exuded the aura of a Kage-level strongman. Although I am old, I never thought I would lose to a young man. There was a hint of warning in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. At this time, all the Umbu hiding in the dark were staring at Yagyu Tsuki. Really? I will look forward to it. Yagyu Tsuki took out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and threw the lollipop into his mouth. In secret, Yuzuki Yugao, who was staring at Yagyu Tsuki indifferently, saw Yagyu Tsuki take out a lollipop and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. A feeling of shame and anger gradually surged in her heart, and she subconsciously shrank her butt back. Die, pervert. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eating candy. I wish you will be sweetened to death by candy. Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, it's a good idea to complete a difficult task and prove to everyone that you are an excellent ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored the nonsense of Yagyu Tsuki, stood up and walked slowly to the front of Team 7. But you can't become strong if you are impatient, and blindly pursuing power will make you lose yourself and fall into darkness. Sarutobi Hiruzen put his hands behind his back, and Orochimaru's back appeared in his mind when he spoke, with a trace of grief in his eyes. Orochimaru was his most beloved student. Orochimaru once blindly pursued power, and eventually betrayed the village and became a rebel ninja. The betrayal of his former beloved disciple Orochimaru made him feel very heartbroken when he recalled it now. Effort is the foundation of gaining strength. Step by step, you will become stronger and protect more. When you have the heart to protect something, this belief will make you very strong. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will also continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette slowly, walked to the window, and looked at the whole village. A weak flame can also light up the village. You are both the flame and the new sprout. When you can understand the will of fire, you can become a ninja who can stand on your own. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and looked at Team 7 with a gentle smile. Advertisement, the will of fire? Everyone in Team 7 was puzzled. They did not understand what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant, let alone what the will of fire was. Pa pa pa. Yagyu Tsuki clapped his hands. Lu Shungyue clapped his hands and said jokingly, "You said it very well. I will go to the back to receive the award later." Lu Shungyue, don't mess around. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Lu Shungyue angrily. Where there is light, there must be darkness. You can see the dazzling fire, but you can't see the haze caused by the fire. The blazing flames will illuminate the village. The dust after the fire is extinguished can be called hatred. Lu Shungyue's shoulder, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the owner of Lu Shungyue, smiled badly with a sense of danger. Lu Shungyue's smile was bad and dangerous, and whispered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear, "Hatred will drift away with the wind. Don't think that I am the only one who shows my fangs. The thing you old men are most worried about is about to happen." So cool. It's so cool to be a riddle man, and it's also good to be a middle school student. Stinky boy, I'm not at the stage of being educated by young people. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened Lu Shungyue's hand, took a deep breath of cigarette, and exhaled a pale smoke. Education? Yagyu Tsuki pointed a lollipop at Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart and said indifferently, "I'm not interested in educating the old man. I'm just giving you a piece of advice. Your will of fire has turned against the sky." Using all the information he knows, he becomes a high-ranking Riddler. It seems quite interesting. Advice? Sarutobi Hiruzen was puzzled. Yagyu Tsuki said mysteriously, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, the dead demon, was the sin of the third-generation old dog. Letting Orochimaru successfully defect and leave the village has violated the belief that the third generation has always adhered to, that is, the so-called will of fire. I am not interested in participating in the master-disciple feud. When Orochimaru invades the village, the third-generation old dog will naturally understand everything. I will just watch the show and be a happy and entertaining person. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly stunned. Moreover, Yagyu Tsuki looked at the people of Team 7 and said with disgust, "If you want to be an excellent ninja, don't learn from this stinky old man. He likes to talk some useless nonsense all day long. No wonder he has no luck with women at such an old age." Yagyu Tsuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face sank. Yagyu Tsuki is so arrogant. He just knows how to fool around all day long and does whatever he wants there. Useless nonsense? Bullshit. The will of fire is the core of the village and the dream of the first Hokage that has continued to this day, but Yagyu Tsuki actually said that the will of fire is useless nonsense. It's ridiculous. Advertisement, are you kidding me? Our Team 7 is going to take on missions. Who wants to listen to a stinky old man talking nonsense? Yagyu Tsuki hugged the 3 members of the Team 7 and said with a slight smile, "Right? Talking some useless bullshit. I need to get points every minute. Stinky old man. It really wastes my time to train the Team 7 and get points for these cash cows. The Team 7 will be promoted soon. The sign-in rewards after promotion should be stronger than before, right? I'll just look forward to it a little." Everyone in the Team 7 didn't speak. Uchiha Sasuke blushed slightly and turned his head away awkwardly without looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He just thought as Yagyu Tsuki said, "What kind of bullshit is the will of fire?" He, Uchiha Sasuke, only wants power, enough power to fulfill his revenge ambitions. Will of fire? Can this thing gain power? Instead of talking nonsense, it would be better to assign some difficult tasks directly. Hokage-sama is right. Haruno Sakura did not follow Yagyu Tsuki's nonsense, but bowed slightly politely. She seemed to be listening carefully, but she was actually complaining fiercely in her heart. What a joke. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Hurry up and give some tasks that Team 7 can complete, so that I can show off to Ino Pig after completing the tasks. Uzumaki Naruto pushed his forehead protector with a bright and sunny smile on his face and said in a firm tone, "Third-generation grandpa, I am the man who wants to become Hokage. Please give our Team 7 some difficult tasks." Sarutobi Hiruzen could vaguely guess what Team 7 was thinking at the moment. The young seedlings of Team 7 are about to be led astray by Yagyu Tsuki. Yagyu Tsuki, stop messing around. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. His voice was filled with anger. He was well known for his good temper in the 5 great nations, but even a person with a good temper could not tolerate being messed up by Yagyu Tsuki. If he had the temper of the second Hokage, he would definitely turn against Yagyu Tsuki on the spot. There is a C-rank escort mission, during which we will encounter some bandits. Although it is the first time for Team 7 to perform a mission, there is no problem with this escort mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his anger and picked up the mission scroll and threw it to Yagyu Tsuki. Escort. Yagyu Tsuki played with the mission scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the door and said gently, "Please come in, Mr. Dasna." Chapter 40. Hitting the Client? Yagyu Tsuki's Commission. Everyone looked at the door and saw a short old man wearing a simple gray linen vest, dressed like a fisherman or farmer, and walked into the office drunkenly with a bottle of wine in his hand. Yagyu Tsuki sipped his lollipop and looked at Dasna, who walked in. "Dasna, the land of waves? I just wanted to take a random mission, but I was able to catch up with the mission of the land of waves. In other words, this mission will meet Zabuza Momochi, an A-level rebel ninja from the Mist Village and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and Mizuno Tsukihaku, who has the ice-release bloodline limit. It should be very interesting. It is also a good opportunity to train the strength of a group of tool people. Get points. C-level mission." Everyone in Team 7 was excited, and everyone began to look forward to the C-level escort mission. As a Jōnin who just graduated from the ninja school, being able to receive a C-level mission is far beyond the same class. The reason why Hokage-sama entrusted the C-rank mission to Team 7, which was carrying out the mission for the first time, should be because of Mr. Yagyu's face. "This is the client, Mr. Dasna." Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced Dasna to Team 7, and then introduced Team 7 to Dasna. "This is the ninja who accepted the commission to escort you." "Hello, Mr. Dasna." Haruno Sakura smiled and greeted politely, and a sense of tension gradually surged in his heart. C-rank mission. Can I really do it? Almost all missions above D-rank need to be completed outside the village. At the beginning of C-rank missions, you will encounter some bandits, or even some powerful wandering ninjas. Although I am looking forward to completing difficult missions and then happily showing off to Ino Pig. But, can I really do it? Dasna looked at Team 7, then burped and said drunkenly, "These little brats look weak. Hiccup, can they really send me to Hiccup, Wave Country safely? Are you the client, Hashizen?" Uzumaki Naruto pinched his nose because of the smell of alcohol and looked at the drunken Dasna with a puzzled look. "It stinks. It smells so strong. Obviously, when Yagyu-sensei is drunk, he smells good, but why does the old man smell bad when he is drunk? Idiot. My name is Dasna." Haruno Sakura glared at Naruto unhappily. The black-haired kid looks very reliable, and the pink-haired one looks okay. Dasna took a big sip of alcohol, looked at Uchiha Sasuke, and then looked at Haruno Sakura. Finally, Dasna looked at Uzumaki Naruto seriously, looking at Naruto's fox-like face, and said with disdain, "Is this fool also a ninja? Go home and drink milk, little brat." Advertisement, humph. Uchiha Sasuke sneered, glanced at Uzumaki Naruto arrogantly, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. "That's right. How could a super idiot like Naruto be compared with me? Stupid idiot?" Uzumaki Naruto's expression was stiff, and raging anger gradually burned in his eyes. He pounced on Dasna like a fox with frizzled hair. "Hole. I don't care if you are the client or someone else. I must teach you a lesson today and let you know how powerful I am. Asterisk asterisk hole. How dare you call me a fool? I am the man who wants to be Hokage. I hate it most when others look down on me. What's more, the client actually said that Sasuke, that arrogant guy, is more reliable than me. What a joke. Sakura-chan is fine, but how can Sasuke be more reliable than me? Haruno Sakura grabbed Uzumaki Naruto in a panic, glared at Naruto angrily, and blamed him. Naruto, calm down. We have to respect the client. Hurting the client will affect the reputation of the village. If Naruto really beat up the client, who would dare to entrust Team 7 to do a mission in the future? Besides, the Hokage is still watching, and hurting the client will be punished by the Hokage. The most important thing is, hurting the client is a taboo for ninjas. The client is a consuming customer. How can an employee hit a customer? Let me go, Sakura-chan. Let me go. I'm going to teach this old man a lesson. I'll beat this guy up with a few punches. Uzumaki Naruto struggled violently, glaring at Dazna angrily. Who is the team leader? Is it you? Dazna ignored Uzumaki Naruto, glanced at the entire office, and finally stopped his sight on Yagyu Tsuki. This white-haired guy should be the team leader, right? He has a good-looking face and a slender figure, but he is leaning lazily on the sofa with his legs crossed, and there is a faint, frivolous smile on his face, giving people a very frivolous and unreliable feeling. He is not wearing a ninja forehead protector representing his identity, nor is he wearing a ninja uniform representing the village. He is holding a lollipop in his mouth? Are you kidding me? He is still eating lollipops at such an age? Go home and drink milk. This white-haired guy looks very weak. He should be the kind of frivolous scumbag who spends all day in the tavern, drinking and picking up girls, right? Yagyu Tsuki chuckled lightly. It's me. Dazna staggered to Yagyu Tsuki drunkenly, looked at Yagyu Tsuki while drinking and said, You look weak. You don't feel like a ninja at all. You look more like the type who hangs out in the tavern all day, hiccup. Tricking women into spending money on you. A handsome guy of your level, hiccup. Making women happy, hiccup. Should make more money than being a ninja. He didn't deliberately belittle Yagyu Tsuki. All he said was the truth of his first impression. He really thought Yagyu Tsuki was very handsome. He should be the kind of playboy who is very good at teasing women. He felt from the bottom of his heart that Yagyu Tsuki was very weak, and he was completely not as reliable as other Jōnin. Is this white-haired guy really reliable? Everyone in the audience sighed in their hearts. Advertisement Dazna is really good at judging people. Yagyu teacher really likes it, hanging out in the tavern and drinking with big sisters. But Yagyu teacher has never cheated women of their money. Instead, he spends money on himself and spends lavishly. Yagyu Tsuki waved his hands and said casually, It's okay. I'm invincible. I feel like you're not as reliable as that black-haired kid. Dazna took a sip of wine and glanced at the cold Uchiha Sasuke next to him. Yagyu Tsuki slapped Dazna with a backhand slap, got up and sipped his lollipop lightly and said, Sorry, there's a fly. Although Yagyu Tsuki didn't use much force, Dazna was still stunned. He climbed up and covered his swollen face, looking at Yagyu Tsuki with a confused face. I knew it. Everyone in Team 7 was dumbfounded. Even Uzumaki Naruto, who had just clamored to beat Dazna, was looking at Dazna who was beaten and flew away. I was just talking in anger, but Yagyu-sensei, you really hit him. Yagyu Tsuki looked at the confused Dazna, smiled slightly and said, I wish you'd die tonight, you old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed secretly. Dazna, why do you mess with Yagyu Tsuki when you have nothing to do? Let alone you, a small client. Yagyu Tsuki doesn't even take me, the Hokage, seriously. Dazna covered his red and swollen face, frowned and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage, can you please change a more reliable Jōnin? This white-haired guy's attitude is too bad. There is no other Jōnin to be trusted. I'm afraid that if he really encounters any danger, this white-haired guy should abandon the client and run away? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a headache. Don't get me wrong, old man. Yagyu Tsuki walked in front of Dazna, grabbed Dazna's gray hair, and said indifferently and proudly, The 30,000 reward you gave can only mobilize 3 Jōnins at most. I just accompany the Jōnins to do the mission. If you want to find a Jōnin to escort you, you can, but you need to prepare a reward of 200,000 first, which is the price for a special Jōnin escort. Jōnin will be more expensive. I can also escort you alone. No matter who the enemy is, you can eat and drink along the way and return to the land of waves very comfortably. Yagyu Tsuki looked down at Dazna and said lightly, But you must prepare at least 10 million, which is the price for appointing me to do the mission. He only accepts missions above 1 million, and almost all of them are to capture rebel ninjas, and even accept missions to capture S-level rebel ninjas, and each mission can be completed perfectly. Of course, there are also many complaints. Many clients have complained about Yagyu Tsuki, saying that Yagyu Tsuki has a bad attitude and will hit the client. But Yagyu Tsuki is very powerful and is called the god of ninja of the new era by the 5 major countries. Moreover, even if he is tasked with capturing an S-level rebel ninja, he can complete it perfectly in a short time. So if you want to entrust him with a task alone, you need to first pay a sky-high task reward, and then the bounty for solving the rebel ninja will also belong to him. Of course, although Yagyu Tsuki's commission is very expensive, in the eyes of the top leaders of the major ninja villages in the 5 major countries, as long as they can solve the S-level or A-level rebel ninja, even if they spend a sky-high commission, it is worth it. Chapter 4:1 Accept the mission and Danzo appears. 2. 200,000? 1. 10 million? Dazna's eyes widened gradually, looking at Yagyu Tsuki in disbelief. He was shocked by the sky-high reward Yagyu Tsuki said, and was almost sobered up. 200,000 is the price for a special Jōnin escort? That means, if you want to specify a normal Jōnin escort, the price will be more expensive? To be honest, 200,000 commissions are reasonable and still within the normal commission price range. But 10 million. 10 million is outrageous. There is no ninja in the world who dares to ask for a reward of 10 million directly, right? Let alone 10 million. I don't even have 200,000. The wave country is very poor now, and it is even difficult to get a meal. It is like a wandering refugee country. The 30,000 commissions prepared this time are all bleeding, because there is no place to make money in the wave country at present. All the profitable fishing and shipping ports have been occupied by a black-hearted company. Dazna used to be quite rich, but all his property was used to build the bridge. The 30,000 yuan in hiring money that he was going to commission from the ninja this time was his last hope and lifeline. But the problem is, this frivolous white-haired man with a bad attitude actually dared to ask for 10 million yuan in reward directly. Why? Outrageous. Very outrageous. Hokage-sama. Dazna looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He really couldn't believe the commission price of 10 million yuan, because the commission money for the mission of Elite Jōnin was only 500,000 yuan. But this white-haired man actually dared to ask for 10 million yuan. Yeah. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette, exhaled a pale smoke, and nodded slightly to answer Dazna's question. Although Yagyu Tsuki, this brat, has a bad attitude and always does whatever he wants, his strength is there anyway. Yagyu Tsuki's appearance fee is 10 million yuan. Ordinary Jōnin don't have such outrageous prices for missions, but Yagyu Tsuki's missions are all A-level and above super difficult missions, and all missions can end perfectly. He can even capture S-level rebels alive. The information in the brain of S-level rebels is priceless, and it is the confidential information of each village that cannot be measured by money. So 10 million is reasonable. 1. 10 million? Everyone in Team 7 was very confused. Yagyu teacher likes to play around every day, just like a child who is not grown up. Is such a lazy man with a casual personality really that powerful? Yagyu teacher is a Jōnin, right? Advertisement: the starting price of Jōnin mission rewards is 500,000, but Yagyu teacher can actually get a reward of 10 million. And the Hokage-sama also agrees with this 10 million reward. Why is this? Is Yagyu teacher's strength better than other Jōnin? Team 7 has never seen other Jōnin take action, and they think Yagyu Tsuki's strength should be the strength of most Jōnin. How much is 10 million? It should be enough to eat a lot of ramen. Uzumaki Naruto counted his fingers in confusion. He knew that 10,000 was enough to eat ramen 5 times, but he had no idea what 10 million meant. Idiot. Haruno Sakura cursed inwardly. How many ramen can you eat with 10 million? You can just hire someone to make ramen for you every day. Since the price of Yagyu-sensei's mission is 10 million, you can rest assured if you do a few missions. So, where did Yagyu-sensei's money go? I don't have 200,000. Dazna stared at Yagyu Tsuki stubbornly. He thought it was nonsense for Yagyu Tsuki to ask for 10 million mission commission money. How could a Jōnin dare to ask for 10 million commission money? Who does this white-haired man think he is? Does he think he is the Kage of the 5 major ninja villages? Why would a man who seems lazy and unreliable ask for 10 million commission money? I think this guy is deliberately raising the price to make things difficult for me. Hokage-sama actually agreed. It is really incomprehensible to say this. Stinky old man, if you don't have money, don't be so willful. Just be obedient. Yagyu Tsuki patted Dazna's head and said with a faint chuckle, as the teacher of Class 7, I will accompany the brats on this mission. My head is worth 1 billion on the black market of the ninja world. Is it okay to ask for 10 million pocket money? Besides, Sarutobi Asuma, that little bootlicker, is worth 30 million on the black market. Sell Asuma when you are out of money. Of course, I am kidding. But no matter what, I have to accept this mission, because it can improve the strength of Team 7 and gain more growth points. Since you, an old man, have no money, then pay with your body, and I will give you my bag. Yagyu Tsuki took out an oversized backpack like a magic trick, and then threw the backpack in front of Dasna. Thank you for your trouble. Dasna's mouth twitched slightly, looking at the backpack in front of him that was bigger than a person. He felt angry and aggrieved, and he had to say sorry to others for helping others with their bags. And he felt that Yagyu Tsuki was not as reliable as other Jōnin. But there was no way. What could he do without money? Everyone in Team 7 looked at the backpack in front of Dasna, which was like a small mountain, and everyone felt speechless. Grab the wallet of a child and let the old man take the bag. Yagyu-sensei is too despicable. Moreover, he actually let the task client take the bag. Which ninja can do such a thing? Only Yagyu-sensei. Advertisement. Yagyu-sensei played with the task scroll, looked at Dasna indifferently, and said, "The task you entrusted is a C-level escort task, right? The task content is to escort Mr. Dasna to the land of waves, and you may encounter some bandits during the period." Sarutobi Hiruzen flipped through the task scroll and looked at the task entrustment content in the scroll. Escort Dasna back to the land of waves, and solve a few bandits during the period. There is no mention of ninjas in the entrustment content, so this is a completely C-level task. Yagyu-sensei glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said speechlessly, "Stinky old man, I didn't ask you. You like to interrupt so much, can Danzo stand it?" Stinky boy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned black. Yes, it's a C-level mission. Dasna looked at Lu Shangyue's indifferent eyes, felt guilty, and moved away in panic. Really? This amount of money is reasonable to deal with bandits. Lu Shangyue bent down, grabbed Dasna's hair, and said indifferently in Dasna's ear, "But if you encounter an enemy beyond the scope of C-level missions, Chunin will count as 10 million, Jōnin will count as 50 million, and blood limit ninjas will be counted separately. If you encounter an enemy above Chunin, my students may be in danger, and I will raise the price at that time. If you refuse to pay the reward at that time, please wait for death." No problem. The stinky old man, who is full of lies, as an excellent time traveler, knows clearly the hidden content of this mission. To be honest, if Sister Hong leads the team to accept this mission, it is almost certain that they will die if they meet the Mist Ninja Demon. The stinky old man's behavior of lying about the content of the mission is naughty enough, so let me take this opportunity to squeeze the Kingdom of Waves dry. The Land of Waves is very poor now, but it will be very rich after the bridge is built, because the bridge can open up the markets of the 5 major countries. Let me raise the price and squeeze them hard. Dasna gritted his teeth and said, "No. No problem. Could it be that Yagyu Tsuki knew something? How is it possible? If Yagyu Tsuki knew the truth, how could he accept this mission and even take the kids of Team 7 to die? Does Yagyu Tsuki have some strength? I'm afraid this guy is very weak, and everyone will die at that time. I refuse this mission. Uzumaki Naruto must stay in the village." The indifferent and low voice resounded throughout the venue, and Shimura Danzo walked slowly into the office with a cane. Uzumaki Naruto is the container of 9 tails, and must be kept in the village for strict supervision. If possible, Naruto must be cultivated into a humanoid weapon who only wants to protect the village. And Uchiha Sasuke is the bargaining chip to control Itachi. If something goes wrong with Sasuke, Itachi might be out of my control. Everything is for the village. Chapter 42. We are God Pain. This feeling. Uchiha Sasuke's pupil shrank, and his eyes instantly turned into Scarlet 2 Tomo Sharingan. Feeling Shimura Danzo behind him, a feeling of panic surged in his heart, and his heart gradually began to beat faster. Who is this person? What a terrible breath. He can actually give me a sense of oppression like the power of Sharingan. Could it be he is from the Uchiha clan? Hey, Grandpa, who are you? What do you mean I have to stay in the village? I am the man who wants to be the Hokage. Just leave this mission to me. Uzumaki Naruto patted his chest before he finished speaking. Idiot, shut up. Uchiha Sasuke raised his hand to stop Naruto, with an ugly face, staring at Shimura Danzo with Sharingan. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Very dangerous. This guy gave me the same feeling as Itachi at that time. Haruno Sakura's pretty face was pale and colorless. She carefully stole a glance at Shimura Danzo, then looked at the Vortex Naruto and shook her head, saying, "Naruto, stop talking." She also felt that Shimura Danzo was very dangerous, and even looking at him seemed to make her lose consciousness. Shimura Danzo glanced at Uchiha Sasuke lightly, looked at Sasuke's Scarlet Two-Tomo Sharingan, and said in a low and calm voice, "Your eyesight is far from good." Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and said nothing. A shut-in would actually go out? If you have time to talk nonsense here, you should smell the Hokage cloak and fantasize. Yagyu Tsuki touched his chin and looked at Shimura Danzo's right eye wrapped in gauze lightly. Danzo's right eye wrapped in gauze did have a very strong chakra, but judging from the strength of the right eye's chakra, the pupil power should not have fully recovered. Distinguished heavenly gods enjoying the title of the strongest pupil power of the Uchiha clan. He can force hypnosis to change other people's minds. Interesting. Want. Hypnosis skills are a man's romance. Using the ability of hypnosis to force others' minds to protect the village is more or less a waste. So let me use it to hypnosis those women who have grudges against me. Lend me your eyes for a few days, and I'll return them to you after use. Yagyu Tsuki raised his hand and grabbed Shimura Danzo's right eye. Yagyu Tsuki, don't mess around. Shimura Danzo opened Yagyu Tsuki's hand and looked at Yagyu Tsuki indifferently with a flash of warning in his eyes. Lend you a few days? How dare you say that? Yagyu Tsuki suddenly grabbed Shimura Danzo's neck, looked down at Danzo's eyes indifferently, and said in an arrogant tone, "Who is messing around? Get out of here in 3 seconds. Do you want to make me angry? This chakra is Anaji." Old Danzo was quite cautious, and he actually activated his Anaji directly. Advertisement, is he used as a stand? So funny. I don't have time to care about old Danzo for now. I will deal with Danzo after I am done with this period of time. After the death of the old third generation, the top management really needs a reshuffle. Let Danzo and the third generation die together. Shimura Danzo was not afraid of Yagyu Tsuki, but looked into Yagyu Tsuki's eyes and said in a low and calm voice, "I am thinking about the village. Uzumaki Naruto is the container of 9 tails and must stay in the village. Uchiha Sasuke is a bargaining chip and must also stay in the village. Everything is to protect the village. Only I can protect the village more effectively, and only I am qualified to be the village's Hokage. If there was no second generation test, I would definitely be able to become Hokage, but it was because of that test that I missed the opportunity to become Hokage. Damn it. In theory, I am the Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of cigarette, exhaled a pale smoke, looked at Shimura Danzo fiercely, and said in a deep voice, "Danzo, step down. This mission is my decision. You are not qualified to interfere with this decision." He understood Shimura Danzo's intention and his concept of preventing Uzumaki Naruto from Team 7 from leaving the village to prevent Nine Tails from being snatched away by people from other villages. Everything is for more effective protection of the village. But Yagyu Tsuki is the teacher of Team 7, and he must give Yagyu Tsuki a face. And letting Naruto become a ninja to do missions is also a disguised form of compensation. I owe Naruto. I owe the 4th generation too much. Alas. You. Shimura Danzo hasn't finished speaking yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and stared at Shimura Danzo fiercely and said in a deep voice, "Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi, you will regret it." Shimura Danzo's face sank, and he looked deeply at Yagyu Tsuki, then turned around and slammed the door and left. "Yagyu Tsuki, you will regret it too. When the old man's right eye fully recovers its pupil power, I will definitely force Yagyu Tsuki to change his mind first, and then let Yagyu Tsuki help me become a new Hokage. Just bear it for the time being." Yagyu Tsuki's mouth corners moved slightly, and finally couldn't help but turned his head and covered his mouth and laughed. Quite funny. Danzo, old dog, I am also enduring. Let's try to be patient together, and we'll go on a date after this busy period. I'm going to get Danzo's right eye, and the hypnosis skill is the most direct romance. Uchiha Sasuke saw Danzo leave, and he took a long breath as if he had taken off a heavy burden, tugged at the corner of Yagyu Tsuki's clothes, and asked urgently, "Yagyu teacher, who was that person just now?" "Artificial man." Yagyu Tsuki answered casually. Danzo, old dog, is an artificial man, and almost all his body is assembled organs. Whether it is the arm cultivated by the 1st generation cells or the large number of Sharingan, all our organs assembled the day after tomorrow. Advertisement, what? Everyone in Team 7 was stunned. Artificial man? What the hell? Let's go. Let's go to the land of waves. Remember to prepare snacks. Yagyu Tsuki left the office. What's the point of preparing snacks? We're going to carry out a mission. Haruno Sakura complained that Yagyu teacher even asked to bring snacks. Is this treating the mission as a spring outing? All members of Team 7 chased after Yagyu Tsuki. Dasna carried Yagyu Tsuki's big bag and quickly chased after Yagyu Tsuki, who was walking away. Soon, led by Yagyu Tsuki, Team 7 escorted Dasna out of the village. At this time, in the land of waves, in a secret room, haven't you found Dasna yet? Momochi Zabuza crossed his legs and sat on the soft sofa in a crazy manner, with a sharp and terrifying beheading sword placed beside him. Schwa, a figure, appeared out of thin air, with his black hair scattered behind him, wearing the special uniform of Mist Ninja Umbu. Wearing a white mask representing Mist Ninja Umbu, the skin faintly exposed was as white as snow, and the whole body exuded a faint fragrance. He is Mizuno Haku. Mizunatsuki Haku said. Nothing has been found yet. Momochi Zabuza grabbed the bottle, took a big sip of wine and said coldly, keep sending people to look for him. I must kill that guy. In order to have enough funds for revenge, he must get the commission for solving Dasna's problem. Suddenly, the space in the room twisted into a spiral, and several figures appeared with the spiral space. Mizunatsuki Haku stood in front of Momochi Zabuza with extremely fast instant body. Who are you? Momochi Zabuza did not stand up, but grabbed the beheading sword at hand, looking at the people who suddenly appeared coldly and arrogantly. Suddenly appeared, time and space-related abilities? We are gods, Pain. Pain had a blank expression on his face, without any emotional fluctuations in his body, and looked at Zabuza calmly with the circle-shaped Rinnegan. At the same time, all the Six Paths clones used Rinnegan to look at Zabuza without any emotional fluctuations. There were no excessive words, nor any self-introductions. It's God, it's Pain. The 5 clones headed by Pain did not burst out a bit of chakra, but just stared at Zabuza indifferently. Even so, they gave Zabuza an unprecedented sense of oppression since he was born. It was like an ant seeing an elephant, like a person looking up at God. Chapter 43. Akatsuki's Cooperation. The God of Ninja is worth killing. Pain? I haven't heard of him. Do you have anything to do with me? Momochi Zabuza was stunned for a moment, then pointed at Pain with a sharp beheading sword and said coldly and arrogantly, if you have nothing to do, get out of here. Don't bother me. Pain? I have never heard of Pain's name. Judging from the forehead protector, he should be a rebel ninja from Range Shinobi Village. But in any case, these 6 people dressed similarly have indescribable terrible strength. But Pain doesn't seem to have any killing intentions. If possible, avoid fighting. After all, the current focus is on the plan to obtain funds. The white paper rose from the ground like a tsunami, and all the paper pieces danced and condensed together, and finally turned into a tall and proud, cold and beautiful queen. The white tiger of Akatsuki Konan. Leave it to me. Konan floated in the sky with wings formed by white paper, looking down at Mizunatsuki Haku and others indifferently and coldly. She was like an angel high above. She knew Pain, or should I say Uzumaki Nagato. Nagato Rinnegan's pupil power has not yet fully recovered. Using the power of Pain's 6 paths will affect the recovery speed. If the Rinnegan's pupil power recovers too slowly, it will affect the final plan to capture the tailed beast. This guy. Momochi Zabuza frowned and stared coldly at Konan above. He had not been able to notice that there was still a person hiding in the dark until just now. Yeah. Pain responded, and then all Pain's 6 paths disappeared out of thin air. Be safe, Konan. But he couldn't say this. What do you mean by this? Are you teasing me? Momochi Zabuza's expression was extremely cold, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. He held the beheading sword and slashed at Konan in the sky. Pain disappeared without finishing a word, and then handed it over to the woman who suddenly appeared. What does this mean? Are you looking down on me? Damn it. A sharp cold light flashed past, and the whole room was cut like tofu. Konan's delicate body was split into 2 with the room, turning into a large white paper wave. All the paper pieces condensed together, and Konan floated in the air with white wings, looking down at Zabuza indifferently and coldly without any injury. Haiden appeared beside Zabuza in an instant, grabbed Zabuza's wrist holding the knife, and said with an arrogant expression, Hey, you are annoying. If you keep talking too much, I will cook you into pieces and offer you to the evil god. Advertisement, what a fast speed. Momochi Zabuza's heart trembled, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He wanted to pull back the hand held by Haiden, but he couldn't pull it back as if it was held by a pair of pliers. He didn't see Haiden's movement trajectory at all, and he didn't even notice Haiden's existence just now. The strength gap is huge. Please let go. Don't touch Mr. Zabuza. Mizunatsuki Haku appeared beside Haiden in an instant and grabbed Haiden's wrist with her white and tender hand. The slender palm burst out with a strong force, making Haiden's wrist ache. You women are sick. The one who asked others to let go should let go first. Be careful. I curse you. Haiden's eyes were burning with anger, holding the huge blood-red sickle behind him, intending to fight with Mizunatsuki Haku here. Kakuzu appeared out of thin air, grabbed the blood-red sickle behind Haiden, and said in a deep voice, Haiden, calm down. We are going to talk about cooperation. ***, I will curse all of you. Hashtag appeared on Haiden's forehead, and a burst of anger ignited in his heart, but he did not act immediately, but loosened his hand holding the sickle. Mizunatsuki Haku saw Haiden stop, and then loosened his hand holding Haiden, staring at Haiden and Kakuzu vigilantly, and at the same time vigilant Konin behind him. Cooperation? Momochi Zabuza frowned. Dasna entrusted a ninja guard to protect him, and the person protecting him is Yagyu Tsuki. Konin looked down at Mizuno Tsuki indifferently and said coldly, You are responsible for delaying Yagyu Tsuki for 3 minutes, and we will use this opportunity to capture Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The strength of the Mist Ninja Demon is too weak. The person she is looking for is Mizuno Tsuki Haku. According to her judgment, Mizuno Tsuki Haku is close to the weak Kaga level, and the domineering ice-release bloodline Genkai can effectively control the enemy, so it should be no problem to delay Yagyu Tsuki for 3 minutes. Currently, Uzumaki Nagato is recovering his pupil power, and the members of the Akatsuki organization are also busy dealing with things. Currently, only Kakuzu and Haiden can perform the task, and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki rarely leaves the village once, so how can they easily let go of this opportunity? Therefore, for the time being, we have to use Mizuno Tsuki Haku. Yagyu Tsuki? That guy is called the god of ninjas in the new era, right? Since it is a cooperation, let me ask you what the benefits are. Momochi Zabuza sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking coldly at the angel-like Konin above. The person guarding Dasna is Yagyu Tsuki? Although I have never seen Yagyu, any ninja must have heard of Yagyu. Yagyu has the power to destroy everything in the world with one strike, and is called the ninja god of the new era by the 5 major countries. Things have become troublesome. I'll give you money. If you complete the task, I will pay you 1 billion, and Yagyu's bounty will also belong to you. Konin's fingers moved slightly, and a large number of paper pieces danced. All the paper pieces solidified on the ground and finally turned into a black suitcase. Konin said, This is a deposit of 300 million. As long as you can hold Yagyu for 3 minutes, I will pay you the remaining 700 million no matter what. Kakuzu's mouth twitched slightly. Advertisement, that's the money I saved by trying to catch ninjas in exchange for bounties. This prodigal woman? 300 million deposit? Momochi Zabuza kicked the suitcase open, looked at the large number of neatly arranged paper pieces inside, and picked up a stack of them at random to pad. These 300 million are real money. It doesn't matter what Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is. Although I haven't fought with Yagyu Tsuki, if I can stop Yagyu Tsuki for 3 minutes, I can get a sky-high reward of 1 billion, and Yagyu Tsuki's bounty will also belong to me. Stopping for 3 minutes is easy. It's just giving money away for free. What's more, Bai is an excellent tool, with a perfect ice escape blood limit. Bai and I can even kill Yagyu Tsuki together. Dasna doesn't matter anymore. This 1 billion reward plus Yagyu Tsuki's bounty, a full 2 billion astronomical figure, is enough for me to make a comeback. The advantage is on me, and God helps me. Ha 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 ha. Momochi Zabuza laughed wildly, and his crazy laughter was accompanied by a cold, murderous intent, and the sound resounded throughout the venue. Delay for 3 minutes? Who do you think I am? Listen to me. I am Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, known as the Mist Ninja Demon. The god of ninjas is worth killing. Zabuza Momochi held the beheading sword, exuding a cold killing intent. Konin said coldly, Happy cooperation? In the name of God, it must succeed. After saying that, Konin turned into a white piece of paper and disappeared out of thin air. I will remember you, woman. I will curse you no matter what. Haiden looked at Mizuno Haku arrogantly, then walked out of the room carrying a blood-red sickle. He is a man. Kakuzu glanced at the 300 million in the suitcase, twitched his mouth with pain, and then used the instant body to disappear directly out of thin air. What? Is this true? Haiden was stunned. Chapter 44 Tsunade comes to Haruno Sakura and he completes the first stage. Mr. Zabuza, are you really going to agree to them? Mizuno Haku glanced at the 300 million cash on the ground, recalling the strength of Konin and others just now, whether it was Pain's 6 paths who appeared first or Kakuzu who appeared last. All of them were ridiculously strong, and it could be judged from chakra alone that they were all real Kaga-level masters. Since those people were all real Kaga-level masters, they were obviously very strong, but they still wanted to find someone to cooperate? They even gave a sky-high reward of 10 billion. This mission is probably more difficult than expected. Yagyu Tsuki, the god of ninjas in the new era, should be very strong, right? Momochi Zabuza said coldly, ninjas are tools to complete the mission. Abandon those useless ideas and think about the enemy's strength. There is no point. Our only goal is to complete the mission. Complete the mission and get the reward. Ninjas are tools without emotions. That's all. He must get 10 billion in rewards no matter what. This money is enough for him to complete what he has always wanted to do. He fights for his dream, and it doesn't matter who the enemy is. What's more, this time it's like picking up 1 billion for free. If you stop Yagyu Tsuki for 3 minutes, you can easily get 1 billion. Is there any easier way to make money than this? No. Yes. Mizunatsuki Haku said, and the group of people from Hongyu. Mizunatsuki Haku disappeared in an instant. At this time, Konoha Village. Hokage's office. Yagyu took the 7th team out of the village to do the mission. After a moment of hesitation, Yuhi Kurenai raised a beautiful smile. Very good. At first, I thought Yagyu Tsuki didn't plan to care about the life and death of the 7th team, but since he would lead the team out of the village to do the mission, it means that Yagyu Tsuki is still very responsible. The Yagyu brother who used to have a bad temper and liked to make trouble has also begun to change towards maturity. At least he has the demeanor of a teacher. When Yagyu Tsuki returns to the village after completing the mission, I will make some delicious food as a reward for him. Yagyu brother is out of the village? Hyuga Hinata puffed her lips slightly, feeling a sense of loss in her heart, and put the palm-sized exquisite gift box into her pocket. She bought special products for Yagyu on this mission, and she was thinking about sharing the joy of completing the mission with Yagyu when she gave her special products. Wait quietly for Yagyu brother to return to the village. Report to Hokage. One of the legendary Sannin, Tsuna, Umbu ninja appeared instantly, knelt on one knee and reported respectfully, but before he finished speaking, bang, the whole Hokage building shook violently. The door of the office was blown away directly, and cracks appeared on the walls of the room. Everyone in the audience was stunned. In the spotlight of everyone, a blonde beauty with a delicate and cute face, a very tall and proud figure, wearing a green dress with the word gamble embroidered on it, walked into the office with a fierce momentum as the giant rue on her chest trembled. Tsunade. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Seeing Tsunade walking into the office aggressively, he never thought that Tsunade would return to the village. Tsunade-sama? All the Umbu's faces changed drastically. They were just about to stand in front of the Hokage, but after hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen say that the man was Tsunade, they all breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was Yagyu Tsuki who came back. Tsunade-sama? Yuhi Kurenai was slightly startled and looked at Tsunade who walked into the office. Her face was delicate and cute, her figure was tall and proud. Her snow-white skin was very delicate. She was wearing a green coat embroidered with the word gamble, especially the 2 huge lumps that were enough to make all women jealous. No matter how you look at it, this is the strongest medical ninja in the whole ninja world, Tsunade-sama, one of the legendary Sannin. She had seen Tsunade before when she was a child, but after so long, Tsunade had not changed at all. Whether it was her face or her figure, she was as tender as an 18-year-old. Tsunade raised her round and plump legs, kicked the sofa in front of her fiercely, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen fiercely, and said proudly, "Teacher Sarutobi, where is the dead white-haired man?" After the fierce battle that night, she rushed back to the village and must kill Yagyu. She can now be very sure that the dead white-haired man who suddenly appeared that night was the legendary ninja Yagyu. Dead white-haired man? Everyone in the audience, including the Umbu hiding in the dark, heard the name of dead white-haired man, and Yagyu's face with a playful and very irritating smile appeared in their minds. Dead white-haired man? Are you talking about Yagyu Tsuki? Wait a minute. Jiraiya-sama also has white hair, Hatake Kakashi also has white hair, and many ninjas in the village have white hair. Who is the dead white-haired man that Tsunade-sama is talking about? Jiraiya is... Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. He thought Tsunade was talking about Jiraiya. After all, Tsunade had never seen Yagyu Tsuki, but he was interrupted before he finished speaking. Tsunade raised his white little hand and punched the wall hard. His voice was cold and he said, "Where is Yagyu Tsuki? Do you have something to do with him?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. Why is Tsunade in a hurry to find Yagyu Tsuki? Could it be related to the trapped escape calendar? But Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the cracked wall and sighed secretly in his heart. Tsunade still has such a bad temper. This kid's temper is very similar to that of the second Hokage. Alas, advertisement, I'm used to it. I've even been broken by Tsunade before. Of course there is something. We should thank him for the good things he did. Tsunade's heroic smile was a little dangerous, and his white fists creaked. If it weren't for what Yagyu Tsuki did, she really never thought about returning to the village, because too many sad things have happened in this village. Thank you. Everyone in the audience was speechless. Is this Tsunade's attitude of thanking others? No matter how you look at it, it seems that he has a grudge against Yagyu Tsuki. Tsunade-sama. Kato Shizen ran into the office holding the pink pig. Seeing the office that was smashed and bumped, she was almost scared to death. Tsunade-sama, let's not be sure. How much money will it cost to compensate? Besides, this is the Hokage's office, right? Kato Shizen hurriedly bowed and apologized. I'm very sorry, Hokage-sama. Yuhi Kurenai looked at the aggressive Tsunade and asked in confusion, Sir Tsunade, do you have something to do with you? Judging from Tsunade's attitude, he should have a grudge against Yagyu, right? But Yagyu has not left the village for some time, and has not even met Tsunade. If they have not met, why would there be a grudge? Strange. Let's ask first. You? Tsunade frowned slightly, and then relaxed her eyebrows in a moment, looking at Yuhi Kurenai thoughtfully. After she returned to the village, she asked about Yagyu. Yagyu is a man with a bad personality and does whatever he wants, but he also has incredible power. He often goes to the tavern to find hostesses to drink, and he and Hikari Kurenai are childhood sweethearts. Said childhood sweethearts, Yuhi Kurenai is more like a sister who takes care of Yagyu. Tsunade waved her hands and said impatiently, Nothing. I'm just going to ask him to handle some things. So annoying. Is it annoying to ask this question? What's the grudge or resentment with Yagyu Tsuki? Is this something that can be said? It's so embarrassing and shameful to say it out. She had met Yuhi Kurenai before. Yuhi Kurenai was a very good ninja, and her behavior was also very upright and polite. The good things that the dead white-haired man did, there was no need to blame Yuhi Kurenai. To be honest, she had a very bad impression of Yagyu Tsuki. Putting aside what happened that night, she said that Yagyu Tsuki was a scumbag with a casual personality who liked to play with women everywhere. That night should be Yagyu Tsuki's impulse, right? Just playing around? Yagyu Tsuki deserves death. Yagyu Tsuki led Team 7 out of the village to do a mission. If you have something to do with him, wait a while. The land of waves is still quite far from here. Even the knowledgeable Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't understand what the grudge between Tsunade and Yagyu Tsuki was, but it should be a small conflict that is easy to resolve. Then, with Tsunade's hot temper, a small matter turned into a big one. Lead the team? Tsunade snorted coldly and turned to leave the office. Shizen, let's go. The damn white-haired man is actually a teacher? Funny. I'm really sorry. Kato Shizen held the pink piglet, bowed to everyone in the audience in panic, and then turned and quickly chased after Tsunade. Lord Tsunade, where are we going? Tsunade said, The land of waves. The damn white-haired man. Wait for me. I'm not done with you about what happened that night. With Tsunade's strong personality, how could he tolerate being easily defiled by Yagyu Tsuki? Everyone in the audience was confused, and the 8th team Inuzuka Kiba and others were even more confused. What is going on? Akamaru, who was lying on Inuzuka Kiba's head, looked at Tsunade and others who were gradually going away, tilted his head and shouted softly in a very humane way. Wang the dog was also confused. Tsunade, Tsunade, Tsunade. Hyuga Hinata hesitated for a moment, blushed and trotted after Tsunade. Tsunade paused, turned around and looked at the petite Hyuga Hinata, smiled and asked, Is there anything? A child of the Hyuga clan? Quite cute. Yes, yes, please, please. Hyuga Hinata took out a palm-sized exquisite gift box from her pocket, poked her fingers shyly, and hesitated for a long time without being able to finish her Hyuga words. Is it for me? Thank you. Tsunade took the gift box from Hinata's hand and gently touched Hinata's little head. When she was in the village, she often received gifts from female ninjas, and many female ninjas regarded her as a benchmark. Hyuga Hinata's cute face was flushed, and she poked her fingers shyly and said in a soft and sticky voice, Help me! Help me! Give it to Brother Yagyu. What? Kato Shizen was full of confusion. She didn't hear what Hyuga Hinata said at all. Advertisement, I'll give it to him for you. Tsunade's mouth twitched slightly, and a hint of embarrassment flashed in her eyes. She just thought Hinata was giving her a gift, but she never expected that he would ask her to help pass it on to the dead white-haired man. Damn it, Yagyu Tsuki actually bullied such a young Yummy-lai. This is for Tsunade-sama. Seeing Tsunade's embarrassment, Hyuga Hinata immediately took out a small bottle from her pocket, which contained a special healing medicine for the Hyuga clan. Yeah, Yagyu brother is very good. Hyuga Hinata put the bottle in Tsunade's palm, then turned around and ran towards Yuhi Kurenai with a red face. Cute little kid. Tsunade looked at the healing medicine in her hand and shook her head with a little amusement. As the strongest medical ninja in the whole ninja world, it was the first time someone gave her healing medicine. But no matter how you look at this bottle of healing medicine, it is a gift from Hyuga Hinata to prevent me from being embarrassed. Smart kid. Yuhi Kurenai seems to have a crush on Yagyu Tsuki, and Hyuga Hinata also seems to have a crush on Yagyu Tsuki. How many women did the damn white-haired man deceive? Yagyu Tsuki really deserves to die. Shizen, let's go. Tsunade put away his smile. His face gradually turned cold, and a trace of cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The land of waves, right? Yagyu Tsuki, let's settle accounts. Tsunade-sama? Kato Shizen was startled by Tsunade and looked at the angry Tsunade with a worried face. It was the first time she saw Tsunade so angry. That night, what happened? Since that night, Tsunade-sama has always been angry. Tsunade and Kato Shizen left. Kurenai Yuhi looked at Tsunade's receding back and said with a gentle smile, Tsunade-sama is very generous. Tsunade-sama has a hot temper. Ah. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of cigarette, exhaled a pale cloud of smoke, and sighed with a headache. Tsunade's return to the village is worth celebrating, but he went back to the village to find Yagyu Tsuki, which is a bit of a headache. Tsunade has a hot temper, and Yagyu Tsuki has a weird temper. If there is a dispute between the two, it will be difficult to resolve, even in small matters. Because Tsunade has a bad temper, and Yagyu Tsuki has never thought of giving in to anything, but will deliberately provoke the other party to magnify the matter. Zihi Honglu frowned slightly, and a sense of crisis surged in her heart. She said to herself with a worried face, is it okay? Yagyu brother. Hyuga Hinata looked worried. She just deliberately asked Tsunade to help pass on the gift, wanting to take this opportunity to see how much Tsunade hates Yagyu Tsuki. But I didn't understand anything. What's there to worry about? It looks like they're arguing with my parents. It should be like a marital conflict. They'll make up on their own in a few days. Inazuka Kiba touched the little head that had just finished eating and said with a smile, Isn't it, Akamaru? Teacher Hong and Hinata seemed very worried. There's nothing to worry about with such a small matter, but it's not a kind comfort. Akamaru rubbed Inazuka Kiba's head and shouted happily in a very human way, Woof. Everyone in the audience was slightly startled. Marital conflict? It means that Tsunade is looking for Yagyu Tsuki aggressively. Is it a conflict between husband and wife? Yuhi Kurenai's eyes moved slightly. There seemed to be a thick black gas behind her. Her light and elegant smile gave people a sense of danger. She said, Yeah, you performed very poorly in this mission. You are the worst performer in the 10th class. Write a 10,000-word self-review to me tonight. Husband and wife? You are really good at talking, brat. Yeah, you are annoying. Even Hyuga Hinata was very angry. Husband and wife? Are Yagyu brother and Tsunade's sister husband and wife? How can this be? It was obviously me first. Hey, did I do something wrong? Inazuka Kiba was confused. He, Zhao Naheo, always felt that Teacher Hong and Hinata seemed to be staring at him with contempt. Aburame Shino pushed his sunglasses lightly and said, Yeah, you idiot. What Hong and Hinata are worried about is the relationship between Tsunade-sama and Yagyu-sensei, and Inazuka Kiba is so stupid that he adds fuel to the fire. The border of the land of fire. The sun is scorching and the sky is clear. Yagyu Tsuki covered his forehead with his hands, looked at the pale golden sun in the sky, and then glanced at Dasna next to him, complaining with disgust, It's so hot, so troublesome. I have to be a guard in such a hot day. It's so troublesome to be a guard. Compared to being a guard of a stinky old man here, he would rather play with beautiful girls at the beach. Alas. Dasna listened to Yagyu Tsuki's complaints and sighed in his heart. He was complained by Yagyu Tsuki a lot along the way. This white-haired man has a bad attitude, but he talks so much. Is it okay to be so lazy and casual? If you meet an enemy, I'm afraid you won't have time to react. Dasna turned his head to look at the distance and saw Team 7 practicing with balloons while walking. When a ninja goes out of the village to do a mission, he must practice. It's okay. It's okay. Just a few bandits. Just have some fun. Lu Shengyue ate potato chips, glanced at Dasna lightly and said, "Right, stinky old man." Dasna's heart trembled, and he turned his head away with a guilty conscience and said with a stiff upper lip, play. Suddenly, pa, a crisp sound resounded throughout the venue, and the balloon in Haruno Sakura's palm burst. Although the sound of the balloon bursting was very subtle, it attracted everyone's attention at this time. Ding! Gained 10 growth points, and the current growth value is 95 points. Smart kid. Lu Shengyue sipped the lollipop lightly, looking at Haruno Sakura in the distance thoughtfully, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. From early morning till now, it has not even been a day, but he has already completed the initial stage of Rasengan. Hirakuma is really beyond my expectation. Hirakuma is very talented in controlling chakra. In terms of controlling chakra alone, this kid is the most talented person among the 3 members of Team 7. Chapter 45. Obtain the territory, the infinite space. Teacher Yagyu, I have completed the first stage. Haruno Sakura ran to Yagyu quickly. Sakura's long pink hair was slightly messy, her fair and delicate face was a little haggard, and there were faint dark circles under her eyes. She had not slept since last night, and she was practicing hard while eating the soldier's pills. She had never thought of surpassing Sasuke and others and becoming the first person in Class 7 to complete the initial training. She was just afraid that Yagyu would take the back door. Look! Haruno Sakura raised the balloon, and light blue chakra emerged from his palm. The chakra all flowed into the balloon, and then the whole balloon expanded hideously and finally burst completely with a snap. Haruno Sakura's eyes were full of pride, and the corners of his mouth gradually began to rise, and finally a cute and beautiful smile bloomed. He raised his head and looked at Yagyu with a smile, like a child who got full marks on the exam and showed off to his parents. Still want to take the back door? Dream on. But I clearly didn't think about becoming the person with the fastest training progress. But why was there this uncontrollable excitement in my heart? Even if you show such a disgusting smile, you can't get any rewards. It's just releasing chakra. There's no need to be so complacent. Yagyu Tsuki glanced at Naruto and Sasuke in the distance, and said in a faint voice with a sense of sarcasm, deliberately raising the volume, "But your talent in this area is far beyond those 2 idiots." Distant. Damn, just an ugly girl. Uchiha Sasuke squeezed the balloon hard, with anger in his eyes, and stared at Haruno Sakura's back with a gloomy face. Haruno Sakura was the first person in Team 7 to complete the initial stage of Rasengan. I was actually surpassed by Haruno Sakura? Unbelievable. A mere ugly girl can complete such a difficult training in a short time, and I can't release chakra properly now. Damn it. Are you kidding me? I am a genius of the Uchiha clan. Sakura-chan is amazing. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. He still couldn't make chakra flow to his palm, while Haruno Sakura had already completed the preliminary stage. Sakura-chan is amazing. I have to work harder. Oh. Haruno Sakura pouted slightly. What kind of person is that? I have been practicing all night until now. Will you die if you praise me a few times? What's wrong with praising me? Yagyu Tsuki touched Haruno Sakura's head and said with a faint chuckle, "You did a good job this time. I thought that Hirakuma-chan would be the first person in Team 7 to complete the preliminary training of Rasengan, but to be honest, I never expected the progress to be so fast." Although the chakra released by Haruno Sakura was very weak and he couldn't release chakra all over his body like Hyuga, it was indeed a commendable talent that he could release chakra at the beginning of practice. It's too late to praise me now. Haruno Sakura curled her lips, and a feeling of happiness surged in her heart. She still liked to be praised by Lu Shengyue, such a top handsome guy. Don't do this. Sundara is out of date. Lu Shengyue flipped his hand, took out a water ball like a magic trick, put the water ball in Haruno Sakura's hand, and said, "Anyway, let's start the second stage. Control the chakra to rotate and explode the water ball." Rotate? Haruno Sakura was puzzled. Just imagine it as a tornado. This practice is not that difficult. Lu Shengyue raised a finger, and light blue chakra emerged from the fingertips. Chakra rotated quickly like a small tornado, okay? Haruno Sakura nodded, holding the water ball and concentrating on condensing chakra. imagining rotating chakra into a tornado. After the light blue chakra was injected into the water ball trembled slightly twice, but the complete calendar exploded the water ball. It's so hard. Haruno Sakura stuck out his tongue. Releasing chakra required all his energy, but while maintaining the released chakra, he had to control the chakra to rotate quickly. Is this something a human can do? Yagyu-sensei actually said it wasn't that hard. He said it too casually. Haruno Sakura glanced at Dasna and said worriedly, Yagyu-sensei, we are still on a mission. Is it really okay to be so lax? Team 7 is all concentrating on training, and Yagyu-sensei is still very casual. What if they really encounter an enemy? Yagyu Tsuki waved his hand and said casually, it's okay. If we really encounter any danger, we will use the stinky old man as bait, and then use our willpower to escape with all our strength. Haruno Sakura complained speechlessly. Is this what a guard should say? Use your willpower to escape? You're so surprised that you said that. Dasna's mouth twitched slightly. Alas, I really want to change to a Jōnin who is capable and reliable. That is, Ichizuki is not that reliable and has a bad attitude. Lu Shungyue slapped Haruno Sakura's drum, revealed a nasty smile, and whispered in Haruno Sakura's ear, since you are so talented, the second stage will still be 3 days. I am looking forward to taking the back door. It feels good and is small and exquisite. Damn pervert. Haruno Sakura felt the severe pain of the drum, and his fair face flushed, staring at Lu Shungyue with shame and anger. B******************* D. Advertisement smelly rascal. Backdoor. You only know about backdoors every day. Are you a backdoor maniac? It's rare that you completed the initial stage within 3 days and successfully escaped the fate of being backdoored, but you have to complete the second stage within 3 days. Yagyu teacher knows how to take advantage of me every day. Is it because Yagyu teacher is lustful? Or, Yagyu likes me, likes girls like me? Oh my god. This, makes sense. Why doesn't Yagyu teacher take advantage of others, but teases me every day? He must like my type. But, what should I do? Haruno Sakura blushed, raised her head and shyly looked at Yagyu Tsuki, and then secretly glanced at Sasuke in the distance. Yagyu teacher is very handsome, but the cold Sasuke is also very lecherous. What to do? It's so hard to choose. Yagyu Tsuki patted Haruno Sakura on the shoulder and said in a teaching tone, I know I'm handsome, but don't let your imagination run wild. I took advantage of you because you're the only woman here. Mistaking fish for love will hurt you. This brat's mind is so easy to understand. Taking advantage is completely out of boredom. It's been too long since I felt passionate. It's uncomfortable to have power but nowhere to show off. So I have to find another level of passion. If you miss the opportunity, you're AB************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Alas, Sakura-chan is too fickle. Uzumaki Naruto sighed. Damn it. I envy Yagyu-sensei so much. I envy Yagyu-sensei every day. Who's imagining nonsense? Haruno Sakura's fair face flushed with embarrassment when her inner thoughts were seen through. She ran over and punched Uzumaki Naruto in anger. Bang! Uzumaki Naruto was knocked to the ground, holding his abdomen in severe pain and twitching like an earthworm, and yelled speechlessly, "Why am I the one being beaten?" Yagyu-sensei spanked Sakura-chan's butt, and it was he, Uzumaki Naruto, who was being beaten. Why? How abominable. Stop. Yagasaki paused, glanced around calmly, and finally stopped at the huge lake next to him. There is no need to rush to the Kingdom of Waves. Let's practice here for a day. Although it is during the mission, the purpose of the mission is to train the toolman. If the mission affects the progress of practice, it will be a bit against the sky. Besides, now that they have 95 points, the 7th team will soon break through. The sign-in reward after the upgrade is worth looking forward to. Are there enemies? The faces of the 7th team changed slightly. Everyone pulled out the kunai at the same time and guarded Dazna in the middle vigilantly. Enemy? Dazna's face was ugly, and a panic gradually rose in his heart. He had been ready to die a long time ago. The reason why he was afraid of death was that he still had an unfinished dream. No matter what, the bridge must be completed before death, so that everyone in the Kingdom of Waves can live a happy life, and at least let the young children have enough food. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how embarrassed it is, the bridge must be built before death, because it is a bridge to dreams. There is a lake. Yagyu Tsuki pointed at the light blue lake. Lake? Everyone in Team 7 was confused. Even Dazna was confused. Lake? What's wrong with the lake? Yagyu-sensei, I didn't expect you to notice it too. I've already noticed that there's something wrong with that lake. The enemy must be in the lake. Uzumaki Naruto threw a kunai into the lake, then pulled out another kunai and looked at the lake's surface with vigilance, and stole a few glances at Haruno Sakura during the process. Sakura, are you watching? Naruto, am very smart. Now it's my turn to shine. The enemy is in the lake? Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura looked at the large lake in front of them without any ripples. Could it be that the enemy is really hiding in the lake? Strange. Very strange. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly, Super idiot, the enemy can't judge our route. How could they just lurk in the lake? Hole. What did you say? Uzumaki Naruto felt ridiculed, and his fox-like face showed anger, staring at Uchiha Sasuke angrily. It's rare for me to shine in front of Sakura-chan. Sasuke, this arrogant guy, is so annoying. Advertisement, enemy? I guess so. Hard work is the biggest enemy. Yagyu Tsuki put his hands together, and then slapped them heavily on the ground. With styled four-pillar house. Boom, boom. Cracks appeared on the ground, and countless python-like vines rose from the ground. All vines intertwined to form a villa. Yagyu Tsuki patted the dust on his palms, looked at the magnificent villa in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. You have to live in a villa when you go out on a mission? Awesome. Everyone in Team 7 looked at the super large villa in front of them in shock. Normally, when ninjas go out of the village to perform missions, they will light a fire and sleep for a night. Is it really okay for us to live in the villa? Let's stay here for one night. We can use the lake over there for training. Yagyu put his arm around Haruno Sakura's shoulders, looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and said with a mocking smile, of course, only Pingxiong can use the lake now. After all, you are still in the first stage. Uchiha Sasuke's face sank. Hashtag appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's forehead. No rebuttal. Yagyu lazily lay on the sofa, glanced at Uzumaki Naruto lightly, and said, in addition, it is worth mentioning that using clones to practice will have miraculous effects. What do you mean? Uzumaki Naruto was puzzled. Yagyu said, you split one first. What weird. Uzumaki Naruto split a shadow clone. Yagyu Tsuki pointed at Naruto's real body and said, run away? Damn, what are you going to do? Uzumaki Naruto complained as he ran away quickly. When he ran to the lake, he turned around and looked at Yagyu Tsuki speechlessly. Everyone in the audience was confused. They didn't understand what Yagyu Tsuki was going to do. Yagyu Tsuki sat up and whispered in the ear of Uzumaki Naruto's clone, covering his mouth with his hand, Haruno Sakura is a violent girl. Huh. Naruto's clone was confused. Yagyu Tsuki looked at Naruto at the lake in the distance and shouted, okay, cancel the clone and come to my side. It's inexplicable. Uzumaki Naruto canceled Shadow Clone and ran quickly to Yagyu Tsuki. Yagyu Tsuki said, tell me loudly what you just heard. Naruto Uzumaki had a speechless expression on his face, recalling what Yagyu Tsuki had just said, and shouted loudly, Haruno Sakura is a flat bear violent girl. Yagyu Tsuki explained, see, this is the so-called miraculous effect. Everything the clone sees, hears, and knows can be transmitted back to the real body's brain. Well, I understand. Naruto Uzumaki pinched his chin, wrinkled his fox-like face, and nodded thoughtfully. To be honest, he really didn't understand it. It's ridiculously stupid. Yagyu Tsuki scratched his white hair in annoyance and said speechlessly, it means that practicing with Shadow Clone at the same time can increase the speed of practice. The more Shadow Clones there are, the faster it can be increased. It's easy to understand this way, right? Oh, I understand. Uzumaki Naruto knocked his fist on his palm, showing an expression of sudden enlightenment, and said, it means that using Shadow Clone to practice can quickly become stronger, right? Yagyu Tsuki replied, yes, that's right. Using Shadow Clone to practice is almost a well-known trick, but few people can do it. Although using Shadow Clone to practice is like cheating, it also consumes chakra at a speed several times faster. You may not feel anything during the Shadow Clone period, but the moment you release the Shadow Clone, all the consumption will be multiplied and returned to the real body. Excessive consumption of chakra will kill people, but Ninetales Kid is fine. This kid has the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and has the most chakra among the 3 people in Team 7. He also has 9 tails, a power bank. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and looked at the excited Uzumaki Naruto, clenched his fist and dropped it heavily on the ground. Damn Naruto. After teacher Yagyu taught Naruto the trick of Shadow Clone, Naruto's training speed will definitely increase significantly. This super idiot is likely to surpass me and become the second person in Team 7 to complete the preliminary stage. Damn shadow clone. Naruto. Haruno Sakura's face was terribly gloomy, and his whole body seemed to be burning with rage as he walked towards Naruto. Sakura-chan? Uzumaki Naruto turned around suddenly and looked at the infinitely approaching Haruno Sakura in panic. What did you say about me just now? Haruno Sakura clenched his white fist, and the bones made a creaking sound, which made Uzumaki Naruto feel desperate. How dare you say that I am a violent girl? Naruto is really looking for death. Sakura-chan, listen to me. That was just Yagyu teacher, but why wait until tomorrow to set off? Although it is a good thing to let us concentrate on training for one day and complete the training urgently, there is no need to rush it, right? After all, Mr. Yagyu is a Jōnin, so he must have some plan for this arrangement. Uchiha Sasuke paused and glanced at the light blue lake next to him. Could it be that the reason why we didn't encounter the enemy along the way may be because we were too vigilant and the enemy had no chance to attack? Then Mr. Yagyu specially arranged for us to practice here for a day and spend a night. The purpose is to create opportunities for the enemy and lure out those enemies hiding in the dark. Haha. It turned out to be like this. It really deserves to be Mr. Yagyu, who can consider so many things. Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, turned back and looked at Lu Shungyue coldly, and said arrogantly and confidently, Teacher Lu Sheng, I understand everything. Lu Shungyue looked at the intimate paradise and responded lazily and casually. Really? Work hard. Understand? What does Uchiha Kid understand? This stinky kid must be misunderstanding something. Whatever. As long as the tool man can work hard to get points, it's a good thing. Time passed slowly. Early in the morning. Ding. Gained 10 growth points, and the current growth value is 100 points. The level of the 7th team has been upgraded to bronze. Current points, bronze 5 points. It is now early in the morning, and the sign-in has begun. Gain field skills, infinite space. Is anyone subscribing? Chapter 46. Are you Yagyu Tsuki? Oh, that's fine. Domain? Lu Shungyue lifted the feather robe covering his face and glanced at Naruto, who was practicing with Shadow Clone in the distance. The second one to complete the preliminary stage was actually Naruto, but there is nothing to be amazed at. Practicing with Shadow Clone is cheating anyway. Domain, infinite space. After the sign-in level is upgraded, the rewards are indeed considerable. But I never expected that I could sign in to get the infinite space. The ability of domain is considered a bug in the ninja world, because it will definitely hit in the domain no matter what. You need to use the domain to offset the domain, but no one in the ninja world will use the domain. So this is considered a considerable rule-based ability. It is also valuable to teach Class 7. The stinky cash cows are working hard to sign in and get the reward of longevity. Absolute power, eternal life. Only those who have everything are qualified traversers. Ding. Get 5 growth points, current growth value, bronze 10 points. The system said, as the sign-in level is upgraded, it will become more difficult to get points. Yagyu said in his heart, so-called experience suppression? After advancing to bronze, each point requires more experience. The broken system really makes trouble for me. The system said, the master has received a satisfactory reward, and he is obviously very happy now. Yagyu said in his heart, the system that presumes the master's thoughts will be hated by the master. The system said, I was wrong. Yagyu ignored the system and looked at Uchiha Sasuke in the distance. It is normal that Ninetales can complete the first stage in a short time by using Shadow Clone, but Uchiha can follow behind and complete the first stage at almost the same time. Very good, this is the momentum. The tool people work hard to practice, so that I can get better rewards. It is indeed a very wise decision to stop here for a day to train Team 7. I am awesome. Teacher Yagyu, I have completed the first stage of training. I am the second person in Class 7 to complete the training. I have finally surpassed Sasuke this time. Uzumaki Naruto released Shadow Clone, and all clones turned into white smoke and disappeared. He ran to Yagyu Tsuki excitedly, showing off that he had just completed the training. Uchiha Sasuke walked in front of Yagyu Tsuki, put his hands in his pockets, glanced at Naruto indifferently, and said coldly, Idiot, my balloon burst before you. He found that the technique of releasing chakra was very similar to that of using Great Fireball, and then began to practice vigorously without any obstacles. Uzumaki Naruto jumped back in a hurry, pointed at Uchiha Sasuke's nose, and shouted angrily, Cole, what did you say? It was obviously my balloon that burst first. You guys don't distort the facts in front of Teacher Yagyu. Uchiha Sasuke raised his chin slightly, looked down at Uzumaki Naruto coldly and arrogantly, and said sarcastically, "The rear of the car. Aw, you are obviously the third guy. Why are you still so arrogant?" Uzumaki Naruto was so angry that he held his head and roared to the sky. "Hirakuma brat didn't say anything about the first place. You are here trying hard to fight for the second place." Yagyu raised his chin slightly, pinched his chin and looked down at Naruto and Sasuke lightly, with a slightly raised arc at the corner of his mouth, showing a sense of sarcasm. "It's really funny. The strong only have the first place in their eyes, and the losers are willing to be the second. Releasing chakra is something that even a pig can do easily. You are so proud of this. Can you please stop embarrassing yourself in front of me?" Completing the first stage in a short period of time is indeed something worthy of praise, but Haruno Sakura is the type that can be praised a few times, because that kid has almost no confidence. After a few words, Jin gradually became confident. But Naruto and Sasuke, these two dead brats, are prone to overconfidence after a few praises. In layman's terms, they are prone to be arrogant. So they must be suppressed, but suppression is more likely to stimulate Naruto and Sasuke's desire to win. The disease must be treated symptomatically, and the right medicine must be used. Uzumaki Naruto put away his playful attitude, raised his thumb, and said firmly, "I am the man who wants to become Hokage. I will definitely be the first to complete the second stage." Humph. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, glanced at Haruno Sakura, who was concentrating on training in the distance, and a trace of cold anger flashed in his eyes. "Damn it. What am I doing? Teacher Yagyu is right, it's just the second place. What's there to be complacent about for just the second place? I'm so stupid. They are fighting for the second place. It is natural to surpass Naruto, right? If you want to win, you should win the first place. I am an Avenger. I want to gain power more than Naruto and little Sakura. I'm going to practice." Uchiha Sasuke turned and left. He remembered the training method of the second stage, which was to control the chakra to rotate until the water ball exploded. "Sakura-chan, let's work hard to practice the second stage together." Uzumaki Naruto held the back of his head and walked to Haruno Sakura with a smile. "Go away. Don't bother me. Don't talk to me in the future." Haruno Sakura paused, holding the water ball, raised his head and looked at Uzumaki Naruto coldly, with a look of contempt in his eyes. "How dare Naruto say that I am a violent bear girl?" Okay. What a violent bear girl. Let's break up. Although it was what Mr. Yagyu said, you just said it when Mr. Yagyu asked you to? No wonder you don't have any luck with women. Sakura-chan, don't look at me like that. You can at least scold me a few words." Uzumaki Naruto panicked. Advertisement, get out of here. Haruno Sakura walked around Uzumaki Naruto and practiced in a quiet place. Uzumaki Naruto looked ashen, his legs weak, and he fell to the ground. His whole body turned gray and lifeless. It's over. Sakura-chan hates me." Yagyu Tsuki patted Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder and said with a faint smile, "It's just being rejected by a girl once. There's no need to be discouraged." "Mr. Yagyu." Uzumaki Naruto raised his head and looked at Mr. Yagyu aggrievedly. "Mr. Yagyu is so nice. Anyway, you will be rejected countless times in the future." Mr. Yagyu smiled slightly. Uzumaki Naruto froze. "Oh!" Uzumaki Naruto yelled angrily. "I will be hated by Sakura-chan. No matter how you look at it, it's all your fault." Yagyu Tsuki said, "Don't say that. Try to become stronger, and things will change after you become stronger." Uzumaki Naruto asked, "Is it worth it?" Yagyu Tsuki affirmed, "Really? Okay, I'll try to become stronger now." Uzumaki Naruto recovered and rekindled a firm will. "Come on," Yagyu secretly said in his heart. Ninetales brat is hated by girls. It has nothing to do with Ninetales and strength. It's just because this brat is too stupid. Without the handsome face of the master, he dares to say those rich words. "Go to bed." Dasna sat cross-legged on the ground, looked at the 7th team practicing in the distance, and then looked at Yagyu, who was doing nothing, took a sip of wine and said, "I am the client. With such a casual attitude like you, can you really send me back safely?" He thought Yagyu was too casual and didn't take the mission seriously at all. Teaching students to practice during the mission? To be honest, it's quite outrageous. What if the enemy suddenly appears? With Yagyu and others in such a casual state, can they respond to the battle in the first time? I'm afraid everyone will die. At this age, it's the first time that Dasna has seen a ninja like Yagyu, who doesn't take the mission and safety seriously. But now I'm on the pirate ship, and I can only take it one step at a time. It's okay, it doesn't matter. Yagyu Tsuki took out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and put it in his mouth, glancing at the bottle of wine in Zena's hand. I really want a drink. I really want to hug Sister Hong Hong and tease little Hinata to drink. Speaking of which, Tsunade, that woman, hasn't made any moves recently. She must have given up on seeking revenge against me. Dasna was annoyed by Yagyu Tsuki's indifferent attitude. He took a big gulp of wine and said sullenly, I hope we can all go back alive after the enemy appears. Stinky old man. Yagyu Tsuki didn't finish his words. He glanced at the lake beside him and gradually revealed a dangerous smile. Suddenly, long ripples appeared on the lake surface, and 3 figures jumped out of the lake. They all held ninja tools in their hands and slashed at Yagyu Tsuki's vitals at a very fast speed. Boom boom, 3 black-clothed ninjas held ninja tools and slashed at Yagyu Tsuki's vitals fiercely. A large piece of dust was raised on the ground, and thick gray smoke rolled and stirred, blocking the sight of everyone present. First, kill one. Stupid guy actually dared to let his guard down. After killing the useless Jōnin, the remaining trash will be easy to deal with. Go ahead, kill the target first. The 3 men in black turned to look at Team 7 and Dasna. They all thought that Yagyu Tsuki would definitely die, because the attack just now felt like it hit the vital point. Even a strong man at the level of Jōnin is still a human body of flesh and blood. With a human body of flesh and blood, how could it be possible to withstand the attack of ninja tools? The most important thing is, judging from the feel of the weapon's slash, the one who was just killed was definitely not a clone, but the real Yagyu Tsuki. Yeah, Teacher Yagyu. After a brief moment of confusion, everyone in Team 7 drew out their kunai and stood in front of Dasna, staring at the 3 black-clothed ninjas in front of them vigilantly. Everyone in Team 7 was worried. Teacher Yagyu was attacked by the enemy without any preparation. Even if he is still alive, he should be seriously injured, right? Teacher Yagyu, please don't get into trouble. Dasna was pale and weak, and sat on the ground with a face as pale as death. Looking at the area with thick smoke in the distance, he said to himself in despair, It's over. It's over. Yagyu was attacked without any preparation just now, and was hit by the weapon of the man in black. This is probably a bad omen. After Yagyu loses his fighting power, he and everyone in Team 7 will die. Since you are in such a good mood, I can pretend to be dead for a while. A light teasing voice resounded throughout the venue. Yagyu walked out of the billowing gray smoke. He was not injured at all, and even his clothes were not torn. Lu Shengyue fanned the gray smoke in front of him with his hands, coughed a few times and said with disgust, Cough, cough, choked to death. How is it possible? The 3 men in black changed their faces, staring at Lu Shengyue in disbelief. They did have a clear touch just now, the touch of hitting Lu Shengyue's vitals with ninja tools. But why was Lu Shengyue unscathed? 0, please give me flowers. Advertisement with human flesh and blood. How could it be possible to resist the attack of the blade? How is this possible? Teacher Lu Sheng. Everyone in Class 7 breathed a sigh of relief. Don't show such an ugly expression. Even the blow of the shadow can't hurt me. Do you still expect a broken toy to hurt me? Lu Shengyue looked down at the 3 men in black with indifference and arrogance, and said in a high and sarcastic tone, It's too boring recently, try to please me for a second longer. He didn't brag. Just this one blow from the shadow can't hurt him. Arrogant guy. Who do you think you are? A black-clad ninja holding a sickle blade suddenly jumped up and slashed at Lu Shengyue's neck. Lu Shengyue, the name is pretty good, isn't it? Lu Shengyue slowly raised his hand, and his whole body exuded a terrifying and dangerous aura. Domain expansion? Well, although I really want to test the new power, it's a bit of a waste to use it on you. Lu Shengyue spread his fingers and did not continue to activate the infinite space. He now really wants to test the infinite space, but it feels a waste to use it on a waste. Wait for a very suitable occasion to show off, and then use this new power. Lu Shengyue, the black-clad man with the sickle, suddenly jumped back, intending to open up 10 sections of distance with Lu Sheng. Don't move, it's troublesome to take 2 more steps. Yagyu disappeared in an instant, appeared in front of the black-clad man with the sickle, and then raised his hand and slapped the black-clad man in the face. Pa! The crisp sound resounded throughout the venue, and the black-clad man with the sickle's head flew into the air, and scarlet blood gushed out like a shower. Huh. The scene in front of the black-clad man with the sickle turned upside down, and his head slowly fell to the ground. Yagyu? Oh, it's fine then. Nothing. The god of ninja. Yagyu Tsuki? No one told me before I accepted the commission that I would meet the new era's god of ninja. Bang! The head of the man in black with sickle fell to the ground. He had completely lost consciousness. He didn't figure it out even until his death. Why would he meet Yagyu heir, who was crowned as the strongest by the daimyos of the 5 major countries, when hunting a mere Tazna? So strong. Tazna looked at the rolling head on the ground, and then looked at the headless corpse that slowly fell to the ground, with a look of shock in his eyes. One slap. The black-clothed ninja was slapped to death with just one slap. Not to mention that Tazna was confused. Everyone present was confused. Even Team 7 was shocked. They just thought there would be a fierce battle, but they never expected it. Yagyu teacher slapped the enemy to death with one slap. Oh, this. Outrageous. Very outrageous. Damn, I actually met Yagyu. The only 2 remaining men in black looked at each other, and they could read each other's thoughts. Then they turned around and attacked at a very fast speed. Since we will meet Yagyu, it means that we will die, so we must at least solve the mission goal before we die. How can we die in vain? We must die with the goal. Yagyu looked at the 2 ninjas who were fleeing towards Tazna and complained, "Am I a ghost? There is no need to be so scared." To be honest, he hated having his name known, because many enemies in the past turned around and ran away as if they had seen a ghost after knowing his name. Speechless. On the contrary, Tazna, the stinky old man, who had never heard of the name of any ninja, thought that Yagyu was very weak, and Yagyu liked this feeling, because the moment you start to show off, you can create a strong sense of contrast, which is the so-called show-off and slap in the face. Little brat, work hard and don't embarrass me. Yagyu Tsuki sat on the headless corpse with his legs crossed, watching the fierce battle in front of him with an attitude of watching a play. The enemy's strength is about Jōnin, which is just right for training Team 7. Maybe you can get some growth points from it. This opportunity will be given to the young people. After all, the master is already invincible. Die. The man in black swung the iron chain violently, and the iron chain leaped out like a dragon snake, attacking Tazna's neck at a very fast speed. They are trained ninja mercenaries, and every move is fast, accurate, and ruthless, and every move is to attack the enemy's vital points and is fatal. Mr. Tazna, don't leave behind me. Haruno Sakura stood in front of Tazna and pulled out a kunai to block the iron chain like a dragon snake. Ding-dong. The kunai and the iron chain collided violently, and both made a crisp sound. Haruno Sakura frowned slightly, her fair legs bent downwards. Her hand holding the kunai trembled. Her whole body was numb from the iron chain. Such a heavy force. Haruno Sakura gritted her teeth. She was very scared now, but she still stood in front of Tazna. Yagyu Tsuki said, 7 points, 5 points of courage. In a moment, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes turned into scarlet Two-Tomo Sharingan, and he quickly moved behind the black ninja, with a trace of cold murderous intent in his eyes, and pulled out the kunai and stabbed it hard into the black ninja's neck. Quick, accurate, and ruthless. Decisive to kill. Puff, the black ninja's pupils shrank, and he fell to the ground with his hands covering his bleeding neck. Uzumaki Naruto looked terrified, looking at the black ninja who died in front of him, and stepped back in fear. Ask for flowers. Chapter 47. Who cares if the weak live or die? They have to pay more. Useless trash. I'll take you hostage. The only remaining black-clad ninja saw that Uzumaki Naruto was scared, so he immediately changed his target to Uzumaki Naruto. He quickly grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's neck with his sharp and poisonous claws. Boo-hoo. Uzumaki Naruto took 2 steps back in panic and fell to the ground with weak legs. He looked at the iron claws approaching infinitely with horror. The fear made him forget how to fight back. He subconsciously raised his hands to protect his head. He was scared. He was afraid of the sudden appearance of the enemy's malicious murderous intentions, the fear of dying miserably like the enemy, the fear of not coordinating with the rhythm of Team 7, causing Mr. Yagyu and others to die miserably. Death. In the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto, it was a very unfamiliar word. It was not the first time he faced the murderous intention that wanted him to die immediately. Although he had felt the killing intent of Yagyu Tsuki before at the 7th training ground, he knew that it was Yagyu teacher from their 7th class, and now facing a real enemy, he was so scared that he had forgotten how to fight back. In a critical moment, idiot! Uchiha Sasuke moved in front of Uzumaki Naruto and blocked the black ninja's iron claw with a kunai. Because of the huge difference in strength, his hand holding the kunai was shaking. Get out of the way! The black ninja kicked Sasuke away fiercely, and then grabbed Uzumaki Naruto with his iron claw. He wanted to grab the weakest one as a hostage, and then fight with Yagyu Tsuki for a chance to escape. Fire style. Damn it, there's no time. Uchiha Sasuke was kicked far away, rolled on the ground for a few times, and then got up. He ignored the severe pain in his abdomen and stared at the black ninja with his scarlet Sharingan. He quickly formed seals with both hands and wanted to use fire style, but the black ninja had already grabbed Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto! Haruno Sakura's pupils shrank, and he looked at Naruto, who was caught by the black ninja, and shouted in panic, "Teacher Yagyu, Team 7 is just this level." Yagyu was slightly disappointed and used the teleportation to appear behind the black ninja in an instant, and suddenly grabbed the black ninja's head. What a fast teleportation! The black ninja felt the cold and terrible breath behind him, like a demon, and fear gradually appeared in his eyes. He didn't realize when Yagyu teleported behind him. Is this the god of ninja? Is this your last words? There is no gold content at all. Yagyu exerted a little force with his hand, and directly pulled off the head of the black ninja, and then threw the head back, casually. Puff! The black ninja's body was separated, and the headless body sprayed scarlet blood and fell heavily in front of the vortex Naruto. The enemy was completely destroyed. OSK, Haruno Sakura breathed a sigh of relief, kneeling on the ground with weak legs. After thinking of something, his eyebrows slightly frowned. Looking at the confused Uzumaki Naruto, angrily complained, "Naruto, what's wrong with you?" Naruto was actually scared, silly? Unbelievable. She could never have thought that Uzumaki Naruto, who was often silly and active, would be scared by the black-clothed ninja without any resistance. "I suppressed my fear and fought back, but you are afraid?" Uzumaki Naruto stopped talking at the tip of his tongue, gritted his teeth, and slowly lowered his head in shame. "Yes. What am I doing?" Dasna looked at Yagyu Tsuki and said apologetically, "Sorry, I apologize for my unreasonableness before." Unexpectedly. Never expected. Yagyu Tsuki looked lazy and unreliable, but he actually had such strong strength. No sense of responsibility? Bullshit. Yagyu Tsuki didn't take the enemy seriously. Dasna sighed in his heart. "Alas, I am really old and blurry-eyed. I blamed Yagyu Tsuki wrongly." Little Sakura 7 points, Courage 5 points, Sasuke 8 points, Judgment 5 points. Yagyu Tsuki ignored Dasna, raised his hand and touched the heads of little Sakura and Sasuke, and said with a faint smile, "You did a good job this time. Although the two of you barely solved the waste, but at least your performance is satisfactory to me." Hee. Haruno Sakura felt the warmth of Yagyu Tsuki's palm, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised to reveal a beautiful smile. She still likes to be praised after trying hard. Huh. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, and a feeling of anger surged in his heart. Damn it. I could have done better just now. With my Sharingan's insight, I could clearly see the enemy's attack method, and I could clearly defend against the enemy's leg attack. Teacher Yagyu, just watch, I will do better next time. Teacher Yagyu, you have already discovered the enemy, right? Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, showing an expression that he knew everything, and said confidently, "You deliberately let us practice by the lake. You want to deliberately expose the flaws and lure out the enemies hiding in the lake, right? Is this the inside of Jōnin? Advertisement, or should I say, Teacher Yagyu has a strong insight. As a member of the Uchiha clan, with the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, I didn't realize that there were 3 enemies hiding in the lake. Teacher Yagyu is indeed an excellent ninja." Huh. Haruno Sakura was stunned for a moment, and understood Uchiha Sasuke looked up at Yagyu Tsuki's handsome face and said admiringly, "Is that so? Yagyu-sensei, you can predict so many things, so amazing." After Uchiha Sasuke's speculation, she now understands everything. Why did Yagyu-sensei let Team 7 practice here for a day during the mission? It stands to reason that they can only concentrate on practice after completing the mission, right? But the fact is, Yagyu-sensei had already discovered that there were 3 enemies hiding in the lake, and then deliberately sold a flaw of practice and looseness so that the enemy would relax their vigilance and lead the enemy to the edge. Yagyu-sensei, so smart. He is very strong, handsome, and smart. This is simply a perfect boyfriend. Scary man. Dasna looked at Yagyu Tsuki deeply. After listening to Uchiha Sasuke's speculation, he immediately realized that he had completely wronged Yagyu Tsuki. Yagyu Tsuki deliberately put on a lazy attitude, seemingly not taking the mission seriously at all, but in fact he was using this to lure the enemy into the trap. If he is too vigilant, the enemy will be cautious instead. Yagyu Tsuki is really a terrible man. With strong strength, he is also careful and cautious. Really? That's it. Even Yagyu Tsuki was speechless. The reason why he deliberately let Team 7 practice for a day was because he wanted to get the sign-in reward after the upgrade as soon as possible. And there were no enemies in the lake before. The enemy just used the lake to move quickly because the enemy's ability to move faster through the lake than on land. But there is no need to explain so much, because the system is a secret that must be hidden, and Uchiha Kid has an expression that knows everything. Yagyu Tsuki glanced at Uzumaki Naruto lightly and said, "You are not injured, coward." Naruto Uzumaki gritted his teeth and lowered his head. This time he did not refute Yagyu Tsuki's ridicule, because he himself knew very well that he was not as good as Sakura-chan and Sasuke. It is human nature to fear death, and it is courage to overcome fear. Yagyu Tsuki looked down at Naruto Uzumaki indifferently and proudly, raised his chin slightly and sneered in a proud tone, "To be honest, I am very sorry. I deliberately let you have the enemy, but I didn't expect you to be so timid. I would have saved you first if I had known." Yagyu Tsuki continued, "A timid person will get hurt even if he touches cotton, and a person without courage will have power in vain. If you continue like this, give up being a Hokage, that dream is too far away from you. This incident should be able to stimulate the willpower of the Nine-Tails Kid. If the willpower of the Nine-Tails Kid becomes stronger, I can get some points. After all, tools should be used reasonably." Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Uzumaki Naruto lightly and said in a very pretentious manner, "If you are afraid, go back, coward." Uzumaki Naruto punched the ground with his fist, gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. You are all looking down on me." Anyway, Yagyu Tsuki ignored Naruto, turned around and grabbed Dazna's gray hair, and said with a faint chuckle, "Let's talk about it." "Talk what?" Dazna's heart trembled. "Don't play dumb, old man." Yagyu Tsuki threw Dazna out. Dazna flew into the air and hit a big tree, and his whole body bones were shaking violently. Bang! Dazna fell to the ground. "You commissioned a sea-level escort mission. The enemy written in the mission content is a bandit, but those trash just now are all ninjas." Yagyu walked over, stepped on Dazna's chest, looked down at the embarrassed Dazna with a condescending attitude, and showed a dangerous and vicious smile. "I said I would raise the price. Don't think I'm easy to talk to, but I'm a man who will do it when it's time to do it." Yagyu said, "Now there is an additional fee. My lovely student was almost scared to death. I will settle this fee with you." Cough, cough, cough. Dazna coughed violently. His face flushed due to difficulty breathing due to chest compression, and he spit out a mouthful of scarlet blood with violent coughing. Before entrusting the task, he had already made full preparations for the matter to be exposed. "But I didn't expect that Yagyu would be such a strong man." "Yagyu teacher, please move your feet first. Let's have a good talk with Mr. Dazna." Haruno Sakura saw Dazna vomiting blood, and hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade Yagyu. Advertisement: she was worried that Yagyu Tsuki would be too heavy-handed and cause the old man Dazna to die on the spot. Killing the client would affect Yagyu Tsuki's reputation. "Shut up, ugly girl." Uchiha Sasuke raised his hand to block Haruno Sakura, glanced at Haruno Sakura coldly, and said in a cold voice, "Falsifying the content of the mission is a serious crime. If it weren't for Teacher Yagyu, our Team 7, including the client, would die." "I know. I'm worried about Teacher Yagyu's reputation." Haruno Sakura bit her lips lightly. She was indeed worried about Yagyu. Uchiha Sasuke raised her chin slightly and said in a very pretentious tone, "What do you know about Teacher Yagyu? You don't understand Teacher Yagyu's intentions at all." Unable to communicate, Haruno Sakura glared at Sasuke angrily. Speechless. "I really want to punch Sasuke. You know the best. If you know so much, why don't you just marry Mr. Yagyu? Don't be so deadpan, at least say a few words." Yagyu held a lollipop in his mouth, stepped harder on Dazna's chest, looked down at Dazna indifferently and said, "Stinky old man, you should know. Falsifying the content of a mission is a serious crime. To put it nicely, you have your reasons, but to put it bluntly, you are sending the ninja to his death. Falsifying the content of a mission is sending the ninja who accepts the mission to his death." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kill those kids." Dazna's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were filled with grief. "The Kingdom of Waves is very poor now. All the profitable port transactions are monopolized by black-hearted companies and cardo enterprises. It's difficult for all of us to eat, and some people even starve to death. We can't afford to pay high rewards. The 30,000 commissioned tasks are our last hope." Dazna recalled the tragic situation of the Kingdom of Waves, and his old eyes gradually turned red, and tears rolled down to the ground. Uchiha Sasuke walked to the side of Yagyu Tsuki, looked at the miserable Dasna in tears, and asked, "Why do they hire ninjas to hunt you down?" Dasna gritted his teeth and said, "Because I can build bridges. Cardo plans to dominate the Kingdom of Waves and let everyone help him make money, and I am building a bridge connecting other countries. As long as this bridge can be completed, Cardo's ambition can be destroyed. This bridge is the hope of the entire Wave country. My son was killed by Cardo's men when he was building the bridge. I must complete this bridge to the dream with everyone's hope." Dasna knelt on the ground and said sincerely, "I know the commission is a serious crime, but please help me. Please save the Wave country. No matter what. Even if he dies, he must complete the bridge, a bridge that leads to the hope of the 5 major countries. This is the last hope of the entire Wave country and the only dream of his old bones." Teacher Yagyu. Haruno Sakura bit his lip and gently pulled the corner of Yagyu's clothes. "Are you a hero of the Land of Waves? That's a really touching speech. I'm about to vomit after hearing your pitiful words." Lu Shungyue grabbed Dasna's hair, forced Dasna to look him in the eye, and said indifferently, "Don't expect anyone to save you in times of crisis. There are no heroes in the world, and I don't have sympathy for the weak. If someone will die for you because you are miserable, then it would be really convenient to be pitiful. I'm not interested in listening to you say these words. Just say it directly. How much money can you give me to save your Land of Waves?" He is not interested in caring about the lives of the weak, because he is a natural strong man after crossing over, and he will even bully the weak to find so-called pleasure. What's the point of helping the weak? You have to pay more. 200,000. Send me to the Land of Waves safely, and I will try my best to raise 200,000 for you. Dasna's face was ugly. He never thought that Yagyu could be so bad. Are you kidding me? 200,000 is to send away beggars. Yagyu frowned slightly, picked up Uzumaki Naruto next to him, pointed at Uzumaki Naruto's face and said, "Look carefully, Ninetales was almost scared to death just now, but he has the dream of becoming a Hokage. Do you think a young man's dream is only worth 200,000 garbage?" Everyone in the 7th team was speechless. While Yagyu teacher was talking about increasing the salary, he actually whipped Naruto mercilessly. Yagyu threw away Naruto, raised 2 fingers and said, 2 billion. Wave country will be very rich after the bridge is built. You can raise 2 billion and 1.7 in the future. Don't rush to refuse. If I give up this mission, you will die if you go back now. The bridge will be destroyed, and your grandson, daughter-in-law, and everyone in Wave country will become toys of black-hearted businessmen. Do you understand what I mean? He did not exaggerate. At present, the only person who can save Wave country in a short time is Lu Shungyue, because Dasna has no time to raise money to hire ninjas. I agree. Dasna sighed secretly and collapsed on the ground like a deflated balloon. It seemed that he had aged several years in a short time. There is no way. Wave country has no way to go now, and there is no time to entrust new ninjas. What Lu Shungyue said is all true. At present, he can only agree to Lu Shungyue's lion's mouth. Wave country can earn 2 billion if it survives, and it will be nothing if Wave country is destroyed. He can distinguish the pros and cons. Who can I blame? If I have to blame someone, I can only blame myself for forging the mission content and almost killing the kids in Team 7. Dasna asked, "You've already discovered that there's something wrong with the mission, right?" He felt that Yagyu Tsuki knew from the beginning that there was a big problem with the content of this mission, and then he was waiting for an opportunity to raise the price. Yagyu Tsuki patted Dasna's shoulder and said with a slight smile, "Who knows? Anyway, pay the money after the bridge is built. If you regret it later, you can, but I will directly destroy your Wave country." Dasna said bitterly, "I will pay." Yagyu Tsuki's attitude changed 180 degrees, and he glanced at Team 7 lightly, saying, "Stinky kid, don't look there stupidly. Hurry up and help Mr. Dasna up. This is our important client." Everyone in Team 7 was speechless. Mr. Yagyu's attitude changed so quickly. It's too real. Only Uzumaki Naruto kept his head down, thinking about things in a depressed mood. Chapter 48. The most important person is Bai's dream. Let's all go and practice. We'll start our journey tomorrow. Yagyu Tsuki burned the corpses of the 3 ninjas, then leaned lazily on the sofa and took out a box of 3-color meatballs to eat. I'll just have a midnight snack for now. Yagyu Tsuki ate the 3-color meatballs and said vaguely, "Ah, the lunchbox made by Sister Honghong is still delicious. Little brat, are you okay? If you're scared, go home and have your milk." Dasna picked up the bottle and sat on the ground, depressedly pouring a big gulp of wine into his mouth. glancing at the depressed Uzumaki Naruto next to him, and a feeling of self-blame surged in his heart. It's because I lied about the content of the mission that caused Uzumaki Naruto to be depressed. Alas. But to be honest, after telling the full content of the mission, I feel much more relaxed now. The only thing that is worth weighing on my mind is the 2 billion sky-high reward and the current state of Uzumaki Naruto. After entering the Land of Waves tomorrow, we might meet some enemies. If you are afraid, don't pay too much attention to me, coward. Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, glanced at Uzumaki Naruto coldly, and turned around and walked away to practice after a mocking remark. What did you say? Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto's face sank, and he grabbed Sasuke's shoulders fiercely, gritted his teeth and stared at Sasuke's cold face. But in the end, he couldn't say anything to refute. No one is perfect, the Golden Crow is pure, and no one except me is born perfect. Since we are born as human beings, we must have shortcomings. Yagyu Tsuki smiled faintly, with a sense of sarcasm and said, for example, you are a coward, Cole. Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth, and his face became even uglier. The iron claws of that jerk just now are poisonous. You'd better treat the wound. That's why little brats are troublesome, and little brats who hold us back are even more troublesome. Yagyu Tsuki pointed at the scratches on Uzumaki Naruto's right hand with a 3-color ball. Coward, you all underestimate me. Uzumaki Naruto pulled out a kunai from the leather on his leg and inserted it into his right hand fiercely. With a puff, scarlet blood spurted out. Everyone in the audience was stunned, and everyone stared at Uzumaki Naruto in a daze. Uchiha Sasuke paused, turned around, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto coldly. Naruto, what are you doing? Haruno Sakura was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly took out gauze and ran over to bandage Naruto. Just watch. Yagyu Tsuki put his arm around Haruno Sakura's shoulders to prevent Haruno Sakura from running over to stop Naruto, and pinched Haruno Sakura's round and smooth buttocks. Teacher pervert. Where are you pinching? Haruno Sakura's fair and delicate face turned slightly red, and her eyes showed shame and anger. She pinched Yagyu Tsuki's back of the hand hard. Yagyu Tsuki shrugged and looked at Uzumaki Naruto indifferently. Ninetales' brat finally changed and should be able to get some points. Why is it so different? Why am I always dragging my feet? Damn it. Uzumaki Naruto's hoarse voice was full of reluctance, and 2 tears rolled down his red eyes. The hand holding the kunai was trembling slightly. I should be stronger than before. I have been working hard since before. After joining Team 7, I train every day according to Mr. Yagyu's advice. I don't want to wait for others to save me anymore. I won't be frustrated, nor will I escape. I don't want to lose to Sasuke. I want to prove myself to Mr. Yagyu. Uzumaki Naruto cried with a firm belief. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke snorted. I will swear with this pain that I will become stronger, strong enough to protect you, and get the recognition of Mr. Yagyu. Uzumaki Naruto raised his bleeding right hand, and then pierced the palm of his right hand with a kunai. Speak directly and do what you say. This is my ninja way. Uzumaki Naruto looked at everyone in the audience with a firm expression. He vowed that from now on, he would become a strong ninja and stand with Team 7 to face the enemy. He longed for recognition from others, and he wanted to get the recognition of Yagyu. Ding. Gained 5 growth points, current growth value. Bronze 10 points. Yagyu said to himself, he has gained something. 5 points? It's okay, so. Idiot, you are still far away. Uchiha Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth slightly, turned, and walked away to start practicing. I never thought of losing to you, super idiot. Naruto. Haruno Sakura bit her lips. She never thought that Uzumaki Naruto could say such a thing. Ninja way. What is my ninja way? I have always wanted to prove myself like Ino since I was a child. Can this be considered my ninja way? Well said. I am almost moved. It is good to be a ninja to show off, but you will lose too much blood. Yagyu pointed at Naruto's bleeding right hand. Hey, what should I do? What should I do? Will I die from too much blood loss? Teacher Yagyu. Uzumaki Naruto's heart trembled, and he hurriedly covered his bleeding right hand, ran around and ran away. It's okay. It's okay. Die boldly. We will remember you in our hearts. Yagyu grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's right hand and looked at the healing wound lightly. The power of Ninetales. Advertisement using huge chakra to heal wounds is really a convenient and useful ability. But because of the previous sign-in reward, his chakra volume doubled, and now he has more chakra than Ninetales, and even more than the first generation before his death. In terms of chakra volume alone, no one in the history of ninjas can have more chakra than him, but the Otsutsuki clan is another matter. But the problem is, after his chakra volume doubled, his vitality became ridiculously huge, and every little cell had extremely strong vitality. Be careful when playing with women in the future. What if you win the lottery? I hope Tsunade didn't win the lottery, because it was filled up directly. It was a grand slam. It should be okay, right? It would be too funny if he won the lottery. Uzumaki Naruto yelled angrily, "Hey, is this what a teacher should say? You said it so beautifully, but you are still a fool." Haruno Sakura sighed, and when he saw that Uzumaki Naruto was fine, he turned around and trotted to the lake to start practicing. Let's go. You guys should work hard. I'm going to take a shower and have a nap." Yagyu let go of Uzumaki Naruto, stretched and walked into the magnificent villa. Team 7 was practicing hard, Dasna was drinking alone, and Yagyu was sleeping comfortably. A night passed like this. Early morning. The mist was hazy, and it was cool after the rain. In front of the villa, Yagyu was lying on the soft sofa, with his hands behind his head, sleeping. He was just woken up by Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone, and then he beat up everyone in Team 7, and then he started to sleep in the cool breeze after the rain. Crunch, the subtle footsteps sounded, and a very cute and delicate boy walked slowly to Yagyu's side. He had black hair, a bell on his white neck, and wore a female light pink kimono. Slender figure, white skin, cute face. The whole person looks cute and elegant. But he is a man. He is Mizunatsuki Haku. She is defenseless when she sleeps. Mizunatsuki Haku squatted beside the sofa, looking at Yagyu Tsuki, who was sleeping soundly, looking at Yagyu Tsuki's handsome face, puffing up his mouth slightly and thinking thoughtfully. The god of ninjas, Yagyu Tsuki. If Yagyu Tsuki can be solved now, he can get the 1 billion reward for the mission and also get the 1 billion bounty offered by Yagyu Tsuki at the same time. Mr. Zabuza will be very happy after having 2 billion, right? Mizunatsuki Haku slowly raised his hand and grabbed Yagyu Tsuki's neck. After a moment, his hand stopped in front of Yagyu Tsuki's skin, biting his lips lightly with hesitation in his eyes, and finally covered Yagyu Tsuki with a coat. Yagyu Tsuki is an enemy. Solving Yagyu Tsuki will allow Mr. Zabuza to obtain funds, but Yagyu Tsuki must have very important people. If the important people die here, they will be very sad, right? Why should we stop? Why should we hesitate? Enemies are enemies, and all enemies deserve to die. But it is a very smart judgment that you are only a little away from death. Lu Shengyue slowly opened his eyes and looked at Mizunatsuki Bai lightly. The moment Mizunatsuki Bai walked into the area, he had already discovered Mizunatsuki Bai's breath. Mizunatsuki Bai helped Lu Shengyue to tidy up the coat that was covering Lu Shengyue, and said with a chuckle, "It just rained. Be careful to catch a cold if you sleep outside. You are such a good transvestite, but I have no interest in that aspect. Even if you please me, it is useless. I am not interested in playing your drum." Lu Shengyue sat up, touched his chin, and used the eyes of an old uncle to hit the very beautiful transvestite in front of him. It is obviously an enemy, but he still covered me with clothes to prevent me from catching a cold. If it were a woman, it would add a lot of points. Unfortunately, it is a man. I don't understand. Mizuno Tsuki tilted his head, thinking about what Yagyu Tsuki said in confusion. After a few seconds, his fair face turned slightly red. He glared at Yagyu Tsuki in shame and anger, and said tenderly, "Rogue." What a rogue. All the enemies he met before were very cold ninjas. This was the first time he met someone as rogue as Yagyu Tsuki. "Don't be so shy, I'm not teasing you." Lu Shengyue took out a lollipop, unwrapped it and put it in his mouth, saying lightly, "How do you feel after the investigation? You know me?" Mizunatsuki Bai was slightly startled. He and Lu Shengyue met for the first time today, but from what Lu Shengyue meant, it seemed that he knew that his purpose was to investigate the enemy's intelligence. Ice escape is a rare blood limit, and there are still only a handful of them, including you. Lu Shengyue sipped the lollipop and said lightly, "To be honest, your superior talent is a bit of a waste to follow the Mist Ninja Demon. Do you want to consider changing jobs? You can get a raise now." Hee. Strange person. Mizunatsuki Bai covered his mouth and chuckled. "I admire you for being so calm and chatting with the enemy." Advertisement. He didn't expect Lu Shengyue to know so much, and he almost exposed his family tree. But knowing that he was an enemy, he could still chat and laugh. Lu Shengyue is really a strange man. "It's okay, you're weak." Lu Shengyue waved his hand and said in a casual tone, "There's no need to be so angry, we just have different positions. There's no hatred or resentment, so there's no need to be angry, and this girl is very strong, even able to reach the weak Kage level. But she's still too weak. He didn't take Bai seriously at all. Do you have anyone important to you? The person you love most that you want to protect at all costs. Mizuno Bai gathered the hair behind her ears, recalled the scene of her first meeting with Zabuza, and her mouth slowly rose up, showing a beautiful smile. At that time, his family was broken and he was helpless. He was regarded as a monster with blood limit by the Mist Village. On that snowy day, he was picked up by Momochi Zabuza. Momochi Zabuza said that he needed his power. Only then did he know that the power that he was regarded as a monster was the most important power in Zabuza's eyes. He was willing to give everything for Zabuza, who was more important than his own life. In order to protect important people, he was willing to be an emotionless tool. As long as he could stay with Zabuza, no matter what the price was, it was worth it. You will die, Yagyu said. When people protect important people, they will become very strong. Mizuno Bai smiled lightly, with a happy feeling and said, on a snowy day, he became my only salvation, becoming his tool, becoming his power. Even if I will die, I am very happy. He has never felt warmth since he was born. Even his parents think of him as a monster, because when he awakened his blood limit, he was going to be exterminated by the top leaders of the Mist Village. At the moment when he was most helpless, Zabuza Momochi said he was very valuable. He knew that he was being used, and that he was being used as a tool, but Zabuza Momochi was his only salvation. Saying that he was useful, and that he was an excellent tool made him feel the meaning of life for the first time. Yagyu Tsuki pulled his messy white hair back, looked at Mizunatsuki Haku indifferently and frivolously, and said in a mocking tone, "Love is the most twisted curse. The moment you decide to live for others, you are already hopeless. Don't worry, I will let you die together, as a return gift for you covering me with clothes. Live for others, die for others." The little transvestite is willing to be a bitter tool without emotions for important people. This is already a curse-like thought. He never thought of living for others, because his own life is more important than anything else, and his own life is more valuable than anything else. 350 only by working hard to live is the most basic wisdom. To be honest, there is a little envy. I also want such a tool that is willing to do everything for me. It feels good to have an obedient and well-behaved tool that gives everything. My blood limit is more like a curse. Mizunatsuki Shiro showed a bitterness at the corner of his mouth. If he didn't have the ice escape blood limit, how could he be hated by his parents, and how could he be regarded as a monster by the villagers? Is that so? Yagyu secretly complained in his heart. Uchiha Obito took the blame. The reason why the Mist Village hunted bloodline limit ninjas was because Obito controlled the 4th Mizukage at that time, so as to weaken part of the combat power of the Mist Village and cause the sensation of blood mist. It seems that many things are caused by the Red Eye Disease clan. Uchiha Madara made Obito black, and the Trouble King made many people in the Garden Village black. Stacking buffs, right? Quite funny. Mizuno Bai said firmly, he is the meaning of my existence and the only value of my life. He needs my strength. I work for him, fight for him, and want to realize his dream. This is my dream. Mizuno Bai tilted her little head, smiled lightly with a hint of happiness and said, now because of him, I still like my power that is hated by others. Yagyu sipped the lollipop lightly and said lightly, I am not so soft-hearted. Just take it as your last words. The little transvestite's belief is admirable, but the idea of living in the face of death is hard to say. The little transvestite and Naruto had similar experiences, but because of the people they met, they embarked on their own ninja ways. Mizunatsuki Haku complained, thank you for listening to me for so many words, but eat less sugar. He hasn't said so many words for a long time. Yagyu Tsuki said, hand. Mizunatsuki Haku raised his hand and looked at Yagyu Tsuki in confusion. How do you feel? Yagyu Tsuki's fingertips emitted light blue chakra, which was tapped on Mizunatsuki Haku's white palm. Very strong. The strongest ninja I have ever seen. Mizunatsuki Haku, feeling the huge chakra in his palm, felt an incredible feeling in his heart. Really? Go quickly. Don't bother me. See you on the battlefield. Yagyu Tsuki waved his hand and drove people away with a very disgusted attitude. Please be careful. Mizunatsuki Haku glanced at the distance, where Team 7 was practicing hard, and then turned to leave the area. Interesting. Yagyu Tsuki held the back of his head with both hands, leaning his head on the soft sofa. He felt the breath of multiple Kage levels from the chakra of the little transvestite. Although the breath was very weak, he could still feel it clearly. To have so many Kaga levels appear at the same time, it should be Akatsuki organization, right? Akatsuki should be planning to take this opportunity to capture the Nine-Tails kid who left the village. Things are getting interesting. Yagyu-sensei, we are working hard to practice, and you are dating such a cute sister. Chapter 49. Zabuza appears and his sword is stolen. Yagyu Tsuki said, "He is a man." Uzumaki Naruto had an expression of disbelief on his face, recalling Mizunatsuki's cute and beautiful face, and her more elegant posture than many girls. Black hair, slender figure. The delicate and white skin is enough to be envied by many girls, and the delicate and cute face is even cuter than Haruno Sakura. It was the first time he saw such a cute girl. "You told me this is a man? Who would believe it?" Yagyu Tsuki said lightly, "You little brat, he has what you have. Don't fantasize about useless things all day long. If you like this, please ask Sasuke to wear women's clothes." Man. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't believe it. Is it really a man? Haruno Sakura walked to Yagyu Tsuki, put his hand between his eyebrows, and looked at Mizunatsuki, who was gradually disappearing in the distance. Yagyu Tsuki affirmed, "Yes, a man. Man. Uzumaki Naruto fell to the ground, turning gray as if he had lost his dream. He was really moved just now, but he never expected that it was a man. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and said with a flattering face, Sakura-chan, I was just joking. In fact, you are more lovely." Humph. Haruno Sakura snorted coldly and ignored Uzumaki Naruto. No wonder Sasuke called Naruto an idiot. Naruto actually said that a man is less lovely than me as a girl? Where can I put my face as a girl? What a joke. B*****************. D. No wonder Naruto has no female popularity. Sakura-chan. Uzumaki Naruto looked desperate. "Pack up. We'll set off in 3 minutes." Yagyu Tsuki snapped his fingers, and the entire magnificent villa turned into vines scattered on the ground. He discovered from the chakra aura of the little transvestite that this mission seemed to be much more interesting than he had imagined. Akatsuki organization? It's just right to test the newly acquired power, so let's use the members of Akatsuki as a whetstone for the infinite space. Wait a moment, I'll go organize the ninja tools. When Haruno Sakura heard that they were going to set off, he turned around and ran away quickly, organizing the ninja tools used to assist in training last night. Uzumaki Naruto hugged Yagyu Tsuki's legs and cried, "Teacher Yagyu, help me. Will Sakura-chan hate me? Give me some ideas." Yagyu Tsuki pinched his chin, looked at Uzumaki Naruto lightly, deliberately put on a thinking attitude, and said, "There should be no need to hate you." Uzumaki Naruto smiled, but before he was completely happy, he heard Yagyu Tsuki say the next sentence. Yagyu Tsuki looked down at Uzumaki Naruto, who was kneeling beside his legs with a serious expression, and said, "Because you are already annoying. No hope. Give up. Just play with your hands honestly." Uzumaki Naruto looked ashen. Soon, led by Yagyu Tsuki, everyone went to the Land of Waves, and Team 7 and others practiced while walking. At present, no one in Team 7 can touch the threshold of the second stage of Rasengan, because from the second stage of Rasengan, it is a real form change. The sun is red in the west, and the sunset is setting in the west. In the Land of Waves, in the Hibiki Forest, heavy snow all over the sky, and the evening wind is cold. Uzumaki Naruto sneezed, touched his nose and complained speechlessly, "What kind of weather is this? It's cold and hot. It was hot just now, and now it's snowing." Dasna took a sip of wine and said, "The climate in Wave Country is changeable. The temperature is very low at night. It's not strange even if it snows suddenly." Advertisement. While everyone was chatting, a pale mist gradually rose from their feet. Mist? The faces of the 7th team changed slightly. Everyone looked around strangely. The pale mist gradually covered the whole place, causing everyone to stretch out their hands and not be able to see their fingers. Haruno Sakura fanned the white mist in front of him with his hands and said with a strange expression, "Is fog also a climate change?" Uzumaki Naruto complained, "What the hell? It's snowing and foggy. The climate in your Wave Country is changing too fast." Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly, his eyes condensed and turned into 2 Tomo Sharingan. He vaguely felt that there was something strange about the fog. "Everyone get down." Yagyu Tsukishiro paused, sipped the lollipop in his mouth, and glanced at the direction in the distance. Through the perception ability of chakra, he sensed that there was a breath approaching in the distance. "Lie down." Team 7 was stunned for a moment, and everyone quickly lay on the ground. Even Dasna followed suit. looking at Yagyu Tsuki's back in confusion. Lie down? What does this mean? Are you kidding us? What? You're asking us to lie down for no reason. Uzumaki Naruto lay on the ground obediently, complaining speechlessly. Teacher Yagyu, can you stop playing pranks? We still have to practice and do missions. As soon as the voice fell, buzz, a large gust of wind blew like a typhoon, and the sharp beheading sword cut off several large trees. Then a cold light came into the eyes of everyone in the audience, and the beheading sword flew over Team 7 and others. The beheading sword spun quickly like a shuriken, and everyone in Team 7 could only feel that there was a fierce gust of wind blowing from above, and the beheading sword fiercely chopped at Yagyu Tsuki's neck. What does this mean? Yagyu didn't move, looking at the approaching beheading sword calmly. Then he slowly raised a finger to block the sharp sword. The sword and the finger collided violently, generating strong airflows, blowing the snow on the ground in all directions, and then the sword fell heavily to the ground, and the sharpness of the blade made the sword stick into the soil as soon as it landed. Lu Xingyue's fingers were intact, not even a scratch. Are you throwing the knife to show off? Just think of it as a meeting you sent me. You are really a polite enemy. Yagyu Tsuki picked up the beheading sword on the ground, and then put it on his back. The sword belongs to me. The mist ninja demon threw the sword, probably intending to insert the sword into the big tree behind me, and then use the instant body, quietly standing on the sword to appear on the stage. The mist ninja demon should have appeared in this way in the past, right? You still want to show off in front of me? It's funny. Now that you can't show off, the beheading sword is directly mine. What's going on? What just happened? Uzumaki Naruto raised his head in confusion, looked at the big tree that was cut off next to him, and then looked at the sword behind Yagyu Tsuki. He could only feel a strong gust of wind blowing, and then there was a sound like steel colliding. Could it be that? Uzumaki Naruto's face changed drastically, with a look of fear in his eyes. Could it be that the strong wind that just blew over was the big sword that Yagyu-sensei carried on his back? That sword was the enemy's attack. If we hadn't listened to Yagyu-sensei's order and had honestly laid on the ground, all of us would have been torn to pieces now. Oh my god. It's scary to think about it. Hiss. Vortex Naruto took a breath of cold air. His hand tremblingly touched his uninjured neck, and he swallowed a stream of saliva in fear. A chill gradually emerged on his back. The faces of the people in Team 7 were ugly, and they all felt a sense of fear in their hearts. They secretly swore in their hearts that they would listen to Mr. Yagyu's orders more in the future and do whatever Mr. Yagyu told them to do. If Mr. Yagyu hadn't discovered the enemy's attack just now, all the people in Team 7 would have died without a doubt, because they didn't find the enemy's attack at all, and they didn't even find the attack passing from above. Naruto, little Sakura. After Uchiha Sasuke reacted, he pulled out a kunai and stood in front of Dasna, using the Scarlet 2 Tomo Sharingan, staring at the pale mist in front of him. As Sasuke took action, Naruto and little Sakura also responded, and at the same time pulled out a kunai and stood beside Dasna. Team 7 guarded Dasna in the middle, forming a swastika formation with almost no blind spots. Where is the enemy? Uchiha Sasuke looked solemn, using the Scarlet 2 Tomo Sharingan to vigilantly scan the surroundings covered by the white mist. He still hadn't discovered where the enemy was hiding in this white dew. Yagyu-sensei should know where the enemy is, and with the inside of his Sharingan, he didn't even notice the knife passing by just now. But Yagyu-sensei was able to discover the enemy's attack first. If it weren't for Yagyu-sensei's order, I'm afraid I would have died now. Should I say, he is really worthy of being Yagyu-sensei. Damn, what a joke. I am a member of the Uchiha clan, and I have a Sharingan that I am proud of. What's wrong? Dasna was confused. You are crowned the strongest by the 5 major countries and enjoy the title of the god of ninja, but you are actually the leader of the little ghosts. It's a ridiculous joke. The indifferent voice resounded throughout the audience, and then everyone saw a figure in the pale fog slowly walking out of the fog. Advertisement in full view of the crowd. A tall man walked out of the fog. He was wrapped in many layers of bandages, and the bandages covered his face so that no one could see his face clearly. Zabuza Momochi, an A-level rebel ninja from the Mist Village and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, is a super dangerous ninja known as the Shounen Ghost Man. Who is this guy? Team 7 looked solemn and stared at Zabuza Momochi vigilantly. You can actually block the attack just now. You seem to have some strength, but I have killed many ninjas with only a name. You, the god of ninja, are worth killing. Zabuza Momochi ignored Team 7 and stared at Tsuki Yagyu indifferently, bursting out a huge chakra with cold killing intent in this chakra. Judging from chakra alone, Tsuki Yagyu is not as strong as rumored. His strength is at most ordinary Kaga level. Rumors are just rumors after all, and they are stories spread from the mouths of the weak. We can do it. Let alone stop him for 3 minutes. Bai and I can even kill Yagyu Tsuki. Bai is the most perfect tool I have ever seen, a tool called ninja. As long as 2 billion is in hand, I will have the funds to fulfill my ambitions. This time I will completely change the Mist Village. Wang's huge chakra covered the entire field, and the cold murderous intent full of blood and violence spread in all directions with the rich pale color. Under the cover of this cold murderous intent, everyone in the 7th team was terrified and had difficulty breathing. So scary, hoo-hoo. Haruno Sakura breathed heavily, feeling this very scary breath. His eyes were full of fear. His face gradually became pale and weak, and his fair body trembled slightly because of fear. The beautiful legs were bending down like they were weak, and the hands holding the kunai were also trembling. Who is this man? What a terrifying breath. Being an enemy of this person will kill you. This murderous aura full of violence and blood is like the day at the 7th training ground, testing our 7th class teacher Yagyu. Damn it. Uchiha Sasuke used the 2-tomo Sharingan to stare at Zabuza, who was moving forward. Even he was suppressed by the murderous aura, and his legs were weak and trembling slightly. This weak fear reminded him of the night of the genocide in the past. He was also so weak and afraid that day. He knew very well that the terrible enemy in front of him was an existence that Team 7 could not match at present. If Team 7 fought against such an enemy, they would be destroyed in an instant. Are you the enemy? You look pretty powerful. Uzumaki Naruto's teeth were trembling, and he stared at Momochi Zabuza with an ugly expression. Although he swore to be determined, he still instinctively felt fear after feeling the cold murderous aura. The real killing intention was different from Mr. Yagyu in the training ground. This bandage man really wanted to kill all of us. Who is this bandage man? There is such a terrible guy. It was the first time for Team 7 to encounter an enemy of Momochi Zabuza's level. Yagyu Tsuki played with the beheading sword, smiling with a hint of sarcasm, and said, "Were you attacking just now?" Sorry, I thought someone was throwing garbage." Momochi Zabuza's face changed slightly. He could hear the sarcasm in Yagyu Tsuki's words. "Why can you easily block the attack? As long as you inject Chakra's nature transformation, everything in the world can become very hard. Some women like to play like this. It's very convenient, right?" Yagyu Tsuki raised a finger, and light blue chakra emerged from the fingertips. As long as the chakra's nature transformation is injected, any part of the body can become very hard. Who asked you? Momochi Zabuza frowned slightly and glanced coldly at the beheading sword in Yagyu Tsuki's hand. Damn Yagyu Tsuki, he actually took the sword for himself. To be honest, he didn't expect that the dignified ninja god could be so thick-skinned. Even when he was defeated in the past, no one would take away his beheading sword. He just planned to throw the sword to attack, but he never expected that Yagyu Tsuki would be so shameless to take the sword for himself. Is this the style of the ninja god? What a lack of martial ethics. You seem to want my sword very much. What a greedy, stinky man. If you want it, it's fine. Anyway, broken toys are meaningless in my eyes. Yagyu played with the beheading sword. The sword spun like a ball on his fingertips. He deliberately showed an embarrassed expression and said, 500 million. Take out 500 million, and I will reluctantly sell it to you. Everyone in the audience was speechless. The sword is the enemy's weapon. How come Lu Sheng teacher said it was his own, and then he sold it to the enemy? You are really something. Everyone in Class 7 thought secretly. The sword ran into Lu Sheng teacher's hands, and you actually wanted to take the sword back, Zhao Naheo? Dreaming. If our wallets in Class 7 fell on the ground, they would be taken by Lu Shengyu, not to mention that you are an enemy, and you took the initiative to throw the sword to Lu Sheng teacher. Yagyu Tsuki's fingertips slid across the blade, feeling the sharpness of the blade, and said lightly, this broken toy is also a good sword. Sell it to the Mist Village. It should be able to sell it for a good price. I used to play with Raiga, and the Mist Village was like crazy looking for compensation from me. After all, the ninja sword is the priceless treasure of the Mist Village. Now if I sell the beheading sword to the Mist Village, I should be able to squeeze the wallet of Chirumi Mei, the crazy woman. Stupid man. The beheading sword is a symbol of force and a priceless treasure in the eyes of ninjas. Momochi Zabuza showed a cold, murderous intent. It was the first time he saw a ninja as shameless as Yagyu Tsuki. The beheading sword is a priceless treasure, one of the only 7 famous swords in the ninja world, and the symbol of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village. But Yagyu Tsuki actually said that he wanted to sell it for money? How dare he say that? He found that when chatting with Yagyu Tsuki, he would feel inexplicably angry after a few words. Yagyu Tsuki's words could easily arouse others' anger. Anyway, go ahead, don't waste my time. Choose the way you like to attack. Yagyu Tsuki put the beheading sword behind his back, took out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and threw it into his mouth. Who do you think I am? Even without the beheading sword in hand, I am still one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Momochi Zabuza made seals with both hands, and the white mist around him became thicker. He said coldly and arrogantly, "Don't worry, I won't waste too much of your time. I will deal with you soon." Mist Shinobi Technique. The pale mist covered the entire venue. The mist contained cold chakra, and the murderous aura full of blood and hostility was even higher, causing the bodies of the members of Team 7 to tremble in fear. Everyone was alert to the white dew around them. Well, very good. We have to talk trash before the battle. Otherwise, how can there be a loser? Yagyu Tsukishiro did not move and glanced at the white mist around him. Although his vision was blocked by the white mist, he could clearly sense everyone in the dew. Chapter 50 Delay for 3 minutes? Are you trying to get me killed again? Hands, feet, legs, waist, heart. Where do you want to start? Behind the crowd, an indifferent voice sounded, full of cold, murderous intent. A sharp, cold light flashed. Momochi Zabuza held a kunai in his hand and slashed at Yagyu Tsuki's neck fiercely. He did not attack Dasna first, because in his eyes, Dasna was no longer important. Because if you delay Yagyu Tsuki for 3 minutes, you can get a huge amount of money, and even get a huge sum of money after you get rid of Yagyu Tsuki. Added together, it's a full 2 billion yuan. Who cares if you live or die? Dasna? What? Fast speed. The expressions of the 7th team were stiff, feeling the cold breath behind them, and everyone's eyes showed fear. Due to too much fear, no one could react in a short time. Mouth drum. Where do you like to start? Yagyu Tsuki slapped Momochi Zabuza in the face with his backhand. What a fast reaction speed. Momochi Zabuza's face changed slightly. Although the chakra in the mist could cover the 5 senses, Yagyu Tsuki could still react so quickly. Pa! The crisp sound resounded throughout the venue, awakening everyone who was frightened by the murderous intent. Momochi Zabuza was slapped and flew away. His body rolled several times in the air, broke several large trees, and then fell heavily to the ground. What happened? The expressions of the people in Team 7 were stiff, and their eyes were full of deep fear. They just couldn't react, and then the enemy was beaten away by Teacher Yagyu Degree Instant. It happened in just a moment. Is this a confrontation between strong people? If Teacher Yagyu hadn't taken action just now, I'm afraid everyone in Team 7 would have died. Who is this guy with bandages? What a powerful ninja. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Zabuza in the distance in panic, his hand holding the kunai trembling, and a feeling of fear surged in his heart. I really couldn't react just now. It should be said that I couldn't react because the enemy was too fast. The Jōnin of the Mist Village is also an A-level rebel ninja, a demon, Momochi Zabuza. Yagyu Tsuki touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "It seems that when he advanced to Jōnin, he killed 100 ninjas by himself. He should be quite strong. Is he very strong? It's a bit hard to say. He can't define the concept of strong. After all, those below Kage level are all ants. Kage level can also be divided into different levels. The 3rd generation old dog is currently a weak Kage level, and Terumi Mei's friend is a Kage level. And his current comprehensive strength has already touched the threshold of the 6 paths level, which is much stronger than the 1st generation and Madara before his death, so it is difficult to define how strong the Mist Ninja Demon is. At least in his eyes, they are no different from ants. Came? Escape from the enemy again? Uzumaki Naruto looked confused, muttering the name Yagyu Tsukushi said, secretly complaining in his heart. Uncle Kame's name 860 is so strange. A-level rebel ninja? Uchiha Sasuke's face was gloomy, with a cold murderous intent in his eyes, and a man's back appeared in his mind. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi is also a rebel ninja. A ninja who can still live safely after becoming a rebel ninja is almost as powerful as you can imagine. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Yagyu Tsukushi. The enemy and Yagyu teacher are both Jōnin, but the enemy has no concerns. Instead, Yagyu teacher has to protect Team 7 while playing a game of life and death with the enemy. Previously, those black-clothed ninjas were Chunin, but the enemies who appeared now are Jōnin, with the same ninja class as Yagyu teacher. The situation is very bad now. Damn it! Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth. and the Scarlet 2 Tomo Sharingan revealed a wave of angry emotions. He couldn't even see the enemy's movement trajectory in his Sharingan. I would actually become an obstacle to Teacher Yagyu. If our Team 7 was present, Teacher Yagyu would have some concerns, right? I am a member of the Uchiha clan, but I would become a drag because of fear of the enemy's strength. What a joke. I am an Avenger. The enemy is actually a Jōnin? Haruno Sakura's pupils shrank, and he covered his soft little mouth, looking at Momochi Zabuza in the distance in horror. No wonder this mist ninja is so scary. He is actually a strong man at the same level as Teacher Yagyu. As a Jōnin, Teacher Yagyu is very strong. All Jōnin should be ninjas as strong as Teacher Yagyu, right? She had never seen much of the world, and thought that since Yagyu Tsuki was so strong as a Jōnin, all Jōnin might have such strong strength. Yagyu Tsuki saw Sasuke's ugly face, and could probably guess what Sasuke was thinking. She put her hand on Sasuke's head, and said with a slight smile, "Gold wins?" The Uchiha kid must be thinking about the fact that Team 7 is holding back, right? Team 7 is indeed holding back, and the stinky old man Dazna is also a nuisance. But it doesn't matter, we will win anyway. It's just a fun game, just use a few moves to deal with the enemy. Teacher Yagyu. Everyone in Class 7 was slightly startled. Everyone looked up at Yagyu Tsuki. After seeing Yagyu Tsuki's confident attitude, everyone felt relieved. Strange. A bit strange. Advertisement, I was very scared just now, but after hearing what Teacher Yagyu said, all the fear in my heart disappeared, and I felt relieved instead. Is this the charm of the strong? Even though the white fog can hinder your 5 senses, you can still react so quickly. I admit that I underestimated you. Momochi Zabuza got up, with a fiery red palm print on his face, and a solemn look in his eyes, staring at Yagyu Tsuki in the distance. Yagyu Tsuki actually dared slap in the face, but it doesn't matter, because 1 minute has passed. 2 minutes left. Yagyu Tsuki is still in the mood to chat with Team 7. If he likes chatting so much, then let's chat for a few more sentences. It's best to chat for 3 minutes. Although I don't understand what Akatsuki is going to do. What's the point of stopping Yagyu Tsuki for 3 minutes? But a mission is a mission, just complete the mission and get the money. It's too easy to hold Yagyu Tsuki for 3 minutes. It's easy to get this billion. Do you care about time? Yagyu Tsuki pinched his chin and looked at Zabuza thoughtfully. He always felt that the unlucky ninja seemed to be counting time. What's the point of counting time? Little transvestite, the few Kaga-level auras remaining in the chakra should be members of the Akatsuki organization. After all, it is difficult to find so many Kages gathered together in the entire ninja world. Let's define it as Akatsuki for the time being. The Akatsuki members have not appeared, and the mist ninja demon man seems to be counting time. The corners of Lu Shengyue's mouth slightly raised. That's what happened. You have contacted Akatsuki, hypothetically. Suppose that Akatsuki used you to delay me for a while, and then they took this opportunity to capture the Nine-Tails kid. Do you think this joke is reasonable? While speaking, Lu Shengyue showed a mocking smile, looking at Zabuza in the distance as if he felt very funny. He just made a random guess, but it was reasonable no matter how he thought about it, because how could Akatsuki contact a useless ninja like the Mist Ninja Demon Man for no reason? Although the words were unpleasant, but the strength of the Demon Ninja Man was garbage in the eyes of the Akatsuki organization. Anyone caught from Akatsuki was Kaga level, and they were Kaga level with the unique bloodline limit. The reason why he contacted the Demon Ninja Man should be because of the strength of the little transvestite. Of course, all of this is my own assumption. Shao? What is that? I have never heard of this kind of rubbish. Momochi Zabuza's heart trembled, and he pointed his kunai at Yagyu Tsuki in the distance, and said coldly and arrogantly, I said I won't waste too much of your time, and I will soon finish you here. Yagyu Tsuki is such a smart boy. Assumption, you are really good at assumption. Although Yagyu Tsuki didn't find out how long it took, he had completely assumed that the plan was correct. Really? I am still quite confident. Just act according to my assumption. 4 red sun barriers. Yagyu Tsuki put his hands together. The ground began to tremble violently, and 4 dark red energy walls rose from the ground, surrounding Team 7 and Jizna and others. Yagyu-sensei? Team 7 looked at the huge barrier, and everyone was very confused. Yagyu Tsuki raised his hand, tapped the dark red barrier wall, and said with a faint chuckle, this is a super difficult barrier that requires 4 people with Kaga-level chakra to attack at the same time to activate, which can defend against 10 Tails Tailed Beast Bomb. But you still can't understand the strength of 10 Tails. Just think of it as a monster that can slap the old dog of the 3rd generation to death with one slap. By the way, I can't activate the barrier by myself. After a slight pause, Yagyu Tsuki looked at Zabuza Momochi in the distance and said lightly, "Do you understand what I mean? It takes 4 Kaga-level warriors to activate the 4 red yang barrier, but he has a terrifying amount of chakra, so he can activate it alone. What a powerful barrier!" Uzumaki Naruto lay on the wall of the barrier and shouted excitedly, "Teacher Yagyu, I also want to learn such a powerful barrier." Although he didn't understand what Ten Tails was, since the Ten Tails could kill the third-generation grandfather and the barrier could defend against the attack of Ten Tails, it was enough to show that the barrier was very powerful. Want to learn? Want to show off? What do you want to prove? I have killed countless ninjas like you who show off their strength. Zabuza Momochi's face changed slightly. It was the first time he saw someone who could activate this super advanced 4 red yang barrier by himself. 1 minute left. These brats seem to be very afraid of you. They think that you and I are both Jōnin. I will be in a tough battle if I protect them and resist your attacks at the same time. Yagyu slowly walked out of the barrier, glanced at the people in Class 7 and said, "The teacher has the obligation to correct your wrong ideas." Wrong ideas? The people in Class 7 were puzzled, and they didn't understand what Yagyu meant. He can become a Jōnin because he is strong enough to be a Jōnin, and the reason why I am a Jōnin is that the highest position is only Jōnin. Yagyu looked at Class 7 and said, "I have said before in my self-introduction that I am the most special ninja in the village. People are divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. The garbage will be eliminated, and so are ninjas. If I am a first-class ninja, then you are." Yagyu sipped the lollipop lightly, looked at Zabuza in the distance, and said, "A lower-class ninja? He likes to talk trash and taunt his enemies, because he feels that others can't do anything to him. Very happy. First-class ninja." Everyone in Team 7 was stunned. Teacher Yagyu laid so much groundwork before, and his purpose was to taunt the enemy. Advertisement Teacher Yagyu seems very confident. Could it be that Teacher Yagyu are all the Jōnin strong men of the best kind? Low-class, arrogant boy. I will kill all of you now. Momochi Zabuza looked gloomy, staring coldly at Yagyu Tsuki in the distance. There are still 30 seconds, but he was really a little angry at being ridiculed. Low-class. It was the first time someone said he was low-class. You know, he was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and he could kill 100 ninjas by himself when he was a child. Momochi Zabuza was very annoyed, but he did not attack Yagyu Tsuki rashly. He was waiting for the last 30 seconds, the 30 seconds to get 1 billion funds to fulfill his ambition. Although taking action can solve Yagyu Tsuki, it is afraid that it will take some time to solve Yagyu Tsuki, so the best thing to do now is to focus on the task. Because there are only 30 seconds left. Yagyu Tsuki touched Haruno Sakura's little head, chuckled lightly and said, "Hirakuma kid, tell me the number." "You are the flat bear." Haruno Sakura retorted unhappily. Then after thinking for a moment, he doubtfully said a number. 7? 7? Then let's kill the enemy in 7 seconds. Yagyu Tsuki stretched his muscles. 7 seconds to kill the enemy? Everyone in Team 7 was dumbfounded. Haruno Sakura just said a number, and it turned out to be the time to kill the enemy. Teacher Yagyu is so crazy. 7 seconds to kill me? Don't regret it. I will tear your smiling face apart, and your 1 billion bounty will also belong to me. Momochi Zabuza quickly formed seals with both hands, and a trace of cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. 7 seconds to kill me? Arrogant to the extreme. Crowned as the strongest by the 5 great nations? Ridiculous. Just a ninja god. Just kill him. I want the extra 1 billion bounty too. Water style, great waterfall technique. Momochi Zabuza slapped the ground with both hands. Boom, 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 the ground shook violently, and a waterfall like a huge wave rose from the ground, rolling and surging on the ground, knocking away all obstacles wherever it passed, instantly destroying 1/3 of Saki, and blasting towards Yagyu Tsuki with a destructive momentum. This move is a rare A-level water style among Jōnin, and its power is even among the best in water style. Because of the injection of chakra nature transformation, this waterfall like a huge wave is very heavy, weighing at least tens of tons, enough to easily crush many ninjas to death. This is his strongest attack. Is this guy a low-class ninja? Everyone in Team 7 looked at the terrible waterfall that destroyed everything like a huge wave. Teacher Yagyu actually said that people who can use such a powerful water style are low-class? Is Zabuza a low-class person? How is it possible? It is very powerful and worthy of admiration. Yagyu Tsuki burst out a wave of chakra, and the chakra formed a strong airflow, directly blew away the entire waterfall like a wave. What? Everyone in the audience was stunned. Even Momochi Zabuza couldn't believe it. Yagyu Tsuki just burst out chakra and blew away his full-strength attack. But Zabuza Momochi had no time to think too much, because Yagyu Tsuki had already appeared in front of him. In an instant, Yagyu Tsuki raised his hand and grabbed Zabuza's neck, then punched Zabuza in the abdomen. Ugh. Zabuza Momochi spit out a large mouthful of blood, and the blood was mixed with fragments of internal organs. The pain of the abdomen tearing spread throughout the body, and the internal organs were shaking violently. This pain shook the brain. Zabuza Momochi was stunned, and he recalled Konan's cold and indifferent voice. Hold Yagyu Tsuki for 3 minutes. Zabuza Momochi raised his head with difficulty and looked at Yagyu with that confident and frivolous face. 3 minutes. Yagyu Tsuki only burst out chakra, and he could blow away the A-level water style's waterfall, and then one punch can shatter my internal organs. This happened in just 3 seconds. You want me to hold this guy back for 3 minutes? Hold Yagyu Tsukishiro for 3 minutes. You are asking me to die. Now he truly understood why Akatsuki would pay him a huge sum to hold Yagyu Tsukishiro for just 3 minutes. How long do you mean you will finish me off quickly? Yagyu Tsukishiro let go, and Momochi Zabuza lay on the ground powerlessly. Faster than I can finish you off? Yagyu Tsukishiro pinched his chin, looked down at Zabuza indifferently and proudly, raised a curve at the corner of his mouth, showed a mocking smile and said, "Anyway, you really didn't waste too much of my time. Blame yourself for being stupid, actually running to be Akatsuki's lackey." He clearly remembered the trash talk that Sono Ninja said before the battle. "I am fighting for my dream, and nothing will change in the future." Momochi Zabuza raised his head with difficulty, staring coldly at Yagyu Tsuki's mocking face. Being used by Akatsuki? Wrong. There is no use at all. It's just giving everything for my dream. Ninjas are just tools, and useless ninjas will be eliminated. 1. Chapter 5. Shiro's full strength, with style, with dragon. The expressions of the audience were unbelievable, staring at Zabuza who was killed in an instant. They never thought that Yagyu could injure the enemy in an instant. That's right, it was just an instant. The enemy used a very scary A-level water style, and then Yagyu teacher only threw one punch from beginning to end, and just one punch made the enemy lose the power to resist. This is a bit outrageous. Is the enemy weak? How is it possible? Although Team 7 did not understand the full strength of the Mist Ninja Demon, at least they knew that the guy was very powerful and was an enemy that Team 7 could not defeat no matter what. Even if they fought with that guy, Team 7 would be wiped out in an instant. But Yagyu could make such an outrageous enemy lose the power to resist with just one punch. Thinking of this, Yagyu was a bit more outrageous. Yagyu said that the enemy was a low-level ninja, and this sentence sounded a bit too frivolous before. But after Yagyu Tsuki defeated Momochi Zabuza in an instant, this sentence became a casual truth. If you move, you will die. The light voice resounded throughout the audience. Mizunatsuki Haku, wearing a white mask and the uniform of the Mist Village Umbu, appeared behind Yagyu Tsuki in an instant and pressed an ice kunai against Yagyu Tsuki's neck. There was also an ice mirror behind Haku. Teacher Yagyu, be careful. Everyone in the audience was shocked. Before Mizunatsuki Haku appeared, no one had noticed Mizunatsuki Haku. Mizunatsuki Haku seemed to appear out of thin air. What a fast speed! Uchiha Sasuke's face changed slightly, and he stared at Mizunatsuki Haku's back with the Scarlet 2 Tomo Sharingan, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. With the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, he couldn't even see the speed of this guy's movement. Damn, how come they are all so strong? This voice seems to have been heard somewhere before. Uzumaki Naruto was slightly startled. Looking at the back of Mizunatsuki Haku in the distance, he always felt as if he had seen this person somewhere before. It's just a game. There's no need to make it so stiff. Yagyu Tsuki ignored the kunai against his neck, raised his arm, and suddenly elbowed Mizunatsuki Haku in the abdomen. Susanoo in her final form couldn't threaten me, and the little transvestite actually expected to threaten me with a kunai? It's quite funny. Mizunatsuki Haku groaned, and her petite body was elbowed out and fell heavily to the ground after flying far away, but at the same time, a mirror formed of ice took the seriously injured Zabuza into the mirror. Everyone in Team 7 breathed a sigh of relief. They just thought that Yagyu Tsuki would be cautious about the kunai against his neck, which would affect the change of the whole situation. But Mr. Yagyu didn't care at all. The threat of a mere ice kunai. Is this the calmness of a strong man? What's the point of rescuing him? Living one more second is just a breath of life. Yagyu turned around and looked down indifferently and proudly at the distance, with a flash of admiration in Mizunatsuki Haku's eyes, who was supporting Zabuza. The little pseudo-girl is really good. She can use the blood limit flexibly and use 2 ice mirrors as a cover to rescue the mist ninja ghost when she is beaten. But what's the point of living a few more seconds? Momochi Zabuza sat on the ground with his whole body weak, slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and glanced at Mizunatsuki Haku coldly. Haku, you are too slow. He was just hit by Yagyu's punch, his whole body chakra disordered, his internal organs damaged, and many internal blood vessels ruptured. Now he has completely lost his combat ability. To be honest, he really didn't expect Yagyu Tsuki to be so strong, and he didn't expect Yagyu Tsuki to use chakra or the rumored wood style. He could just rely on the most direct violence to beat him to the point where he had no power to resist. Outrageous. Very outrageous. He had been a rebel ninja for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen such an outrageous ninja. The difference in strength between him and Yagyu Tsuki was like 2 dimensions. If he had known that Yagyu Tsuki was so strong, how could he have said such a stupid thing as, the god of ninja is worth killing? Mizunatsuki Haku apologized. I'm sorry. Forget it. Kill this guy. Put away your useless thoughts. Ninjas are tools without emotions. Any thoughts will hinder your judgment. As long as you are serious, you should be able to kill this guy. Momochi Zabuza looked at Yagyu Tsuki coldly. He thought that Mizunatsuki Haku was a ninja who was better and stronger than him. As long as he abandoned his innocent and kind character, Mizunatsuki Haku would be the best tool. Mizunatsuki Haku did not act immediately and said, 5 minutes have passed, and the Akatsuki organization has not made any move. The agreed 3 minutes have been completed, and even 5 minutes have passed, but the Akatsuki organization has not appeared, indicating that the Akatsuki organization is likely to give up this plan. Then kill Yagyu Tsuki, and you can still get a billion bounty. Momochi Zabuza said coldly. Advertisement. He knew that there was no way to retreat now, because Yagyu Tsuki had no intention of letting them go. So compared to the useless idea of retreating, killing Yagyu Tsuki can still get a billion bounty. Yagyu Tsuki appeared behind Mizunatsuki Haku, hugged Mizunatsuki Haku's shoulders, and said with a faint smile, that's right, work hard. 1 billion is within reach, and you can achieve your ambition with the money and completely change the pattern of the Mist Village. It doesn't matter if you can achieve your ambition, let's work hard together. So fast. Mizunatsuki Haku's body trembled slightly. Obviously, she had been alert to Yagyu Tsuki in the distance, but Yagyu Tsuki appeared behind her in just a blink of an eye. This instant speed is much faster than herself, using the ice mirror to move. Is it a time and space ability? It can be used so fast, and it has an absolute power like crushing, but why hasn't it taken action yet, as if it is waiting for us to take action? Is it Yagyu Tsuki playing? Momochi Zabuza said coldly, Haku, do it. Ice escape Hyagando no. Mizuno pulled Zabuza up, leaped back to create a large distance between him and Yagyu Tsukishiro, and then quickly formed a seal with one hand. Boom boom. The ground shook violently, and several light blue ice walls rose around Yagyu Tsukishiro, and the ice walls locked Yagyu Tsukishiro tightly like a prison. Cover me, and then what? Yagyu Tsukishiro did not move, and glanced at the light blue ice walls around him. Sorry, please die for Mr. Zabuza. When Shiro Mizunatsuki saw that Yagyu Tsuki was blocked from moving, he suddenly clasped his fair little hands together and burst out a chakra that was close to the weak Kaga level. The temperature of the entire area dropped rapidly, and the air was filled with pieces of ice chips, and large patches of frost appeared on the ground. He hated taking other people's lives, especially Yagyu Tsuki, who had no grudges against him. But he could become strong for Zabuza. As long as he could fulfill Zabuza's dream, he was willing to do anything. What a terrible chakra! The faces of the people in Team 7 changed drastically. They were frozen by this extremely cold chakra and shivered violently all over their bodies. Uzumaki Naruto put his hand to his mouth like a trumpet and shouted loudly with a worried face, Teacher Yagyu, be careful. This guy seems to be using a very powerful move. Momochi Zabuza glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, smiled coldly and said, it's useless. Shiro is a better ninja than me, and the most useful tool I have ever seen. Ultimate move? Well, let me see your full strength. Yagyu did not move, but sipped his lollipop calmly and waited for Mizuno to use his full strength. The strong have their own arrogance, and he is even more arrogant. He has always waited for his enemies to use their full strength, and then happily admired their faces that their full strength attacks were meaningless. It is the privilege of the strong to witness the full struggle of the weak. Ice escape. Exploding ice crystals. Mizuno Yu slapped the ground with both hands. Boom boom, the air in the entire area vibrated violently, and the amazing cold air covered Yagyu Yu's whole body. All the cold air formed hexagonal ice crystals like a hill, and Yagyu Yong was frozen in the ice crystals. This is the limit of Mizuno Yu's current bloodline limit, and it is also a domineering attack in which he uses all his chakra to freeze the enemy forever through the ultra-low temperature of the chakra cold air. So scary. Team 7 looked grim, staring at the huge ice crystal as big as a hill. They could feel the destructive coldness in the barrier. If ordinary ninjas touched the ice crystal, they would be frozen into ice sculptures in an instant. Team 7 felt a sense of crisis and silently prayed for Yagyu Tsuki. Teacher Yagyu, please don't get into trouble. Damn, he's so strong. Uchiha Sasuke's face was gloomy. He clenched his fist and hit the ground hard, looked at Mizuno Tsuki's figure, then looked at the giant hexagonal ice crystal in the distance, with anger in his eyes. Damn, whether it's the Mist Ninja Demon or the mysterious masked man, how come they all have power, and how come they are all stronger than me? I am the one who wants power the most, and I have the ambition of revenge for the extermination of my clan, but why am I completely powerless in front of these guys? What a joke. I must gain power. At this time, inside the hexagonal ice crystal like a hill. Ding, gain 2 points of growth value, current growth value, bronze 12 points. Achi, Lu Shengyue sneezed coldly. I can actually get points? It should be that the Uchiha kid saw that the enemy was too strong, and then he was very cowardly and furious there. In short, it is a good thing to get points. So, what should I do now? Lu Shengyue sipped the sugar in his mouth, looked at the ice surface in front of him lightly, raised his hand and tapped the hardness of the ice surface. Advertisement. Judging from the coldness in the chakra, this move should be able to easily deal with the special Jōnin. With Sister Hong Hong's strength, if she is hit by this move, she will almost certainly die on the spot. Elite Jōnin is hard to say, and it depends on the person who scores. Yagyu Tsuki had no defense from beginning to end. Only the chakra inside can ignore the coldness. If you want to hurt him, you must have at least a full strength attack of the level of Uchiha Madara. A meaningless trick. Yagyu Tsuki slapped the ground with both hands, and a huge chakra with vitality poured into the nearby soil. Wood style wood dragon. Boom, cracks appeared on the ground, and several python-like vines rose from the ground. All the vines condensed together in a moment, and finally formed a huge wooden dragon. Roar. The giant wooden dragon roared and flew up, destroying the entire mountain of ice crystals. All the extremely cold chakra was absorbed into its body. 0. Asking for flowers. Ong, the pale cold air covered the whole place, and ice chips hit the ground like heavy rain. In the shocked eyes of everyone in the audience, Lu Shengyue walked out of the cold air and scathed. Child's play tricks are meaningless. Is this the extent of your so-called full-strength attack? Lu Shengyue looked at Mizuno Tsuki lightly. Hiss. Everyone gasped, and the whole audience stared at the giant wooden dragon hovering behind Yagyu Tsuki. Dragon? Everyone in Team 7 looked incredulous. They had never seen Yagyu Tsuki use such a terrifying dragon. Is it true? It's fake. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his eyes in confusion and then looked at the wooden dragon full of destructive aura again. The dragon is still there. It's real. So handsome. Can you teach me this move when you go back? It's so handsome. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned for a moment, then waved his hands excitedly, looking at the giant wooden dragon with stars in his eyes. If I can learn such a handsome wooden dragon, when Sasuke and Sakura-chan are in danger in the future, Sasuke will be beaten to his knees and cry for mercy, and then I will appear on stage to control the wooden dragon to solve the enemy. Just thinking about it makes me feel great. Idiot, that's a blood limit. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Naruto. Through Naruto's silly smile, he can probably guess what Naruto is thinking. He even wants to master Yagyu teacher's bloodline limit. Naruto, this super idiot can really dream. Mizunatsuki Haku saw Yagyu Tsuki was unharmed, and his face covered by the mask showed a trace of surprise. Although he hesitated for a moment, it was still his current full-strength attack. 0, but even with a full-strength attack, Yagyu Tsuki was completely unscathed. This man is a little too strong. Momochi Zabuza said coldly, "Bye, what are you doing? Your strength should be more than this. Give up those naive ideas. You are just a tool for me to complete the task." He could see that Bai hesitated for a moment and was naively worried that Yagyu Tsuki would die. If Bai showed all his strength, he should be able to fight against Yagyu Tsuki. Because Haku is a genius ninja who is beyond the level of Jōnin. Uzumaki Naruto shouted with an unhappy face. Cole. You are so noisy. You keep talking about tools and tools. How can a ninja be a tool? It is normal for a ninja to have feelings. You three think you are ninjas just because you wear forehead protectors. Listen to me. The real ninjas are those who are on the line between life and death. Momochi Zabuza glanced coldly at the people of Team 7 and said coldly and wildly, in other words, you are qualified to be called ninjas when you can be registered in my manual. Guys like you are not qualified to be called ninjas. You are just a little kid hiding behind the strong. Damn little kid. Do I need you to educate me? I know better than anyone that Haku is a ninja with feelings. Mizuno Haku glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, then facing Yagyu Tsuki in the distance, just as he was about to attack with one hand. Ice release. Ice? What release? It's meaningless to release it. Yagyu Tsuki disappeared in an instant, appeared behind Mizunatsuki Haku, and then raised his foot to kick Mizunatsuki Haku's butt. Mizunatsuki Haku was kicked down, and then lay on the ground military. The attack was random, but very effective. Yagyu Tsuki is a complete numerical monster. In terms of pure numerical power competition, he is the strongest in the ninja world. If you want to make him frown, you must at least use rule-based abilities. See, this release and that release are completely useless. I can solve you by kicking your butt. Yagyu Tsuki sat on Mizunatsuki Haku with his legs crossed, slowly chewing the lollipop in his mouth. So boring. Bullying the weak is so boring. I want to bully those self-righteous strong people. So strong. Everyone in Team 7 was confused, staring blankly at Yagyu Tsuki in the distance. Everyone had an expression of disbelief. They were two such strong enemies, but they were bullied by Yagyu Tsuki casually. Is this the strength of Mr. Yagyu? He is really a safe and reliable man. I deliberately left a breath for the ninja ghost man, and wanted to let the stinky ghost brush experience, but unfortunately someone messed up. Yagyu Tsuki grabbed Mizunatsuki Haku's head and pressed the latter's head to the ground. You said so, little sissy. He deliberately left a breath for the missed ninja ghost man. The purpose was to let Team 7 brush experience, and then see if they could get some points from it. But unfortunately, the damn sissy messed up. Although the little sissy can also brush experience, but now there is no chance to brush, because he felt a strange chakra in the distance. Mr. Yagyu, you are really strong. Mizuno Tsukishiro's mask cracked, revealing a pretty and lovely face, with a streak of scarlet blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She didn't make a sound even though her whole body was in great pain. Uzumaki Naruto pointed at Mizuno Tsukishiro and exclaimed, You are the sister, brother who is better than Sakura-chan. No wonder it feels like the voice has been heard somewhere before. It must be that very cute brother. Are you a silicone doll? If it hurts, just make a sound. Yagyu Tsukishiro exerted force again, and a small pit appeared on the ground, and Mizuno Tsukishiro sank into the pit. Chapter 52. Shiro dies in battle with the demon, and Tsunade appears. Mizunatsuki Haku said, I am a tool. He is in pain now. The whole body is in tearing pain, and the internal organs are trembling violently. The pain shakes the brain, and the pain is like being tortured. But how can I cry out in pain? Because I am just a tool. Crying out in pain means that I have completely lost the will to fight, and I will become a ninja with no use value. When I am abandoned, the despair is more painful than the pain in the body. Zabuza has always told him that he is just a tool. There is no need to have any feelings, no need to have any emotions, just a tool to complete the task. He wants to be needed by Zabuza, and he wants to give everything for Zabuza. This is his ninja way. The twisted love makes me want to vomit. Yagyu Tsuki frowned slightly. He has no heart, and even abandoned the concept of life. Zabuza Momochi gritted his teeth and used all his strength, struggling to get up, with scarlet blood flowing from the pit in his abdomen. He pulled out a kunai with trembling hands and stared coldly at Yagyu Tsuki. There is no more perfect tool than Bai. He is a better ninja than me. I can achieve my ambition by using him. So, let him go. You are not qualified to touch my tool. Zabuza Momochi held a kunai in his hand, dragged his dying and seriously injured body, and staggered towards Yagyu Tsuki. Why are you angry? Why are you angry? Since it is a tool, it is dispensable. Don't put on such a scary expression, making you look like a domineering president. Yagyu Tsuki slowly raised his hand and held the sharp kunai with one finger. I told you to let him go. Let go of my tool. Momochi Zabuza pulled out a kunai with his other hand and slashed at Yagyu Tsuki's neck fiercely. Am I angry? Bai's only value is his ability. After Bai is gone, he can find a replacement. As a ninja, the most important thing to do now is to retreat. Use Bai's ability to temporarily delay Yagyu Tsuki, and then I will retreat safely to recover, and one day I will be able to fulfill my dream ambition. He obviously thought so, but he was still attacking Yagyu Tsuki with all his strength. Your feelings are very abnormal. Yagyu slapped Zabuza with his backhand. Pa Momochi Zabuza flew out like a cannonball. His body drew a long blood mark on the ground, and then hit the dark red barrier heavily. Yagyu asked curiously, "Are you still alive?" "Bai, when are you going to lie down? Get out of there quickly." Momochi Zabuza glanced at Mizunatsuki, Bai who was sitting under Yagyu's butt. Why am I angry?" Mizunatsuki Bai bit his lips lightly, and a bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I'm sorry. Please abandon me." He couldn't move a finger now. He was just a tired, a cumbersome ninja, not qualified to be a perfect tool. "What stupid things are you talking about? Use your ability to get out of there immediately." Momochi Zabuza gritted his teeth and climbed up. Yagyu had a disgusted expression on his face, covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Bai, "Look how annoying this person is. It's obviously me who is handsome and strong. But he still blames you for being incompetent. You said so, little sissy." Lu Shengyue's hand strength increased again, and the ground in the whole area was shaking violently. Mizunatsuki's bones creaked all over, especially cracks appeared on his waist. "Don't say I'm so ruthless. I'll give you a chance." Lu Shengyue's mouth corners slightly raised, showing a feeling of excitement, looking at the embarrassed and shaky Zabuza, and said, "Run, waste, run away, but the little sissy will die in my hands." Everyone looked at Zabuza, then at Mizunatsuki, and then everyone looked at Lu Shengyue. Strange. No matter how you look at it, no matter how you think about it, Yangsheng teacher looks like a villain, even more villain than a villain. Momochi Zabuza didn't speak, lowered his head, and no one could see his current expression. He didn't run away immediately or attack. Damn it. It's obvious that he is just a tool used by me to fulfill my ambitions. I picked him up just to use his abilities, and I don't care whether he lives or dies. But why? My legs can still move, but why can't I move? Mr. Zabuza, please abandon me. It's rare that Mizunatsuki Haku's voice is a little hurried. I can die because I am a tool. A tool without use value has lost the meaning of living. But Mr. Zabuza must live, because Zabuza still has a dream he wants to fulfill. Is that your answer? Yagyu Tsuki was not surprised. He knew that the mist ninja ghost could not abandon Haku. Advertisement die. You deserve to be proud of dying under my blow. Yagyu Tsuki's fingers moved slightly, and a huge wooden dragon circled and flew up, biting Zabuza at a very fast speed. Mr. Zabuza. A trace of panic flashed in Mizunatsuki Haku's eyes. He rarely had emotional fluctuations since he was a child, but when he saw Zabuza facing death, the emotions in his heart burst out completely. Ong! Mizunatsuki Haku burst out all chakra, blocking Zabuza in front of him with an extremely fast body. This guy. Even Yagyu Tsuki was surprised. The little transvestite had her chakra sucked out, but she could still burst out with such a strong force. She is indeed a genius. But it's a pity. To die for others is extremely stupid. The stupidest thing is that the little transvestite could have used this power to escape, but she didn't do so and stayed in front of the bad ninja ghost. Twisted love. Boom! Mizunatsuki Haku was pierced through the body by the dragon's teeth, and scarlet blood sprayed all over Zabuza's body. Everyone in Team 7 was stunned. They never thought that Mizunatsuki Haku would sacrifice himself to block this attack. Why can he do this for others? Haku. Zabuza Momochi's pupil shrank, feeling the warm blood on his face, looking at Haku who was pierced by the dragon's teeth and gradually dying in front of him. He was stunned. One day, ninjas will live to die. The value of a ninja is to complete the mission. A ninja who has not completed the mission is a waste. He has already prepared to die to fulfill his ambition. But what is Bai doing? With the power that Bai just burst out, he can take the opportunity to escape from this place. But why didn't Bai run away? He never ordered Bai to sacrifice his life for him. Thank you for picking me up on a snowy day, giving me the courage to live, Mr. Zabuza. Mizunatsuki Bai's voice was subtle, and he finally lost his vitality completely. After his death, there was still a happy smile on his lips. He was a tool, willing to die for important people. He regarded Zabuza's life as more important than his own. Zabuza Momochi lowered his head, his black hair covering his confused eyes, and no one could see his expression now. He was a killer trained by the Mist Village and had experienced countless killings since he was a child. They were all companions who ate from the same pot, but now they fought each other in pairs until one of them died of exhaustion. Before that, they were all partners who helped each other, built future dreams together, and competed with each other. After that, he gave up his feelings and became a tool called a ninja. Ninjas are tools for killing people, and ninjas don't need any feelings. But why? Why did my heart hurt so much when Bai died? Do you regret it? Yagyu Tsuki sipped his lollipop lightly and looked down at Zabuza Momochi indifferently. Don't ask me such a stupid question. Ninjas are tools for destroying people without feelings. What I want is Bai's ability. Zabuza Momochi picked up the kunai, dragged his shaky body, and slashed at Yagyu Tsuki. Feeling the blood on his face gradually getting cold, the hand attacking with the kunai paused for a moment. The heart was in a mess, and the sword slowed down. Do you really think so? Uzumaki Naruto looked at the dead Bai, with anger in his eyes, and roared with tears in his teeth. That guy really likes you. His ninja way is to fulfill your dream, and he can even die for you. Although they are enemies, Mizuno Bai firmly implements the ninja way until death to protect important people, which touches Uzumaki Naruto's heartstrings. Haruno Sakura glared at Zabuza angrily. People are dead. You still say this, it's too much. He wants to be as powerful as you. But, is this the only result he can get? Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and roared with tears in his eyes. Don't you care about him at all? He tried hard to protect important people, even died for important people, but failed to get recognition from important people. He couldn't accept such a result, because he also expected to get recognition from important people around him. You little brats who have never experienced despair, how can you understand Bai? How can I not care about him? Momochi Zabuza's eyes flowed with tears, and he slowly knelt on the ground. The kunai in his hand also slid to the ground. Under Naruto's roaring questioning, all his thoughts burst out in one breath. On that day of heavy snow, he became Bai's only destination, and Bai became his only sustenance. Only the living can hear your thoughts. He is now just a cold wreckage. If you want to hate me as an enemy, and your end is also death. Yagyu used palms emitted light blue lightning, and walked towards Momochi Zabuza step by step. Of course, if you want to convey your thoughts to the dead, just wait for the Dream Master in the future. The Dream Master should make your dreams come true. After all, Yakushi Kabuto really likes to make dreams come true. Go ahead, let me die with Bai. It's worth it to die in the hands of a strong man like you. Zabuza Momochi said in a low voice. He never regretted being the enemy of Yagyu Tsuki, because this was the fate of ninjas. Really? Great enlightenment. Yagyu Tsuki raised the lightning in his palm and stabbed it into Zabuza's heart. Goodbye, Bai. Thank you for all the way. I'm sorry. Zabuza Momochi fell in a pool of blood, looking at Mizuno Yu beside him in a trance. Only after Mizuno Yuki's death could he face up to the feelings hidden in his heart, but the yearning could not be conveyed to the dead. Just as Yagyu Tsuki said, only the living can hear the yearning, and Bai is now just a cold wreckage. Regret it? I don't regret being the enemy of Yagyu Tsuki, but I regret not saying a few more words to Bai. Advertisement: the sky was rolling with dark clouds, and white snowflakes fell. Bai, are you crying? White snowflakes fell on Zabuza's face, melting into a drop of water that rolled down like tears. He slowly closed his eyes and finally lost his life completely. Sad love. Yagyu glanced at the two dead people. He originally planned to kill them in seconds, but he didn't expect to witness a true love. Why did he do this? He never thought he would lose anything because he had enough power. Atmosphere group? Yagyu looked up at the sky, looking at the white snow flying all over the sky. It turned out that it could suddenly snow heavily. The weather really knows how to create an atmosphere at the right time. What about Akatsuki? I can't even see my own dream, and the result is that I can only die as a tool. Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head and said unwillingly, Ninja is so cruel. Then work hard to become stronger. If you have enough power, you can protect everything. People without power can't protect anything. Yagyu snapped his fingers, and the entire dark red barrier disappeared. Work hard, cash cow. Did Shao not show up because he was persuaded to retreat by the barrier? But there are two chakras around, and this chakra seems to have been seen before. Yasiwe. A cold and heroic voice resounded throughout the venue, and there was a sense of anger in this voice. Tsunade's delicate figure fell from the sky, raised her round and beautiful legs, and smashed Lu Xingyue's head hard. Are you kidding me? After the barrier disappeared, Shao did not appear, But you, a crazy woman, appeared. Lu Shengyue sighed, grabbed Tsunade's round and beautiful legs, took the opportunity to touch her hard several times, and then threw Tsunade out with force. After a moment of shock, the members of Team 7 drew out their kunai and stared at Tsunade vigilantly. Who is this person? Enemy? Smiling idiot, let me punch you. Tsunade did a backflip and landed steadily, threw the green jacket back, walked towards Lu Shengyue with a cold face, and clenched her white fists with bones creaking. She had been watching the battle just now, and was thinking that if Lu Shengyue was at a disadvantage, she would help Lu Shengyue for the time being. After all, he was a man who had done that. But she never expected that Lu Shengyue would tease the enemy with a playful attitude until he died. Lu Shengyue's character was worse than expected. Damn it. But she didn't solve the enemy immediately, but waited for the enemy to show his true feelings and show his twisted love before solving it. He still had a little conscience. But Yagyu Tsuki still deserves to die. Yagyu Tsuki looked at Tsunade, who was approaching step by step, and said speechlessly, "Don't tease me. Is there any difference between your strength and that of a female gorilla?" Tsunade looked very delicate and weak, but her strength was no different from that of a female gorilla. It would hurt even if Tsunade punched her. Although the wound can be healed instantly, it still hurts. Female gorilla? You white-haired B*****************, D. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Tsunade's mouth twitched slightly. It was the first time that someone called her a female gorilla, and after Yagyu Tsuki took advantage of her, she even said that she was a female gorilla. Since I'm a female gorilla, why are you taking advantage of me? As long as she's a woman, right? Scumbag. Who are you? Get past me before you fight with Yagyu-sensei. Uchiha Sasuke moved in front of Yagyu Tsuki, put his hands in his pockets and looked at Tsunade with Sharingan 5.2 coldly. Team 7 failed to accomplish anything in this mission. What if Yagyu-sensei is disappointed and gives up Team 7? So we must seize the opportunity, perform in front of Yagyu-sensei again, and then get Yagyu-sensei's praise and gain strength. Now is an opportunity. This blonde woman looks very weak, and her attack method is very simple. With his Sharingan, he can see through the blonde woman's attack. It works. You are brave. If you can stop the crazy woman's attack, I will teach you a super powerful move. Yagyu looked at Sasuke strangely. The Uchiha brat should want to perform well in front of me. Then give the stinky brat a chance. Sharingan? Is he from the Uchiha clan? Tsunade saw Sasuke guarding Yagyu, and a more angry emotion surged in his heart. There are actually people who will protect the dead scumbag? Get out of here, stinky brat. Tsunade slapped Sasuke with his backhand. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, just about to resist Tsunade's seemingly weak attack. Uchiha Sasuke was directly blown away, and after spinning in the air like a spinning top for several circles, he fell heavily to the ground and spit out a large mouthful of blood. How? How is it possible? Uchiha Sasuke's mouth was bruised, and he raised his head with difficulty and stared at Tsunade in disbelief. What a terrifying power. It was like being slapped by Teacher Yagyu. I didn't use much force, thank me well. Tsunade glanced at Sasuke, then looked at Yagyu Tsuki coldly, showing a dangerous smile and said, "Damn white-haired, let's settle the score." Uzumaki Naruto saw Sasuke being beaten, and Yagyu Tsuki was always called dead white-haired, pointing at Tsunade and said angrily, "Hey, no matter who you are, I don't allow you to insult Teacher Yagyu. Apologize to Teacher Yagyu." Although he always makes trouble in daily life, he respects Yagyu Tsuki very much. Please subscribe. Chapter 53. If I arm wrestle with Tsunade and lose, is there any punishment? Yagyu Tsuki gave a thumbs up and said admiringly, "Well said. I'll treat you to ramen when I get back. Ninetales, you're quite brave. But it's also good to let these tools see the world and know their own weight. Oh, I want a big bowl of barbecued pork ramen." Uzumaki Naruto also gave a thumbs up, touched his nose with a smug smile on his face, and secretly glanced at Haruno Sakura while talking. "Sakura-chan, did you see it? This is my Uzumaki Naruto's ninja way." Sasuke, that arrogant guy, was beaten up directly, and then Yagyu teacher was insulted like a dead white hare. Now is the time for me, Uzumaki Naruto, to show off. He really respects Yagyu Tsuki. Although Yagyu Tsuki always bullies Team 7, Yagyu teacher leads Team 7 and even teaches Team 7 to become stronger. No matter how you look at it, it is a recognition of him, Uzumaki Naruto. So when Yagyu teacher encounters trouble, he will stand up directly. At least, he thinks so. Naruto. Haruno Sakura looked at Tsunade strangely, and then looked at Yagyu Tsuki strangely, trying to stop Naruto's rude behavior, but the words were on the tip of her tongue and she couldn't say them, because she felt very strange. Is this top blonde beauty sister really the so-called enemy? How is it possible? Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto? Tsunade was slightly stunned for a moment and looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a little curiosity, with a mockery in her amber eyes, and sneered, "What a silly kid." Uzumaki Naruto is Ninetales Jinchuriki and the child of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, but no matter how you look at it, this kid is silly, completely lacking the genius of 4th generation. But is very similar to Kushina. What are you talking about? I am the man who wants to be Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto showed anger on his face and attacked Tsunade like a fox with explosive hair. Only a fool would want to be Hokage. I am one of the legendary Sannin after all. I don't have time for you little brats. Tsunade slapped Naruto with her backhand. Uzumaki Naruto could vaguely see Tsunade's attack. Looking at Tsunade's weak slap, he confidently said, "You are much slower than Yagyu-sensei." Tsunade's speed was not as fast as Yagyu-sensei, but he was also a real Kaga-level strongman. The reason why Uzumaki Naruto looked very slow was because Tsunade was not serious at all. You just raised your hand casually. Uzumaki Naruto was directly blown away. After spinning in the air like a gyroscope for several circles, he fell heavily beside Sasuke and spit out a mouthful of scarlet blood. How? How is it possible? Uzumaki Naruto's mouth was bruised. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the heroic Tsunade. It looked like a weak slap, but why did it have such terrible power? It was like being blown away by Yagyu-sensei. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Naruto, sneered coldly, "Idiot. Cole. You were also beaten up, but you are too embarrassed to say that to me." Uzumaki Naruto glared at Sasuke with anger in his eyes. Haruno Sakura was speechless. What are these two doing? Tsunade-sama? Huh? Kato Shizen ran to Tsunade's side panting, holding the pink pig, and wiped the sweat from his cheeks. Before he finished speaking, he saw Sasuke and Naruto being knocked to the ground, and he was dumbfounded. What the hell? What happened? Tsunade-sama said he had something to tell Yagyu Tsuki, and then he went to find Yagyu Tsuki on his own, but what was he going to tell that he would seriously injure these kids? Why, you want to go too? Tsunade glanced at Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura's body trembled slightly when she was looked at. She secretly looked at the heroic Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade's huge peak, she was shocked. What a strong woman. There are such big bears in the world. Wait a minute. This blonde beauty sister was not hostile, but seemed to be angry with Teacher Yagyu. Teacher Yagyu didn't say anything and didn't subdue this blonde sister directly. Could it be that? Haruno Sakura bowed slightly and said politely and respectfully, "Hello, Master's wife." Huh. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Tsunade looked at Haruno Sakura with a strange expression, and even Yagyu looked at Haruno Sakura strangely. Everyone in the audience just thought that Haruno Sakura, after seeing Tsunade's domineering power, had surrendered and retreated to the side to stay away from the chaos. But no one expected that Haruno Sakura would suddenly say Master's wife. Tsunade blinked in confusion, her fair and delicate face slightly blushed, and the word Master's wife made her a little bit confused. Hey. Kato Shizen's eyes gradually widened, and he looked at Tsunade and Yagyu Tsuki stupidly, and after a few seconds, he showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. No wonder. No wonder Master Tsunade suddenly became so abnormal, very persistent in looking for Yagyu Tsuki, even asking about Yagyu Tsuki everywhere, and even went to the Hokage office to make a scene in order to find Yagyu Tsuki, and then reminded me to be careful of those frivolous scumbags. It was the first time that Master Tsunade was so persistent in looking for a man. And when Yagyu Tsuki was mentioned, Master Tsunade was very angry. The most important thing is that recently, when Master Tsunade gets drunk, he would talk to himself and curse Yagyu Tsuki for being a scumbag. Combining all the information, the conclusion is, Master Tsunade was dumped. Hiss. After coming to the conclusion, Kato Shizen took a breath, and then secretly looked at Yagyu Tsuki's face. Does Master Tsunade like this type? Yagyu Tsuki is indeed very handsome, with a face that is very popular with girls, and he seems to be a very powerful ninja. But I didn't expect Yagyu Tsuki to have such high standards that he would dump Master Tsunade. Huh, that's what happened. Uchiha Sasuke slowly got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, and looked at Tsunade's back indifferently. This woman is very powerful, stronger than all the enemies he has seen before. I'm afraid she has the power to kill a demon in an instant. It is indeed Teacher Lu Sheng. His girlfriends have such a strong force. The vortex Naruto climbed up and said uncomfortably, "What?" It turned out to be Mr. Liu Shang's girlfriend. Teacher Liu Shang was so abominable. Don't get a mistake. How could I be a dead white-haired girlfriend? Liu Shengyue put her arm around Tsunade's shoulders and said with a faint smile, "I know I'm very good, but you don't have to chase me like this. Men will hate women who are too clingy. Advertisement, her shoulders are so soft. This crazy woman obviously has a strong, strange power, but every part of her body is fragrant and soft. Tsunade is really great. It's a pity that there were only 3 hours that night. Otherwise, I would have enjoyed the whole night." Really? After listening to Liu Shengyue's words, Kato Shizen was more certain of his speculation in his heart. "Don't touch me." Tsunade bit her silver teeth lightly, turned around and punched Liu Shengyue in the face. "The forced melon is very thirst-quenching. But if you want to chase me, you need to queue up." Yagyu took a step back to avoid Tsunade's fist, holding the lollipop in her mouth and glancing at the blood on the ground. It was the blood that sprayed out when the Uchiha kid was beaten away. This crazy woman didn't go crazy when she saw the blood. Has she completely cured her hemophobia? It should be because of that night. Tsunade was bleeding that night, but Tsunade didn't go crazy when she saw the blood. It should be that she was too angry and overcame her hemophobia. It's really a medical miracle. Forced. You idiot. You still have the nerve to say that. Tsunade's face sank, and he gritted his teeth in anger and punched Yagyu in the face. The dead white-haired man is so thick-skinned that he even has the nerve to say forced? Who is forcing it? I helped you overcome your hemophobia. You should at least say thank you. Liu Shengyue turned slightly sideways. Tsunade's fist passed by his face. He raised his foot and kicked Tsunade's calf. Tsunade fell forward due to weightlessness and fell directly into Liu Shengyue's arms. "Don't chat with me with a smile. I'm not that familiar with you, a fool." Tsunade's face was pressed against Liu Shengyue's chest, feeling the temperature of Liu Shengyue's skin, his fair and delicate face slightly red, and a look of shame and anger appeared in his eyes. Liu Shengyue actually had the nerve to mention hemophobia. She did have an attack of hemophobia that night, but Liu Shengyue didn't care about her hemophobia at all, and was still doing those hooligan things by herself. Is the dead white hair a monkey? The reaction speed is really fast. With his current attack speed, I'm afraid he can't touch Liu Shengyue. Yagyu Tsuki's evil smile carried a sense of danger, and whispered in Tsunade's ear, "Don't mess around. You should know your own weight. You will be embarrassed if you continue to go crazy like this. Do you want to be spanked by me in public as a Sannin?" Tsunade is indeed very strong, a veritable legendary Sannin, with the power to kill elite Jōnin with a full-strength attack. But unfortunately, Tsunade's set only uses ordinary ninjas, and he has the power to surpass Tsunade's grandfather. "Give me a solution immediately, you dead white-haired man. You should know what I'm talking about." Tsunade grabbed Yagyu Tsuki's collar, stood on tiptoes, and looked up at Yagyu Tsuki indifferently. She didn't throw Yagyu Tsuki away immediately, but just stuck together and looked at each other. Because it is very convenient to whisper at close range, if Shizune and others find out something, it will be very embarrassing for her, the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world. But, in the eyes of others, it's another matter. Kato Shizen looked at Yagyu Tsuki and Tsunade, the two hugging and clinging to each other, and muttered to himself, "Tsunade-sama is so persistent." It can be seen that Tsunade-sama likes Yagyu Tsuki very much. There are so many women around Yagyu Tsuki, and she has been ruthlessly dumped, but she still hugs Yagyu Tsuki. Is this the so-called true love? But think about it. With Tsunade-sama's strong personality, how could he give up the person he likes? So sweet. Haruno Sakura's mouth turned into an O shape, and he covered his eyes with his hands and didn't dare to look at the hugging scene. But after thinking about it, he still spread his fingers slightly and looked at the picture of Yagyu Tsuki and Tsunade hugging each other through the gaps between his fingers. Damn it. I also want to hug with Yagyu teacher, a senior brother of this level. Humph. Boring. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly. What is the meaning of women? Only power is everything, and it is meaningful to gain enough power for revenge. Hole. I also want a cute girlfriend. Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. At this time, Yagyu and Tsunade were embracing in the eyes of others. Yagyu Tsuki asked, "What are you talking about?" Tsunade's heart surged with anger, and she suppressed the voice that wanted to shout, and said in a low and cold voice, "Don't play dumb. What did you mean that night?" Yagyu Tsuki scratched her white hair and said with disgust, "It's so troublesome. Old women are so troublesome. It's inexplicable. Old women are so troublesome. Stupid. Hurry up." Tsunade's face was terribly cold, and a faint golden chakra burst out. She had a hot temper since she was a child, and now she could suppress her anger. Advertisement, old woman? How dare you say that? No matter how much time has passed, I look 18 years old. Yagyu said. How should I put it? There are a lot of things happening, and it's hard for you to understand so many things with your brain. Then make it short. Tsunade was almost mad to death. It was the first time she saw someone so mad that she could make things clear in the time she spent complaining about so much nonsense. She really wanted to know why Yagyu suddenly appeared that day when she had no contact with Yagyu before. Yagyu raised a finger and said concisely, "Sexual desire. You are looking for death?" Tsunade's face was gloomy, and a strong chakra burst out, and a small pit appeared on the ground with her as the core. Sexual desire? Damn it, white-haired man. With her personality, she can't tolerate being flirted with. Besides, she has the power to make all men stay away from her. Only Lu Shengyue has the strength to dare to do such a thing. Lu Shengyue said, "Don't be angry. I have an interesting suggestion." Tsunade said coldly, "Go ahead." Lu Shengyue said, "Compare strength." Lu Shengyue suggested, "If you can beat me, I will let you deal with me in the future. If you lose to me, you will obey my orders completely within one day. Don't worry, there are no self-harm behaviors in the orders." It's a good suggestion. Strength? Tsunade frowned slightly. His strength is one of the best in the world, but Lu Shengyue dares to compare strength with him? Will this man compare strength honestly? I'm afraid he will be clever. But being able to deal with the dead white hair at will is indeed very tempting. Wait a minute. Tsunade recalled what happened that night. Yagyu Tsuki seemed to be very strong, with the same bloodline limit as his great-grandfather Hashirama. The vitality of the chakra of the wood-style power was very magnificent, and this chakra could form a terrible, strange power. The dead white-haired man was very smart. If he didn't have absolute confidence, how could he have proposed a punishment that was arbitrarily dealt with? Tsunade said, "Change one." Yagyu Tsuki chuckled lightly, "Then let's compare the size of the bear." "Congratulations on your victory. Are you looking for death?" Tsunade's face was furious, and he punched Yagyu Tsuki in the abdomen. Yagyu Tsuki disappeared out of thin air and appeared behind Tsunade. "Don't worry, I didn't think of using chakra to bully you. You can use chakra at will, but I will only use the most direct physical strength." Great suggestion, right? Yagyu Tsuki hugged Tsunade's shoulders and said in a mocking tone, "Or are you afraid of losing?" Tsunade sneered and said proudly, "Stupid. Let's compete." The dead white-haired man is really arrogant. He doesn't want to beat me with only his physical strength? It's ridiculous. Let's start. Arm wrestling. Yagyu Tsuki squatted on the ground, put his hands on the stone, and said with a faint smile with a hint of sarcasm, "Don't regret it. You are Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas. Just don't regret it, you idiot." Tsunade squatted on the ground, put her hands on the stone, and then held Yagyu Tsuki's hand tightly. Kato Shizen hugged the pink pig and ran behind Tsunade, asking blankly, "Eh? Why are you arm wrestling?" The Team 7 walked behind Yagyu Tsuki in confusion. Everyone was very confused. How could the two people who were hugging each other sweetly just now start arm wrestling after more than 10 minutes? Does everyone arm wrestle when they are in love? If I win, I can do whatever I want with the dead white hair. If I lose, he will do whatever he wants within a day. Tsunade held Yagyu Tsuki's hand tightly and sneered, "It's just right that so many people are watching, in case you, an idiot, regret it." What a big bet. Haruno Sakura complained. The blonde sister won and could do whatever she wanted with Yagyu-sensei. If Yagyu-sensei won, he could do whatever he wanted with the blonde sister within one day. The young couple really knows how to play. "Come on, Master Tsunade," Kato Shizen encouraged. Master Tsunade probably wanted to make peace with the white-haired Yagyu Moon through the bet. In terms of strength alone, Master Tsunade is the strongest ninja. "Come on, Master Tsunade." Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, glanced at Kato Shizen coldly, and snorted, "Humph! How could Master Yagyu lose?" Tsunade said, "Shizen, count down to 3 seconds. Yes, 3, 2, 1, start." Kato Shizen waved her little hand. Chapter 5 Akatsuki appears, Kakuzu, Haiden, Konan. As the game started, Tsunade burst out all her chakra directly. The ground began to shake violently, a small pit appeared with her as the core, and the light golden chakra formed a stream of air, blowing away the unprepared Team 7 like a gust of wind. What a terrible chakra! Team 7 steadied their steps and looked at Tsunade with light golden chakra in disbelief, and everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Except for teacher Yagyu, this was the first time they saw such terrible chakra. This amount of chakra was far more than the Mist Ninja Demon, and even the ice-release bloodline Genkai Ninja. Come on, Master Tsunade. Kato Shizen hugged the pink pig tightly, looking at the full-power Tsunade with a worried face. She could see that Tsunade was very serious this time, the most serious she had seen in following Tsunade for so long. Is this white-haired Yagyu Tsuki so good? She would even force Tsunade to use all her strength to win this bet. She clearly hated the fact that she was knocked unconscious by Yagyu Tsuki. We can have a secret date, but do you have to knock me unconscious before we can have a date? Alas, as long as Tsunade likes it. Didn't you eat? Hurry up. Yagyu Tsuki's hand didn't move at all. Even if Tsunade burst out with extremely terrifying strange power, his hand still stood there firmly without being shaken at all. This crazy woman is indeed very powerful. With the strange power she has burst out so far, she should be able to kill the third-generation old dog with one punch. In terms of strength alone, among all the Kaga-level strongmen in the ninja world, the crazy woman is one of the strongest female gorillas. This strange power is almost comparable to the blow of old man Tsuchikage with added weight. But unfortunately, I have a sage body. Sage body can automatically absorb natural energy, thereby strengthening the strength and power of the body. Even if chakra is not used, it will automatically absorb natural energy. Don't blame me, blame it for automatically absorbing it. Lu Xingyue's mouth slightly raised. Sorry, Sister Ju-Ru. Without a 100% guarantee of victory, how could I easily make a bet with you? Still want to deal with me at will? Dream on. Wait for me to deal with you at will in one day. As long as he promises others, he will do it as promised, because Lu Xingyue has the self-esteem of a strong man. So how could he do disgusting breach of contract? But he will only make a bet with others with punishment when he is 100% sure of victory. Damn white hair. Tsunade gritted her teeth and stared at Lu Xingyue with an ugly expression. She suddenly used all her current strength, and her white and slender hands burst out with strong power. The surrounding ground was torn apart like an earthquake, and huge cracks appeared one after another. But Tsunade found that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake Yagyu Tsuki's hand. Damn, what's wrong with this guy? Yagyu Tsuki didn't use chakra, so why did he still have such great strength? Such great strength, he can actually compete with Master Tsunade. Kato Shizen was shocked and stared at the rock-hard Yagyu Tsuki. Oh my god. You know, Master Tsunade is the strongest female ninja in the whole ninja world. By precisely controlling the flow of chakra, she can burst out even more terrible power in an instant. She can even destroy a small mountain with one blow. But Yagyu Tsuki can actually compete with Master Tsunade who has terrible power? Unbelievable. And the most important thing is that Lu Xingyue didn't use chakra. Tsunade looked solemn, looking at Lu Xingyue's mocking face. A surge of anger surged in her heart. She wanted to let go of Lu Xingyue's hand, and then slap Lu Xingyue's face that deserved a beating. Fight? Idiot. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't move Yagyu Tsuki's hand, and then this awkward situation like stiffness formed. Is this arm wrestling? Everyone in Team 7 was confused, looking at the scene of the collapse of the mountains and the crack of the earth in disbelief. Is this the kind of arm wrestling we are familiar with? The ground collapsed when I wrestled my arms, and you told me it was my arms? Who are you kidding? You can kill someone by arm wrestling like this? This is power. Uchiha Sasuke used the Scarlet Sharingan to look at the earthquake-like scenery around Yagyu Tsuki and Tsunade, and a strong shock appeared in his eyes. Although it was a very common arm wrestling, it was actually a collision of power. The blonde woman had obviously used all her strength, but Yagyu teacher didn't even use chakra. You are really worthy of being Yagyu teacher. Do you want to continue? I don't care. It's still interesting to see you struggling hard. Lu Xingyue lowered his chin. His light and frivolous smile gave people a sense of mockery, and he gently hooked Tsunade's white palm with his fingers. It feels good. It feels very comfortable to touch. Advertisement, this guy. Even with Tsunade's strong and generous personality, he felt a little confused at this time, causing him to completely ignore Lu Xingyue's teasing. What's wrong with this guy? He is like a mountain, an unshakable mountain. Anyway, let's stop here. I will find time to teach you a lesson in one day. Lu Xingyue's mouth corners slightly raised, showing a bad smile, and his hand trembled slightly as soon as he finished speaking. I have a hang. Do you have one? You are too young to bet, Sister Ju-Ru. Cracked Tsunade was completely unable to react. The sight in front of her eyes turned upside down. The white arm twisted in a weird arc, and finally the whole person flew out like a gyroscope. What happened? What was I fighting against? Tsunade fell to the ground with a dazed look on her beautiful face. She looked at Yagyu's calm figure strangely. Just now, the dead white-haired man used natural energy, but he did not use chakra as promised. Natural energy and chakra are two different energies. It was the first time she met someone who could completely defeat her from the front in terms of strength. When she was arm wrestling with Yagyu Tsuki, it felt like she was holding the hand of her great-grandfather Hashirama. Is the dead white-haired man so strong? So powerful? Everyone in Team 7 was shocked. They didn't understand how terrible Tsunade's strange power was, but from the amount of chakra that Tsunade burst out, they could see that Tsunade was a very powerful ninja. And Yagyu teacher could easily beat Tsunade who used chakra without using chakra. This is outrageous. Naruto looked at the shattered ground, and then at Tsunade whose arm was broken in the distance. His eyes showed a strong fear, and he muttered to himself, "Arm wrestling is so scary." Haruno Sakura didn't say anything, but looked at Tsunade in the distance with heartache, and then stole a glance at Yagyu Tsuki with contempt. This blonde sister named Tsunade is Yagyu teacher's girlfriend, right? Yagyu teacher can be so cruel that he smiled and broke his girlfriend's arm. Oh my god. It's outrageous. So bad. Yagyu Tsuki felt Haruno Sakura's gaze, raised his hand and flicked Haruno Sakura's forehead, and said lightly, "I'll hurt your eyes if you look at me like that." Strange. Hirakuma kid. You must be thinking about something very strange. Haruno Sakura covered his slightly painful forehead, lowered his head in panic and fear, and didn't dare to look at Yagyu Tsuki again, sticking out his tongue and secretly complaining in his heart. Is Yagyu teacher the kind of pervert who tortures girls for pleasure? Since he can break his girlfriend's arm, he can also dig out the eyes of female students. What a cruel man. It's a waste of such a handsome appearance. Tsunade-sama. Kato Shizen quickly ran to Tsunade's side, looking at Tsunade's arm twisted into a weird state, and a feeling of heartache surged in her heart. Light blue chakra appeared in her palm, and she quickly healed Tsunade's broken arm. Yagyu Tsuki is really annoying. She had dated Tsunade-sama before, and they were in love anyway. What's wrong with Tsunade-sama? Besides, Tsunade-sama has a very good appearance and is the strongest medical ninja in the whole ninja world. Such an excellent woman took the initiative to reunite with Shizun, but Shizun was so resistant. I feel so sorry for Tsunade-sama. Tsunade stood up and moved her restored arm. After seeing Shizun's worried expression, she said coldly and proudly, "Stupid. How can this injury be a problem? She is in a heavy mood now. Now he can't do anything to the dead white-haired man, and there is still a rage in his heart. He must pay the price for what the dead white-haired man did. But what should he do? I'm so annoyed. I want a drink." Tsunade-sama. Kato Shizen hesitated and bit his lips, secretly glanced at Yagyu Tsuki in the distance, and finally mustered up the courage to persuade Tsunade in his ear, "Give up. It's not worth it for that kind of man." Yagyu Tsuki can be cruel and break Tsunade-sama's arm. What does this mean? It means that Yagyu Tsuki never cared about Tsunade at all. So even if Tsunade-sama gets back together with Yagyu Tsuki, he can't get Yagyu Tsuki's attention. Tsunade frowned slightly, and Shizun's words sounded strange no matter how he listened. Give up Yagyu Tsuki? Could it be that Shizen knows what happened that night? Come to think of it, Shizen has been following me for a long time, so it's normal for her to find out that I'm in a strange state of mind during this period. After all, I've been asking around about Yagyu Tsuki, so how could Shizen not notice something with his mind? Tsunade put his hand on Shizen's shoulder and smiled slightly with a sense of danger, and said in a low voice, "Shizun, don't let it slip." "Yes, yes." Kato Shizen responded hurriedly, sighing secretly in his heart. Tsunade-sama is not planning to give up yet, and likes Yagyu Tsuki's white hair so much? Alas, since Tsunade-sama likes it, I can only support it with all my strength. Advertisement. Kato Shizen held Tsunade's hand, and said in a firm and encouraging tone, "Tsunade-sama, I will always support you. Come on." Tsunade frowned. She always felt that Shizen was strange, but there was nothing wrong with what Shizen said. Support me to make the dead white-haired man pay the price. There is really nothing wrong with that. But it just feels weird. Lu Shungyue walked in front of Tsunade, put the lollipop in his mouth into Tsunade's mouth, raised a finger, and said with a faint smile, "Anyway, you lose, I will choose." Before he finished speaking, several terrible auras covered the whole venue, and a figure fell behind Lu Shungyue. He was wearing a black coat embroidered with red cloud patterns, had short silver-gray hair, and held a blood-red scythe in his hand. "Hey, You bastards are chatting happily. Let me kill you. While speaking, Haydn slashed Lu Shengyue's neck with a scythe, but he didn't finish speaking. Lu Shengyue turned around and kicked Haydn's head heavily. Crack. Haydn's skull cracked, and he flew into the air and was kicked far away. After rolling several times on the ground, he hit a rock. Due to the heavy impact, the whole rock cracked, and his whole body sank directly into the wall of the rock. Yagyu ignored Haydn, stroked Tsunade's delicate and cute face, and said in a sexy tone, I will choose a day to train you thoroughly. Be prepared, old woman. Don't touch me. I'm willing to accept the loss. Tsunade opened Yagyu's hand, bit the lollipop in her mouth hard, and looked at Yagyu coldly and forcefully. Kato Shizen pointed at Haydn, which was embedded in the Rocky Mountains in the distance, and said with a slight twitch of his mouth, something just flew over. Was it an enemy just now? It was an enemy, right? Did Yagyu Tsuki have to say this? Even though he had already abandoned Master Tsunade, he was still trying to tease Master Tsunade to please him. Yagyu Tsuki is really as bad-tempered as the rumors say. Alas. But Master Tsunade likes Yagyu Tsuki very much. What can a mere Shizen say? Enemy. The faces of the people in Team 7 changed slightly, staring at Haydn, who was embedded in the Rocky Mountain in the distance. This guy suddenly appeared and attacked Teacher Yagyu, and then was kicked away by Teacher Yagyu. Who is this guy? Who of you is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? A low voice sounded behind Team 7. Kakuzu's tall and burly figure stood there, looking down at the people in Team 7 indifferently and steadily. When did this guy? Such a fast speed. The pupils of the people in Team 7 shrank, and everyone showed a horrified expression. They were suppressed by Kakuzu's terrible breath, and a sense of threat of death surged in their hearts. Will die. If you are an enemy of this person, you will die. What a terrible person. Haruno Sakura's face was pale and weak. Her body trembled slightly, and her legs were weak as she knelt on the ground. She was bitten on the lips and bled because of excessive fear. Kakuzu neither took action nor released chakra. He just stood behind Team 7 and made Team 7 lose the courage to resist. That's right. Kakuzu just stood there and made Team 7 realize that Kakuzu was a terrifying ninja far beyond the Mist Ninja. Before asking others, tell me your name first. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and turned around, using the Scarlet Two-Tomo Sharingan to suppress the infinite fear in his heart, staring at Kakuzu coldly and proudly. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? You were talking about Naruto, that super idiot. Who is this person? He can actually give me the illusion of confronting Uchiha Itachi. Damn it. If you make an enemy of this person, you will die. I know who Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is. Just asking casually. Kakuzu glanced at the Vortex Naruto lightly. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Wang Nuwa, can't use the power of the tailed beasts yet, so it's easy to catch such a weak Jinchuriki. Other Jinchuriki can already use the power of the tailed beasts, and Uzumaki Naruto is really a waste of talent. If you interrupt someone's flirting casually, you will be punished. Yagyu appeared behind Kakuzu in an instant, raised his leg, and kicked Kakuzu's head. Earth-style Earth Spear. Kakuzu's skin turned dark black, and after being strengthened by the Earth style, it was as hard as steel. He raised his arm to resist Yagyu's kick. Bang! The leg and hand collided violently, and Kakuzu's arm as hard as steel appeared cracks. The whole person was kicked away by Yagyu, and flew a long distance in the air. Afterwards, he backflipped and stood firmly on the ground. Deal with Yagyu Tsuki and capture Nine-Tails Jinchuriki alive. Let's do it. A cold and indifferent voice sounded in the sky. Conan floated in the sky with wings made of paper, looking down at everyone below like an angel, and finally her eyes stopped on Tsunade's face. Tsunade, the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, and one of the legendary Sannin. She had seen Tsunade and knew Tsunade because Tsunade was her former master's teammate. Conan looked at Tsunade for a moment, and then looked at Yagyu Tsuki coldly. Her previous plan was to use the Mist Ninja Ghost and to delay Yagyu Tsuki for 3 minutes, with the purpose of using these 3 minutes to activate the 4 red sun barrier to trap Yagyu Tsuki. But she never expected it. Yagyu Tsuki used the 4 red sun barrier to guard Team 7 first, and she didn't expect Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, to appear, which made Conan temporarily change her original plan. But anyway, she found that Yagyu Tsuki was not as strong as she had imagined, nor as overwhelmingly powerful as rumored. She should be a ninja with the same strength as Kakuzu. In the name of God, I win. Haydn climbed out of the stone mortar, with veins bulging on his forehead. He pointed at Yagyu Tsuki with a blood-red sickle and said arrogantly, Hey, You dared to kick me away. It really hurts. B asterisk 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 D. I remember your face. I will curse you no matter what. Haydn licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, felt the severe pain in his brain, and said excitedly, "It hurts. It feels so good." Just raising some mosquito-like summoning beasts, secretly sucking the blood of the target enemy, and then cursing the enemy crazily in secret. This is much better than mindlessly carrying a sickle. At worst, you have to have some fancy skills, and just scratching the enemy is equivalent to winning directly. But Haydn didn't seem to think so much, just using his muscles to be a reckless man. I will make your cooking into a pulp and make you. It be asterisk 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 D. Repent in front of the evil god. Haydn pulled out a sharp iron rod from behind and stabbed it into Lu Shengyue's head with all his strength. Really? Then try hard, but I think it will taste terrible. Lu Shengyue was about to make a move. A pretty figure appeared out of thin air, and Lu Shengyue smelled a faint milk fragrance. Tsunade kicked Haydn hard in the abdomen, breaking Haydn's ribs with such force that the whole place was filled with the sound of crunch of broken bones. Bang! Haydn flew into the air and was kicked away by Tsunade. He rolled several times on the ground, leaving a long bloody mark, and then spit out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground in a mess. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, has a really strong power. Kakuzu looked at Tsunade's back. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes, and a sneer appeared after a moment. A bounty of 100 million. Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and the most important thing is a bounty of 100 million coins. Today is a big profit. Tsunade's bounty is 100 million coins, Yagyu Tsuki's bounty is 1 billion coins, and catching Ninetales Jinchuriki alive can earn 300 million coins from pain. Bloody profit. Assholes, can you stop kicking me away again and again? It really hurts, assholes. Haydn climbed up, touched the bloody wound on his abdomen, and gasped with a twitching expression. Hiss, it hurts, but it feels so good. Haydn completely ignored the wound, smiled wildly and unbuttoned the red cloud coat, and then threw the coat back casually. He didn't care about the fatal wound on his abdomen at all, as if the wound was someone else's. I'm in a bad mood now. You disappear immediately, otherwise I will make you disappear. Tsunade threw the green coat back, her light golden ponytails fluttering in the wind, clenched her white fists, and stared at Haydn in the distance with indifference and heroism. Strange. What's wrong with this guy? The kick I just gave him completely broke his ribs, but why is this guy like nothing happened? He obviously has a very serious injury. Even a broken rib is enough to be fatal, but this guy seems to be uninjured. Bloodline limit? Come on, Master Tsunade. Kato Shizen looked at Tsunade's heroic back with an admiring expression. She respected Tsunade from the bottom of her heart, because Tsunade could be considered her master and even her adoptive mother, because she was taken by Tsunade to travel around the world when she was very young. To be honest, I don't understand. How high is the vision of this white-haired Yagyu Tsuki? Master Tsunade has a cute face and a perfect figure that is enough to make many women jealous, and is even the strongest medical ninja in the whole ninja world. The most important thing is, when encountering a crisis, Tsunade is safe and reliable. Such a heroic and top beauty was actually ruthlessly dumped by Yagyu Tsuki. Unbelievable. Anyway, come on, win back Yagyu Tsuki's heart handsomely. Hiss, so strong. Team 7 gasped, and everyone looked at Tsunade's dashing back in shock. They didn't expect Tsunade to be able to kick away even a terrifying enemy like Dongchuang. Advertisement during the arm wrestling, Tsunade was suppressed by Yagyu Tsuki the whole time, so they couldn't judge Tsunade's strength and had no idea at all. But now they have an idea. Haydn's chakra burst was terrible, almost comparable to the third Hokage, and then the mistress named Tsunade kicked Haydn hard, which is enough to show that Tsunade's mistress is very strong. Wait a minute. If you think about it this way, if Tsunade's mistress can suppress Haydn, and Yagyu teacher can suppress Tsunade, how strong must Yagyu teacher be? The first time Team 7 went out of the village to do a mission, their 3 views were refreshed again and again, and their understanding of strength was overturned again and again. So handsome. Haruno Sakura stared at Tsunade's back in a daze. She was impressed by Tsunade's domineering and powerful strength. It was the first time she had seen such a strong female ninja. I also want to become so strong, to become a female ninja like Master Tsunade. Yagyu glanced at the wound on Haydn's abdomen and chuckled lightly. I also want to be kicked hard by a beautiful woman. Just kidding. I prefer to kick a woman to tears than being kicked by a woman. The cute and small jade foot can actually kick out such a strong kick. Even if I am defenseless and resist this kick, I am afraid it will hurt. Of course, the wound can heal instantly. Think about it. This crazy woman can kick Uchiha Madara's Susanoo to pieces. Pervert. Tsunade glared at Yagyu, then glanced at Kakuzu in the distance warily, and then looked at Konan above warily. Leave this guy to me and the rest to you. Tsunade burst out with light golden chakra, staring at Haiden in the distance with vigilance, and said coldly to Yagyu Tsuki behind him, "Don't get me wrong, I don't intend to help you, you idiot, I just happen to be here. To be honest, maybe. Even if you please me, there is no benefit, you don't have the information about these rubbish, and you will definitely die if you show off for a few rounds." Yagyu Tsuki grabbed Tsunade's collar. Idiot, who pleases hum. Tsunade hadn't finished her words when she was grabbed by Yagyu Tsuki by the collar and lifted up. She was like a kitten being lifted up, with her limbs hanging in the air. Tsunade blinked and looked at Yagyu Tsuki blankly. Go play aside. The little brat is left to you. Work hard, master's wife. Yagyu Tsuki threw Tsunade backwards, and Tsunade flew in front of Team 7, and then fell heavily on the ground. Sorry, giant eyes. This is my show-off moment. Who is the master's wife? Tsunade covered her slightly painful buttocks, her eyes showing embarrassment, her fair and delicate face slightly red, and she glared at Lu Shengyue's back in anger. Hey, whose blood is this? Haiden glanced at the blood at his feet. His blood did not fall to that position. This should be the blood of someone like Lu Shengyue. People who don't understand the pain of others will be punished by God. Bleeding casually will bring bad luck. Haiden used his feet to stick the blood on the ground and drew a 6-star pattern on the ground. Which of you guys is going to be in bad luck? Haiden used his fingers to stick the blood on the ground, and then licked the blood on his fingertips, which made Zhang Kuang glare at Lu Shengyue and others. What is he doing? Tsunade frowned slightly, staring at Haiden, who was performing a strange ritual, and a strange sense of crisis surged in her heart. Because the blood Haiden used for the ritual was the blood she had just shed after breaking her arm. Listen up, little brats. I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Shengyue sipped the candy in his mouth and looked at Haiden, who was performing the ritual. Before you know the enemy's ability, it is stupid to get hurt and bleed at will. For example, the ability of the muscle man can use other people's blood to start the ritual, so as to connect pain and injury. Then, the muscle man can live even if his heart is destroyed. So do you understand what I mean, Xiao Shinyang? Lu Shengyue glanced at Tsunade. The pupils of the audience shrank. They all understood what Lu Shengyue meant. As long as Haiden hurt himself after completing the ritual, Tsunade would almost certainly die. Who was the master's wife? Tsunade's face sank. Of course, she understood what Lu Shengyue meant. Since the enemy can connect the damage, if the enemy hurts himself and destroys his heart, she will definitely die. Damn, the enemy's ability is so troublesome. Lu Shengyue asked, ask a question. What should I do in this situation? Uchiha Sasuke said, stop the ritual? Chapter 5-5 The field expands. Infinite space. Kakuzu and others did not take the first step, but were watching for Yagyu Tsuki's flaws. They were waiting for Yagyu Tsuki to take the first step so that they could seize the opportunity to capture Ninetales Jinchuriki, but they never expected it. Yagyu Tsuki did not take action for a long time, and even turned his back to Kakuzu and others, without even looking at Kakuzu and others from beginning to end. Since Yagyu Tsuki could see through Akatsuki's plan before, it means that Yagyu Tsuki is a very smart man, and how could such a smart man turn his back to the enemy and reveal a flaw? Therefore, Yagyu Tsuki's behavior of turning his back to the enemy is likely to be deliberately revealing a flaw. The purpose is to attract the enemy to take the first step and fall into the routine planned by Yagyu Tsuki. What's wrong with this man? Even Kakuzu, who has seen a lot of storms, felt a strange feeling in his heart when he saw Yagyu Tsuki chatting and laughing with Team 7 again. Yagyu Tsuki was surrounded by Akatsuki, but he could still chat with Team 7 calmly and even ignore the enemy and turn his back to the enemy. No matter from which angle you look at it, Yagyu Tsuki is full of flaws, but the question is whether there are really people who can chat and laugh with the little ghosts, or even deliberately reveal their backs to the enemy while being surrounded by enemies. Strange. Very strange. This is the first time Kakuzu has met a man who is too calm and calm. Master Tsunade, do we need help? Kato Shizune stared at Kakuzu and others vigilantly. Even though she has seen many Kaga-level strongmen, she can feel the great danger from Kakuzu. Akatsuki? Very strong. The three enemies all have Kaga-level power, but Master Tsunade will definitely help, because he can take this opportunity to gain the favor of Yagyu Tsuki. Improving Yagyu's favorability can increase the hope of reunion. Come on, Master Tsunade, this is a chance. Get ready. Tsunade glanced at Konan, who was like an angel in the sky. She always felt that she had seen this cold woman somewhere. She left the village to stay away from the war, and she had no intention of participating in ninja affairs, and there was no reason to help the scumbag Yagyu. But she was a little concerned about the angelic woman in the sky. Besides, she was so angry with Yagyu that she would definitely take out her anger on someone.
Yes.
Kato Shizen laughed in her heart. Obviously, Lady Tsunade was tired of war and hated participating in ninja affairs, but she would still change her mind for the man she loved. Lady Tsunade was such a strong woman, but she was still a love-brained person, but she could take this opportunity to improve her favorability. Reconciliation is just around the corner. Teacher Yagyu, who are these people? Haruno Sakura looked at Yagyu Tsuki in front of him, secretly relieved, and then looked at Kakuzu and others with a serious expression. Are they also ninjas who want to harm Mr. Dasna? But Mr. Dasna immediately ran back home after the death of the mist ninja demon. And that scary man just now, did he mention Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? What is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? What is Dasna? They are a middle school second disease organization that calls itself Akatsuki. The purpose this time is to capture Nine-Tails Jinchuriki alive. Yagyu Tsuki slapped Uzumaki Naruto on the back of his head and said with a faint smile, that is to capture Naruto, the brat. Capture Naruto alive? Haruno Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto strangely. The enemy sent out 3 top masters at once to capture Naruto, the silly idiot. Naruto is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Are you talking about the Nine-Tails demon fox that has been rumored in the village? Am I their target? Uzumaki Naruto was stunned for a moment. His expression gradually became lonely, and a trace of self-blame flashed in his eyes. The enemy's target is the demon fox in my body, which means, because of me, Team 7 encountered the enemy, and because of me, we were attacked by such a strong enemy. And I can't do anything. It's obviously because of me, Yagyu-sensei, that we encounter the enemy, and I can only hide behind Yagyu-sensei and be protected. Yagyu-sensei looked at Uzumaki Naruto calmly and said, yes, because of you, we encounter the enemy. If I'm not invincible, everyone will die in the battle. Thank me from the bottom of your heart, brat. Put some pressure on Nine-Tails, brat. After all, you have to use the tool man reasonably. Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head and didn't speak, his face full of unwilling expression. Although he couldn't understand how strong the enemy was, he knew very well that the strength of each of these Akatsuki members was far beyond the mist ninja demons. Yagyu-sensei said, it is also worth mentioning that all these enemies are older than the 3rd generation. The enemy is stronger than the Hokage? Team 7's faces changed slightly, and they looked at Kakuzu and others in disbelief. Teacher Yagyu actually said that these enemies are stronger than the 3rd Hokage. In the eyes of Team 7, the 3rd Hokage is the strongest ninja in the village. These 3 enemies are stronger than the 3rd Hokage. What terrible ninjas they must be. Have you finished talking? If you are done, go to hell and accept the punishment of the evil god. Haiden has completely lost his patience. He doesn't care what tricks Yagyu deliberately exposed. Laozi just rushed into it. Become a sacrifice to the evil god. Be *************** D. Haiden waved the blood-red sickle and jumped up at an extremely fast speed, leaving a series of sonic boom ripples wherever he passed. He didn't use the instant body, but only relied on the power of his legs to make Team 7 unable to see his figure when he moved, and even everyone in Team 7 couldn't see the afterimage clearly. What a fast speed! Everyone in Team 7 trembled in their hearts. Even Uchiha Sasuke's 2 Tomo Sharingan was completely unable to capture Haiden's afterimage when he moved. Well, let's use Haiden to test Yagyu Tsuki's strength. Kakuzu watched Haiden's attack calmly. Anyway, Haiden couldn't die, so he used Haiden to test Yagyu Tsuki. What was he doing by deliberately revealing his flaws? Besides, he could also use Haiden to fight Yagyu Tsuki and find an opportunity to capture Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Although it was good to be able to deal with the enemy, it was also important to complete the mission and make money. Money is everything. He is very strong, but he is also very smart and cautious. After all, he is an old monster who has lived for a long time. The whole audience was paying attention. Yagyu Tsuki slowly raised a finger, and a light blue chakra emerged from the fingertips, blocking Haiden's fierce sickle attack. The sickle and the finger collided violently, and a gust of wind-like airflow was generated between the two, and cracks like tortoise shells appeared on the ground. It actually blocked it? Even Haydn was slightly startled. No matter how hard he held the sickle, he couldn't shake Yagyu Tsuki's finger. Yagyu Tsuki used one finger to hold the sickle steadily, looking down indifferently and proudly. Haydn said, "What if the skin is scratched? Will I be cursed?" "What do you mean by that look? Are you laughing at me?" Haydn's expression was angry. Veins bulged on his forehead, bloodshot eyes appeared, and his eyes were glaring like a beast in anger. Looking at the disappointed and contemptuous look of Lu Shengyue, he felt an unprecedented anger in his heart. Advertisement. Why was Lu Shengyue disappointed? Why did Lu Shengyue despise him? It was just a blow. What's there to be complacent about? Nothing. I just didn't expect that you were still at that stage. Lu Shengyue slowly grabbed the bloody sickle, and then with a slight force on his fingertips, he broke the sickle directly. Haydn is an idiot, but his ability is indeed very strong. That weird ability is one of the most dangerous in the whole ninja world. What a pity. Haydn's brain is no different from a pig. He obviously has a very dangerous ability, but he doesn't have a flexible brain to control it. Wrong. We must first deal with the troublesome enemy in an instant. Yagyu Tsuki slowly raised his hand, formed a very strange finger seal, and burst out a strange and powerful energy. Domain expansion, infinite space. Chapter 56, Yagyu Tsuki's full strength. You have been cursed by me. Let's start the ritual now. Let's experience the pain together. Haydn's whole body turned black, with white lines on his dark skin. He held a sharp black iron rod and stabbed it hard into his heart. Although he didn't figure out whose blood it didn't matter whose blood it was, as long as he knew it was the blood of Yagyu and his group. Just offer that unlucky B********** D to the evil god as a sacrifice. Master Tsunade, Master's wife. Everyone in the audience exclaimed, and everyone stared at Haydn, just as Haydn was about to stab the iron rod into his heart. In an instant, Haydn was in a trance, and his hand holding the iron rod paused. Haydn, Team 7, Tsunade and others, the world in front of them changed dramatically. They were pulled into a unique space like the inside of Uchiha, with endless daylight covering the sky and dark nothingness connecting the entire unique space. Haydn didn't move, or couldn't move. Behind him was a huge, black and white eye like a mountain, similar to a black hole. Is this a barrier? Team 7 was suspended in the sky, and everyone looked at the entire universe like limitless internal space with a confused look on their faces. What is a domain? What is the infinite space? It was the first time for Team 7 to see such a strange and difficult-to-immediate move. It should be a barrier-like ability. Tsunade raised her eyebrows slightly, and her amber-like light golden eyes looked at the unique space formed by the day with curiosity. Even for her who was well-informed, it was the first time she saw such a strange ability. Bloodline limit? Barrier? The bloodline limit of the dead white-haired man is the power of wood style, so this move should be a barrier. At the moment she was pulled into the domain, she thought that this strange space was an imaginary space formed by an illusion. But everyone's chakra is very stable, without any signs of disorder. She is the medical expert who controls the chakra of the Grandmaster, so she naturally knows how stable the chakra is. So if it is ruled out as an illusion, then this space should be a barrier. But the problem is, the barrier is to isolate the space. The strange energy wall formed by chakra cannot pull people into a unique space. This move of the infinite space is far above all barriers. If barriers and illusions are ruled out, how to explain the infinite space? Tisk. Tsunade smacked her lips and bit her thumbnail. She has traveled to various countries and has seen many strange bloodline limits, but she has never seen such a strange move as the infinite space. Does the dead white hair have 2 bloodline limits? It is very likely. Double bloodline limit ninjas are rare, but they still exist in the history of the ninja world. After all, Terumi Mei in the Mist Village is a ninja with 2 bloodline limits. Tsunade couldn't understand the infinite space, and the people in Team 7 couldn't understand it even more. The only word they could think of was, awesome. This is the inner world without limits. Just understand it as power beyond the scope of ninja. Yagyu Tsuki flicked Tsunade's forehead, then bent down and whispered in Tsunade's ear, anyway, I saved your life. You can treat me as a hero, put on black stockings and reward me for one night. Tsunade recalled what happened that night when she heard about black silk stockings, and glared at Yagyu Tsuki angrily. Idiot, don't talk to me. The dead white-haired man is still a hero? What kind of hero lets others wear black silk stockings to reward themselves for a night? Tsunade turned her head away, her delicate face slightly reddened, and whispered, "No matter what, I still have to thank you. 3 seconds, master. I will treat you as a human being for 3 seconds." She could never imagine that Haiden, who looked like an ordinary ninja, actually had such a terrible bloodline limit. If it weren't for Yagyu Tsuki, she would have died for sure. But if she knew the information in advance, she would be sure to deal with Haiden without any harm. To be honest, for a moment, just that moment, the damn white-haired man is still a little handsome. Lu Xingyue patted Tsunade's shoulder and said with a faint smile, "I will choose a day to train you. Look forward to it, loser." Tsunade's face sank. She almost forgot that there was a bet. If she failed, she had to obey Lu Xingyue's orders within 1 day. Damn white-haired man. I just thought you were a little handsome. Hey. B asterisk 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 D. What kind of ability is this? Interrupting the ceremony at will is blasphemy against God. Haiden was suspended in the sky, without any feeling in his body, and he couldn't even move his fingers. I can feel everything, but I can't do anything. What the hell is this? But I won't die anyway. I will curse all of you later. Haiden's chakra was stable, with no signs of being disturbed by hallucinations. He could now clearly feel all the concepts that had happened in the world. From the birth of humans to the growth of saplings, endless garbage information poured into his brain. Advertisement in the realm of infinite space. He could feel everything. He was given everything, but he couldn't do anything. After being instilled with garbage information for 3 minutes, his brain couldn't process so much information, and finally Haiden stopped thinking directly. Knowing everything, but being unable to do anything. This feeling is very sad. Sometimes death is the real relief. Yagyu grabbed Haiden's head. His frivolous smile was accompanied by a sense of cruelty. Yagyu suddenly exerted force and directly tore off Haiden's head. Haiden's headless body spurted out scarlet blood, but even if the body was separated, Haiden did not die, but was in a stiff stage where he stopped thinking. Until the garbage knowledge in Haiden's brain is completely digested, he will remain in a vegetative stage. Wang completely disappeared in the starless sky, and the 7th team returned to the vast open space covered with snow. Fire style, the great fire is extinct. Yagyu lifted Haiden's head into the air, formed a seal with one hand, and spit out a high-temperature flame from his mouth. Boom! After the high-temperature flame flew out, it turned into a sea of fire like a huge wave. The extremely high temperature caused the air in the entire area to distort, and the snow in the entire forest melted instantly. The mighty wave of flames directly engulfed Haiden's head, burning Haiden's head to ashes, and the headless corpse was also burned to ashes and blew into the sky with the strong wind. Since you can't die, what about turning into ashes? Yagyu sipped the lollipop lightly and looked at the area burned by the fire. The ability of the muscular man is that he can't die, so can he still stick to it after turning into ashes? It shouldn't be that outrageous. So powerful. Everyone in Class 7 was confused. Teacher Yagyu easily solved the enemy with terrible strength. Unbelievable. Outrageous. It's really outrageous. Konan and Kakuzu were slightly stunned. They had never imagined that Yagyu could easily solve it until just now. Haiden, what was the ability that Yagyu just used? Just after Yagyu activated his ability, a dark energy ball appeared out of thin air, and the energy ball directly covered Yagyu and Haiden. Then the energy ball disappeared, and Haiden was completely solved. And Yagyu seemed to know Haiden's ability. Waste. Kakuzu didn't care that Haiden was solved. Yagyu easily solved Haiden and couldn't prove anything, because he also had the ability to easily solve Haiden. Apart from the weird curse ability, Haiden's hard power was almost the same as Jōnin, and it could even be said that he was the last in the Akatsuki organization. Konan used paper wings to float in the sky, looking down at Yagyu below with indifference and coldness, and said, "You actually know Haiden's secret." From what Yagyu Tsuki said and did, it was clear that he knew Haiden's secret, but Akatsuki members are very secretive in doing things. Why did Yagyu Tsuki know Haiden's secret? Haiden's hard power is very poor, but its strange ability can form a first-sight kill, but Yagyu Tsuki knows the secret of Haiden's ritual. Strange. Konan frowned slightly. Could it be Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Itachi leaked Akatsuki's information? Very likely. She never believed Uchiha Itachi, let alone the mysterious masked man. Yagyu Tsuki said casually, "Who knows, maybe there is a traitor in your Akatsuki." Haiden's secret? Haiden is a piece of shit. He knows all the secrets of Akatsuki. As an excellent time traveler, I naturally know all the information about Akatsuki members. So, you want to be my enemy even though you are not dead? It's a joke. I know all the information. What do you want to hear? Kakuzu has 5 hearts? Scorpion's whole body is a puppet toy. Yagyu Tsuki raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, or, Nagato's Rinnegan. Konan's face changed slightly, and the white wings behind him flapped quickly, throwing countless sharp pieces of paper from the wings, all of which hit Yagyu Tsuki like heavy rain. Yagyu Tsuki actually knew the existence of Nagato? How is it possible? None of the members of the Akatsuki organization has seen the Vortex Nagato, so how could Yagyu Tsuki know the existence of Nagato? But Yagyu Tsuki did tell about Nagato and Rinnegan. What's going on? Could it be that the masked man who calls himself Madara told Yagyu Tsuki about the information of Akatsuki? The only person in the Akatsuki organization who has seen Nagato, except himself, is the masked man. To be honest, I'm tired of fighting with stinky men recently. Even I want to bully girls. Yagyu jumped back to avoid the heavy rain of paper like kunai, and touched his chin to look at Konan without scruples. His eyes slowly moved from his face to his bear, and then from his bear to his beautiful legs. Yagyu's bad smile gave people a sense of mockery, and said, there are still some high-end goods. Konan frowned slightly, and a feeling of shame and anger surged in her heart. A cold murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She felt a sense of frivolous teasing from Yagyu's unscrupulous gaze. High-end goods? Are you mocking me? Disgusting man. You are so fickle even though you have Tsunade-sama, Kato Shizun secretly complained. Advertisement obviously. There is such an excellent woman as Tsunade to reconcile, but Yagyu, a white-haired man, is still in the mood to appreciate other women. What's more, it's an enemy. Stupid. He is mocking the enemy. Tsunade glared at Shizun. You have me, but you are still so fickle? 0. Please give me flowers. Shizun's words are very strange. It should be a very euphemistic way of saying that the dead white-haired guy has done those things to me, but he still has the nerve to flirt with other women in front of me? Tsunade is not in the mood to care about those things. What she cares about most now is Nagato and Rinnegan that Yagyu Tsuki just mentioned. Nagato. Rinnegan. What's going on? Tsunade frowned slightly, bit her thumbnail hard, and stared at Konan in the sky thoughtfully. Rinnegan is the power of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Legend has it that the Sage of Six Paths used Rinnegan to create the moon. It is a creative power beyond all common sense. I have seen a kid with Rinnegan before, and that person is Nagato that Yagyu Tsuki just mentioned. Jiraiya had received intelligence before, which said that Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were all dead. But why did Yagyu Tsuki mention Nagato? And the cool and beautiful woman who used her power to float in the sky must be Konan, who was with Nagato in the past, right? What's going on? I'll ask that dead white-haired guy later. After all, if Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan, is still alive, or even an enemy, then the entire ninja world will probably be in crisis. There is nothing to be proud of in dealing with Haiden. Even if you have the same bloodline limit as the first generation, you can't reach the height of the first Hokage. The so-called god of ninjas in the new era is just an excessively mythical title by the 5 major countries. Kakuzu slowly unbuttoned the red cloud coat and threw the Akatsuki uniform back, revealing a tall, burly, and mighty body. In my eyes, you are just a brat who forgets himself when he has a little power. Kakuzu put his hands together and burst out a strong chakra. The amount of this chakra is close to the strong Kage level, and even exceeds the chakra amount of Tsunade. 0. He did not deliberately mock Yagyu Tsuki. Everything he said was what he believed to be true. The strength Yagyu Tsuki just showed was indeed not as strong as the rumors. He thought that the so-called New Age ninja god was ridiculous. Even with the same bloodline limit, the strength shown by Yagyu Tsuki was far inferior to that of the first Hokage. He had fought with the first Hokage once, so he naturally knew how strong the first generation was. Old stubborn people from the old times, stop holding on to your past achievements and fantasizing about the past. Yagyu Tsuki sipped his lollipop and waved his hand sarcastically, throwing a kunai from 800 miles away. Do you think you have fought with the first generation? Indeed, you have tried your best. I don't need to fight you seriously. You may be betting everything on your beliefs and are prepared to die, but in my eyes it's just a game. After all, you are very weak. Yagyu Tsuki has never lost a battle since he was 4 years old, even in the field of verbal persuasion. Are the kids quarreling? Even Tsunade couldn't help but complain. Yagyu Tsuki's personality is like a spoiled child. Earth resentment. Kakuzu's skin and flesh cracked, and black tentacles emerged from his flesh. All the tentacles surged like living things, and 4 faces connected to the tentacles emerged from his back. This terrible breath scared the faces of Team 7 and others pale. This guy is weak? Everyone in Team 7 looked at Kakuzu in disbelief. They felt a terrible breath from Kakuzu, like destruction. Teacher Yagyu actually said that such a terrible guy is weak? How could he be weak? Let's do it together. This person has strange abilities. Tsunade's expression gradually became serious, and she stared at the mask behind Kakuzu vigilantly. She felt the Sengu Jōnin level chakra area from the 4 masks. And each mask has Jōnin level, plus Kakuzu's own chakra. This man is probably stronger than Orochimaru. You said you are not serious? Show your full strength, young man. Kakuzu said in a low voice. Even if you know my secret, the difference in strength will make you realize the truth. Your bounty and blood limit will belong to me. If I put Yagyu's heart into the mask, my strength should be able to improve a lot. The most important thing is that Yagyu is very valuable. What's more, Konan, this prodigal woman, is preparing that move, so I can take this opportunity to delay some time. Want to see my full strength? Then fulfill your wish once before you die. As soon as he finished speaking, Yagyu Tsuki burst out a stream of chakra, which formed a strong airflow that blew away Team 7, and 10 pits appeared on the ground with him as the core. Very good, Kakuzu. I was waiting for you to say this. I will use the real power of wood style for once in a long time. This feeling. Kakuzu's face changed drastically, feeling the pressure of this chakra, and an incredible feeling surged in his heart. Yagyu Tsuki's chakra amount was far more than the first-generation Hokage. How is it possible? Is the air vibrating? Kakuzu suddenly looked up at the sky, and he saw that the air in the entire area was shaken into a spiral by chakra. Then this is Sage Mode. Yagyu Tsuki clasped his hands together. Dark red patterns appeared on his face, and his whole body was madly absorbing huge natural energy. His terrifying aura was even more terrifying. Even Tsunade was shocked. Yagyu Tsuki looked down at Kakuzu indifferently and arrogantly, sneering and mocking. You want to use all your strength. Are you sure you want to fight me in this state? Chapter 57 True, several thousand hands the Buddha on the top of the head. Are you a monster? Kakuzu frowned slightly, feeling the chakra airflow like a huge wave, gradually showing an expression of disbelief, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. He did not have the idea of retreating, but his legs moved by themselves. Kakuzu felt the severe pain in his skin, suddenly turned his head to look in the direction next to him, and then found that there was no one there. He glanced at the burn marks on his arm's skin, and a shocking feeling surged in his heart. Is this chakra burning the skin? After the natural energy of Yagyu Tsukuru chakra was superimposed, it formed a high-temperature airflow like the 8 inner gates, burning Kakuzu's skin like a flame, making him have the illusion that Yagyu Tsukuru was attacking him from the side. Kakuzu is very strong, and he is one of the best among the Kage-level strongmen. In particular, he has extended his life by replacing his heart, which has given him a lot of combat experience over the long years, and he even fought with the first Hokage. Kakuzu has seen countless strong men, and countless people with huge amounts of chakra. He has seen Senju Hashirama who can easily suppress the tailed beasts, Uchiha Madara who can compete with Senju Hashirama, the Uzumaki clan who are born with huge chakras, and Hoshigaki Kisame who is comparable to the human-shaped tailed beasts. But Yagyu Tsuki is the one with the most chakra among all the strong men he has seen. In terms of chakra alone, Yagyu Tsuki is the strongest person he has ever seen. The chakra that Yagyu Tsuki bursts out far exceeds that of Senju Hashirama at his peak. Yagyu Tsuki. In the sky, the white wings behind Konan trembled slightly, and even with her cold personality, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Her cold and indifferent expression rarely changed after Yahiko's death, and now it rarely changed slightly. It was the first time she saw someone with more chakra than Nagato. So strong. Everyone in Team 7 was stunned, staring at Yagyu Tsuki's back. At this time, the minds of 307 were blank, and they were shocked beyond words by this power. Incomprehensible. They had never seen any Kage-level strongmen, so it was difficult for them to understand the gold content of Yagyu Tsuki's chakra, but they knew that this aura was terrible. Kato Shizen moved his mouth, staring at Yagyu Tsuki's back in a daze, feeling this incredible chakra, and finally his eyes gradually widened. Staring and smacking his lips, he muttered to himself, "Are you really a human?" The chakra burst out of Yagyu Tsuki's white hair, combined with the natural energy of Sage Mode, is probably completely beyond the Hokage level, right? No wonder this white-haired man has high standards and even dumped Master Tsunade. With his powerful strength and handsome face, there will definitely be many female ninjas chasing him. This white-haired man must have seen the colorful world and many beautiful female ninjas. But Tsunade has never lost in terms of appearance or strength. Master Tsunade will definitely win. How could she lose to those female ninjas? In addition, there is a certain emotional foundation. No matter how you look at it, as long as he works hard, he will definitely be able to reunite with Yagyu Tsuki, right? You will win. Your power. Even with Tsunade's strong personality, she was shocked by Yagyu Tsuki and stared at Yagyu Tsuki's handsome profile and the dark red pattern on Yagyu Tsuki's face. Sage Mode. A Sage Mode very similar to that of her grandfather Hashirama, and the chakra and natural energy that the dead white-haired man burst out even completely surpassed the Senju Hashirama at that time. It's hard to say who is stronger between the dead white-haired man and the grandfather, but in terms of chakra and natural energy, it really surpassed the Senju Hashirama at that time. And the aura of the dead white-haired man gave her the feeling that he was standing behind. "Grandpa," Tsunade whispered. She didn't even realize she was muttering. The dead white-haired man really looks like her grandfather, whether it's the safe and reliable back or the tyrannical aura, giving her the feeling that she is standing behind her grandfather. The dead white-haired man has such strength at such a young age. No wonder he has a character that does whatever he wants. Yagyu Tsuki heard after Tsunade muttered. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he turned his head to look down at Tsunade's handsome and delicate face, and said speechlessly, "Old woman, who is your grandfather?" "I don't have such an old granddaughter." Tsunade blushed slightly, and it was a bit embarrassing to mutter aloud. She glared at Lu Shangyue in shame and anger, and retorted, "Stupid. I mean, it feels very similar. The dead white-haired man really knows how to climb up when he sees a pole. Old. You still do that to me?" Yagyu said with a faint smile. "Really? You can act like a spoiled child with me." He was deliberately using all his strength. On the one hand, he wanted to show off and slap Kakuzu in the face, and on the other hand, he wanted to judge who was stronger between him and the first generation at that time through Tsunade and the Angle's reaction. Although his strength is now close to the threshold of 6 paths, he still wants to clearly judge who is stronger between him and the first Hokage through these people who have seen the first generation. Because he is very curious. Although these people did not directly say who is stronger, Yagyu already has an accurate and clear understanding in his mind from their reactions. Advertisement strength far exceeds that of the first Hokage. Yagyu Tsuki has also thought that he will definitely sign in to gain some power in the future, which is far beyond the scope of ninjas. When he gains that power, he will definitely show off. So now he has to show off his ninja power first. Tsunade frowned slightly and accused, "Be serious. The enemy is still here. Being coquettish? Dreaming. Tsunade has never been coquettish. Besides, the two enemies are still eyeing him covetously. Is it really okay for Yagyu Tsuki to be so relaxed?" Yagyu Tsuki glanced at Kakuzu in the distance, waved his hand and mocked, "It's okay. It's okay. That idiot is scared to death now, and the 2 steps he took back are the fear of the food chain." Yes, it is the food chain. The 2 steps Kakuzu took back were the reaction of the bamboo rat when it encountered the person Zhou. The sense of oppression from the food chain is instinctive. "Okay, as far as this chakra is concerned, I will temporarily recognize your strength, but you should clearly understand that the amount of chakra cannot represent strength. I'm afraid you can't reach the level of first generation with a kid like you." Kakuzu suddenly put his hands together, and the blue mask behind him opened his mouth. He thought that first Hokage was the strongest ninja, because he was defeated instantly when he challenged first generation. It's true that Yagyu Tsuki's chakra amount is huge, but the amount of chakra cannot represent strength. Only those who can perfectly control their own chakra are strong. Many ninjas who are born with huge chakra amounts cannot perfectly use their own chakras throughout their lives. Chakra amount can determine the lower limit, and one's own ability determines the upper limit. Scared to death? Ridiculous. Just dealing with a few trash. There is no need to be complacent there. You probably haven't seen a real ninja yet. Don't confuse me with Haiden. I've never been afraid even if I'm the enemy of the first generation. Lightning style. Pseudo-dark. The tentacles behind Kakuzu surged like a living thing, and a pale blue lightning spit out of the dark blue mask. The pale blue lightning leaped into the air, forming a sharp lightning spear, leaving cracks on the ground wherever it passed. The sharp pale blue lightning spear, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, blasted towards Yagyu Tsuki at a speed of several times Mach per second. The speed was very fast, with lightning and thunder. The pupils of the 7th team shrank. They could only hear the deafening sonic boom, and they had no way to see the moving trajectory of the lightning spear. They didn't even have time to think, and the lightning spear had already flown in front of Yagyu Tsuki. Pseudo-darkness? There's no need to defend against this level of lightning style. Yagyu Tsuki raised his hand that was condensed with natural energy and slapped the sharp lightning spear with his backhand. He glanced at the tiny scar on his palm, which was healing quickly. Although it was only this level of lightning style, the power was at least 2 Raikiri. But if you want to defend yourself seriously, you have to use at least the level of Chilin's lightning style. What happened? Everyone in Team 7 was confused. They just saw Kakuzu use lightning style, and then heard the ridicule in Yagyu Tsuki's words. With their current dynamic vision, they couldn't see the existence of pseudo-darkness at all. The power of Sage Mode? Tsunade recalled the scene just now. Kakuzu used a very scary lightning style in an instant, and then the dead white-haired man slapped the lightning style away. Although lightning style pseudo-dark is a B-level lightning style, it is also a lightning style infused with nature transformation, and its power is one of the best among all lightning styles. But it was actually slapped away by the dead white-haired man? The power of this Sage Mode is a bit outrageous. Although he can heal himself while resisting lightning style pseudo-dark, he can't do it like Yagyu. How is it possible? Even Kakuzu looked grim at this time. He still thought that Yagyu would use his ability to defend against lightning style, and then take this opportunity to speed up the attack. But he never expected that Yagyu raised his hand and directly slapped away his strongest lightning style. You have to know that lightning style is pseudo-dark, but it is the strongest lightning style that he can use at present, and its power is even stronger than Raikiri of Copy Ninja. What's the matter with this Yagyu Tsuki? Is Sage Mode so easy to use? There are more, stronger tricks. Yagyu Tsuki did not take action, but looked down at Kakuzu indifferently and proudly. He knew that Kakuzu had a stronger combination of skills, which was almost all of Kakuzu's power. Arrogant kid. I will use this attack to solve you. Kakuzu burst out stronger chakra, clasped his hands together suddenly, and the dark red mask behind him opened his mouth and spit out a terrible high-temperature flame. Fire style, head hard work. After the high-temperature flame landed, it turned into a huge wave of fire. The terrible high temperature directly ignited the entire forest, causing the air to twist into a spiral state. This is the B-level fire style, injected with nature transformation. Advertisement, wind style, suppression. Kakuzu's seal changed, and the wind style mask behind him opened his mouth and spit out a sharp wind like a blade. The wind formed a giant tornado, and the tornado rolled up a sea of fire like a huge wave. The combination of the two made the fire even more fierce. Wind style is a B-level wind style injected with nature transformation, and fire style is also a B-level fire style injected with nature transformation. After the combination of the two complementary nature transformations, this move is full of destructive power, and can even approach the power of S-level. Boom boom, the giant tornado burning with blazing flames moved towards Yagyu and others at an extremely fast speed. The flame tornado burned everything wherever it passed, emitting a destructive force that wanted to engulf everything zero. This is Kakuzu's strongest power at present, and it is also a blow that he used all his strength. Combining two nature transformations? This person is stronger than expected. Tsunade looked at the infinitely approaching flame tornado, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. Even if he had the self-healing ability of the 100 heroes, he would not be able to escape unscathed after being engulfed by the fire tornado that combined the two nature transformations. What are you going to do? Tsunade gently pulled the corner of Yagyu's clothes, and light blue chakra emerged from the palm of her other hand. She was ready to heal Yagyu. Logically, the best way at the moment is to disperse and avoid a head-on confrontation with the fire tornado, or use the more powerful water-style nature transformation to offset the fire tornado full of destructive aura. Teacher Yagyu. Everyone in Class 7 said worriedly. They could clearly feel how terrible the approaching fire tornado was. If they were engulfed by the fire tornado, everyone would be burned to ashes in an instant. Is this the chakra-attributed nature transformation that Teacher Yagyu talked about before? Such a strong power. Since you said I look like your grandfather, let me use the moves your grandfather used once. Yagyu clasped his hands together and burst out a strong natural energy. Grandpa's moves? Tsunade was slightly stunned. Sage art, true several thousand hands, Yagyu slapped his hands on the ground, and a huge natural energy chakra poured into the ground. This natural energy was accompanied by a strong vitality. Boom, boom, the ground shook violently like an earthquake, cracking into canyon-like cracks, and countless python-like vines drilled out of the cracks. All the vines were entangled together and finally turned into a mountain-sized Senju Guanin. The airflow generated during the formation of the giant Guanin directly dispersed the fire tornado. Yagyu Tsuki never looked at the fire tornado, because that level of attack was meaningless in his eyes. The attack that he wanted to care about had to be at least the final form of Susanoo, or at least a tailed beast bomb, right? It can be used to this extent. Tsunade's expression was solemn. She had never imagined that Yagyu Tsuki could use with style to such a strong degree. It can actually defend against my full-strength attack? Kakuzu's expression gradually became confused, and he looked up at the mountain-like Senju Guanin, and a feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. One strike? The so-called power of one strike must at least have the power to destroy everything in the world. It's hard for you to understand this power, right? Yagyu Tsuki stood on top of Guanin, looking down at Kakuzu below with a high and mighty attitude. Very good. Kakuzu is such a good enemy. Every word he says can give me a chance to show off. Since you give me a chance, I will definitely show off. People have to show off, and time travelers are even more so. Showing off to pick up girls is what time travelers should do. To be honest, I rarely take action seriously, because as long as I take it seriously, I can change the map plate. Don't say I'm bullying you. After all, you are also a ninja with the title of Shadow. Let me kill you 5 times with one blow. Sage art. The Buddha on the top. Yagyu Tsuki's seals changed, controlling the giant Senju Guanin like a mountain. The 3.2-handed Guanin slowly raised 1,000 huge palms and slapped Kakuzu below with a destructive aura. Boom boom, Guanin's palm strikes extremely fast. Each palm leaves countless afterimages. Each palm can cause a large area of wind. Each palm has the power to cause mountains to collapse and crack. And each palm has the power to rival S-level wind style. And such a terrible palm, a full 1,000 attacking one point at the same time. Even other ninjas with strong Kaga level will feel their scalps tingling. The ground collapsed, mountains collapsed, and the ground cracked. The entire area of the border of the country of waves turned into a ruined wasteland in an instant. Everything within a dozen kilometers disappeared and turned into a wasteland full of pits and wreckage. Even people in the faraway country of waves can feel the wind pressure generated by the palm strike. This kid is a monster. Kakuzu's heart was completely destroyed, and he fell into a pool of blood like mud, staring at the huge Senju Guanin in a daze. He did not feel the fear of death now, but was beaten by Yagyu Tsuki, destroyed his 5 hearts with one strike. Yagyu Yuki is a real monster. Now he truly understood why Yagyu Yuki could be calm and composed from beginning to end, even as if he didn't care about the existence of the enemy, because Yagyu Yuki had enough power to despise everything. Even now, Yagyu Yuki might not have used his full strength, because the strange ability that solved Haiden before was another blood limit besides with style. He had said before that Yagyu Yuki's strength was average, and asked Yagyu Yuki to use all his strength. This was just a casual remark, thinking that Yagyu Yuki was at most strong Kaga level, but he never expected it. Yagyu Yuki would be so strong. This strike alone has the power to destroy everything. I'm just talking, but are you serious? You are stronger than first Hokage. Kakuzu was fuzzy, looking at Yagyu's arrogant and frivolous face, and finally lost his life completely. Chapter 58. Let Conan be a dog and agree to join Akatsuki. It's been a long time since I last used it. It's quite comfortable. The huge Guanin turned into dust and disappeared. Lu Shengyue landed on the ground and glanced at the terrain that was destroyed into a wasteland by the Buddha on the top. After putting away his chakra, he stretched his body comfortably. The last time he used the Buddha on the top seemed to be in the battle 5 years ago. At that time, there were too many enemies and it was very troublesome, so he just used a flat attack to clear the field. In his eyes, the moves like the Buddha on the top belong to the flat attack type, because it hardly consumes chakra when using it, and it can be used unlimited times as long as there is chakra. So it is no different from the flat attack. Wow, so awesome. Haruno Sakura sat on the ground in a duck-like posture, staring at the surrounding terrain with his eyes wide open. The ground was full of holes like meteorites, and there were also many holes in the distance that were hit by meteorites, which means that the destruction caused by this attack was very large. Did the Buddha of the head that Mr. Yagyu just used destroy the terrain of more than 10 kilometers in one blow? She had no way of understanding the value of the Buddha of the head, nor the value of the blow that Yagyu just used, but judging from the fact that it destroyed more than 10 kilometers of terrain and solved such a terrible enemy with one move. That move just now was simply terrifying. Haruno Sakura recalled what Yagyu said before, saying that she would definitely win in a battle with the third Hokage. She thought Yagyu was just saying it casually, but now after witnessing Yagyu's power, she realized that the words were true. Absolute power, overwhelming violence, and calmness in despising the enemy. Is this Yagyu? Uchiha Sasuke looked shocked, looking at the border of the wave country that was destroyed into a wasteland, and couldn't suppress the shock in his heart for a long time. It was the first time he had seen such an outrageous power as the Buddha of the head. One strike destroyed everything. Overwhelming absolute violence. This is the kind of power, what I have always wanted, the absolute power that is enough to despise all enemies. If I can have this power, I will definitely be able to fulfill my ambition of revenge. As long as I have this power, I will be able to kill Uchiha Itachi. Damn it. Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head, feeling full of self-blame, because it was because of his Team 7 that he encountered the enemy. If it weren't for Mr. Yagyu, the Team 7 would have been wiped out now. 03 I am still too weak. You can use with style to this extent, and even the power has exceeded the first generation. Tsunade looked at Yagyu Tsuki deeply. She had heard about the rumors about Yagyu's trapped escape a long time ago, but she never expected that Yagyu Tsuki could perfectly control the power of with style and even use Sage Mode similar to the first generation. Even the move of the Buddha on the top just now was the move that her great-grandfather Hashirama used to defeat Uchiha Madara when he was alive. The dead white-haired man looks lazy and frivolous, but when he is serious, he is still quite handsome. He is just a little bit arbitrary, or should I say excessively arbitrary. He actually forced himself to be with me that night. Damn it. He is handsome, but damn it, I have more power than you think. Yagyu Tsuki pointed at Tsunade with a lollipop and teased with a faint chuckle. Praise me more, give you a chance to pursue me, use your lustful giant to work hard. Maybe I will agree. Narcissist. Tsunade's expression turned cold, and she covered the soft Juru with her arms and glared at Yagyu Tsuki with shame and anger. A Juru full of desire? What a lewd word. And it was obviously the dead white-haired guy who forced me to do those things. And now he has the nerve to say that he would give me a chance to pursue him? It's really the opposite of the heaven. Kato Shizen walked to Tsunade with the pink pig in his arms, covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered in Tsunade's ear, Tsunade-sama, I feel that Yagyu Tsuki still cares about you. Maybe if you work hard, you can get what you want. Even though Yagyu Tsuki had dumped Tsunade-sama, she still said in a joking tone that she would give Tsunade-sama another chance to pursue her. What does this mean? It means that Yagyu Tsuki still cares about Tsunade. Unfortunately, both of them have very stubborn personalities, and it is difficult for them to say that they want to get back together. But Yagyu Tsuki just said jokingly that she would give Tsunade-sama another chance to pursue her. It should be a disguised reminder to Tsunade-sama that it is also possible to get back together as before. So as long as Tsunade-sama takes a step back and says something nice, they should be able to get back together. Idiot. What are you talking about? Tsunade frowned slightly. With her smart brain, she couldn't understand what Kato Shizen meant. The dead white-haired man cares about me? He probably cares about those things. Can I get what I want if I work hard? Is there any direct connection between the dead white-haired man caring about me and my wanting the dead white-haired man to pay the price? Alas, Master Tsunade, you are too stubborn. How could Yagyu Tsuki take the initiative to admit his mistakes? Kato Shizen sighed. She knew that Tsunade probably wanted Yagyu Tsuki to take the initiative to admit his mistakes and then get back together. Tsunade frowned and said nothing. She always felt that Shizun's words were strange, but Shizun's words sounded normal. She just wanted Yagyu Tsuki to admit her mistakes and give her a perfect explanation that she could accept. After all, any woman who was forced to do those things would be very resistant and stubborn. But it was so annoying. I wanted to kill Yagyu Tsuki, but I didn't have the strength. I even lost in arm wrestling. After losing, I had to obey Yagyu Tsuki's orders within one day. Advertisement as one of the legendary Sannin. I couldn't lose face and go back on the bet. It was infuriating. Yagyu Tsuki looked at the sky indifferently, at the angel-like cold Konin, and said sarcastically, to be honest, I don't understand what you are doing. Even if you want to die in a hurry, there is no need to be so anxious. To be honest, I really don't understand why Akatsuki is so stupid. They planned this operation in a comprehensive manner, and even used the Mist Ninja to delay time. In the end, the Akatsuki members appeared in Haki, and they were all killed by him in one shot. What is Nagato doing? You don't want to die like this, right? Yagyu Tsuki, you are very strong and have the power to rival the Rinnegan. In the sky, Konan was suspended in the air with paper wings, looking down at the destroyed terrain indifferently and coldly, with an incredible feeling in her heart. She had always imagined that Haiden and Kakuzu would be easily defeated. It was the first time she saw someone with power that could match the Rinnegan. Nagato's Rinnegan can also be used to destroy everything in the universe with one strike, and even the direct power of Super Shinra Tensei is stronger than the 10 strikes that Yagyu just used. But you have to know that it is the Rinnegan, the power of the legendary Sage of Six Paths, which has the power of creation that can create the moon. And Yagyu you can use power that can match the Rinnegan with his first order blood limit. This is indeed a veritable New Age ninja god. Matched? You seem to be misunderstanding something. There is still a gap between a casual strike and a full-strength strike. I just said that my power is more than you think. Yagyu sipped her lollipop and looked at the angel-like Konan above. Rivaling the Rinnegan? What an interesting statement. The full-strength attack used by Uzumaki Nagato can indeed destroy everything in the universe, and can destroy the same level of terrain as the Buddha just now. But that was Uzumaki Nagato's full-strength attack, and the Buddha just used by himself was just a casual attack that did not consume much chakra. There is a huge difference between a full-strength attack and a casual attack. But Uzumaki Nagato is a fake after all, and the real owner of the two Rinnegan is Uchiha Madara. If Madara uses Rinnegan, the power can be several times stronger than Nagato, and his current strength can suppress Uchiha Madara, and he even has a plug-in sign-in reward. Every day he gets a sign-in reward. He is getting stronger. In the name of God, I invite you to join Akatsuki, Konan said coldly. She didn't care about Yagyu Tsuki's casual attack, because she thought that Yagyu Tsuki was pretending. The powerful Buddha-like move just now was obviously a killer move. How could it be a casual attack? If Yagyu Tsuki could join the Akatsuki organization, the plan to capture the tailed beasts would be more convenient in the future. Don't be stupid, woman. How could Yagyu teacher join Akatsuki? Uchiha Sasuke used the two-tomo Sharingan and stared coldly at Konan in the sky. Yagyu-sensei joins Akatsuki? What a ridiculous invitation. How could such an excellent ninja like Yagyu-sensei join Akatsuki? He was completely impressed by Yagyu-sensei this time. As long as he followed Yagyu-sensei wholeheartedly, he would definitely be able to gain enough power for revenge. So if Yagyu-sensei joins Akatsuki, Team 7 will lose a powerful teacher, but Yagyu-sensei has no reason to join Akatsuki. Konan glanced at Sasuke coldly. Uchiha Sasuke subconsciously took a step back, and then he found that Konan didn't pay any attention to him at all, as if ignoring the weak. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn 8-9. Yagyu-sensei said, "Okay. See, how could the teacher?" Haruno Sakura snorted, and stopped talking before he finished, looking at Yagyu-sensei's back with a confused face. Huh? Uchiha Sasuke was confused. He never thought that Yagyu-sensei would agree to Akatsuki's invitation. According to Mr. Yagyu's personality, he should reject the invitation on the spot, and then taunt the enemy for being weak, right? Everyone in the audience was stunned. No one expected Yagyu Tsuki to agree to Akatsuki's invitation. This development was completely unexpected. Damn white hair, you. Tsunade was angry, and walked over to grab Yagyu Tsuki's collar to question him. Advertisement. Yagyu Tsuki raised a finger and smiled slightly. Everything must be based on interests. You are a dog for me. I agree to your invitation, the kind of dog that crawls on the ground with a collar. That's all. You are waiting for an invincible fighting force. It's a great proposal. Join Akatsuki? Dream on. Joining Akatsuki to do things all day long is not as comfortable as pretending to be cool and picking up girls. What's more, you have to train the tools of Team 7 every day to gain powerful and interesting power and immortality. Everyone in the audience breathed a sigh of relief. They could all tell that Lu Xingyue's words were meant to mock and provoke Konan. For a moment, they really thought Lu Xingyue would agree to the invitation because Lu Xingyue agreed so readily. Huh. Everyone in Class 7 breathed a sigh of relief. They were really scared by Lu Xingyue just now, but their emotions were waiting for the next sentence. In a short period of time, their moods fluctuated like huge waves. Teacher Lu Sheng must have done it on purpose, trying to scare our Class 7, right? So annoying. The dead white-haired man is really perverting. Tsunade looked at Lu Xingyue's back with disdain. Being a dog? A dog lying on the ground with a collar? Since he could say such shameful words casually, the dead white-haired man might have played this kind of thing before. Pervert. You are looking for death. Conan's expression gradually became cold, and a cold, murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Even with her taciturn character, she was filled with anger at this time. She had experienced countless moments of despair, but this was the first time she was insulted like this, the first time she had been insulted like this since she was a child. She really wanted to scold Yagyu Tsuki now, but she had hardly ever scolded anyone before, and she couldn't think of any good offensive words in a short period of time. You are Conan, right? Nagato. Are you talking about Uzumaki Nagato, the boy with Rinnegan? Tsunade took a few steps forward and stared coldly at Conan in the sky. At that time, Jiraiya investigated the intelligence for a long time, and all of them were news that Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato had died in battle. He even went around Shinobi Village to investigate, and the information he finally obtained was that all three of them had died in battle. Why are the dead still alive? They are even members of the Akatsuki that endanger the ninja world. What happened during this period? Yagyu Tsuki explained. She is the Conan you know. The current leader of Akatsuki is Uzumaki Nagato, the boy with Rinnegan you mentioned. As for Yahiko, we should be able to dig up some ashes now. Tsunade frowned slightly and educated Yagyu Tsuki with an elder's attitude, accusing, don't interrupt. Yagyu Tsuki asked curiously, what are you interrupting? Tsunade said unhappily, you. Yagyu Tsuki gave a thumbs up, great. Tsunade-sama. Kato Shizen looked at Tsunade with a strange expression. She couldn't believe that the strong and heroic Tsunade could say such a fierce word. It's all your fault, you idiot. After Tsunade reacted, her delicate and fair face turned slightly red, and she glared at Yagyu Tsuki with shame and anger. Damn it. Infected by the dead white hair. You know too much. Conan looked down at Yagyu Tsuki coldly. Yagyu Tsuki gave her the feeling that she knew everything about Akatsuki, but Akatsuki had always been secretive and had never appeared on the stage of history. How could she have leaked so much information? Could it be, as Yagyu Tsuki said before, there was a traitor among the members of Akatsuki? The only person who knew about the existence of Uzumaki Nagato was the masked man besides himself. In other words, if there was a traitor in Akatsuki, it could only be the mysterious masked man who called himself Madara. Tsunade asked in a strong manner, why did you join Akatsuki? And why did you hide the information that you were alive? She really cared about these things. Because during the Ninja World War, they met Nagato and others who were still children, and Yahiko led the team to rob them of their food. At that time, Orochimaru proposed to kill these children, saying that the flames of war would continue, and leaving these war orphans would cause endless troubles. But in the end, she was soft-hearted and did not kill Yahiko and others, while Jiraiya directly adopted Yahiko and others as apprentices and wanted to educate them. Yahiko and others have the power to be self-reliant. So if Nagato and others endanger the Akatsuki of the ninja world, then his softness at that time is a kind of responsibility. The 5 major countries started the war for their own interests. They never looked at the small countries affected by the war. Countless people were destroyed by the war. Countless young children were unable to escape. Conan's cold voice was filled with grief and anger. Her family was destroyed by the war when she was young. She watched her parents die tragically in front of her, and she could only endure the ridicule of the enemy, crying and escaping weakly. The killing of human lives, the endless hatred, the incurable pain. This is war. You 5 major countries have never reflected on the grief brought by war. Everything makes us realize that human beings are stupid creatures who will never understand each other anyway. These words were once said by Uzumaki Nagato after Yahiko died in battle. Akatsuki will change the world. Akatsuki is the dream of Yahiko and Nagato, and is the real bridge to peace. I will be the pillar that supports Yahiko and Nagato, these 2 bridges. Conan looked down at Tsunade coldly and asked, do you understand the pain of losing important people? Akatsuki is a dream. Akatsuki will create a world without war, using the absolute violence of the tailed beasts like a natural disaster, using the means of the 5 great nations to make the 5 great nations feel pain, understand the pain caused by war, and finally desire a world without war. Mutual understanding between people was Yahiko's original dream, and Nagato's dream was to use violence to alert the 5 great nations and let them feel the pain of losing everything in war. To protect the dreams of the 2 is Conan's dream. Tsunade did not answer. She thought Akatsuki was a rebel ninja organization at first, but she did not expect Akatsuki's purpose to change the world, and of course she understood the grief of losing important people. Chapter 59, 3 Billion Exploding Talismans, Naruto's Demonic Fox Coat. Yagyu, you have everything. You should not understand the sorrow of war, right? Join Akatsuki and build a world called Dreams together. Akatsuki can temporarily let Nine Tails Jinchuriki go. Konan raised her fair hand. She recognized Yagyu's strength and knew that Yagyu hated the 5 major countries. If Yagyu could join Akatsuki, it would be much easier to catch the tailed beasts in the future. Yagyu complained. Is there any connection between what you said before and what you said later? I am a teacher after all. I can teach you how to speak. Konan said it well before, but suddenly an invitation popped up later. Do you really want me to join Akatsuki? It's funny, but I refuse. Yagyu took out a piece of cake and ate it and said vaguely while eating, the death of one person is sorrow, the death of 2 people is despair, and the death of countless people is just a number. He was really hungry. Useless waste will be eliminated. Backward ninja villages will be swallowed up, and a world without war is a fairy tale. No matter how hysterically you change the world, you can't change the only survival law of ancient and modern times. You are right. As a person who has everything since birth, how can I care about the grief of the weak? Other people's grief is other people's business. It's enough for me to live happily. When you have everything, will you care about the pain of the bottom people? Human desires are endless. Don't underestimate the desires hidden in the hearts of humans. You and I are both creatures of desire called humans. I never thought about losing anything, and there is nothing worth losing. You have experienced it, so you want to change. I can understand your desperate grief. No one will laugh at a person who is working hard. I appreciate your firm obsession, but discussing justice is meaningless. The 5 major countries have ninja villages to protect. They start wars to protect their own ninja villages. This is the justice of the 5 major countries. You have the ambition to seek revenge and change everything, and this is your justice. If you make me angry, you are evil, and vice versa. If I make you angry, I am evil. It is easy to understand this way. Lu Shengyue likes people with firm attitudes. No matter what they do, as long as they have a firm attitude, they are worthy of praise. He appreciates people who work hard for their goals. However, the collision between concepts cannot lead to a conclusion. There is no such thing as a villain. It is all a collision between concepts. The winner is the king, and the loser eats dust. That's all. Lu Shengyue will appreciate people who work hard, but he is not interested in caring about the life and death of others. It is enough for him to live happily and be the most direct egoist. Using power to save the weak is what the saint should do. As an excellent traverser, being happy is the kingly way. Power is a tool for wealth. Everyone in the audience looked at Lu Shengyue, who was eating the cake in big mouthfuls. Although they wanted to complain about where the cake came from, they had no way to refute Lu Shengyue's words. Because Lu Shengyue was right. Things in the world are unpredictable. There is no right or wrong. All wars are the collision of beliefs, and behind almost all wars, there is something to be protected. But the question is, where did Lu Shengyue get the cake? The storage ability of time and space? You talk too much. I will protect the dreams of Yahiko and Nagato, and you are an obstacle that hinders our dreams. You are darkness. In a world without light, flowers can only wither. Konan burst out chakra. She is currently a paper clone here, but she also has 2/3 of the power of her real body. As long as Yagyu Tsuki is here, Ninetales cannot be easily captured. Yagyu Tsuki is an obstacle for Akatsuki to fulfill her dream. No matter what, she will protect the dreams of Yahiko and Nagato. This is also the dream of the 3 of them when they were children. Uzumaki Nagato is her only support now. Completing Nagato's dream is her living force. Use the power of the tailed beast to shock the world and let people understand each other in despair and grief. This is the dream that Nagato firmly believes in after Yahiko's death. Nagato has the legendary Rinnegan, and he will definitely fulfill his dream with this power. Kill you. This is God's order. Konan put her white hands together. She was ready for the move that Kakuzu called a loser, because it was decided to use this move at the last minute. So it takes a lot of time to prepare. Yagyu Tsuki played with the fork, chuckled and teased. Chinibu, do you like role-playing so much? But angels can indeed arouse men's desire to conquer. To be honest, Konan has fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs, exuding a cool temperament. She is a high-ranking flower, which can indeed arouse men's desire to conquer. But she is a little bit Chinibu, and she is always talking nonsense. Unfortunately, the one here is Konan's paper clone. Wait a minute. Yagyu Tsuki was slightly stunned, thinking about things with his chin. Distinguished heavenly gods. The distinguished heavenly gods in Danzo's right eye seemed to be fully recovered. During this period, find an opportunity to deal with Danzo the old dog, and then dig out the distinguished heavenly gods in Danzo's right eye. At that time, use Konin, the flower of the pearl jailing, to test the distinguished heavenly god's hypnosis effect. Yagyu Tsuki's mouth corners slightly raised. Interesting. It feels very interesting. Uzumaki Nagato should be very angry. Damn white-haired. What is she preparing? Tsunade gently pulled Yagyu Tsuki's clothes, looking at Yagyu Tsuki's attitude of eating while thinking. A surge of anger in his heart surged up to teach her a lesson after all. The enemy is still there. Can the damn white-haired be more serious? Konin's chakra is very strong. It is obvious that he is going to launch some tricks, but the damn white-haired is completely ignoring the enemy. And desire to conquer? Tsunade pursed his lips slightly and looked at Yagyu Tsuki with contempt. So the name of the legendary Sannin can also arouse Yagyu Tsuki's desire to conquer? Advertisement. Then what happened that night happened. So this pervert is just out of interest. Damn it. Fireworks show? Yagyu looked at Konin calmly. He had noticed Konin was doing something in secret since they met. Paper technique of God. Konin landed on the ground and slapped the ground heavily, pouring huge chakra into the ground. Boom. The ground shook violently and slowly split into a giant canyon-like crack, and the split earth turned into countless pieces of paper. After absorbing chakra, the pieces of paper turned into explosive talismans. There were 3 billion explosive talismans like tsunamis. Konin can control 600 billion explosive talismans at most, but it takes a long time to set them up, and now there is not so much time to set up 600 billion. At most, it can only be 3 billion, but 3 billion is scary enough. In an instant, Wang, a pair of huge palms formed by paper, grabbed Yagyu's legs and dragged him into the canyon crack formed by the explosive talisman. Damn white hair. Tsunade picked up Shizen, suddenly jumped back, looking at Yagyu Tsuki, who was falling rapidly into the bottom of the canyon. After seeing the large number of detonating talismans on both sides of the canyon, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Are these all detonating talismans? Tsunade's face was ugly. It was the first time she saw someone who could control so many detonating talismans at the same time. This number must be over 100 million, right? Yagyu-sensei. Everyone in Team 7 looked at Yagyu Tsuki, who was dragged into the crack of the canyon in panic. It was the first time they saw so many detonating talismans. The power of hundreds of millions of detonating talismans exploding at the same time was terrifying. Even if Yagyu-sensei was strong, he couldn't withstand this explosion, right? No matter how strong a ninja is, he is still a flesh and blood body. With your strength, you can't withstand 3 billion detonating talismans. Konin's white little hand made a seal, looking down coldly and indifferently at Yagyu Tsuki, who was dragged into the detonating talisman canyon. In the name of God, I will execute you here. As soon as the voice fell, boom boom, 3 billion detonating talismans exploded at the same time. The thunderous explosion resounded through the world. Fierce fires rolled and thick black smoke rose from the ground. After the spiritual flames merged with the black smoke, they turned into a small, pure black mushroom cloud. The black smoke mushroom cloud slowly rose to the sky, forming a nuclear-like deterrent force, which made the residents of the Land of Waves panic. The fierce wind blew away everyone in the audience. Everyone looked at the mushroom cloud in shock, and a heavy pressure surged in their hearts. Teacher Yagyu. Everyone in Class 7 had an ugly expression, staring at the black smoke mushroom cloud in the distance. The fierce explosion power just now, let alone whether it could kill a ninja, could even easily blow up the entire mountain. Yagyu-sensei is very strong, but as the enemy said, even the strongest ninja is still a flesh and blood body. Even Yagyu-sensei should not be able to withstand the explosion of 3 billion detonating tags, right? Will Yagyu-sensei die? This damn woman. She even prepared this trick. Uchiha Sasuke's face was terribly gloomy, staring at Konin with 2 Tomo Sharingan. He thought there were not many detonating tags at first, but he never expected that there were 3 billion detonating tags. 3 billion detonating tags. It's so terrifying. Will Yagyu-sensei die? How is it possible? Yagyu-sensei is the strongest ninja I have ever seen. How could he die so easily in battle? Even if he didn't die, he would probably be seriously injured. Damn white hair. Tsunade frowned and stared at the black mushroom cloud in the distance. The dead white-haired man should be fine. After all, the dead white-haired man has power beyond the first generation. How could he be killed by a mere 3 billion detonating talismans? But why didn't he show up in the past minute? What on earth is the dead white-haired man doing? Tsunade-sama. Kato Shizen looked worried and held Tsunade's fair little hand. Tsunade-sama should be worried about Yagyu Tsuki. Tsunade-sama has recently cured her hemophobia and has a very important boyfriend. Well, ex-boyfriend. She is about to reunite with her ex-boyfriend Yagyu Tsuki. Everything is going in a good direction. If Yagyu Tsuki dies in battle, Tsunade-sama should be very desperate. I'm afraid he will go back to that time. Kato Shizen is not worried about Yagyu Tsuki, because in her eyes, Yagyu Tsuki is just Tsunade's ex-boyfriend. She was even knocked unconscious by Yagyu Tsuki. The person she is most worried about now is Tsunade. It can be said that the only person who can make her worry is Tsunade. It's okay. I'm the legendary Sannin. Tsunade looked at Konan indifferently and said coldly, "You asked me about the pain of losing an important person. I can tell you clearly now that the past is the past, and the present is the present. People have to look forward. Shizen should be worried that no one can stop the enemy without the dead white hair? Ridiculous. Although I completely lost to Yagyu Tsuki in arm wrestling, I am still a legendary Sannin. Konan is very strong now, but am I weak? Stupid idea. What's more, my important person is still there." Tsunade glanced at Shizen beside her. The only important person to her now is Shizen, because she watched Shizen grow up little by little, and Shizen can be considered her adopted daughter. Kato Shizen was surprised. Is Yagyu Tsuki still alive? Can Yagyu Tsuki withstand 3 billion detonating tags? But since Lord Tsunade said advertisement the important person is still there, then who is the most important person to Tsunade now? Of course it's the ex-boyfriend, Yagyu Tsuki. After all, Tsunade's mind has been full of Yagyu Tsuki recently, and even when she was drunk, she was muttering about Yagyu Tsuki, and she also asked around for Yagyu Tsuki's whereabouts. So Lord Tsunade said that the important person is still there, which means that Yagyu Tsuki is still alive now. Huh. Tsunade looked at him strangely. Shizen. She has been feeling Shizen is strange today, but she can't point out where it's strange. In short, it's strange. For the sake of the past, I have no obligation to be your enemy this time. Hand over 9 tails Jinchuriki. Konan stared at Tsunade coldly. She knew that Tsunade was very strong. Tsunade was the best medical ninja and had the strength to rival the strong shadow. Since you said the past, you should know my character. Don't make me angry, otherwise I will kill you. Tsunade jumped up suddenly, and the pale golden ponytail swayed in the wind. She raised her long and round legs and kicked Konan's head hard. Konan's whole body turned into paper and scattered to both sides, perfectly avoiding Tsunade's seemingly weak kick. Boom! Tsunade's foot hit the ground, directly smashing a hole in the ground. Tsunade looked at the flying paper and shouted coldly, "Shizen, use fire style." Can Konan turn into paper freely? It seems to restrain my pure physical attack, but since the ability is to control paper, it should be restrained by fire style, right? Yes. Kato Shizen made seals with both hands. Although she is not so good at fire style, she can still use some ordinary fire style. Strange. Chakra disappeared? Kato Shizen was stunned. The chakra she had just condensed disappeared directly, as if it was blocked by an invisible force. What's going on? The enemy's ability? Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Sasuke quickly formed seals with both hands and spit out a high-temperature flame from his mouth. After the flame flew out, it turned into a high-temperature fireball, which blasted towards Konan with a fierce momentum. Konan raised his hand to slap the high-temperature fireball. Her ability was indeed restrained by the fire style, but it must be at least the elite Jōnin level of fire style. Damn it! Uchiha Sasuke cursed inwardly. How can he use it? Kato Shizen was puzzled. How can Uchiha Sasuke use fire style? Why can't I use fire style? And Konan doesn't seem to have the ability to stop others from using fire style. So whose power is it to stop me from using fire style just now? After Yagyu Tsuki died, your resistance is meaningless. Konan glanced at Sasuke indifferently, but she did not attack the people of Team 7, nor did she attack Tsunade and Shizen. Instead, she quickly grabbed the Vortex Naruto, who was lowering his head. She didn't think about solving the 7th team, as long as she could catch Nine Tails Jinchuriki. How could Yagyu-sensei die? I will kill you. You be asterisk 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 D. Uzumaki Naruto was angry. Scarlet chakra appeared all over his body. His sky-blue eyes turned into fox-like gold, and the 6 breaths on his face became very obvious. Because of me. It's all because of me that Yagyu-sensei was in danger, and it's all because of me that the 7th team was attacked by the enemy. Yagyu-sensei recognized my existence. and I must avenge Yagyu-sensei. The scarlet chakra formed an airflow, blowing away the dust around the vortex Naruto, and the scarlet chakra condensed together, eventually forming two blood-red tails behind him. Demon Foxcoat, two-tailed form. Uzumaki Naruto burst out stronger chakra. Scarlet chakra echoed throughout the venue like airflow, and a third tail gradually emerged behind him. Naruto! Haruno Sakura exclaimed nephew. This power is so strong. Uchiha Sasuke's face was dark. This brat. Tsunade's expression gradually became solemn, staring at Uzumaki Naruto who was already in the main tail state. The power of 9 tails. It would be very troublesome if Uzumaki Naruto went berserk. The dead white-haired guy should be watching the show in secret. Could it be that the dead white-haired guy just wanted to see Naruto go berserk? The power of the tailed beast. Konan raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't care much about Naruto's chakra burst, because this level of chakra was not enough to make her feel threatened. Uzumaki Naruto recalled what Yagyu Tsuki had said before. Release, rotate, compress. You dare to look down on Yagyu teacher? Then I will defeat you with the ninjutsu taught by Yagyu teacher. Uzumaki Naruto raised his hand, and light blue chakra emerged from his palm. The chakra was compressed and rotated to become a Rasengan. In the state strengthened by the demon Foxcoat, he directly used the Rasengan. Chapter 60 Konan was pressed to the ground and rubbed. Rasengan. The blue Rasengan in Uzumaki Naruto's palm spun rapidly, generating a fierce spiral gust of wind around him, and the 3 blood-red tails behind him were also dancing. Rasengan? Everyone in the audience was shocked. Everyone looked at the Rasengan in Uzumaki Naruto's palm, and they gradually felt incredible. You know, Rasengan is a very difficult form change, and Uzumaki Naruto can actually master this move. The dead white-haired man taught him. Tsunade looked at the light blue Rasengan, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. She could see that Uzumaki Naruto's chakra was very chaotic, and he was affected by 9 tails and couldn't use chakra properly. But he could actually master the extremely difficult Rasengan that required chakra form change and applied to ultimate. No matter how you think about it, it must be a good education by Yagyu Tsuki. How could Yagyu-sensei lose? I will kill you here with Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto bent his legs and bounced hard, causing cracks on the ground. He rose from the ground like a cannonball, and a scarlet airflow flashed by, and he blasted Konan's abdomen with Rasengan. The power of the tailed beasts is very strong. 9 tails is the strongest tailed beast. You can't control this power yet. Konan turned slightly sideways, and the light blue Rasengan passed by her. She grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's wrist, and then gently exerted force, and cracked. Uzumaki Naruto's wrist was broken. Hiss, it hurts. Uzumaki Naruto took a breath of cold air, and his swollen wrist bent in a strange arc. The pain caused the Rasengan to dissipate directly. He was weak all over and knelt on the ground with weak legs. The gap in strength is too big. Successfully captured 9 tails Jinchuriki. Konan clasped her hands together, and the ground around her turned into a large number of paper pieces, all of which rose from the ground and engulfed Naruto like waves. She was going to use the paper teleportation to transfer Naruto to Nagato's side. The scarlet airflow shook the paper pieces away, and all the paper pieces turned into ashes as if burned by flames, and the vortex Naruto's skin turned blood red, and the 4th blood-colored tail gradually emerged behind him. At this time, the sealed space. A dark area. Vortex Naruto held the iron bars tightly, staring at the huge 9 tails, and shouted angrily, "Hey, stinky fox, it's time to pay the rent. Lend me your power. I must avenge Teacher Yagyu." 9 tails lay on the ground, glanced at Naruto coldly with his pale golden animal eyes, and said in a low voice, "Stupid kid. Yagyu has a power beyond the 1st generation. How can such a power be able to deal with him? It has seen the power of the 1st Hokage, and even been suppressed by the 1st generation without any resistance. After it just saw the strength of Yagyu Tsuki, it can be said with certainty that 107 Yagyu Tsuki has completely surpassed the 1st Hokage. So how can a mere 3 billion detonating talismans possibly defeat Yagyu Tsuki? Although I hate Uchiha Madara and his damn dangerous Sharingan, no matter what, the power of Uchiha Madara's attack far exceeds 3 billion detonating talismans, and even such a strong Uchiha Madara can't defeat the 1st generation. And Yagyu Tsuki has the power to surpass the 1st generation. So a mere 3 billion detonating talismans is a joke? What do you mean? Uzumaki Naruto was at a loss. Humph. 9 tails snorted coldly, closed his eyes and fell asleep without paying attention to Uzumaki Naruto, although he also wanted to borrow Naruto's power now, and it would be best if he could directly explode Nine Tails. After exploding Nine Tails, he could leave the damn seal. But there was no way, because he knew that Yagyu was watching the show in secret. If he exploded more than 4 tails, he would be subdued by Yagyu in an instant, and there might even be a stronger seal imposed on him. So he had to put away his thoughts for the time being, and wait for the opportunity in the future. I will completely solve Yagyu. Stinky Fox. No matter how Uzumaki Naruto shouted, Nine Tails ignored him, and he was driven out of the seal's space after 2 seconds. Uzumaki Naruto lay on the ground like a fox. His whole body turned into a giant blood-red fox, and the 4 tails behind him danced slowly, exuding an astonishing and terrifying killing intent. But the tails stopped after 4 and did not continue to change, because 9 tails refused to borrow chakra. 4 tails? It will be a bit troublesome. Konan jumped back and glanced at her burned palm. She had just been holding Naruto's wrist, but the blood-colored chakra burned her palm. Ding! Gained 20 growth points. Current growth value, 34 points. Since 4 tails are troublesome, what should we do now? But I think 4 tails are nothing to worry about. Tailed beasts are just slightly naughty pets. Yagyu Tsuki appeared out of thin air, hugged Konan's shoulders from behind, and looked at Naruto, who had turned into 4 tails indifferently. He had been hiding in the dark and watching the show just now. He wanted to take this opportunity to test the strength of Team 7 and see if he could get some points. For this reason, he deliberately stopped Shizune and Tsunade from taking action. Even if there are unexpected events beyond the plan, I have the ability to solve everything. But to be honest, I didn't expect Nine Tails to be able to use Rasengan. Obviously, Nine Tails had not been able to master the second stage before, but with the help of the fox coat like a plug-in, he directly skipped the training stage and used Rasengan on the spot. Of course, it may also be because of the blessing of anger that prompted Nine Tails to use Rasengan. In any case, it is a good thing to get points. One step closer to the sign-in upgrade. I still have to thank Konan. This high-ranking flower can be regarded as a tool man. Drag him until he is exhausted. Konan stared at the 4 tails Naruto coldly and indifferently, not noticing that Yagyu was hugging his shoulders, and even subconsciously answered Yagyu's words. For Tails' chakra is indeed troublesome, but it is enough to drag Naruto until he is exhausted and then capture him. Really? Will the enemy let you do this? Lu Shengyue asked curiously, one hand around Konan's soft shoulders, the other hand wandering around Konan's slender waist, fingertips brushing the soft waist and then reaching the drum. Lu Shengyue pinched Konan's drum hard. A trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. Good buttocks. After pinching hard, there is a sense of rebound. Is this the buttocks that have been trained to the right place? Very good. Konan is really good. Advertisement, eh? Even with Konan's cold personality, he was stunned for a moment on the spot. After reacting, his cold face blushed slightly, and his eyes showed anger and shame. He turned around and slapped Lu Shengyue in the face. This man is still alive? And he dared to touch. What a disgusting man. This is the first time since she was a child that someone took advantage of her so frivolously, and it was taken advantage of by a first-level enemy. In the past, she was the angel of Range Shinobi Village, the messenger of God in the eyes of the whole Range Shinobi Village, and everyone looked up to her with respect. Not to mention being touched. No one even dared to look at her lightly. Putting aside the title of the messenger of God in Range Shinobi Village, she was also a truly strong Kage-level strongman in the whole ninja world. But at this time, Lu Shengyue took advantage of her and even pinched her hard. It took you so long to react after talking to you. The natural character has been eliminated by history, or is it that you, a cold and arrogant ***sich, are sexually cold? Lu Shengyue grabbed Konan's hand, backhanded remembered grappling to press Konan to the ground, and then sat on Konan's waist with his legs crossed. Konan actually has some natural attributes, and it took so long to react after talking. Quite funny. Roar. Several vines rose from the ground, and after the vines were entangled together, they turned into a giant dragon, and Shenlong bit Konan's slender arms hard. Yagyu-sensei. After Sasuke and little Sakura saw Yagyu Tsuki, they both secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then saw Yagyu Tsuki's body was unharmed. Only his clothes became tattered, revealing a large area of angular muscles. Each muscle was not so big, but each muscle contained a sense of explosive power. Unharmed? Bombed by 3 billion detonating talismans, just a broken one? This? How outrageous. When Uchiha Sasuke saw Yagyu Tsuki appear, The anxious sense of crisis in his heart disappeared and was replaced by a sense of relief. He snorted and said, "Humph, I knew it was okay. How could such a small level of power match Yagyu-sensei? This is a lie." Although he couldn't understand how strong the enemy was, he only knew that the enemy was an S-rank rebel ninja similar to Itachi, but he could understand how terrible 3 billion detonating tags were. He was just thinking that Yagyu would be seriously injured if he didn't die, but he never thought that Yagyu would be able to appear unscathed after being swallowed by 3 billion detonating tags. That's right, unscathed. Not a single white hair was burnt. After being dragged into the canyon, what did Yagyu teacher do to be able to withstand the power of 3 billion detonating tags unscathed? Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists and took a deep look at Yagyu's back. After appearing unscathed, he was able to subdue the enemy in an instant. This man's strength seems to be stronger than I imagined. Ada, so handsome. Haruno Sakura's pretty face flushed, with a light pink heart in her eyes. She looked at Yagyu Tsuki with a crazy expression, looking at the large area of explosive muscles exposed because of the tattered black yukata. Haruno Sakura felt a hot stream rushing up her nose, and scarlet blood flowed out of her nostrils. She turned her head in panic and wiped the blood from her nose with a handkerchief, and enviously glanced at the heroic Tsunade. Damn it, what a joke. B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** so well. Tsunade looked at Lu Shengyue coldly, and when she saw that Lu Shengyue was unharmed, she snorted and said, "Stupid, you are still alive." Tsunade glanced at the vines wrapped around her ankles, and then she pulled the vines with a little force and directly tore them off. Just when she was about to attack, she was suddenly entangled by a vine. At that moment, she instantly realized Lu Shengyue's intention. The reason why the dead white-haired man pretended to be dead was to take this opportunity to test Team 7. But the problem is, when the vines were wrapped around her ankles just now, the dead vines actually tickled her soles. Lu Shengyue must be poisonous. What if I couldn't help laughing just now? If I laughed just now, I would be embarrassed to death. Yagyu Tsuki smiled faintly, with a sense of sarcasm and said, "Don't say that, stinky old woman. I have the power to surpass your grandfather. Right, little granddaughter?" "Granddaughter? You are really looking for death." Tsunade bit her lips. Her face gradually turned cold. She wanted to tear Yagyu Tsuki's smiling face to pieces, but she hadn't solved the enemy yet. Let's deal with the dead white-haired guy later. When did I call the dead white-haired grandpa? At that time, I just thought that Yagyu Tsuki's sage mode gave me a feeling very similar to that of my great-grandfather Hashirama. Advertisement: this Yagyu Tsuki really knows how to climb up when he sees a pole. Roar. Uzumaki Naruto, who turned into 4 tails, danced his tails. Each tail contained a destructive breath, and the ground around him collapsed directly as his tails danced. He ran like a potato, raised his huge claws, and slapped Yagyu Tsuki. Uzumaki Naruto had lost consciousness and completely entered a rampage state. "Be careful," Tsunade exclaimed, and was about to go to help Yagyu Tsuki. "Be quiet, you little brat." Yagyu Tsuki flicked his finger and sent 4 tails Uzumaki Naruto flying. Roar. 4 tails Uzumaki Naruto got up and quickly attacked Yagyu Tsuki again. Yagyu Tsuki glanced at Uzumaki Naruto indifferently and said in a commanding tone, "Naruto." 4 tails Uzumaki Naruto's whole body stiffened, and his fox-like giant claws suddenly stopped in front of Yagyu Tsuki's face. The scarlet chakra on his body gradually faded, and all flowed into the seal on his abdomen. Finally, Uzumaki Naruto returned to normal, lying on the ground weak and exhausted, with large scars of fire all over his body. Everyone was stunned. Konan, Tsunade, and Shizen were slightly confused. Yagyu Tsuki could stop Naruto's rampage with just one sentence. Naruto seemed to be very afraid of Yagyu Tsuki. Or Ninetales were afraid of Yagyu Tsuki. "Let me go." Konan's hands were bitten by the wooden dragon, and the chakra in her body was disappearing rapidly. It was more like being absorbed by the wooden dragon. This wooden dragon actually had a power similar to the Rinnegan, which could also absorb other people's chakra by touch. Konan gritted her teeth and struggled hard, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move. The dragon was suppressing her like a seal. This is the power that can easily suppress Ninetales. With your ability, no matter how you resist, it's futile. Yagyu Tsuki grabbed Konan's hair and forcibly grabbed Xiaonao's head. With a bad smile, he whispered in his ear with a lewd tone, "It means that you can't move now, but I can easily touch you. You understand what I mean." The wooden dragon can easily suppress the 9 tails in their full form. Even Conan, a strong shadow, can't resist this power. Not to mention it's a paper clone. Hee. Conan felt the heat in her ears. The itchy feeling made her shrink her neck. She bit her lips and said coldly, "You are very conceited. Even if you can defeat my clone, it's meaningless. Next time, I will use my real body to completely solve you. With your strength, you can't compete with Rinnegan." So annoying. What a disgusting man. Why did things turn out like this? She thought Yagyu Tsuki was a very bad and conceited man, and this conceited arrogance would definitely lead to Yagyu Tsuki's failure. Because no matter how strong Yagyu Tsuki is, he can't compete with the legendary Rinnegan. No matter how strong he is just an ordinary ninja. How can he possibly match the eye power of the Kidou Sage? When Nagato recovers his eye power, Yagyu Tsuki will definitely lose. What's more, here is just a paper clone. Although it has a strength close to the real body, it is still a world of difference from the real body. If the real body uses all its strength, how could it be easily pressed to the ground by Yagyu Tsuki? I will look forward to the next time, but let's get along well this time. Yagyu Tsuki slapped Conan's drum hard, and the crisp sound resounded throughout the venue, shocking everyone. Next time we meet, I will be a distinguished heavenly gods. It's hard to say whether distinguished heavenly gods is useful or not. Anyway, you have to try it to know the effect. You are a man who disgusts me. Conan gritted her teeth, her cold and beautiful face flushed. She turned around and glared at Yagyu Tsuki in shame and anger. This angry and vicious look seemed to want to eat Yagyu Tsuki alive. It was the first time she had seen such a disgusting man. I am the god's messenger in the range shinobi village, one of the top shadows in the whole ninja world. Yagyu Tsuki pressed me to the ground and beat my drum? If the Akatsuki members knew, they would laugh to death. But she was taciturn and rarely cursed, so she couldn't think of any curse words for a short time. In short, it was very annoying. Do you know why the drum is divided into 2 parts? It's okay to touch one part. Since I touch your left drum, you have to let me touch your right drum too. Yagyu Tsuki slapped Conan's right drum fiercely, and the crisp sound resounded throughout the audience again, and everyone present was completely stunned. Everyone in the audience had a stiff expression. Such a terrifying Kaga-level warrior was actually beaten on the ground by Yagyu. Next time, I will kill you completely in the name of God. Conan's eyes were filled with tears. She stared at Yagyu fiercely and angrily, and then her whole body turned into a white paper, flying into the sky with the breeze. Yagyu was really annoying. Others would directly deal with the enemy, but Yagyu teased the enemy in a very bad way. She swore, "Next time, Yagyu will definitely pay the price."